You have countless treasures by your side, but you hold on to a worthless painting and stare at it for a whole month. Everyone thinks you are possessed and have hysteria, but little do they know you have the golden finger to identify items. As long as you raise the progress to 100%, you can extract all the magical powers from the items. There are only two ways to obtain identification. One is to slowly grind the progress bar by looking at it. The other requires using spiritual energy to speed up the progress. At this moment, as the progress in front of you reaches perfection, a group of words suddenly condenses in the void. You close your eyes, and in an instant, an image of a woman continuously dancing with a sword appears in your mind, with each sword carrying a sense of solemn killing intent. When you open your eyes, a hint of scorching airflow suddenly appears in your dantian, and you have also mastered the sword dance technique completely. This sword technique looks so fierce, and the numbers behind it are very similar to the proficiency level in the game I played in my past life. After a brief thought, you get up and search around the room. After a moment, you pull out a rusty long sword and start to move according to the sword dance moves. With each sword move, you can increase your proficiency a little. When the swordsmanship reaches level 2, the swordsmanship not only improves, but also gains an additional attribute of breaking demons. Breaking demons represents a unique effect when encountering things with mysterious attributes. The rusty long sword even carries a strong sense of righteousness. You suddenly feel that the amount of information is a bit overwhelming. What are things with mysterious attributes? I have been here for 3 months, but have never encountered any strange things. However, you decide not to dwell on it, and immediately decide to continue to increase your proficiency. But it's just dancing with 1,000 swords more. At this moment, an old man in a Taoist robe walked in, with long white hair and beard, giving off a sense of immortal spirit. He held a pawn ticket in his hand and said, "Shopkeeper, I'm here to redeem something." You took the pawn ticket and frowned, saying, "Peachwood sword?" The old Taoist nodded and said, "A few days ago, a disciple in the temple misbehaved and lost money gambling in the county town, so he pawned this sword. The old Taoist is here to retrieve it today." He then placed a bag of silver coins on the table. After counting the silver coins, you took out a worn-out peachwood sword and placed it on the counter. The old Taoist inserted the peachwood sword into his waist and breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something, turned back and asked, "Shopkeeper, do you know where the Qian family is located?" Upon hearing this, you furrowed your brow slightly and remained silent. This was because not long ago, the master of the Qian family suddenly fell ill and died. It was said that before his death, he behaved like a mad dog, biting at anyone he saw. Shortly after being subdued, he died with his eyes wide open. In recent days, there have been rumors that the figure of the Qian family master can still be seen in the kitchen and various places around the Qian family estate, even smiling at them. However, the Qian family master had already been buried for many days. Upon seeing this, the old Taoist explained. The shopkeeper misunderstood. "I was invited by the Qian family to perform a ritual." You regained your composure and casually pointed in the direction of the Qian family's location, saying, "Head in this direction, and after a few more streets, you will reach the Qian family." The old Taoist bowed and then turned to leave. At this time, the sky was already dark. With the sword dance technique, you only wanted to improve your proficiency, so you closed the pawnshop early. Although you were curious about the Qian family, you didn't think much about it. Then you continued to practice the sword dance. After reaching the second level of the sword dance, each sword dance carried a light buzzing sound, and the swordsmanship also had a majestic righteousness, as if it could eliminate all evil spirits. When you reached the 300th sword, the flow of qi in your dantian had dried up, and the proficiency no longer continued to increase. The next day, your arms were sore from activity, and a line of text appeared before your eyes. Sword dance skill level 2. Swordsmanship +2. Demon breaking +2. Transformation requires a strand of evil energy. You don't know what evil energy is, so you decide to open the door for business first. At this time, the old shop assistant Zhang Chaofeng walked in with a gossip face. "Shopkeeper, big news. Another person died in the Qian family, and it was an old Taoist priest. It is said that the Qian family invited him to exorcise demons, but he suddenly went crazy during the ritual, bit people when caught, and died shortly after being caught." When you heard the words old Taoist, you immediately sat up. "Is he also carrying a peachwood sword?" Zhang Chaofeng nodded and said, "That's right. I find that peachwood sword quite familiar. Could it be from our pawnshop?" Your mouth twitched and you said, "Probably." Zhang Chaofeng was first surprised, then became frightened. "They say the Qian family is haunted. The old Taoist priest died, and then took the peachwood sword from our pawnshop. Could it be that he will become a ghost and come looking for us?" Hearing this, you waved your hand. "Focus on your own tasks. Let's not mention this matter again in the future." Zhang Chaofeng stopped talking after hearing this, but he seemed distracted. His situation was like watching a horror movie in a past life. or he would be suspicious for a few days, but it would pass after a while. It's just strange that the old Taoist suddenly died. It seems that the Qian family has a big problem, but these things have nothing to do with oneself. Now you just want to figure out how to get some evil energy, or find something similar to the painting of a woman dancing with a sword, to see if you can develop a similar ability. At night, as you just closed the pawnshop door, suddenly a rapid knocking sound came, then a hoarse voice came through the crack of the door. "Shopkeeper, I'm here to pick up the peachwood sword." The night was already dark, and the pawnshop's oil lamp was the only light. When the hoarse voice sounded from outside the door, your whole body was covered in goosebumps, and this voice was extremely familiar to you. It was the voice of the old Taoist you heard last night. This morning, Zhang Xiaofeng said that the old Taoist had already died at the Chen family. But how could he appear in the pawnshop at night? Could it be that there really are ghosts? Such mysterious things? You quickly grabbed the rusty iron sword placed on the table, but at this moment, the movement outside the door suddenly disappeared. However, the next moment, the oil lamp on the table suddenly flickered, and then a footstep suddenly sounded in the pawnshop. The pawnshop was completely visible, except for you. There was no second person. The sound of footsteps, however, was reminding Shenbai that the second one to appear might not be human. Just as he thought that, the oil lamp suddenly flickered. To the right of Shenbai, a voice rang out, "Give me the mahogany sword." Shenbai turned his head violently to look. In the right corner, the old Taoist priest, cloaked in his hair, was crouching on the ground, his back turned to him. Seemingly sensing Shenbai's gaze, the old Taoist priest raised his head with his back to Shenbai, a full 180 degrees, as if his neck had been twisted alive. The back of the old Taoist priest's head was pressed against his back, and he stared at Shenbai with an upside-down vision. Through the oil lamp, Shenbai saw that in the old Taoist priest's mouth, there was the tip of a peachwood sword with scarlet blood on it. Ka! With the sound of breaking bones, the joints at the elbows of the old Taoist priest's hands flipped over, his palms on the ground, his back facing downward, and he rushed over at Shenbai with great speed. Those eyes were grim and cold, and the tip of the sword in his mouth stuck out a bit every now and then as it swung. "Give me the peachwood sword! Give me the peachwood sword!" Coming before and after Shenbai, the old Taoist's elbow extended a sharp broken bone and attacked at Shenbai's chest. "You elbow me?" There was dense sweat on Shenbai's forehead, but his mind was incomparably calm. The rusty long sword was swung out by Shenbai. At this moment, the sword dance technique was performed by Shenbai to the fullest extent. Brilliant righteousness dispels evil spirits. The rusty long sword wiped across the room, flickering with a flash of magnificence in the light of the oil lamp. The old Taoist's elbows came apart and his back hit the ground hard. The rusty long sword in Shenbai's hand turned backhanded downward and stabbed into the old Taoist priest's forehead. The old Taoist began to struggle with his hands and feet. After a long time, the struggle gradually stopped. A black smoke surfaced on the old Taoist priest, and not long after, the old Taoist priest disappeared into black smoke. Kill the weird and get a strand of the fury. Fury? Before Shenbai could recover from the thrill, he realized that the smoke in front of him changed into words. "If you kill a creepy, you get a fury?" Shenbai double-checked and suddenly figured out the source of the fury. As for what's spooky, what's there to see? In the case of something like the old Taoist priest who died and reappeared with a passing resemblance to a ghost, it's 100% spooky. That comes as a bit of inspiration to me. Shenbai stroked his chin and secretly said, "Perhaps, I have thoughts about the source of the fury." At this moment, everything around them fell silent once again. The crisis was lifted, and Shenbai knew what a bane was and had obtained a strand of bane. Now is the time to use it. Before Shenbai's eyes, the smoke reappeared. Dancing Sword Art LV2, Sword Art +2, Demon Breaker +2 100 out of 100. To be changed, you need a strand of demonic energy. Use it if you have a fury. Shenbai is not a person who hides. As Shenbai's mind moved, the fury in front of him disappeared, and the words of the dancing sword art, like twisted snakes, began to reassemble. It wasn't long before there was a qualitative change in the sword dance. Blood Sword Dance LV3, Sword Art +4, Demon Breaker +4, Shock +40/500. After the sword dance technique changed into the blood sword dance, a large amount of information once again appeared in Shenbai's mind. The first two abilities are the same as always, just with the attributes doubled, and the key is in the subsequent appearance of the shock ability. Shocking is to shock one's own chi and blood through the sword dance, to achieve the effect of increasing the power of the sword technique. Shenbai lifted his rusty longsword and danced casually. The searing heat flow in his body increased once again by a fraction after reaching level 3, and as Shenbai danced his sword, between the surges of air currents, Shenbai felt his own chi and blood begin to vibrate. The power of each sword was incomparable compared to before. Chi flow as a guide, chi and blood as a medium. This sword technique is powerful. Shenbai danced his sword for a while and stopped. Blood sword dance +1. Open up. With something new. Shenbai couldn't resist the excitement in his heart. The searing heat flow in his body clears away exhaustion. Not to the point of staying awake for long periods of time, but for short periods of time. Shenbai did not hesitate and continued to start practicing the blood sword dance. The blood sword dance after reaching level 3 required a drumming of Qian blood for each sword, and the rise in proficiency became slower. Shenbai's liver stopped to recover when his airflow was about to run out, and so on back and forth until the next day came. When the sunlight shone in, Shenbai let out a long breath. Before his eyes, smoke emerged and gradually coalesced into words. Blood sword dance LV3, sword art +4, demon breaker +4, shock +4 400/500, overnight, a full 400 points. As proficiency became slightly slower, and with the restoration of airflow, progress was okay. It's time to open for business. Shenbai only felt hungry in his belly. Drumming up chi and blood itself consumed a great deal, and it was normal to be hungry. Shenbai went out the door, and when he went out, he also carried the rusty long sword on his waist. After the bizarre incident last night, Shenbai felt that he would not feel safe without a long sword on his body. Inside the breakfast parlor, in the store owner's surprised eyes, Shenbai ate 3 cages of buns before paying back. No wonder they used to say that poor literature is rich in martial arts. I'm eating 3 times as much as I used to just by drumming up my chi and blood. On the way back, Shenbai thought in his heart, it was good that the pawnshop was still making a good profit, enough to support him to eat like that. After Shenbai pondered for a while, he was ready to go back and let Zheng Chaophone watch outside while he went to the backyard alone to practice the blood sword dance. Something like a liver can't be relaxed for a moment. Not long after, under Shenbai's thinking, Shenbai came to the entrance of the pawnshop. After arriving at the door, Shenbai was about to open the door when he was stopped by someone. You're the owner of the Chen family pawnshop? Shenbai frowned and turned his head. Behind him, a middle-aged man in a velvet suit with a dozen constables was standing not far away. Velvet, in Shangyun County, represents the head constable. Shenbai didn't know why he had come to him. Velvet constable came forward, not waiting for Shenbai to speak, slowly opened his mouth and said, I'm Zhang Yuan, the constable of the county government office. I came to ask you something. I heard that not long ago, an old Taoist priest ransomed a mahogany sword in your place? Chapter 4, The Night Visit to the Qian family. Those who hang out in Shangyun County, and the constables are naturally all related, and Shenbai likewise has the same. He runs a pawnshop business, and there are places where he needs to be involved with the government. While Sheriff Zhang was talking, a young constable behind him made a wink at Shenbai. Shenbai immediately understood in seconds, combining the causes and consequences, and knew that the Yamen was pursuing the death of the old Taoist priest. Lord Zhang, there was indeed an old Taoist priest who came to redeem the Peachwood sword the other day, but he left after that. These words are not half false, and Shenbai has no need to be false. Constable Zhang pondered for a moment and said, Boss Shen, I know you have a great relationship with Zhou Qing, but this is a matter of great importance, so can you let my men go in and search? Shenbai reached out his hand and laughed. Old Zhou is a constable at the Yamen, and he also relies a lot on Constable Zhang to take care of him, so naturally he cooperates. Sheriff Zhang gave a hum and waved his hand at the constable behind him. Pay attention. Don't break anything inside. Several constables immediately went to the Chen family pawnshop, but only the young constable did not go in. Sheriff Zhang laughed. I'll go in and sit down as well. You two can just catch up on your own. When Constable Zhang left, the young constable Zhou Qing came over. Old Zhou, you're not being righteous. To come and search, how come you have to give me a detachment, right? Shenbai took Zhou Qing by the shoulders and said, make a fuss. Zhou Qing, Shangyun County Constable, is also Shenbai's good friend in the court. These months down, the Chen family pawnshop received a dead when the remorse to pawnshop trouble. Are Zhou Qing smooth? Zhou Qing smiled bitterly and said, Old Shen, things are so big that it's too late to notify. You shouldn't go out at night for the last few days, and when you encounter strange and bizarre things, you must remember to report them to the officials. Shenbai said strangely, can it be that it's all related to that Master Qian's death? Zhou Qing nodded his head and said, Shangyun County has recently come out with a force that says it's some kind of 5 hearts cult, which preaches that the 5 hearts are facing the sky and getting away with it. Master Qian believed in the 5 hearts cult, and died not long after. The Yamen investigated the 5 hearts cult and didn't find out any problems, but that's something that the ghosts would believe. The Great Zhou State had an extremely large number of forces, and the same was true for Ascending Cloud County. Similar forces would not interfere as long as they obeyed the discipline. Coupled with the fact that nowadays the dynasty of the Great Zhou Kingdom is in turmoil, the small remote counties can't be controlled. Shenbai stroked his chin. He had heard of this 5 heart sect, and it seemed that there were quite a few followers in the county. While the two of them were chatting, Sheriff Shang had already brought someone with him and walked out from outside the house. After checking, Boss Shin can do business. Much ado about nothing. Sheriff Shang is polite. We common people are bound to cooperate with the government offices. Shinbai looked at the house and said, why don't a few brothers have a meal together? And when Zhang Chaofeng comes back, I'll ask him to buy some wine and meat. Sheriff Shang shook his head and said, come back later. Zhou Qing, take your men and let's go to the next one. Wait, Boss Shin is carrying a sword? Everyone knows about Master Qian's affair, and I am also carrying a sword for defense. Shinbai laughed. Sheriff Shang patted Shinbai's shoulder. As long as you go out less at night, naturally there will be no danger. Brothers, set off. The constables left in a hurry without exchanging pleasantries with Shinbai. Shinbai looked at Sheriff Shang's back, and after thinking about it, he said in his heart, but I'm really greedy. Back at the pawn shop, it didn't take long for Zhang Chaofeng to arrive. Today was a normal day as usual. The only difference was that Zhang Chaofeng was the only one in front of the counter. Shinbai returned to the backyard, carried the rusty longsword, and started practicing the blood sword dance. Blood sword dance +1+1+1+1. The proficiency rose slowly. Shinbai is not anxious, as long as it is rising, and every time it went up, Shinbai could feel his control over the blood sword dance becoming more and more familiar. Throughout the morning hours, Shinbai had been in the liver and blood sword dance, and his stomach was getting emptier and emptier. Old Zhang, keep an eye on it. I'm going out for dinner. Every time he made a sword strike, it was accompanied by a volley of qi and blood, and Shinbai was really hungry and fast. When he arrived at the street, Shinbai directly ate 5 bowls of rice and 2 pounds of meat before returning to the pawnshop in the eyes of the store owner's astonishment. Shopkeeper, why don't you have tea and look at the paintings today? Zhang Chaofeng asked curiously. Shinbai coughed, when not to come to the literati. After saying that, Shinbai intended to return to the inner courtyard to continue practicing the blood sword dance. Zhang Chaofeng hurriedly said, Boss, after a few days, I would like to take a leave of absence. My awful daughter-in-law is returning to her mother's home. I will go to see her off. Shinbai thought for a moment and said, the world is bad, so be safe when you go. Okay, Zhang Chaofeng promised. Throughout the afternoon, Shinbai similarly practiced the blood sword dance and went to dry another meal halfway through until the evening time came. Before his eyes, a line of smoke appeared, gradually coalescing into words. Blood sword dance LV3, sword art +4, demon breaker +4, shock +4 800/500. Shinbai stared at the text until after it disappeared, carrying the rusty iron sword to the door. Zhang Chaofeng left a long time ago, and the off-duty people are very active. I still can't help it. Shinbai looked at the dark street in front of him, and then looked at himself in his black attire. The liver is a means to an end, and the bane is likewise a means to an end. Fury not only enhances the speed of appraisal, but also allows the aptitude to qualitatively change at critical moments. And the source of the fury is from the weirdness. The old Taoist priest died in the money house and turned spooky. The death of Master Qian and the Qian family is also likely to turn out to be bizarre. Shinbai felt that since he had come here to live out his second life and had this golden finger, it would be a waste of a trip if he didn't fight. Go, Can. But it is not Shinbai's character to watch the heavenly riches slip away. It's like seeing a beautiful woman take off her clothes. What man can't hold on? The night is like ink. Shinbai closed the door, masked with a black cloth showing only his eyes, and quietly rushed toward the Chen family. The money family. As one of the big families in the ascending cloud county, it was shrouded in clouds at this moment. Above the gate was covered with a white cloth, and the originally lively mansion, at this time, has long been cold and clear. After such a big incident and the death of a Taoist priest, no one dares to continue living here. The entire Qian family was quiet, as if they were silent ghosts. Shinbai came to a secluded corner and after making sure that no one was here, he stomped his legs hard. With the scorching heat flow in his body running to his legs, Shinbai easily tumbled up the wall. With the cover of the tree branches, Shinbai was carefully surveying. The constable had come in the daytime, and it was nighttime, and there was no one there. Shinbai thought briefly and prepared to roll over and go down to explore the reality. You can't come for nothing, even if you go back empty-handed. You have to go for a stroll. Other old fishing buddies who can't catch a fish even carry a cow back on their backs, let alone him. Just as Shinbai was about to climb over the wall, a gust of wind blew by. On the wall opposite to Shinbai, a figure appeared, following Shinbai's example and covering himself with a tree branch. High under the bright moon, Shinbai and the black-clothed figure stared at each other, permeating an awkward atmosphere. Chapter 5, Headless Master Qian. Shinbai really didn't expect that something so embarrassing would occur at such a critical moment. It's like being caught doing something bad and rushing to hide under the bed, only to realize there's someone else under the bed. It's awkward. Very awkward. It wasn't just Shinbai. The figure on the opposite side seemed to feel the same way, and even waved at Shunbai because it was awkward. This beckoning moment was even more awkward. Shunbai felt that at a time like this, it was imperative to alleviate the embarrassment. He made a gesture. Meaning go down first? The figure on the other side nodded in slight contemplation. The two men tumbled down the wall in unison, but left plenty of space between them. Shunbai narrowed his eyes and carefully surveyed the figure in front of him. In terms of height, it was about 5 feet 6 inches, which wasn't too tall. He was thinking about the other person's identity while walking towards the front house. The layout of homes in Assumption County is normal, and it only takes a quick glance to see exactly where the main house is located. The magistrate had already removed the body, but Shunbai thought he might be able to find a clue. The black-clothed man's thoughts were similar to Shunbai's, and he was also walking towards the main house. But there is only one main house. The two were closing the distance and both stopped when they were only a few body lengths away from each other. At this time, the man in black made a gesture, pointing to the house in front of him, and then pointing to Shunbai. Shunbai spread his hands, indicating that he couldn't understand. It's not like the two sides are teammates with each other, so it would be odd to see it at this point. However, Shunbai smelled a strange fragrance that emanated from the black-clothed man. Shunbai inexplicably thought of a sentence. Brother, you smell good, but this scene, it seems, is not the time to talk. Seeing that Shunbai couldn't read it, the black-clothed man led the way to the front of the house alone, and very skillfully stretched out his finger and poked in front of the paper window. This kind of scene, Shunbai had only seen it in the TV series. It was really the first time he experienced it personally. He pondered a little, then spaced out a few lengths to the other window, and, following the example of the man in black, poked a hole in the window and brought his eyes up to it. The room was dark, but the anomaly in the room could be seen through the moonlight. A silhouette was shifting around the room. The figure was dressed in black. With the help of the moonlight, Shunbai saw the silhouette's full appearance. Pale face, blood flowing from all 7 orifices, eyes only the whites of the eyes, stumbling back and forth on his feet. The black clothes on his body were stained with blood, and on closer inspection they turned out to be birthday suits. 5 hearts in the sky. Freedom. Money. I want money. Lots of money. With money comes freedom. The Qian clan's master kept swaying, and every time he reached a place, the blood in his 7 orifices swirled around. When Shunbai saw this scene, his brows wrinkled slightly. He was pretty sure that Master Qian's body was definitely at the courthouse. If it suddenly disappeared, the magistrates were bound to look everywhere, and this was the first place to be checked. Along the way did not have traces of the constable. So this money in front of the old man is not the body of the yaman. Shunbai couldn't help but think of the old Taoist priest, and his scalp instantly tingled. This was the second time he had faced the weirdness head-on, and although he had experience from the last time, it was ultimately too little. You don't get used to this stuff once or twice. Shunbai gripped the rusty longsword tightly and was about to turn around when he saw that Master Chen in the house had moved. Between the turns of the eyes that were all white, they aimed at where Shunbai was. Shunbai was startled, and then he saw that Master Qian's neck suddenly dropped and was lifted in his hand. 5 hearts in the sky. First heart. That head was thrown out by Master Qian and flew towards Shunbai, and Shunbai could even see the face with 7 orifices flowing. At the critical moment, Shunbai hurriedly retreated. Bang! The head crashed through the window and gurgled a few times on the floor. On the other side, Master Qian's body broke through the black-clothed man's position. The man in black also reacted extremely quickly, and his short body rolled aside on the ground. As he rose, the man in black carried a pair of short spikes in his hands. On top of the short thorn, a gust of black gas filled the air. This black gas, it doesn't look serious at first glance, Shunbai thought in his heart. The rest he didn't continue to think about as the head on the ground flew up and lunged towards him. Blood sword dance. Shunbai did not hesitate to carry his long sword and stab. The chi flow in his body was running. His body's chi and blood were swirling, and this sword went down, unexpectedly carrying the sound of thunder. Snort! The long sword stabbed Master Qian's head through and through, and the head turned into a black smoke and disappeared. On the other side, the man in black looked a little stretched against the headless body. The pair of short spikes of black gas left marks on the headless body, and the black gas made a sound as if it carried corrosion. The headless body seemed to be strangely large in both speed and strength, while the black-clothed man deftly dodged, and the headless body's wounds in turn were gradually increasing. In this situation, the man in black may seem stretched to the limit, but victory is only a matter of time. Shunbai certainly wouldn't let the man in black kill the headless body. After resolving the head just now, Shunbai did not obtain the Fury Chi, and he presumed that he still needed to resolve the body. As for whether obtaining the baneful Chi required his own hands, Shunbai would not gamble on it because it was a chance that came with great difficulty. Shunbai thought about it and quickly approached with his rusty longsword. The black-clothed man who had been dealing with the headless body was immediately alerted and backed away with his short thorns raised. In fact, it's quite normal to be wary in such situations. Shenbai didn't have any nonsense, and the blood sword dance was performed. It was as if he was dancing with a sword, and with a biting killing intent. The Qian blood are as volatile as thunder, and the brilliant righteousness breaks through the demons like no one's business. With one sword out, the headless body suddenly stopped moving. From the middle of the headless body, a line of blood emerged. In the next moment, this headless body turned into two halves. The two extra halves turned into black smoke and quickly disappeared. You've got one strand of fury. Shenbai narrowed his eyes, thinking that it was just as he expected. If you kill the creepy, you can access the fury. However, in the current situation, Shenbai did not think much about it. Not far ahead, the man in black had already tumbled over the wall, seemingly not wanting to say one more word to Shenbai, and his back was a bit hasty. Shenbai saw a hint of fear in the eyes of the man in black, and the source of this fear was himself. He seems scared of me. Am I that scary? My swordsmanship, but it's so righteous. Shenbai thought in his heart and did not go after the man in black, because it's not necessary. On this trip, he gained the fury and achieved his goal. Now and again, they are hiding their identities and need not go to the trouble of adding to it. Moreover, the black-clothed man was extremely fast, as if he knew highly skillful body techniques. Shenbai doesn't know how to do body work and only knows swordplay, so he can't even chase after him if he wants to. So this kind of useless work, Shenbai would not do. Of course, these are not the main ones. Most of all, Shenbai seemed to see a very good thing when he was observing the room just now. Chapter 6, Statue of Buddha, Vajra Fist. At this time, the moon was dark and the wind was high, and there was no one in the Qian family. After the man in black left, Shenbai turned around and looked at the main house behind him, his eyes glowing as he walked towards the door. When he came to the door, Shenbai did not hesitate and raised his hand to push the door open. With the sound of the wooden door turning, Shenbai saw the situation in the house. The room was dark, but under the scattered moonlight, Shenbai's eyes rested on an object not far away. In the middle of the main house, the lone Buddha niche is placed. The Buddhist niche was inlaid with gold and looked incredibly ornate, but the gold-filled niche held nothing more than a worn-out statue. The statue's features had long since become indistinguishable, but the statue's left hand carried a handful of Buddha beads, while its right hand stood in front of its chest in a vertical palm pose, with a robe on his body and 9 precept scars on the top of his head. Just from his dress and posture, he looked like a Buddha sitting on a lotus platform. If it was usual, even if it was a mutilated statue of Buddha, Shenbai would not look at it more than once, but after accidentally glancing at it while peeking just now, Shenbai couldn't take his eyes off it. Before his eyes, a line of smoke appeared, transforming into a single word. Broken statue of Buddha. Identification progress, 0%. A ray of fury can be quickly identified. This item was the same as the lady dancing sword diagram, both of which could be appraised and have their divine powers extracted. It was also for this reason that Shenbai did not go after the man in black. How can a man in black smell as good as a broken statue of Buddha? Shenbai rubbed his hands together, and after seeing that no one was already around, he did not hesitate to pick up the broken Buddha statue. Now is not the time to use the fury. Just now, after Shenbai had beheaded Master Qian, he had gained a strand of fury, which could speed up the progress, but now being in the Qian family, Shenbai did not use it immediately and planned to wait until he returned to the pawnshop to use it again. The matter had been closed, and on this trip, Shenbai had not only gained the fury, but also harvested an appraisal object, which was considered to be a bumper harvest. Shenbai carried the broken Buddha statue and quietly went out, quickly disappearing. Shen's pawnshop. Shenbai lit the oil lamp, and under the light of the oil lamp, he surveyed the broken Buddha statue. After a little thought, Shenbai did not hesitate to use the Fury Chi. Identification progress, 100%. When Shenbai's baleful aura disappeared, the progress in front of him turned complete in an instant. The smoke twisted like a serpent and in no time formed new words. Appraisal complete. Acquired avatar, Vajra Fist. Vajra Fist LV1, Fist Technique plus 10/100. A large amount of information poured into his mind, and in Shenbai's mind, a Buddha silhouette wearing a robe appeared. The Buddha held a handful of Buddha beads in his hand, his eyes with infinite compassion, as if he would universalize all beings in the next moment. Shoo! With a soft chirp, Buddha clenched his right hand into a fist and threw a straight punch in front of him. Around them, the sound of Buddha vibrated, and angry eyes descended from the sky, as if they could annihilate the endless weirdness. A large amount of information poured into Shenbai's mind, and after Shenbai opened his eyes, he had already grasped the Vajra fist in its entirety. The fist of Vajra, transforming into a furious Vajra, subduing demons and eliminating devils. Shenbai's eyes showed excitement. Vajra Fist's fist attributes are as literal as they come, with additional bonuses for Vajra Fist. After Shunbai thought a little, he planned to practice the Vajra Fist first. The reason was simple. The proficiency requirement of the blood sword dance was somewhat high, and now a sense of urgency rose in Shunbai's heart after he had come into contact with the other side of the world. He needed more tools, and the little proficiency he had in the early stages of Vajra Fist happened to be the most pressing thing for him as of now. Go to the backyard. Shunbai pondered slightly and went to the backyard alone. The backyard was more spacious, just the right place for practicing Vajra Fist. Shunbai stood in the middle of the courtyard and raised both fists. The searing hot airflow in his body was constantly running, eventually heading towards both fists. Shunbai followed the moves of the Vajra Fist and began to fight in the courtyard. With each punch, Shunbai's mind seemed to carry a sense of clarity, as if someone was chanting Buddhist scriptures in his mind. None of that worldly desire. This fist technique carries Buddhist principles. It seems to be very strong. It won't be refined into a monk, will it? Doubts arose in Shunbai's mind, and then he realized that he had overthought it. Vajra +1+1+1. Along with the continuous rise of the Vajra Fist, soon, the Vajra Fist came to the second level. Vajra Fist LV2, Fist Technique +2. Buddha Light +20 out of 100. When the Vajra Fist reached the second level, the virtual image of the Buddha swinging his fist appeared in Shunbai's mind once again. Unlike the beginning of the vapors, this time the Buddha was standing up. Above the two fists was golden Buddhist light, while the fist wind of the Vajra Fist changed from a heavenly Buddhist principle to a solemn killing intent. Shunbai seemed to see a wind-treading martial arts monk, subduing demons and removing devils in the world. Great punch! A flash of light appeared in Shunbai's eyes. The flow of chi in the body increased again, filling the dantian partially. Shunbai swung his Vajra Fist. The Vajra Fist after reaching the second level. This time it was no longer a Buddhist doctrine, but a firm will to swing everything away. A layer of golden light covered Shunbai's double fists. This was the Buddha light attribute, which allowed Shunbai's Vajra Fist to carry the damage of Buddha light. Vajra +1+1+1. This time, the proficiency was slightly slower, but the effect brought to Shunbai was different. Shunbai suddenly felt that every time he swung his fist, there was a sense of enlightenment. If hell is not empty, I will not become a Buddha. This may be the intention of the Vajra Fist, to use my Vajra body to smooth out all shenanigans. The night passed as Shunbai practiced. The next day, when Zhang Chaofeng pushed open the door, he could not help but freeze after seeing Shunbai. Shunbai was wearing a pair of dark circles under his eyes, as if he had suffered a serious loss of chi and blood. Shopkeeper, you went to the hookah last night? That's not enough. Old Zhang, I may be old, but I also love little girls. Zhang Chaofeng, look like you don't consider me a friend. Even if you are 70 years old, you still love an 18-year-old girl. This is the supreme truth of men. Shunbai yawned and threw out 10 or so when, old Zhang, go to the breakfast store and buy more food. More meat. Zhang Chaofeng did not understand, but Shunbai did not say anything else and fell into a chair and closed his eyes, so he could only take the money out of the door. Shunbai collapsed on the chair and secretly said, these divine abilities, they consume quite a lot. In mid-air, words made of smoke emerged. Vajra Fist LV2, Fist Technique +2. Buddha Light +2 100 out of 100. To be changed, you need a strand of demonic energy. Throughout the night, Shunbai still didn't close his eyes. Although there was a chi flow at the dantian, Shunbai needed to consume the chi flow every time he swung the Vajra Fist, and now Shunbai was already a little tired. And there's a lot of chi and blood loss, so you need to eat more and rest to make up for it. After you eat, sleep for an hour. The need for this fury is indeed a bit much. Shunbai closed his eyes and thought in his heart. Chapter 7, Chi and Blood Tonic. When Zhang Chaofeng came back with the stuff, Shunbai ate it and squinted on the recliner for an hour. And with the reason of the chi flow at the dantian, his body had recovered as before. Old Zhang, keep an eye on the store. I'll go to the backyard. Shunbai stretched his back and spoke to Zhang Chaofeng. Zhang Chaofeng was in the midst of his daily inventory of accounts, and nodded at his words. Boss, you go ahead and get busy. Backyard. Shunbai held the rusty longsword and danced once again. There was no baneful chi, and it was impossible to find the source. Plus it was not good to go out and wander around in broad daylight. Shunbai thought it was still convenient to practice the blood sword dance. Now, the blood sword dance already had 800 points of proficiency, and although it was still far from the next level, Shunbai felt that things like proficiency were inherently dependent on liver. It is said that a person lives inside the liver. Every few times the longsword was danced, the proficiency level rose upwards a little, bringing a sense of considerable gain. The vibration of chi and blood made the consumption of chi and blood in the body quite high, and after practicing for a while, Shunbai stopped. The blood sword dance's sword swinging is about chi and blood shock. If this goes on for a long time, I won't be able to practice this for long before I'll have to go and eat and slow down the time. Shenbai stroked his chin, looked at the proficiency of the blood sword dance, and fell into deep thought. He found this to be a problem. The Vajra fist was fine. It didn't consume much chi and blood, but the blood sword dance was a real chi and blood drainer, and it couldn't be topped like this. Perhaps ordinary food no longer satisfies me. I need something that can replenish my chi and blood. After Shenbai thought about it a little, he decided not to live her blood sword dance for now, but to go out and look for something that could replenish his chi and blood. If you want to do a good job, you have to make good use of your tools, and you can't rush this kind of thing. Shenbai hung the rusty longsword on his waist and came to the counter. Old Zhang, what do you think can replenish chi and blood? Zhang Qiaofeng had just finished checking the accounts, and after hearing Shenbai's words, his eyes widened. Boss, can it be that you really went to the land of hooks last night? He was joking at first, but now Shenbai actually asked about the matter of replenishing chi and blood, which made Zhang Qiaofeng unprepared. If it's a chi and blood tonic, you'll have to go to a pharmacy where there's a sitting doctor who might have a prescription. A drugstore? Shenbai nodded and said, Old Zhang, you stand guard here. I'll go to the medicine store. Good boss. Although the boss is young and vigorous, he still needs to know how to exercise moderation. The kung fu of those ladies in the hookah is too high. I'm afraid I can't handle it. Zhang Qiaofeng looked like he had been there before. The corners of Shenbai's mouth twitched slightly, and without saying much, after leaving the door, he walked towards the medicine store. Rising Cloud County Pharmacy. As the only medicine store in Shangyun County, it had been opened in the downtown area of Shangyun County. When Shenbai arrived, as a rule, he first let the doctor take his pulse. The sitting doctor just gave Shenbai a pulse for a while, and his face showed surprise. Shopkeeper Shen, you have no problem at all. Why did you come to see the doctor? Shenbai said, is to open some replenished chi and blood prescription. Doctor, you don't see me now, good health. But the old Zhang will not be able to. Last night's time at home when the wife asked for too much. Today even the road is not good. I am for him to open. In Shangyun County, there is only one pawnshop in Shenbai, so the neighbors, everyone knows each other. Old Zhang is still able to turn the tables at his age. It's truly impressive. The doctor didn't have any doubts, and then wrote a prescription. Then grab a few medicines and go back to boil some. Shenbai shook his head and said, 20 suits. The doctor froze slightly. Boss Shen, is old Zhang trying to play with his life? Don't worry about it. After all, it's someone else's old Zhang's business, Shenbai said. These days, it's natural to have money to earn. Shenbai have said to this point. The doctor also did not say much, according to Shenbai's meaning to prescribe a prescription. As for the subsequent matter about Zhang Qiaofeng's weak chi and blood, that was a subsequent matter. Anyway, at his age, it's normal for old Chang to take a back seat. Within a short time, Shenbai took the prescription and grabbed the medicine. With a whole 20 suits, Shenbai felt that he should be able to eat for a while. With the blood sword dance on his mind, he was ready to leave the medicine store and go back to continue his liver. But before Shenbai could take 2 steps out, a person suddenly walked in outside the pharmacy. It was a little girl of 5 or 6, wearing clothes with patches all over them. At first glance, in fact, most of the kids in the county are dressed like this. Shenbai would not have cared, but when this little girl walked in, Shenbai smelled a trace of an unusual flavor. Scent? This fragrance? Shenbai had smelled it before when he encountered that man in black in the Qian family. This little girl, she's obviously not the one. Neither the height nor the size, not even the age was right. Shenbai stroked his chin and said in his heart, perhaps this little girl has touched that black-clothed man, so she has a scent on her body. Other than that, Shenbai couldn't think of a second reason. After the little girl came in, she carefully took out a piece of paper and handed it to the doctor. Doctor, I'll grab the medicine. After receiving it in his hands, the doctor was surprised and said, little girl, what are you grabbing trauma medicine for? The little girl lowered her head and held the corner of her coat with her hand. My father went into the mountains the day before yesterday to pick mountain goods and accidentally fell. So he asked me to come and grab some medicine. When the doctor heard this, he didn't wonder. So he spoke to the fellow who had grabbed the medicine. The little girl grabbed the medicine, paid for it, and then left on her own. Shenbai watched the whole thing in his eyes, and after a little thought, he quietly went out the door and followed behind this little girl. Shenbai had always been suspicious about the identity of that man in black. He needed the fury now, and he needed to be exposed to things related to that. The aspect of the government offices Shenbai did not think about. Involving the official things, there are many doorways inside. Shenbai does not intend to get involved, so as not to cause trouble across the board. That man in black was obviously also here to probe the matter of the Qian family, so Shenbai wanted to see if he could get the fury inside. The first thing to do is to figure out the identity of the man in black, and this little girl is a breakthrough. After thinking about it, Shen Bai quietly followed. The little girl couldn't walk fast enough, and with the medicine she was carrying, she walked even slower. After following along, the street turned from lively to cold, and finally came to a remote and shabby place. Ahead, a dilapidated house. The little girl came to the door, looked around, and after realizing that no one was there, she took the key out of her belt and pushed the door shut behind her. Shen Bai thought for a moment, then came to the doorway and listened with his ears. It wasn't long before the little girl's voice rang through the house. "Sister, here's the medicine you asked for. Can you release my father?" When the little girl finished, a clear female voice rang through the room. "Your father cultivates the 5 hearts sex 5 hearts method. There is already contamination. Releasing him would be harming him instead." Chapter 8, the so-called 5 hearts, the head and limbs. Shen Bai listened outside the door and gripped the iron sword at his waist after hearing the 3 words 5 heart sect. It's the 5 hearts cult again. This power is related to the Qian family's master, but the government office can't find out the root of anything. It's mysterious and abnormal. What's more, this woman seemed to be investigating something related to the 5 hearts sect. It must have been an investigation when I met this woman last night at the money house. Shen Bai had a prototype in his mind and intended to continue listening. The woman didn't speak, nor did the little girl, and in her place was a weak, middle-aged man's voice. 5 hearts in the sky, free and clear. Let me go or the bishop will kill you. Although the voice was weak, Shen Bai could hear a hint of something unusual, hatred, madness, and a bone-chilling hysteria. Shen Bai narrowed his eyes. People from the 5 hearts sect. At this point, the woman continued to speak. The 5 hearts toward heaven is originally a formal cultivation method, but your sect master reversed yin and yang and passed on to you nothing more than the anti-5 hearts method. The more one cultivates, the more insane one becomes. Separating one's own head from one's limbs, cultivating one's limbs is fine. Separating from one's body doesn't kill one, cultivating one's head kills one on the spot. If you want to live, listen honestly. There was a hint of disgust in the woman's tone. The man's voice continued. 5 hearts toward heaven. The bishop will not harm us. He is leading us to freedom. Death, death. When this voice came out, Shen Bai heard the sound of fighting. The frail man seemed to break free and fight the woman. Every now and then, there was a roar. That is, this place is located in the middle of nowhere. There are not many people. Or else this time I'm afraid that has been surrounded by a circle of people. Shen Bai stroked his chin, pondering whether to turn around and go first. You actually cultivated the 2nd heart. Just then, he heard a wind sound that was coming from far away, as if it was going to approach the doorway. Shen Bai reacted extremely quickly. His legs were covered with air currents, and he retreated at great speed. In the instant of backing away, the door was flung open from the inside. A soft-looking, unadorned woman's back hit the door and flew out backwards. The woman, dressed in a goose-yellow dress and holding a pair of short spikes in both hands, rolled 3 times after landing on the ground, blood spilling from the corners of her mouth. On the woman's abdomen, blood was oozing out. Careless, you cultivated 2 hands. Who are you again? While talking, the yellow-clothed woman finally saw Shen Bai. With surprise on her face, she didn't understand how anyone could pass by when they had chosen such a remote place. Shen Bai pondered for a moment and said very seriously, "Just a passing citizen." The woman in yellow was full of disbelief, but it was too late to say more, and there was a sound of footsteps in the house. Shen Bai turned his head to look and found the scene in front of him extremely frightening. A thin man stepped out of the house. The man's hands had detached from his shoulders and were floating in midair. In addition to this, the pupils of the man's eyes were one to the left and one to the right, with a sense of madness and dementia. One of the arms, carrying the hair of the little girl who bought the medicine. The little girl was in pain, but was still talking. "Daddy, I'm Yaya, don't you recognize me? Yaya?" The skinny man's mouth was crooked and he shook his right hand. To be free, cut off the root of all troubles. The other hand flying in midair turned and hammered towards the top of Yaya's head. Seeing this, the woman in yellow rushed forward with a short spike in her hand, but before she could rush out a few steps, blood suddenly shot out from the wound in her abdomen, and the yellow-clothed woman's footsteps slowed down by several points under the pain. She could only see the hand approaching towards Yaya, a hint of resignation and despair in her eyes. At that moment, a rusty longsword appeared from the center. Clank! The sound of gold and iron clashing came out. The longsword collided with the arm, unexpectedly rubbing out a burst of violent sparks. Shen Bai only felt a strong force coming from him and was slightly surprised. What a great strength! When the woman in yellow saw this, she looked at the rusty longsword again and always felt familiar. After looking at it again and again, the yellow-clothed woman thought of last night's situation, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. "It's you, the master from last night." "A master? Me?" Shen Bai was filled with questions. He felt as if he wasn't considered an expert. After all, it didn't seem like he'd been in contact with the circle for very long, but now is not the time for that. When the thin man saw Shenbai blocking, he even let go of the little girl and attacked towards Shenbai. Under the separation of the hands, one hand gripped over towards Shenbai's iron sword, while the other hand was hammering at Shenbai's chest. Seeing this, Shenbai made the blood sword dance, and the Qian blood in his body continued to bulge. As the Qian blood bulged, brilliant righteousness appeared above Shenbai's iron sword. Clank! The sound of the clash changed dramatically this time. The long sword chopped an arm in half, and the arm landed on the ground, fluttering twice before disappearing into a black smoke. At this time, the other arm was already close to Shenbai's chest. Because of the separation of the two arms, there was no restriction on distance at all, and Shenbai was as if he was being attacked by two people together. At this time, Shenbai was already unable to avoid it. The long sword had just been swung out, and it would take time to turn back. Seeing this, the woman in yellow endured the pain and raised her short stinger. Last night, this expert was scouting the Qian family. At that time, the yellow-clothed woman had never seen such a powerful sword move, and she hurriedly fled under the fear of her heart. But now this situation, if it was struck by the arm that was like gold and iron, the woman in yellow was worried that Shenbai would die in this way. She had a wound in her abdomen and was in severe pain, but wanted to stop one or two, or at least take a chance at life, because in the yellow-clothed woman's perception, Shenbai seemed to have no room to turn back at all. Just then, the woman in yellow saw Shenbai raise his left hand. Above his left hand, a layer of golden light emerged and enveloped his fist. Inside the golden light, there were bursts of Buddhist sounds, like the descent of a Buddha. On top of that, there was a solemn and murderous aura, like a Vajra descending from the devil. The punch landed on the lean man's arm. Inch by inch cracks appeared on the arm, and it exploded under the onslaught of golden light. Black smoke came out, and this arm similarly disappeared. The thin man's two arms disappeared, letting out a miserable scream. His eyes rolled over and he fell to the ground, passing out in an instant. Shenbai turned his head and looked at the yellow-clothed woman next to him. The woman in yellow froze. In her eyes, Shenbai carried a long sword in his right hand and clenched his left hand into a fist. On the long sword was brilliant righteousness, and on the fist was a gust of Buddha's light. Positive chi intertwined with Buddha's light, and there was also a burst of indistinct and hallucinatory power of solemnity that continuously flowed through Shenbai's body. The searing power of chi and blood came crashing down like a mountain. The woman in yellow felt that she would never forget this moment in her life. There was only one thought in her mind. How could there be such an expert in the small Xiangyun county? Chapter 9, The Difference Between Realms. It seems to have worked out. Shenbai's voice resounded in this part of the street, causing the yellow-clothed woman to return to her senses from her shock. The yellow-clothed woman looked a bit hesitant when she reacted, but she still gritted her teeth and said, "The arms that he cultivated are completely gone, and he won't fall into madness again. Will there be any subsequent cultivation?" Shenbai asked. The woman in yellow shook her head. When he encounters such a thing, I'm afraid that even if he was given 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to cultivate. Shenbai turned his head and realized that the thin man had no other abnormalities except for his pale face, and there was no blood coming out from the broken places of his hands. At this time, the thin man shook, and actually had a tendency to gradually wake up. Shenbai thought for a moment and took out a little silver money from his pocket and handed it to Yaya. Yaya was filled with panic, looking at the money in her hands. "When your father wakes up, take him out of Xiangyun County and do some small business," Shenbai said. Although without hands, the situation in the country of Great Zhou has allowed many children to recognize right and wrong and learn how to live at a young age. When the skinny man woke up, he would at least be able to go and set up a stall somewhere else for a living. Yaya clenched the money bag and suddenly knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Shenbai. Shenbai was slightly stunned. Truth be told, this was the first time he had ever encountered someone kowtowing to him, and it was a little girl of 5 or 6 years old. Although Yaya is small, she knows that Master is not a bad person. Master helped Yaya save her father and gave her money. In the future, if Yaya grows up and meets Master, she can be an ox or a horse. Shenbai came back to his senses, helped Yaya up, and said, "What a sensible child." Crossing over, Shenbai didn't think of himself as any so-called savior, but this child in front of him reminded him of his previous life. Back then, fatherless and motherless, and as determined as this little girl. So Shenbai will give the silver money to Yaya, which is considered to be a complete farewell to the previous life. Shenbai stroked Yaya's head without saying any more and turned his head to look at the woman in yellow. "Can you still walk?" The woman in yellow put her hand over her belly. "Barely able to walk. As long as it's not strenuous. Follow me." Shenbai walked towards the front. The woman in yellow looked at Shenbai's back, and after a slight hesitation, she limped after Shenbai. Remote, deserted streets. Shenbai found a rock and sat down with the woman in yellow. "Name?" Origin. Purpose. Chen Bai's words were simple, and so was his purpose. Now that he's out, it's only natural to ask for useful information. The yellow-clothed woman clenched her lower lip, then took a deep breath and said, Chang Shuang, disciple of the Five Immortals sect of the Great Zhou Kingdom. This time it's a mission from the sect to catch a traitor. The Five Immortals? Shen Bai stroked his chin and said, what's the relationship with the Five Heart sect? Wait, Five Immortals and Five Hearts. Is it possible that the so-called sect leader of the Five Hearts sect is your traitor? This thing? A little association. Shen Bai figured out the key. Chang Shuang was slightly stunned. You don't know about the Five Immortals sect. We are also a notorious force in the Maple Forest Prefecture. She was a little confused as to how this person in front of her, with his profound strength, could not understand the ways of the Jianghu. Expand on that, Shen Bai said. Say it in as much detail as possible. He knows, having only been introduced to the other side of the world a few days ago, it's safe to say that I'm a bit of a blank slate in every way except for being more of a fighter. It just so happened that Cheng Shuang was here, so Shen Bai could also ask in detail. Cheng Shuang thought for a moment and said, the Five Immortals sect, which is about borrowing the power of the Five Immortals, which are Fox, Yellow, White, Willow, and Gray, and we are considered a proper force in Maple Forest State. But not long ago, a traitor escaped from the Five Immortals sect and took the Five Immortals sect's techniques and practiced them into an evil method. He no longer draws on the power of the Five Immortals, but cultivates the head and limbs, calling them the Five Hearts. Every so often, his limbs and head would dry up, so he needed to be renewed by someone who also practiced the Five Hearts method. This Five Hearts cult is actually what he used to renew his own life. Having said that, Cheng Shuang did not continue on. Shen Bai had already heard a generalization and thought in his heart, how do I feel? This Five Immortals sect cultivates, not at all more positive than the Five Heart sect. Five Immortals, Fox, Yellow, White, Willow, Gray? Specifically what? In fact, Shen Bai has had an understanding. After all, have come for 3 months. Some hunting stories he also heard folklore. These Five Immortals, respectively, are the fox, the weasel, the hedgehog, the snake, and the mouse. Borrowing the power of these Five Immortals, Shen Bai felt strange and hunted. Of course, in addition to that, there are others, and that is the Five Hearts cult. When you cultivate a limb, the limb will come out of the body, and if it's the head, as in the case of Master Qian, I'm afraid that you will die on the spot. Any clues? Shen Bai asked. Cheng Shuang shook his head. I'm a newcomer to the sect, a new face. That's why I was dispatched here, to avoid spooking the snakes, and no clues have been found so far. Shen Bai let out an oh-so subtle sound. Cheng Shuang asked, I wonder how your excellency is addressed. She was very curious now because Shen Bai really didn't seem to know much about it, but his strength was extremely strong, making Cheng Shuang feel a bit curious. Shen Bai glanced at Cheng Shuang and said, ask what you should ask and don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The corners of Cheng Shuang's mouth twitched slightly. Don't play like that. You ask me, I answer. When I ask you, you don't say. If your excellency were not so strong, I would have to ask a few rhetorical questions about fairness in both high and low. You nowadays, what strength are you? Shen Bai asked again. Cheng Shuang collected his mind and said, currently, it is the Daozang realm. Daozang. What realm is it? Shen Bai asked again. It's a good idea to ask anyway. Since it had all started, Shen Bai naturally would not have the slightest concealment. Cheng Shuang froze once again. She suddenly realized that Shen Bai really didn't seem to understand anything, hesitating again and again. Cheng Shuang opened his mouth and asked, is it hard for you to be brought up by a certain high person, and then the high person just teaches you the skills and doesn't teach you the basics? In this world, there are a lot of strange and weird people, and there really are such people. There is a master uncle of the Five Immortals sect, who has this kind of fetish. So Cheng Shuang has this speculation. Shen Bai nodded. Indeed, the other man had guessed so he went along with the answer. Cheng Shuang thought for a moment, then pointed at his dantian and said, Daozang is the first stage of a cultivator. This place is a treasure for us, hence the term Daozang. The special flow of air that is cultivated is called air, and when the air fills the dantian, it is the top of the Daozang realm. At that point, it's the Three Treasures realm. Speaking here, Cheng Shuang paused slightly. The interest in Shen Bai's eyes grew. This realm, which was very different from the novels he had read in his previous life, tickled his fancy. Cheng Shuang had no choice but to continue. The so-called Three Treasures are called Essence. Chapter 10, The Use of Spooky Objects. In the quiet alley, as Cheng Shuang narrated, the situation of the Three Treasures realm gradually unfolded before Shen Bai's eyes. The air is filled with essence, and it is called a treasure. At this time, the whole body's essence is filled with air, and it operates as if it were an arm. The air is surplus to the qi. and is called the two treasures. The fusion of the air and the qi is incomparable in power. The air is filled with God and is called the three treasures, and at this moment, when God is moving, the whole body is filled with air, and a single move with the hand can be used in a marvelous way. Speaking here, Chang Xuan paused slightly. She was a bit puzzled as to what realm this one in front of her was. If it was the Daozang realm, it couldn't be this easy, but if it was the three treasures realm, then this Shangyun County was truly a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. Shenbai stroked his chin and said, "What about the follow-up?" Cheng Shuang helplessly said, "I don't know about the subsequent ones. People who cultivate most avoid eyes above their hands. Knowing the subsequent realms is instead a shackle that will make people restless." Shenbai asked again, "How do you plan to deal with the Five Hearts sect?" Cheng Shuang thought for a while and said, "In a while, the Five Hearts Church opens a great event in the church, called the Five Hearts Dharma Meeting, and I might dress up as a member of the congregation and join in to spy on the news." After a slight beat, Cheng Shuang looked at Shunbai with expectant eyes. "Will your excellency give me a hand since you are out?" Within this Shangyun County, if one could get help from this expert in front of them, it would only go much smoother. Cheng Shuang was thinking like this, after all, this expert was following along and might very well be able to make a move. Who knew that just after the sentence was finished, he saw Shunbai waving his hand. "No go. I'm just a citizen passing through." Cheng Shuang froze. Shenbai turned around and walked away. "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." He didn't intend to dry out here. And as for what Five Heart sect, Shenbai didn't intend to help out either. The trip over was to see if they could salvage any breaks or items that could be appraised. Without finding it, Shenbai did not intend to stay. Bloodsword Dance still needs a liver, and he doesn't have the time. There are a lot of things in this world, and Shenbai did not intend to care. Cheng Shuang looked at Shenbai's departing back and gritted his teeth. This situation was unforeseen, and she truly did not expect the other party to leave so decisively. Wait! Seeing that Shenbai was about to walk out of the street, Cheng Shuang suddenly opened his mouth. Shenbai turned his head and calmly said, "What? Want to force me to stay?" Saying that, his hand was already gripping on top of the iron sword at his waist. If it wasn't for the fact that this girl had a good heart, Shenbai wouldn't even talk nonsense. Cheng Shuang gritted his teeth and said, "If I hire your excellency to help, will your excellency help?" "Employment?" Shenbai said with interest. "That depends on what you give me. If I'm not interested, I won't make a move." Cheng Shuang took a deep breath and fumbled around in the pouch at his waist for a while before pulling out a jade pendant. The jade pendant was turquoise and extremely pure, and it looked like it was worth a lot of money. Shenbai raised an eyebrow. The moment he saw the jade pendant, a line of smoke appeared in front of his eyes, which then transformed into words. Jadeite jade pendant. Identification progress, 0%. A ray of fury can be quickly identified. What is this? Shenbai pretended to be calm, but in his heart, he played a game. Another item that could be appraised. This was another major doubt in Shenbai's mind. He figured out the breaks. He figured out what Goldfinger did. The only thing he didn't know was what could be identified. Cheng Shuang had long known that Shenbai did not understand a lot of knowledge, and explained, tricky things, things contaminated by tricky things, can use the abilities in tricky things through special means, but every time you use it, you will consume the number of times, and after the number of times is used up, the trickster will disappear. Tricky things are extremely treasured because even if they are contaminated by tricky things, they still need the right place and the right time to form. Creepy things? Shenbai heard this and roughly understood the last place of doubt. It turns out that anything I can identify as something is a trickster. According to what Cheng Shuang had said, the artifact would be consumed once when it was used, and when it was consumed, it was gone, and it also has to do with the people who use it. Wouldn't one's own gold finger be able to turn this kind of having a number of times into a permanent one? Shenbai suddenly felt as if his own golden finger seemed to be very. This deal, can it be done? Cheng Shuang looked at Shenbai expectantly and said, "This is already the best I can come up with." Shenbai touched the hilt of the sword and said, "According to you, this thing is so precious. Are you really willing to take it out? The traitor is an escapee from the Five Immortals sect, and any expenses incurred during my time can be reported to the Five Immortals sect." Cheng Shuang explained. "So, the high people in the religion will compensate me. No wonder." Shenbai stretched out his hand and said, "This job, you can take it." The weird objects were so precious, and Shenbai wasn't sure when he would encounter them next. There was an opportunity this time, and Shenbai would not give it up. It was like doing business, and when the benefits outweighed the risks, Shenbai was certainly willing to try. Cheng Shuang hesitated. "Give first?" Shenbai nodded and said, "Of course, if you don't believe me, I can't." Nowadays, although Shenbai didn't have any fury chi, it was fine to use the previous method to slowly improve his progress first. Cheng Shuang thought for a moment, then threw the jade pendant over. How do I find you? Shenbai took the jade pendant and said, if you have news or a plan, just come to Shen family pawnshop in Qian County and look for me. After putting the jade pendant away, Shenbai did not stay any longer and walked towards the location of the pawnshop. Only Chang Xuan was left alone in this secluded street. After Shenbai returned to the pawnshop, he directly chose liver blood sword dance. Although the jade pendant is good, but it takes time, Shenbai just get what he needs first, and then slowly pull the progress when he has time. In the dark backyard, only the figure of Shenbai alone dancing with a long sword was left flickering continuously. Until the next day, when the sunlight shone in, Shenbai was boiling medicine in the backyard. A line of smoke floated before his eyes, transforming into words. Blood sword dance LV3, sword art +4, demon breaker +4, shock +4 100/500. After another sleepless night, Shenbai felt that he was at a disadvantage. The consumption of qi and blood was serious, and as a last resort, Shenbai could only boil the medicine alone. It was good that such a thing as boiling medicine. Shenbai would be skillful after learning it. After the qi and blood medicine was boiled, Shenbai poured a bowl and gulped it down. The Chinese medicine was originally slow to take effect, but under the action of the air in the body, the effect of the medicine was catalyzed and accelerated. Shenbai only felt that his qi and blood began to turn back, and before long, he became alive again. That is, the consumption of qi and blood is not serious now. If the blood sword dance level is high, this medicine will not work, Shenbai thought in his heart. Think so. But that's for later. Shenbai cleaned up a bit, first went out for a meal, and after eating, he returned to the pawnshop and waited for Zhang Chaofeng to arrive. However, after waiting left and right, he did not wait for Zhang Chaofeng, but waited for Zhou Qing instead. Zhou Qing was carrying a long knife on his waist, and as soon as he entered the door, he rushed towards Shenbai. Chapter 11, The Death of a Girl. Acquiring the Fury. Old Chow, what are you doing here? Shenbai was reclining on a chair and had just taken a sip of tea. When he saw Zhou Qing, he put down his teacup and asked. Usually when there was nothing to do, Zhou Qing would also come over, but like today, so impatient. It was the first time Shenbai had seen it. Zhou Qing came close, took a breath, picked up the tea on the table, and did not see the outside. Directly tons and tons of filling several mouths. It was only after he had finished pouring that Zhou Qing opened his mouth. Old Shen, something's wrong. Shenbai froze slightly. Something happened, or is it that 5 Heart sect? If there was really something recently, Shenbai estimated that it was related to the 5 Heart sect. Zhou Cheng nodded and said, I'm here to investigate this time, and I stopped by to talk to you. It's rumored that someone found 2 corpses on Yanglu Street in an extremely tragic state of death. A middle-aged man who had both his arms cut off and a girl of 5 or 6 years old who was abused and killed. That man is broken and smooth at both arms, and is probably connected to the 5 Hearts cult. When Shenbai heard this, the hand holding up the teacup froze slightly. Zhou Cheng and Shenbai have been friends for a long time. The two are good friends. See the situation and asked, Old Shen, what's wrong? Recently did you also encounter something? Want to go with me to the yamen to avoid? Shenbai came back to his senses and shook his head. Nothing's wrong. Old Zhou, I'll go with you to take a look? Zhou Qing said strangely. Old Shen, aren't you usually the least interested in getting together? This kind of big event, it's natural to go and take a look. Shenbai put down his teacup and stood up. Not long after, Zhang Chaofeng entered the house. After Shenbai asked Zhang Chaofeng to look after the pawnshop, he walked out of the pawnshop with Zhou Cheng and headed towards Yanglu Street. Yanglu Street, even in Shangyun County, belongs to the remote and dilapidated streets, where hardly a few families live. At this time, a house on Yanglu Street was surrounded by 3 layers of people inside and outside. There are constables who are maintaining order and dispersing the people. Zhou Qing came with Shenbai, and after crossing the crowd, Shenbai saw the situation in the open space not far away. The thin man who had lost both his arms had round eyes and a deadpan expression. Next to her, the 5-year-old girl's bones were broken all over her body, and her limbs were twisted irregularly. In the girl's left hand, she was covering a money bag made of coarse cloth, as if it was an extremely precious treasure, and even in death, she covered it tightly. Shenbai took a deep breath and subconsciously gripped the long sword at his waist, his face calm. Zhou Cheng did not find Shenbai abnormal. Let Shenbai here to watch from afar, and soon joined the ranks of the constables, began to explore the scene with the rest of the constables. Shenbai's face was calm, but his grip on the hilt of the sword was getting tighter and tighter. He didn't think that Yaya was dead, and still die of broken bones. You can imagine the pain that was encountered in life, especially the hand that clenched the money bag made the anger in Shenbai's eyes was gradually deepening. Lao Zhou, I'll go back first. Shenbai felt that he wasn't fit to stay here anymore. If it continued, I was afraid that I would not be able to restrain the anger in my body. Zhou Qing was busy and didn't care about Shenbai. and casually answered. Shinbai turned around and silently walked towards the pawnshop. On the way back, Shinbai had a lot of thoughts in his mind. He felt that it didn't matter if the enemy struggle in the jungle was brutal, but if he was to kill such a defenseless person, or a child who didn't know any better, Shinbai felt that it would be. Shinbai still remembered the way that Yaha knew how to hold the money bag and was incredibly grateful to himself. Damn! Never been so pissed off. When Shinbai returned to the pawnshop, even Zhang Xiaofeng could sense that Shinbai's atmosphere was not quite right. When he arrived at the backyard, Shinbai livered the blood sword dance while thinking back to the corpse he had just seen. Something called killing chi flashed continuously in Shinbai's heart. Night. When Shinbai liver and blood sword dance, he drank a little medicine to replenish his chi and blood during the period, and his proficiency had made considerable progress again. Zhang Xiaofeng has already left, and people who are off duty are always active. After eating, the proficiency of the blood sword dance had increased considerably again, and it was already close to 300 points. Shinbai didn't have the slightest bit of slack, as if he was a never-ending liver emperor who was happy and tireless. What he encountered today gave Shinbai the clearest cognizance. It's a messy world, and you might lose your life at some point. If you want to have a good life, then you have to improve yourself. When strength is at the top, that's when the enjoyment of it all begins. The night was as cool as water, and the figure of Shinbai's liver and blood sword dance still kept swaying. The chiropractor fluttered and rolled in the furnace next to him. After livering for a while, blood sword dance's proficiency finally came to 1,300 points. Shinbai rested slightly and took the chi and blood medicine again, preparing to continue to go to the liver when his chi and blood recovered. But just then, the anomaly suddenly appeared. Outside the door, a knock sounded. Shinbai frowned slightly, carrying his rusty longsword, and walked towards the location of the doorway. Someone else came to see me at this hour? With this thought in mind, Shinbai had already arrived at the door. At that moment, through the doorway, a sudden blast of cold air blew. When the cold air entered the house, Shinbai felt as if his body had fallen into the ice cellar. Through the doorway, Shinbai seemed to see a pair of miserable white eyes. Before Shinbai could draw his long sword, this door was suddenly opened from the inside. Outside the door, there stood a large and a small figure. The thin man's arms were empty, only his sleeves fluttering in the wind. Yaya held one sleeve and cocked her head to survey Shinbai. Those eyes were ghastly white, the face pale and bloodless, the limbs twisted like withered twigs. Creepy. Shinbai had already understood after seeing just one glance. In the daytime, Yaya's father and daughter suffered abusive deaths, and now the resentment has grown and has turned eerie. Master. Money. In her right hand, Yaya carried a bag of blood-stained money. Cold words came out of Yaya's mouth. Just then, Shinbai's gaze was calm, and the rusty long sword in his hand flashed brilliant righteousness, cutting through the necks of Yaya's father and daughter. The blood sword dance drummed up chi and blood, and between the terrifying chi and blood power surging, the thin man's head fell to the ground first. Next to her, Yaya seemed to be stimulated and yelled like crazy. The twisted limbs landed on the ground and crawled towards Shinbai, and the miserable white eyes carried a bloodthirsty desire. Shinbai's long sword turned around and chopped across. The sound of wind came and a bloodstain appeared on Yaya's chest. After the bloodstains enlarged, Yaya, along with the skinny man, turned into two streaks of black smoke, gained two strands of fury. In front of his eyes, words made of smoke appeared and soon disappeared. This time acquiring the fury chi, Shinbai was not as excited as before, but instead had a kind of calmness before the storm. Looking at the location of the father and daughter still black smoke, Shinbai sheathed the rusty long sword. The two of you are on the books for your vendetta. The dark streets resounded with Shinbai's voice. Chapter 12, Diamond Fist Quality Change. How you body. It was a long night. After Shinbai returned to the pawnshop with his long sword, the door behind him was slammed shut by him. The oil lamp in the room flickered with a dim light, and between the interplay of light and shadow, a line of smoke appeared in front of Shinbai's eyes, gradually coalescing into words. Vajra Fist LV2, Fist Technique +2, Buddha Light +2 100 out of 100. To be transformed, you need a strand of demonic energy. Just now, Shinbai had obtained 2 strands of fatal chi, which happened to make up for what he lacked right now. After Shinbai thought carefully, he first consumed a strand of baneful chi and qualitatively transformed the divine ability of the Vajra Fist. A moment later, the smoke disappeared and was replaced by a brand new line of text. Vajra Voodoo Fist LV3, Fist Technique +4, Buddha's Light +4, Force +40/500. When the words appeared, in Shinbai's mind, the figure of a Buddha with a golden light appeared. This time, when the Buddha's shadow danced his fist once again, the fist changed its breath once again. In addition to the boxing technique becoming more profound, the Buddha's light likewise became extremely thick. Not only that, Shinbai sensed that each punch carried a sense of heaviness like a mountain. It was as if a giant Buddha statue pressed a terrifyingly huge palm as it came down with a punch, carrying an extremely strong sense of oppression. The fist is like a diamond, thick as a Buddha statue. After Shenbai opened his eyes, he had already consumed all of the Vajra vermilion fist. In addition to the increase in fisting in Buddha's light, a new attribute, force, has been added. As the literal meaning, every punch of Shenbai now came with a terrifying mountain-like force. Inside the body, the air was once again elevated and had filled 2/3 of the Dantian. I'm quite a bit further away from the Tao hidden realm. Shenbai raised both fists and operated the air in his body. The golden Buddha's light carried the meaning of universality, and when Shenbai swung his fist, it carried the feeling of a furious Vajra. At the same time, after each punch was swung, there was an illusion of a landslide standing in front of the sea. A moment later, Shenbai withdrew his hand. Vajra Vorpal fist +1. Right now is not the time to practice. Shenbai thought in his heart, and his sight fell on the smoke in front of him. When he moved his heart, the last strand of the baleful energy disappeared and spent on top of the turquoise jade pendant. Appraisal successful. Gained avatar, Howdy Doody Body. Howdy Jade Body LV1, hardness +10 out of 100. After the smoke appeared, it slowly disappeared and turned into information into Shenbai's mind. In Shenbai's mind, a shadowy figure wearing a white robe appeared. The silhouette had a jade pendant hanging from its waist, which was swinging in the wind. In the next moment, the jade pendant emerged in an emerald green color, wrapping the white robe's silhouette all over. In the emerald green light, several poles of weaponry suddenly appeared in front of the white robe silhouette and landed on the white robe silhouette. In the next moment, the weapon broke inch by inch, while the white robe silhouette stood firm as if it was a high mountain. My heart is like jade, indestructible. Shenbai opened his eyes. The air in his body was running, and his whole body was covered with a turquoise light. This is actually a defense divine ability. Shenbai was slightly excited. He was now there in terms of attack, but his defense and speed were much worse. Now that the defense avatar was in hand, Shenbai felt that he had made up for a huge flaw. It's a long night, so let's start the liver. After Shenbai thought about it a little, he decided to start with the Howdy Doody Body as a divine ability to start the liver first. Blood Sword Dance and Vajra Vorpal Fist require 5,000 points of proficiency. Shenbai is still far from being as convenient as Howdy Jade Body. The turquoise light covered Shenbai's entire body, and when Shenbai cast Howdy Jade Body, the proficiency began to gradually rise up. The night passed quickly. When the next day came, Shenbai stood in the middle of the backyard and let out a long breath. Before his eyes, a line of smoke appeared, eventually coalescing into words. Howdy Jade Body LV2, hardness +2, toughness +2 100 out of 100. To be transformed, you need a strand of demonic energy. In one night, the Howdy Doody Body was livered by Shenbai to the second level of perfection. Now, it was stuck in a bottleneck again, needing a strand of Fury Chi to break through. Shenbai slightly closed his eyes, and the white robe silhouette in his mind reappeared. This time, that emerald green light became even more blazing, and on top of that, the light was not as hard as stone, becoming resilient, like a foamed noodle, soft and hard freedom, switching at will. Shenbai put away the emerald green light on his body. Just being hard, in turn, makes you brittle, and now with toughness, the Howdy Doody Body makes up for the lack of it. True void. Shenbai rubbed his dantian. Although the Liverhawk Jade Body did not need to purposely drum up Qi and blood, it was ultimately a loss of Qi and blood. Shenbai drank another Qi and blood medicine and waited until his Qi and blood were slightly smoothed out before he went out for a meal and returned to the pawnshop. The air in his body had increased once again, and Shenbai had a feeling that perhaps when he changed the quality of his Howdy Doody Body to the third level, he would be able to break through the Daozong realm and reach the so-called Three Treasures realm. Today's Zhang Chaofeng came early and brought breakfast with him when he entered. Good morning, shopkeeper, Zhang Chaofeng greeted. Shenbai sat down on the chair and prepared to go to the backyard again. In the last 2 days, Chen Shuang hadn't come to him, presumably waiting for the so-called Five Hearts Dharma meeting. Since this was the case, Shenbai intended to go into the backyard and continue the blood sword dance to liver a bit. But before Shenbai entered the backyard, Zhang Chaofeng's gossiping energy came back. Boss, it's been a good show lately. Shenbai was all set to leave, and after hearing this, he subconsciously asked, what's the good part? Zhang Chaofeng mysteriously came over. 3 days later, it's when the Five Hearts Dharma assembly will begin, and I heard that quite a few believers, recently, have been preparing to participate in the Five Hearts Dharma assembly. Shenbai raised his eyebrows and said without moving, the Yaman didn't care? I heard that a father and daughter died not long ago, and the dead father was a member of the Five Heart sect. Zhang Chaofeng nodded his head and said, the shopkeeper is well informed enough. The Five Hearts sect claimed that someone is killing their followers, and instead they are putting pressure on the Yaman. As you know, Although the Yamen is investigating the Five Hearts sect, there are no clues, plus the fact that something has happened to the congregation. This hand of counter-pressure, on the contrary, has made it a bit difficult for the Yamen to deal with. Shenbai stroked his chin and secretly set a backward glance. That pair of father and daughter was poisoned by the Five Hearts sect, and now they are playing a rake in reverse, but it will be reversed against the Big Dipper. Come on, there's a measure of gossip, Shenbai said. You watch for me. I'll go to the backyard. Zhang Chaofeng curiously said. Boss, is it possible that you have bagged a flower girl in the hookah? Why are you running towards the backyard every day lately? Asterisk 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 off. Shenbai laughed and cursed, turned around and prepared to leave, returning to the backyard to continue the liver and blood sword dance. But just then, a woman in a yellow dress suddenly walked in through the door. The woman was soft-looking, but there was a sense of determination in her eyes. Zhang Chaofeng was slightly stunned, thinking that a guest had arrived and was ready to welcome him. Who knew that? Shenbai pointed to the backyard and spoke. Follow me. Chapter 13, Strike at Night. The woman nodded without speaking when she heard Shenbai's greeting. Zhang Chaofeng hard to stop his body, but also know that this woman knows the shopkeeper. Cannot help but look at Shenbai with the kind of original so eyes. Shenbai said expressionlessly, look again and deduct money. Zhang Chaofeng quickly raised his hand, signaling that he was wrong. Only then did Shenbai take Cheng Shuang and walk towards the backyard. On this journey, Cheng Shuang was very curious. She had originally thought that this expert was only temporarily staying in Ascending Cloud County for a moment, and that she was just a lucky encounter. But what was never expected was that Shenbai was really a citizen of this place. This pawnshop had some years of age, and that courtier was on good terms with Shenbai, which proved that Shenbai had definitely settled here. This situation made Cheng Shuang even more curious. Cheng Shuang thought to herself that if she had this kind of ability, she would only have gone to Maplewood State with great intentions. But Shenbai was here in Shangyun County, making Cheng Shuang confused, but she didn't ask. After all, this was Shenbai's personal matter. So Cheng Shuang buried her head and followed behind. After entering the courtyard, Shenbai led Cheng Shuang to find a seat. Cheng Shuang was just about to open his mouth when Shenbai stopped him. Shenbai took out the jade pendant and said, how does the ability of the trickster object inspire? Cheng Shuang's face stiffened. Then remembering that this one didn't seem to know a lot of things, he explained, by communicating with the air, one can use the ability of the trickster. Shenbai nodded, then tried to ferry in a trace of air. His intention was that if he could still use the trickster ability, it would be a real bargain. There is a number of uses, but it's a double whammy to be able to use the ability as well as extract it. But next, Shenbai realized that the jade pendant was empty. It seems that after the extraction, the ability inside disappears. Shenbai thought in his heart. After thinking about it, Shenbai did not think too much about this matter and asked, is there any news of the Five Hearts cult? Or plans? Cheng Shuang saw that Shenbai finally mentioned the main topic and hurriedly replied. 3 days later, it is when the Five Hearts Dharma meeting begins, and it is said that the location is set at the Shiyun Mountain on the east side of Shangyun County. I'll come find you then and we'll blend in together. Shenbai stroked his chin and said, it's so easy to get a position in the congregation? Cheng Shuang shook his head and said, no, but this time, the Five Hearts sect made it clear, saying that everyone is welcome to participate in the Five Hearts Dharma meeting, so we can just directly pretend to be the people who want to participate. Shenbai fell into deep thought. According to this argument, presumably the people from the government offices will also be out, and the Five Hearts sect will be so stupid? A large area of the people went to the Shiyun Mountain, and the government office suspected the Five Hearts sect, and that sect master could not make such a big commotion in full view of the public. Cheng Shuang shook his head and said, I don't know either, but we only have this one chance to find the Five Hearts sect's cracks. How could Cheng Shuang not know about this very obvious mistake? And as far as I know, the people of the government offices are also preparing for the Five Hearts Puja 3 days from now, and are now turning their attention to 3 days from now. Shenbai tapped his fingers on the desktop and said, in that case, then come back in 3 days. Nowadays, the clues were just this much, and according to this approach of Cheng Shuang, it was reasonable. Then I will take my leave first. Cheng Shuang stood up. She realized that she didn't dare to stay in front of Shenbai much. After all, she couldn't figure out Shenbai's character either. Cheng Shuang's elders had said that it was best not to get in touch too much when encountering this kind of person who had high strength and couldn't figure out his personality. Shenbai did not stop Cheng Shuang, and after allowing Cheng Shuang to leave, he started practicing the blood sword dance again on his own. Daylight passed amidst Shenbai's wild liver. The proficiency of the blood sword dance continued to rise, and within a short period of time, it had risen by another 100 points or so, coming to a progress of 400 points. During this time, Shenbai ate dinner, and after Zhang Chaofeng left, he began to continue to liver. The liver process is naturally immensely enjoyable. Perhaps it was torture for others, but Shenbai felt that this kind of rewarding liver was the ultimate pleasure. Maybe I'm the liver emperor persona, Shenbai thought as he livered. The blood sword dance was rising, and the night was fading past. In the blink of an eye, the first half of the night passed. The time gradually came to the second half of the night. Shenbai drank a bowl of Qian blood medicine and continued to happily liver. Just then, he stopped abruptly. There's movement. Shenbai could hear, on the street outside, subtle movements. In this dark night, such a subtle movement would be inaudible to an ordinary person. Only Shenbai had air in his body and was able to hear it clearly. After Shenbai pondered a little, he carried his rusty long sword and came to the front yard door. Through the doorway, Shenbai saw the scene outside. Outside, on the street, there were at that moment more than a dozen people, wearing sleeping clothes that had not yet been changed, walking forward with dull faces. At the forefront of this group of people, a man in a black robe, his whole body covered tightly, was holding up a long streamer and leading the way ahead. At the top of the long streamer hung a dull-eyed head. The head's mouth opens and closes up and down as if it were mechanical. Every now and then, there was a mosquito-sized voice that came out from the head on the long streamer. 5 hearts in the sky. Freedom. This scene was extremely haunting, causing Shenbai to tighten his grip on his long sword. The people seemed to have been compelled by the heads to be taken elsewhere. 5 hearts toward heaven. From the 5 hearts sect again? Thinking so, Shenbai heard a door opening sound. One after another. The people, coming out of the rooms lining the street, each with a dull look on their faces, followed the crowd. When Shenbai saw this scene, an idea suddenly appeared from his heart. I see. What a brilliant ploy. Everyone was fooled by this sound bite. Not 3 days, but tonight. In the morning, Shenbai heard Cheng Shuang say that the 5 Hearts Dharma meeting would be open 3 days later. He was still puzzled as to why the 5 Hearts sect would do this with such fanfare, but now he thought it was a sound bite. With all eyes focused on 3 days, tonight they suddenly took the people in this way. No one expected that. Shenbai pondered slightly, then had an idea. He suddenly opened the house and walked out with a dull face, following the group. Since we're here, let's follow and see what the 5 Hearts sect is up to. While thinking this way, Shenbai had already traveled a large distance. The black-robed man was still leading the way, and did not realize that a foreigner had been mixed into the crowd. The crowd continued toward the front. Shenbai suddenly saw that there was a familiar face. Cheng Shuang's face was stagnant, and he followed the position not far ahead. Taking advantage of the black-robed man's failure to notice, he quietly turned his head and gave a wink to Shenbai. The corners of Shenbai's mouth twitched slightly. Nice guy. Shenbai felt that this scene in front of him was especially like the scene that the two of them had encountered in the Qian family at that time. Chapter 14 Exposure of Identity. The crowd was still moving forward, and Shenbai and the two of them looked at each other and tacitly continued to move forward. It wasn't long before it was almost out of the county. Every now and then along the way, the people joined in, following the crowd with stupefied faces. The black-robed man led the way in front, purposely bypassing the location of the courthouse, and bypassing it by a long way. Coupled with the fact that the Yamen was misled by the 5 Hearts sect and shifted their sights to 3 days later. So this journey with these dozens of people surprisingly did not alert the ears and eyes of the Yamen. Not long after, Shenbai and Cheng Shuang followed behind and silently arrived outside a deserted area. This wilderness was extremely vast at a glance, not covered by many trees, and belonged to the kind of scene that could be seen at a glance. Shenbai was puzzled in his heart. He felt that if the lair of the 5 Hearts sect was here, he would probably be found easily. They can't be that stupid. Not only Shenbai, even Cheng Shuang felt a bit puzzled. Just then, the black-robed man in front of him suddenly made a move. Only the black-robed man stuck the long streamer in his hand into the muddy ground, and while the head on top of the streamer was still whispering delicately, the black-robed man had already turned around and looked around at this group of mesmerized people. Out of the corner of his eye, Shenbai saw the black-robed man's appearance. It was an extremely terrifying cheek, densely packed with scars as if they were twisted centipedes, spreading from the black-robed man's forehead all the way down to the position of his chin. It looked extremely terrifying. On top of that, the black-robed man had a surprising string of stitches around his neck. If it weren't for the white coloring of the stitching, it would be undetectable in this dark night. Is this stitching? Hard to believe that this head is not his? Shenbai saw this scene and pondered in his heart. There was something he already knew about the 5 Hearts sect's technique, which was to separate the limbs out from the head. When ordinary people cultivate, if it is not coincidental that the first heart is the head, then they will immediately die. Just like that Master Qian. If they were lucky, they would fix their arms or legs first, like the skinny man they had met not long ago. This black-robed man in front of him had a head sewn on, obviously different from what those people had said. The sect leader of the 5 Hearts sect also cultivates the 5 Hearts method, and because of the cultivation, it results in the need to replace the limbs and heads every so often. Subai thought to himself that the black-robed man in front of him was perhaps practicing the same dharma. As for the identity of this black-robed man, it certainly wouldn't be the Five Hearts sect master. After all, if the Five Hearts sect master could escape from the Five Immortals sect, his IQ could never be so low. As expected, when Xinbai subconsciously looked at Cheng Shuang, Cheng Shuang's expression was calm, and it was obvious that he was indeed not the sect leader of the Five Hearts sect. At that moment, the corners of the black-robed man's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hideous expression as he slowly opened his mouth. The teachings of the Lord have all arrived. Why haven't they come to answer? There was only a group of mesmerized people left here besides him, yet the black-robed man still spoke. When the black-robed man said those words, the next moment, a crack appeared on the ground. After the crack surfaced, it immediately collapsed towards both sides, and in no time at all, a staircase leading underground appeared. The inside of the staircase was so dim that regular people couldn't even see when they entered. And when the staircase appeared, from inside that gloomy dark passage came the voice of an old woman. Well done. The Godfather will be greatly rewarded. Along with the voice, an old woman's head flew out from the dark passage. The head was wrinkled, had no teeth left, and looked extremely horrible. The disheveled silver hair was haphazardly hiked up, and if a body had been added to it, one might even have thought it was an unusual old woman. When this old woman's head appeared, a hint of disgust appeared on the black-robed man's scarred face. Old thing, hurry up and get the people inside. I don't want to stay out there much longer. With that, the black-robed man lifted his feet and walked into the dark passage, and soon disappeared. When Shenbai saw this scene, he secretly said that he was brilliant. The people who led the way and the people who received them were different, and the sect master of the Five Hearts sect was obviously uneasy about these people. So in each segment, different people were set up. As expected, the old woman's head whispers slightly, a whisper that sounds muffled, but when the voice came out, the long black streamer unexpectedly turned into black smoke, and along with its head was sucked into the mouth of the old woman's head. A moment later, the old woman's head traveled toward the dark tunnel below. The group of mesmerized people around them followed this head with stiff steps. Shenbai did not make a sound, nor did he hit the hay. Still learning to be dull, both he and Cheng Shuang were smart people and knew that showing up at this time would in turn scare the snakes. After all, the main man never even showed up. With that, the two men followed and stepped into this dark tunnel. When Shenbai stepped in with one foot, the darkness in front of him was quickly adapted to. A person who cultivated would be cultivating in vain if he didn't even have this skill. It was only after Shenbai had adapted to the darkness that he realized the abnormality in the dark passage. Within the dark passage was a bloody mess, the walls covered in bloodstains, while white bones and blood converged underfoot. When he raised his eyes, it was surprising that there were more than a dozen corpses and bones buried here. Shenbai thought about the recent deaths in Shangyin County and had already associated it with the evil deeds of the Five Hearts sect, especially when he thought of the 5-year-old girl's twisted body and death not long ago. He suddenly felt as if all the beauty in this world was hidden under the darkness. With that thought, he was ready to continue walking inside. But just at this time, the anomaly suddenly appeared. A long black streamer stabbed straight at Shenbai's position. There was black gas surging from the long streamer, flashing with a biting cold light. Shenbai sensed the sound of wind and danger, and sheathed the rusty longsword in his hand. He swept across at this long streamer. Between the drumming of chi and blood, the long streamers separated, and only then did Shenbai see the exact situation. The black-robed man was no longer a person. Those limbs and head kept floating in the black dark tunnel, one hand grasping the long sail. On the other side, the old woman did the same. The torso fell to the ground, and only the four heads, as if they were horrible ghosts, kept floating up and down. This kid and that little lady, do they really think I'm a good liar? The head of the black-robed man let out a cold laugh. I have already realized before you guys came in. It's just that the county is not a good place to make a move. It's just a matter of making it work. Today, both of you will have to die here, for us to use. As the words fell, the black-robed man and the old woman launched an attack. The old woman attacked Cheng Shuang while the black-robed man attacked at Shenbai. Whether it was the head or the limbs, each had its own chapter, and it instantly became a 1-to-5 pattern. Shenbai eyed the four-limbed head flying towards him. His face was calm, and he raised his left fist. A Buddhist light flickered above his fist, illuminating the darkness. Chapter 15. After the secret passage, a horrible light. In the Buddha's light, in addition to the Buddha's voice that makes people want to leave the house, it also carries a murderous aura, as if the angry Vajra had stepped into the red dust, and was determined to flatten all the evils and horrors. The fist landed on top of the black-robed man's long streamer, meeting the sharp points of the streamer, and a crisp sound immediately came from it. In just a split second, This long black streamer turned into pieces on the ground. At this time, the other 4 parts of the black-robed man attacked towards Shenbai with great speed. Shenbai turned his head. His gaze was calm and did not dodge. An emerald green light surfaced on his body, as if flawless emeralds covered his entire body. The moment the attack landed on the emerald green light, it was the black-robed man's head that let out a miserable scream. The hands, feet and heads that attacked on top of the light were covered with a trail of blood in an instant. The defense of Howdy Doody's body prevented the black-robed man from drilling the slightest loophole. Only then did Shenbai lift the rusty longsword. Between the blood sword dance swings, Qian blood bulged as 2 or 3 swords took away an arm. The arm turned into black smoke, emitting a disgusting stench in the middle of this dark tunnel. After losing an arm, the remaining part of the black-robed man floated in mid-air, the head with a color of fear. He had never seen anyone with so many powers: attack, defense, and even unarmed abilities. The black-robed man suddenly sensed something was wrong. He had originally thought that he had made a smart decision to kill the other party after introducing him to his lair, but now it doesn't look right. This is not a sheep to be slaughtered. This is a wolf full of wildness. They are, instead, food. The wind is tight. Rip whoop. The head of the black-robed man shouted. The old woman was attacking Cheng Shuang, and the short thorns in Cheng's hands kept waving, with gusts of black chi swirling and circling above them, coalescing into the shape of a fox. However, facing the old woman's attacks from multiple parts, Cheng Shuang's mouth was already spilling blood, and he was already injured. The old woman was about to take down Cheng Shuang when she heard the black-robed man shouting, and when she turned her head to look, she saw that the black-robed man was running away playfully. If you don't practice rigorously on weekdays, this is how it is in the end. A mere hairless thing can make you fester like this. With a cold smile, the old woman was ready to give up attacking Cheng Shuang first and take Shenbai down. But that next scene stopped the old woman in her tracks, only to see Shenbai carrying a long sword. Under the expressionless face, the Qian blood drumming like a dragon and tiger, with a gust of tiger and leopard sound. Each sword carries a brilliant righteousness. It was only a short time, and when the last sword pierced through the black-robed man's head, Shenbai pulled out the rusty longsword with an expressionless face. There was a piece of cloth on the ground that was shredded in long streamers, and it was picked up by Shenbai. Shenbai carried a cloth in his left hand, wiped away the blood on the rusty longsword, and shook his head. The sword doesn't suit me very well anymore. The rusty longsword could no longer carry Shenbai's air and chi and bloodshot, and some cracks appeared, so it could only be said that it could barely be used. Shenbai threw the rag aside and turned his head to look at the old woman. The old woman just felt a chill run through her body. What she saw in Shenbai's calm gaze was a fearful anger, like a volcano about to erupt. Who exactly is your excellency? Our Five Hearts sect has never offended you. Can you let us live? The Church of the Five Hearts is grateful for your excellency's great kindness. A flicker of life rose in the old woman's mind at that moment. Shenbai carried the rusty long sword and slowly walked forward. The long sword dragged a furrow in the ground. Along with Shenbai's voice, the murderous aura was like substance. You and I have no grudges against each other, but I can never forget some images. What picture? The old woman frowned. Shenbai said indifferently, 5-year-old child. Quite understand, but you guys will be its limbs as much as twisted, even if it is to kill a livestock, but also pay attention to the pain. I am not a person what hero, but in the time of the power to reach out is happy to do, not to mention a business. Business? The old woman slowly backed away. Was it this little lady who gave your excellency the business deal? How much she gives? We Five Heart sect will double it to you. As for that child, with all due respect, we who cultivate, why should we care about the lives of these ordinary people? They are just a bunch of things as cheap as dogs. The Five Heart sect can give your excellency the fame, fortune, and everything you want. Think about it. Shenbai skimmed his mouth. Then you guys are equally cheap as dogs in my opinion. Buddha's light appeared in Shenbai's hands, and this time he didn't use the rusty long sword. Instead, his hands carried Buddha's light and turned into a gust of wind, approaching the old woman. The old woman shouted, "Shameless thing, looking for death." When these words were shouted, the limbs and head came from all directions, attacking Shenbai. Just like you. And you're making conditions with me? Shenbai let out a disdainful laugh, raised his fist, grabbed the nearest arm, and rubbed his hands together. The arm was kneaded into a bloody mess under Shenbai's hands with Buddha's light. The old woman's screams resounded through the dark tunnel, and the remaining part of it pounced on top of Shenbai's emerald green light, and the defense couldn't even be broken. Looks like you broke your own defense first. Shenbai swung his fists one after another. After only 4 punches were thrown, the remaining part of the old woman turned into black smoke in the Buddha's light. After doing this, Shenbai put down his hand and looked around. Around them, those people with dull eyes suddenly doubled over and directly fainted, losing consciousness. What's the situation? Shenbai frowned. Cheng Shuang was carrying injuries on his body, and after carefully inspecting a few of the people, he said, having lost the control of that black-robed man and the old woman, they fell into a coma, and there is no fear for their lives. Shen Bai nodded. Since there's no fear for your life, let's do some business. He turned his head, looked down the dark passage, and continued to walk forward. Cheng Shuang gritted his teeth and followed behind Shen Bai. Shen Bai turned his head and said, "Is the injury serious?" Cheng Shuang was slightly stunned, then shook her head and said, "There's no big problem. Thanks for your concern." Shen Bai shook his head. "It's not a concern. It's just that if you're seriously injured, don't follow, so as not to be a burden." Cheng Shuang's head was full of black lines, and she only felt that this man in front of her didn't seem to know how to be charming at all. However, it was a special moment now, so Cheng Shuang did not say much and continued to walk forward. The dark passageway was probably hundreds of meters away, and then a glimmer of light appeared ahead. After Shen Bai and Cheng Shuang carefully approached, they realized that there were other places behind the light. Inside was a huge cave that looked extremely magnificent. Above the cavern, a variety of beads were set and were radiating light. Under the light, Shen Bai's eyes widened slightly when he saw the scenery below the cave. Chapter 16, Sutured Body. Terrifying Monster. Below the cave, it was a wide and incomparable space, and under the illumination of the night pearl, as far as the eye could see, there were broken corpses and bones all over the place. Some of the bones were yellowed and dry and covered with cracks. If one were to look closely, one would realize that each of the bones was not a complete corpse. These skeletons had their limbs separated from their heads, and in some cases only their torsos were left in scattered piles. And around these bones, there was a circle of people in black robes. The men were sitting on the ground in a circle shape. At the center of the circle, an immense and incomparable coffin appeared. The coffin was locked with layers of chains, and the end of the chains were set into the wall, suspended in mid-air. The coffin, more than 3 meters long, looks oddly shaped and chilling. The black-robed man was chanting with his head bowed. These scriptures Shen Bai could not understand, but it did not prevent him from looking at the scene in front of him. Corpses all over the ground, weird chanting people, huge coffins hanging in the sky, and chains that are trembling. Shen Bai suddenly felt that this was not the same as the metaphysical world he had thought of before. It's a world full of all sorts of weird things. When Shen Bai and Cheng Shuang walked into this cave, it was as if the group of black-robed men did not notice, still chanting unintelligible scriptures with their heads bowed. In the sky, the immense and incomparable coffin trembled slightly, accompanied by the sound of chains creaking and rattling. The coffin swung randomly and haphazardly, as if there was some horrible creature inside that wanted to break out of the coffin. Shen Bai drew the rusty longsword at his waist and looked over at Cheng Shuang. Cheng Shuang felt Shen Bai's gaze and similarly met his eyes. There was a puzzled look in the eyes of the two men. It was reasonable to say that they had hit the other side's lair, and the other side had to give some reaction anyhow. Aside from being hindered inside that dark tunnel, it was surprising that so many black-robed people hadn't even looked toward them after arriving here. That's a little strange. In Shen Bai's strange thoughts, the circle of seated black-robed men were still chanting scriptures, playing God. Shen Bai said indifferently, and the rusty longsword in his hand carried brilliant righteousness, stabbing straight out from his hand and sweeping against the nearest black-robed man. The long sword struck and the black robe fell to the ground. Underneath the black robe, however, was an extremely frightening scene. A head overlapped each other and knitted into a human form. It wasn't even visible because of the black robe shrouding it. When this black robe was uncovered by Shen Bai, this full head finally moved. 5 hearts in the sky. Free! Each head emitted a horrible sound and lunged towards Shen Bai. Look out! Chen Shuang shouted from the back, and with his twin thorns in hand, he was ready to help. But then she realized that she didn't have to help at all. The rusty longsword in Shen Bai's hand was danced by him. Under the agitation of qi and blood, the blood sword dance was performed to the extreme. With each sword, a head was taken away, and after all the heads disappeared into thin air, Shen Bai turned his head once again and looked at the other black-robed man. This black-robed man was not far beside him, still chanting unknown scriptures with his head bowed. However, under Shen Bai's gaze, he found something wrong. A hand reached out from where his head was and waved it in the air over and over again. Shen Bai's frown grew deeper and deeper, and then with a sword, he directly picked apart this black robe. When the black robe was picked apart, inside the black robe was a humanoid form made up of arms that looked extremely frightening, and picking apart the black robe was like triggering a spell. Shen Bai immediately flew backward, but as he stepped back, all of these arms attacked him. It started with the head, now it's the hands, and it's getting weirder and weirder. Shen Bai's face was expressionless, then an emerald green light rose from his body. These arms were more flexible than the head, not only able to attack from all directions, but also able to bend at will. Even Shen Bai was unable to dodge them all. However, With the divine ability of the white jade body, he was completely fearless. The arm landed on his body, and the emerald green glow above warded off all attacks. The air in his body was quite depleted, but Shenbai did not care, and the rusty longsword in his hand stabbed out one after another. With each sword, an arm could be taken away, and in just a short time of 10 or so breaths, these arms were all chopped off by Shenbai. Next to him, Chen Shuang stood in place like a fossil. She suddenly felt as if there was nothing wrong at all with the words that Shenbai had said earlier. It was true that he himself was like a pendant, and there was no room to intervene in the whole fight. Is this his strongest strength? Chen Shuang thought in his mind. When he fought against Yaya's father, he definitely didn't go all out. Shenbai was not hearing this kind of thought, otherwise it was tempting to say that at that time. It was also considered to be an all-out effort. It's just that he's improved quite a bit more in a short period of time. Of course, this sentence was not said. If it was said, it was only feared that Chen Shuang's entire body would collapse on the spot, because a boost in a short period of time is something even a genius can't do. When Shenbai finished solving the second black-robed man, this time, the black-robed men chanting scriptures finally made a move. The figure chanting odd scriptures disappeared, and in its place, a set of black robes fell to the ground. Heads, arms and legs, torsos, all sorts of torsos, displaying an evil horror at this moment, especially when illuminated by the cave's bright beads. It was a bit of an oddity. The head was combined together into a huge and incomparable round object, while the remaining parts were similarly combined in separate sections in front of Shenbai. It was only a matter of moments before a tall figure appeared topping the huge cavern. Shenbai was like a small blade of grass compared to this tall figure. Seeing this, Chen Shuang immediately shouted, "It's beyond our cognizance now. Hurry up!" This huge stitching creature in front of him made Chen Shuang feel a pounding pressure. Just by looking at it from afar, it felt like there was death about to come. Each head emitted a cacophony of sounds, and when these sounds came together, Shenbai felt a wave of dizziness. It was at this time that the coffin bound by chains finally stirred. With a cracking sound, a hole appeared in the lid of the coffin. A hand reached out of the broken hole, followed by another shattering sound. A second hand reached out from inside the coffin. Ka! The lid of the coffin was torn apart by two hands. A thin figure sat on top of the edge of the coffin. It was a middle-aged man, all thin and frail, with dense stitches at his head and limbs, sewn together. There was a hint of bloodlust in those eyes. "I thought who dared to come to my 5-heart sect to cause trouble. It turns out to be two things whose hairs haven't even grown. It seems like you guys are eager to be my head." Chapter 17, A Pair of Fists. When these words were spoken, Shenbai's gaze also rested on this horrible strange man. "You are the sect leader?" Shenbai touched his chin and asked. The 5-heart sect master's gaze was cold. "What does it have to do with you if it is or isn't? You're just a person who's about to die." Chen Shuang gripped the short stinger in his hand tightly, a hint of anger in his eyes. "You are the traitor." "Traitor?" After hearing these words, the 5-heart sect master seemed to have thought of something and slapped his head hard, saying with a face full of disdain, "So it's the 5 immortal sect scouts. I said, why did they suddenly come looking for me? It seems like you found a very good helper." The helper here naturally referred to Shenbai. Shenbai had been looking up and down since the 5-heart sect leader acknowledged it. A moment later, Shenbai suddenly asked a question. "Are you still you now?" The 5-heart sect master was slightly stunned, not knowing why he would ask these words at this time. He was a little confused. Shenbai continued, "You see, your head is not yours. Your hands are not yours, including these legs are not yours. So the children you have with others in the future, should they actually call you father? Or should they call these people after you replace them as father? Or your kid's dad a lot?" When those words were said, all those present fell silent. Chen Shuang cried and laughed, wanting very much to say that the originally horrible and serious atmosphere was all brought down by Shenbai's words, but after careful thought, it made some sense. Even the hands and legs as well as the head are not one's own. So is the born child biological or not? The 5-heart sect master's forehead veins were wildly throbbing. "Vertical son, are you provoking the sect master?" Shenbai shook his head and fell into contemplation, and a moment later said, "If you hug your woman, whether it is you who is hugging, or the owner of your hand, this seems to be green a bit miserable." The 5-heart sect master's entire face darkened. "Are you here to find trouble or to irritate me?" Shenbai laughed. "Of course I'm here to find out what's going on. And it's almost over." The 5-heart sect master froze slightly, then laughed crazily. "You said it's going to be over soon. How dare you say that? See this stitched-up monster next to me? It's my most perfect masterpiece." With that, the 5-heart sect leader jumped up high. The giant stitched monster next to him stretched out his right hand and caught the 5-heart sect leader on top of his palm. A hint of madness appeared on the 5-heart sect master's face. "The 5 immortals sect's cultivation method is wrong." "What 5 immortals? That's nothing more than resorting to external forces. Only my method is right. Both hands and feet and even the head are our own strength. I love the feeling of being stitched together. This body is one that I've studied day and night so far, fusing it constantly, eliminating the disadvantages of fusing different bodies into one. When those words were finished, sect leader Five Hearts spread out his left hand. On top of his left hand, there was an ancient scripture that surfaced in his palm. When the ancient reality cultivates, it is also about cultivating itself. I am still missing a perfect torso. I have never been able to find one, but now I have. By fusing your torso to mine, I will no longer suffer from repeated replacements. Shenbai pointed at himself. Are you talking about me? There was more madness in the eyes of the Five Hearts sect master. Of course it's you. From the moment you killed that old woman in the black robes, I could sense something unusual about you. Your Qian blood is too strong. It's completely sufficient. Shenbai stroked his chin. Then when you give birth to a child in the future, the child will have to call me father. Bold. The Five Hearts sect leader couldn't take it anymore. Why do you keep bringing up the word kids when we're all talking about business? Simply speechless. Stirring up the atmosphere all over the place. When other people fought, they were all about an aura, but now there was no aura whatsoever. Accompanied by the Five Hearts sect leader's utterance of these two words, the immense and incomparable stitching monster finally made a move. The Five Hearts sect leader leaped high and returned to the coffin once again, while the stitched monster lifted his left fist and blasted it down at Shenbai. The fist was made up entirely of arms and looked extremely exaggerated, filled with a sickening sense of patchwork. The strong wind brought up by his fist caused the surrounding stones to be blown to the wall. Shenbai felt the proximity of the fist, and then carried the rusty longsword and stabbed straight ahead. The longsword carried brilliant righteousness above it, and between the drumming of qi and blood, the power of this sword was raised to the extreme. The blood sword dance made Shenbai look as if he was dancing and strolling idly, but the pressure of both was like a mountain. Bang! Accompanied by a dull ringing sound, Shenbai's rusty longsword wounded this huge fist. Shenbai similarly took 2 steps backward and wiped his fingers across the long sword that was already covered with cracks. The strength is indeed strong and interesting. I've come to the right place this trip. As Shenbai spoke, his gaze stayed on the Five Hearts sect leader's left hand. Above the scripture, a line of text made of smoke appeared. Ancient scripture. Identification progress, 0%. A ray of fury can be quickly identified. Tricky stuff. This is tricky stuff again. For Shenbai, this was something unavailable. All he wanted to do now was to slaughter this Five Hearts sect leader and then hold the ancient True Sutra in his hands and take it back for a quick appraisal. It's strong. Shenbai slowed down his breath. Then he stopped talking and took a big step towards this stitching monster. With that sword just now, he had already probed the reality. The stitch monster is powerful and pulls full speed, which is really enough in this cavern. After all, there are not many places to be able to dodge. However, Shenbai was not a fish on the chopping board. You'll see stronger ones later. The Five Hearts sect master looked over the True Sutra in his hands and said slowly, as if receiving an order. The stitching monster raised both of its fists and fell towards Shenbai like rain. At this moment, in the eyes of Cheng Shuang next to him, the image was unusually shocking. The stitched monster was half crouching on the ground due to being in a cave, but those fists were strangely fast, and each punch made a huge deep crater. It was reasonable to say that under this terrifying power, a different person would have already been turned into a puddle of flesh. But Shenbai was different. On the ground, Shenbai put away the rusty longsword, and there was a holy golden light flashing above both fists. With each punch, it collided with the huge fist of the stitching monster. In addition to the golden light, Shenbai's double fists carried the sound of Buddha's voice as if he had descended into the world. In this moment, there were no fancy tricks. It was all a collision of power and speed. In the midst of the collision, those constituent parts of the stitched monster were turning into black smoke one by one and disappearing. Cheng Shuang felt that it was really enough for him to see the scene in his life. For this wild way of sparring was something she had never seen among any genius. Not only Cheng Shuang. At this moment, a cold sweat that was not noticeable to anyone appeared on the forehead of the Five Hearts sect leader. Chapter 18 Powerful Battle and Defeat of the Five Hearts. Although he was sitting on the coffin and looked rather majestic, only the Five Hearts sect master himself could feel that the sweaty hairs on his back had all stood up one by one. The stitching monster was his life's work, utilizing the people in the sect who practiced the Five Hearts method to form it. Every part of it comes with a pre-combination strength. After they fused together, they had already reached the peak level of the Daozong realm, only half a foot away from being able to step into the Three Treasures realm. However, when facing Shenbai, this monster had become so powerless. Who is this man? How could there be such a person in Ascending Cloud County? Isn't it a bit exaggerated for such an expert to appear inside a small county? The sect master of the Five Hearts put his hand on the edge of the coffin and closed his 5 fingers in a death grip. The coffin was gouged with deep dents from him. Shinbai didn't know what these two were thinking. He was already immersed in the battle at the moment. Cool. Very cool. Haven't felt this good in a long time. Shinbai couldn't help but shout loudly. Since obtaining the golden finger, the enemies he had encountered were barely a match for him. Shinbai knew that he was open, and it was normal for him to be stronger, but he rather had a feeling of loneliness of an expert. After many battles, he had come to understand exactly what the loneliness depicted in the novel meant. Now that a stitched monster appeared and was able to spar with him in this most primitive way with his fists, that wild desire within Shinbai's heart was soaring. Go on. Buddha's light enveloped the tops of his hands. Shinbai felt that this battle would be an evenly matched tug-of-war, but immediately afterward, the next scene made Shinbai somewhat disappointed. He had the emerald green glow protecting his body, and coupled with the terror of the Buddha's light, the limbs on the stitched-up monster were being cut down at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The original body that was as tall as the cave was decreasing sharply. Each of Shinbai's punches brought up a burst of blood and flesh. Blood passed through this cavern. 10 meters, 6 meters, 3 meters. Gradually, the stitched monster's body shrunk by leaps and bounds. In no time at all, it was only 2 meters high. There were only a few of those heads left, and their arms were in tatters. Even their torsos revealed a sense of decay. Shinbai once again swung out a fist, and the golden Buddha light carried the meaning of furious eyes, completely blowing apart the body in front of him. An endless amount of smoke filled the cavern. Shinbai shook his head as he retracted his fist, feeling half of the air consumed in his body. It was almost fun after all. Let's just say I just came to feel it and you're already dead. The words were especially abrupt in the silence of the cave. Not far from the side, Cheng Shuang subconsciously touched his forehead. There was a cold sweat on his white forehead, wetting his palms. She suddenly felt that her exchange of a jade pendant for Shinbai's help was simply too good a deal to be true. If you were in the Maple Forest Prefecture and went to find such an expert to help you, they wouldn't even look at you if it was a mere piece of trickery. But Shinbai helped him. Perhaps this high person himself is not used to seeing the Five Hearts sect, so he's just going with the flow. Cheng Shuang could only attribute all the reasons to this. Shinbai didn't know how Cheng Shuang thought because he had already set his eyes on the Five Hearts sect leader, especially the ancient true scripture in the left hand of the Five Hearts sect leader. The excited glow in Shinbai's eyes became scorching. Sect Master Five Hearts was penetrated by Shinbai's gaze, and only then did he realize that his back was already wet with sweat. He made a hasty move and rolled over to get inside the coffin. Fight? Can't fight it. Going to fight with Shinbai at this time was a fool's errand. Shinbai had just finished solving the suture monster, and it was when his chi was at its strongest. The sect leader of the Five Hearts didn't think he was better than the stitching monster. After he rolled over and entered the coffin, the next moment, those chains set on the coffin broke. A hurricane rose in the middle of the cave. The coffin was pushed by the hurricane and drilled towards the nearby cave. They say that a cunning rabbit has 3 holes, and the Five Hearts sect master had his own place to escape. It looks like a dead end there, but it's all a made-up illusion. As long as he broke through that stone wall, the coffin would be able to carry him and quickly leave this dangerous place. But the next moment, sect leader Five Hearts realized that something was wrong. He only felt that the coffin couldn't fly at all, as if it was being pulled alive by something. Turning his head, he saw a scene that made him die, only to see Shinbai grasping the chain with one hand. The golden Buddha light covered the chain, preventing the coffin from taking another step forward. The force attribute carried by the Vajra Vorpal fist was utilized by Shinbai to the fullest extent at this moment. Want to run and ask me? Shinbai's legs powered up, putting the chain behind his back, and a flash of Buddha's light on his arm. A tremendous amount of power followed the chains and spread over the coffin. This coffin was alive by Shinbai to an over-the-shoulder fall. Bang! With a dull sound coming out, the coffin fell to the ground, splitting into pieces and turning into a field of wood shavings. In the middle of the coffin, the Five Hearts sect leader was covered in wounds and struggled to climb up. Before he could react, he felt a coldness on his neck. When he opened his eyes, he saw Shinbai's long sword was in the middle of his throat. In his ears, there was a voice that was as eerie as it was goosebumps. It's pretty well sewn up. Do you think you'd still be alive if I cut those parts off again? When the Five Hearts sect master heard these words, he only felt that he couldn't help but feel his body start to shake. Spare me! Spare me! I was confused for a moment. It wasn't something I wanted to go through with. I was just a pawn being used by them. The Five Hearts sect master frantically begged for mercy. How strong he was just now. How scared he is at this time. Shinbai laughed. I still like your untamed appearance. You can recover a bit. I dare not. The Five Hearts sect master kowtowed once again. Master, spare me. All of this is the work of the upper evil sect. They made me publicize the Five Hearts sect's techniques here. It was all at his behest. Going up to the evil door? Shinbai stroked his chin. What kind of power is this? Next to him, Cheng Shuang's face had changed. After hearing Shinbai's question, his face turned pale. That is a very disgusting, like a street rat power, located in the Maple Forest state. They speak of indulging their nature and doing evil. All of the people in that force, all of them are evil, and have been characterized by the Maplewood state as people who must be removed. But they're hiding extremely stealthily. It's hard to find them. This time we're in a bit of trouble. Shenbai frowned. How big is it? Cheng Shuang slowly said. The upper evil sect is about a jair. If we know that the Five Hearts sect master died in our hands, I'm afraid. The words were not finished because Shinbai's long sword had already moved. The head of the Five Hearts sect master was penetrated by a long sword and nailed to the ground. That way, it won't be discovered. Chapter 19, Wild Liver Avatar. As the long sword pierced in, miserable screams resounded continuously in this cave. Shinbai's long sword flashed with brilliant righteousness, and the scorching hot air passed through the long sword and poured above the forehead of the Five Hearts sect master. The Five Hearts sect master kept screaming miserably. You'll die miserably. I'm an important pawn of the upper evil sect in the Shangyim County. If I die, they'll definitely track me down. You won't be able to escape. Escape or not, let's talk about it later. Shenbai said indifferently. You go to hell first. A puff of black smoke appeared in this cave. The headless sect leader of the Five Hearts trembled for a moment, and then went still. When Cheng Shuang saw this scene, he only felt a chill run through his body. The man in front of him was not only highly powerful, but also decisive, killing when he said he would, without the slightest hesitation. Even the geniuses of Maplewood Prefecture that Cheng Shuang had seen could not compare to this heart. In Cheng Shuang's thought, most of that group of geniuses had grown up in sect forces. There are still too few storms to experience. Only Shenbai, which came out of a small county. In some moments, it is really considered unscrupulous. Cheng Shuang opened his mouth and tried to speak, but before she could say anything, Shenbai looked at the headless body on the ground and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It's not over yet. With that, he swung out his sword once again, chopping at the left arm of this headless corpse. The horrifying air tore in the left arm into pieces. Just then, the remaining right arm and leg suddenly left the torso and flew off in all directions. You Five Hearts sect. The Five Hearts method you learned is to separate the head and limbs. Do you really think that pretending to be dead will do the trick? Shinbai's left fist swung out golden light, radiantly shattering the remaining three parts at full speed. A backhanded sword was inserted on top of the torso, and this time, the torso was penetrated by Shinbai's long sword and completely turned into a piece of ash. That's the only way to settle it once and for all. Shenbai yawned, then lifted the rusty long sword. Just then, the long sword finally couldn't withstand the successive battles and turned into pieces. It's a shame. It's been with me for so long. It's kinda hard to part with it. Shenbai said on his mouth that he couldn't bear to part with it, but he didn't have the slightest reluctance to part with it, and turned his head and ran directly into the pile of coffin fragments, rummaging through them. This scene directly baffled Cheng Shuang. Where's your high-flying behavior? Well, at least he's a strong man, and now he's going through that pile of coffin wood shavings. So what's the deal? Cheng Shuang only felt that Shinbai's nobleman demeanor instantly collapsed in her mind. But soon, a new persona was re-established in Cheng Shuang's mind. That's right, a high person is supposed to take a bit of an unusual path. If they are just like us ordinary people, how can they be called a high person? Cheng Shuang thought this in his mind. By this time, Shenbai had already rummaged through the pile of coffins and found what he wanted. Ancient scripture. Identification progress, 0%. A ray of fury can be quickly identified. As if he had acquired a precious treasure, Shenbai placed this ancient true scripture into his bosom before turning his head to look at Cheng Shuang next to him. It's done. What are you going to do with the rest? Now, the master of the Five Hearts sect has been ambushed. The entire Five Hearts sect is gone. Shenbai's deal with Cheng Shuang was considered to have come to a complete end. Cheng Shuang came back to his senses and said, leave the rest to them. I'll get in touch with the Yamen, explain the reason for my visit, and then settle these people down. Do you want to join me? Shenbai shook his head and said, don't talk to the Yamen about me. I don't want to get involved in these things. You remember, there will always be a deal between the two of us. Speaking of this, Shenbai turned his head and walked towards the outside of this cave. The deal was done, and he didn't say a word. In the eyes of Cheng Shuang, who wanted to say something, Shenbai quickly left. Cheng Shuang looked at the ruins all over the ground, and after thinking about it, followed Shenbai to leave this cave. County Hall. Cheng Shuang stepped into it alone. Only after Shenbai saw Cheng Shuang disappear did he return home. Too many things had happened this night, and it was considered an unforgettable experience for Shenbai. Especially the fight with that stitching monster made Shenbai feel hearty, but he had business to do now. Let's start with a liver and blood sword dance tonight, Shenbai thought in his heart. Nowadays, the blood sword dance and Vajra Vorpal fist were both at level 3. But the blood sword dance had already over 1,400 points of proficiency, a step closer to level 4. Vajra Vorpal Fist has no upside, and liver Vajra Vorpal Fist is very unprofitable. As for the Hao Yu body, it was currently stuck at the second level, and needed Fury Chi to advance. Shenbai doesn't have any Fury now, and it's useless to have a liver. Most importantly, the ancient and true scriptures also require a Fury appraisal. Shenbai was still short of 2 strands of Fury Chi and could only shift all his attention to the blood sword dance first. As for the long sword breaking, it was not a big problem. He had a few more long swords in this pawnshop. It was a night that passed quickly. By the time daylight came, Shenbai had already livered the blood sword dance by another 200 points, reaching 1,600 points. When Shenbai felt that it was dawn, he took another bowl of medicine to replenish his Qi and blood. This loss of Qi and blood is getting more and more, and the Qi and blood medicine doesn't seem to be very sufficient anymore. Shenbai thought in his heart. The further one went, the more this Qi and blood was consumed, plus the fact that the blood sword dance itself needed to shock the Qi and blood, so for the time being, there seemed to be another gap, but it's okay, it's barely holding up. With this thought in mind, Shenbai opened the door and went out to have a breakfast before returning everywhere once again to wait for Zhang Chaofeng to come over. After probably waiting for almost an hour or so, Zhang Chaofeng came to the pawnshop. With him was Zhou Qing. Old Zhou not busy at the yamen today, why suddenly want to come up to me here? Shenbai brewed a pot of tea for Zhou Cheng and asked with a smile. Zhou Cheng and Shenbai were already on good terms, so there were no constraints, and after drinking the tea, he said, Old Shen, with the matter of the 5 hearts sect settled, there's no danger of you guys wanting to come out for a stroll at night. As Shenbai's good friend, this kind of thing is resolved. That is naturally the first time to notify in place. Shenbai of course knew the reason for this. After all, this was his own personal involvement, but still put on a show and inquired about the reason. Zhou Qing didn't reply, but Zhang Chaofeng replied before him. I've heard that a high-ranking person, along with the newcomers of the 5 Immortals sect, took out the lair of the 5 Hearts sect. That's really something. However, it seems that the High One has no desire to show his face, and this matter has been concealed by the disciples of that 5 Immortals sect. This situation did not need to be asked, and Shenbai knew that it must be Zhang Chaofeng who had inquired with Zhou Qing in advance. Shenbai nodded and said, that would really be a good thing for Shenyun County. Zhou Qing clenched his fists in excitement. I don't know who this tall man is. If I have the opportunity, I will definitely pay a visit to his door. After all, he is now considered to have gotten rid of a major pest for Shenyun County. Shenbai expressionless sipped the tea. Heart said a high person is beside you, but also did not say it, and renewed a cup for Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing once again like a cow drink general drink. As if thought of something, a pat on the thigh said, right, Old Shen. Recently if someone comes to your store to ask about the law and order in Shenyun County, you just say excellent is. Chapter 20, The Superintendent of Heaven. When Shenbai heard this, the hand carrying the teacup gave a slight start, then he drank the tea in the cup again before asking, did something happen? If it was an unusual time for Zhou Qing to come to him, he wouldn't have to talk about these things. In Shenbai's thought, there must be something important. Zhou Qing nodded. The supervisory heavenly division will come over in a matter of days. The prefectural magistrate has really lost a lot of hair lately. Overseer of heaven? After hearing these 3 words, Shenbai suddenly realized, the Great Zhou Kingdom is divided into 5 levels of capitals, provinces, states and counties, with counties being the lowest, and from there upwards, and the Superintendent of Heaven is a special department. The Supervisory Heavenly Division was established right after the founding of the Great Zhou Kingdom. The top is in charge of the affairs of the jungle, and the bottom is in charge of the bizarre affairs. As long as it has to do with the jungle and weirdness, the supervisors will do it. And now that the dynasty is in turmoil, the Supervisory Heavenly Division has been given another function, which is to conduct inspections every year. The civil and military officials of the Great Zhou Kingdom, whether they were capital-level cities or county-level cities, they would all go. The inspections are also very simple, from the civil and military examinations down to the neighboring governance. These are combined to give a specific score. The scores would then be reported to that emperor in the palace, who would decide, it's a promotion or a demotion, a reward or a punishment. For the many officials of the Great Zhou Kingdom, every year's inspection by the Supervisory Heavenly Division was deadly, and what Zhou Qing had just said meant that it was also a means for the members of the Supervisory Heavenly Division to inspect, in the guise of the people, ask the people in the neighborhood exactly what they think, and what the real situation is. Shenbai felt that the tea had become cold and asked Zhang Chaofeng to go and refill the pot of hot water again before saying, don't worry, since you're seeking an errand in this Shenyun County, I naturally know about this. Mixed rivers and lakes. Not only is the fight and kill and grudges, but also to talk about a humane way of life. Shinbai had people inside the yamen, so getting these things done was to allow Zhou Qing to mix better in the yamen. It was also to give face to the magistrate. Zhou Qing nodded his head and said, "In that case, I'll leave first. There are still a lot of stores that need to be notified, lest in the event that something goes wrong at that time, and the county magistrate blames it on me, I'll have to eat a pot of food in a row as well." When Shinbai saw that Zhang Qiaofeng had just returned, he whispered a few words into Zhang Qiaofeng's ear. It didn't take long for Zhang Qiaofeng to return with 2 strips of bacon. "It's all wasted if you don't eat it anyway. Lao Zhou, take it back and eat it. Don't look down on these 2 pieces of bacon. Nowadays the dynasty is in turmoil. Many people want to eat a meal of meat, have to wait for a special season. Let's say the New Year's festival or something. That is, Shinbai's side of the pawnshop. Business is good. In turn, to protect the life. Zhou Qing did not polite. The relationship between the 2 people do not need to be polite. Carrying bacon and left the Shen family pawnshop. By the time Zhou Qing left, Zhang Qiaofeng's side had already sorted out today's accounts. A day in the life of a pawnbroker is just that. Organizing the accounts, sitting on duty and going on duty, and then reconciling the accounts in the evening. "Shopkeeper, I might have to make a trip back tomorrow," Zhang Qiaofeng said as he put the account book aside. Shinbai turned the teacup in his hand. "Didn't you say there were still a few days left? Your daughter-in-law's return to her mother's home has been advanced again?" Some time ago, that time Zhang Qiaofeng was talking about this matter, and Shinbai was also granted leave. It was just a passing reply today. Zhang Qiaofeng said helplessly, "A woman's heart is a needle at the bottom of the sea. They are all eels that change and are more fickle than eels." Shinbai nodded. "Then tomorrow you won't come. Recently there are quite a lot of things in Shangyun County. Also pay attention to the safety of going back and forth." Zhang Qiaofeng agreed. Shinbai yawned and was ready to go back to continue the liver and blood sword dance. Just then, a footstep sounded outside the door of the pawnshop. Shinbai followed the voice and saw Chang Xuan wearing a yellow dress and walking in with small steps. Seeing this, Shinbai pointed to the backyard in a very familiar manner, meaning that he would go to the backyard and talk again. Chang Shuang also did not talk nonsense and silently followed behind Shinbai to the location of the backyard. Backyard. Shinbai sat on the stone bench and signaled Chang Shuang to sit down before speaking. After Chang Shuang sat down, he said, "I'm about to depart for Maple Forest Prefecture and return to the 5 Immortals sect to resume my duties." Shinbai nodded and said, "That's good. After all, Maplewood Prefecture is bigger and safer than Shangyun County." Chang Shuang opened his mouth, still wanting to continue saying something, wanting to say something. Shinbai looked at Chang Shuang strangely and said, "If you have anything, just say it directly. I don't like people being abrasive." Chang Shuang said helplessly, "If you are going to the Maple Forest State, you can come to the 5 Immortals sect when you are free to sit down. You have done a great favor this time, and the 5 Immortals sect will surely sweep in to welcome you. Don't look at it as just resolving a small 5-hearted sect master. But this matter was extremely important to the 5 Immortals sect. It all boiled down to the fact that the 5-heart sect master was a traitor to the 5 Immortals sect. If he continued to be evil, the 5 Immortals sect would be affected to a greater or lesser extent. So Shinbai helping to solve this big trouble had great benefits for the 5 Immortals sect." Shinbai let out a smile. "If I am free, I will naturally pay a visit." For the time being, Shinbai had no intention of traveling to the Maple Forest State. There are too many weird things in this world, plus the current dynastic turmoil. Shinbai feels that staying in this small county is also an excellent thing. "I'll go first, then." Chang Shuang stood up and left the backyard. Shinbai kept looking at Chang Shuang's back until after Chang Shuang had disappeared. Then he withdrew his gaze. Start the liver. For him, the matter of the 5-heart sect was just an episode. He was just receiving money from others to eliminate disasters, and it didn't stir up many waves in his heart. 2 lifetimes, if it can provoke the waves of Shinbai, it must be a big event that touches the heart. It wasn't long before the sound of Shinbai's sword dance resounded from over in the backyard. The day and night passed extremely quickly. During this period, Shinbai went out to eat again, and after decocting a pair of medicines and taking them, the proficiency of the blood sword dance was also slowly rising. While Shinbai was livering his proficiency, his mind was also thinking about the source of the fury. However, for the time being, it is not possible to find a stable output. These things were related to opening his divine aptitude as well as the qualitative change of his divine aptitude, so it was Shinbai's primary need in addition to liver proficiency. By the time the next day, when the sky was about to brighten, Shinbai yawned and lay down on a chair to rest for an incense stick of time. He waited until his essence had eased a little before he was ready to go out and get a quick breakfast. The store where you eat breakfast is not far from the pawnshop, which is a place where Shinbai often goes, and the people around him are quite familiar with him. "Boss Shin, it's the same old rules." The store assistant had a cloth on his shoulder, and after wiping the table clean, he then asked with a smile, Shinbai nodded and said the old rules, then waited patiently. It didn't take long for the food to be served. Shinbai ate while listening to the conversations of the people around him, but just at this time, a figure attracted Shinbai's attention. Chapter 21, The Sephora Tree and the Scholar. Shinbai's gaze was cast not far away, not far from the table. At the moment, a thin man was taking his seat. The man was dressed in a white suit, with a folding fan hanging from his waist, dressed as an elegant scholar. In the Great Zhou Kingdom, although it was in turmoil nowadays, for the time being, the Great Zhou Kingdom was still barely able to suppress it. After all, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Various examinations are held every year, and it is naturally essential for the literati to be scholars. There is a schoolhouse right in the county, and a lot of readers who want to get a meritocracy study there. Shinbai saw at a glance that this person was a scholar from Qian County, but at the moment this reader was not in the right state. Those eyes had thick dark circles under them, and the hair, although tied back, was as dry as messy grass. The young man's hands, in particular, were holding a piece of wood. The wood was only about the thickness of an arm and about the length of a ruler, but this young reader held it tightly in his hand as if it were a treasure. The store assistant saw the white-clothed reader and walked over with a smile on his face. What would the gentleman like to eat? The reader looked around and then said a few dishes. The store assistant frowned straight away, but didn't say anything and immediately turned his head to leave. Braised elbows, beef and sauce, and spirits. A scholar eats these? Shinbai stroked his chin, feeling that something was wrong. Shangyan County scholars Shinbai also have an understanding. After all, from time to time, there are shabby scholars come to him to pawn their family's wealth, just to take the examination for the merit. In Shinbai's opinion, it is good to have ideals, but dumping your family for unrealistic ideas is just a little cute. Up, from the mouth of those poor scholars, Shinbai learned that these readers are more concerned about elegant things, even if it is a meal, but also eat quite vegetarian. But now that he ordered these rather greasy meats and spirits, Shinbai felt that something was wrong. Of course, he was just curious. The matter was none of his business, and he did not meddle in it. After the reader had eaten for a while, he called on the young man next to him to pack a bag for him. This scene is even stranger. The readers only ate 1 or 2 bites of the dishes on the table, and even drank only a little bit of the wine, obviously not liking the dishes. But why go to the point? Shinbai's curiosity was getting the better of him. By this time, the store assistant had already packed all the food. Shinbai this side also eat almost. Will meal money settlement? Is ready to return to the pawnshop. The reader poured out some money from the dried up money bag, which immediately became empty. However, this reader did not hesitate to pay this as money and left his seat with the packed food. Shinbai yawned. He was going to go inside the pharmacy to prescribe some more Qian blood medicines and ask the doctor at the pharmacy if there were any more fierce ones. After all, for him now, that pair of Qian blood pills didn't seem to be quite enough. But just as he was about to leave, his gaze subconsciously glanced at the reader's back, and then he frowned. From this viewpoint, a branch of a tree is revealed at the reader's shoulder, and the readers hum all the packed food on the branches. Shinbai saw a trace of cold aura that flowed through the branches and trunks, and then entered that eating. This aura is so familiar. Why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere before? Shinbai looked at the back of the reader, stroked his chin, and fell into thought. In the back of his mind, figures flashed through. After a moment, Shinbai finally realized exactly where he had seen it. Creepy vibes, so grim, with a hint of terror, and eerie in general. Now that Shinbai had air in his body, he was also more sensitive to these sensations. After Shinbai thought a little, he quietly followed the reader. If it was a human being, he could still distinguish between good and evil. But if it was creepy, it was only evil. This kind of thing carries an endless loathing and hatred for the living. And there is no problem with seeing a creepy pulling out a sword and chopping it up. Shinbai didn't know why this reader was tainted with weirdness, but now he desperately needed weirdness to provide the fury. After all, that ancient true scripture as well as the qualitative change in Howdy Doody's body needed the fury to make up for it. On the noisy streets, Shinbai followed all the way. The street turned from noisy to calm, and it wasn't long before they came to a remote alley. The reader was alert, and every now and then he turned back to watch. Fortunately, Shinbai is already a person of cultivation. There is no difficulty in this, and easily avoided the sight of the readers. It didn't take long for the reader to walk into the alley. In the alley, there was a small, dilapidated yard. The reader walked straight in and opened the aged wooden door before disappearing behind it. Shinbai looked at the not tall earth wall around him, thought for a moment, rolled over and went up, relying on the earth wall to block his figure, and observed towards the courtyard. It's no wonder he had to come to these things, because he's really short on bogeymen. The courtyard was laid out in an extremely simple manner, and the mud-paved road showed that the owner of this courtyard didn't have much money. Instead, A tall acacia tree was planted in the corner of the yard, just up the wall. Shenbai saw the reader placing the branch under the acacia tree. Shenbai looked at the branch and the acacia tree's appearance, and finally knew where the branch came from. So it's a branch of an acacia tree. What the hell is this guy up to? Shenbai didn't move, but continued to observe. After the reader put down the branch, he took out the food inside from that packed food and set it under the acacia tree again. After doing this, the readers didn't mind getting dirty. They knelt directly in front of the acacia tree and kowtowed. Mother, please help me and grant me those powers of unforgettable sight again. The reader kowtowed vigorously one by one, muttering under his breath. After the reader had kowtowed many times in succession, a horrible scene appeared. The acacia tree actually began to shake slightly, but there was no sign of any wind blowing around. As the branch trembled, the one swinging on the ground once again appeared with a gloomy air current. After this air current appeared, it immediately caused the temperature of the entire courtyard to drop a lot. Reader subconsciously clutched his bladder and shuddered. Those foodstuffs laid out on the ground quickly withered and rotted in this instant, turning into a field of ashes in the blink of an eye. Just then, the dark circles under Reader's face got heavier, but he didn't notice. Instead he jumped and danced around. The ability to forget is back. I'll be able to pass the exam this time. The reader danced and shouted as he did so, as if he had gotten the most precious thing of all. A branch suddenly reached out as the reader shouted, and with a swift movement, bound itself around the reader's neck. The reader who was gleefully reading was strangled, spat out his tongue, and began to struggle laboriously. Those eyes with dark circles began to protrude outward. The weirdness of the atmosphere became even more intense. Chapter 22: The Weirdness of the Sephora Tree. If anything, before, Shenbai still felt that this bizarre aura was perhaps an illusion. Now that he saw the acacia tree begin to move and wrap itself around the reader's neck, he saw no problem with his delusion. Creepy indeed. Shenbai's eyes released a glimmer of excited light, and his hand was already gripping above the hilt of the sword. He'd been thinking day and night for the past few nights about where to find the fury, and it hadn't just arrived at his door. Shenbai casually dug in his pocket and pulled out a black cloth over his face. Since the last time, he had gotten in the habit of carrying it with him at all times. After all, carrying a black cloth allows you to hide your identity if necessary. After the black cloth was over his face, the excitement in Shenbai's eyes became even more intense. I'm coming yo. Creepy. Accompanied by one of Shenbai's voices, Shenbai jumped off the fence. The blood sword dance followed him like a shadow, and the long sword in his hand chopped on the tree branches. The tree branch was chopped and twisted for a while, turning into black smoke. The reader entangled in the branches rolled his eyes and fainted. Shenbai didn't bother with him, and when his long sword turned back, he realized that the acacia tree was shaking its branches and wrapping them densely towards him. If he was entangled in this branch, even if he was a cultivator, I'm afraid there was nothing he could do at this moment. Shenbai didn't panic. The blood sword dance was made impervious to the wind, forming a sword shadow around him. When the shadow of the sword surfaced, the branches of the trees that were close by broke off as much as they could, turning into black smoke and disappearing. Hand over the fury. Shenbai clenched his left hand into a fist, and with Buddha's light and sound, as well as a boundless aura of solemnity, he bombarded the trunk of the acacia tree. The trunk of the acacia tree began to shake violently. With the shaking, those dense leaves, like rain, fell in the yard. In the Buddha's light, Shenbai was like an angry Buddha, firmly and incomparably piercing his fist through the acacia tree. Gusts of black smoke continued to rise from above the branches of the acacia tree. The trembling acacia tree disappeared into a field of ashes. In front of his eyes, a strand of fury appeared and was pocketed by Shenbai. Only then did Shenbai withdraw his hand and turn his head to look at the reader on the ground who had fainted. Reader had a frail look. Not only his face with dark circles under his eyes, but even his forehead was dark. Shenbai went up and took a general look, then shook his head. Even if he didn't know anything about medicine, he could tell that the reader in front of him was miserable, and his whole body's essence had been lost to a certain extent. If it had been a few more days, it would have been a death sentence. Due to Shenbai's view, the reader weakly opened his eyes, then looked around everywhere with a hint of confusion in his eyes. When he saw Shenbai, who was covered with a black cloth, he immediately revealed a terrified expression. Who are you and why are you in my house? Are you not a robber and a thief? Regarding Shenbai's current dress, it was normal for the other party to have such thoughts. Shenbai looked at this expression on the reader's face, as if the reader didn't know what had happened. Thinking about this, Shenbai asked his thoughts out. You bow to the acacia tree in your yard. Don't you remember, Samuel? Kowtowing? Me? There are no acacia trees in the yard. Halfway through his sentence, the reader's face showed a stunned look. He snapped to attention, struggling to get up from the ground and looking at the corner of the yard, going from stunned to bewildered. All I remember is that on my way back from the schoolhouse, I ran into a strange man who said that my quill had cracked. Brush cracking. Shenbai continued to ask, what about the follow-up? In fact, Shenbai does not want to be nosy, but this thing looks like there is a follow-up. Perhaps also related to this weird. In case you can get more bane. For Shenbai that is blood money. Nothing in this world came for nothing. But what Shenbai hoped was that at least he could get a stable source of baneful chi so that he wouldn't get stuck at a critical time. Which was why he had asked this question. The reader frowned and tried to recall. I didn't believe it at the time, so I took out the brush I had with me, and I didn't realize that the quill of the brush had really cracked. The strange man then took out a twig and told me that a quill made from it would work even better. At this point, the reader scratched his head and paused slightly for a moment, as if remembering. Most of the people who usually make quills use some bamboo. After all, we don't have much money to use good wood, but his wood was so good that I didn't hold back and put it away. When I came back, I was going to make a pen out of the wood, but on the second day, the wood was gone. I searched all over the room and the yard and finally realized that the wood was actually stuck in the corner of the yard. Speaking of this point, much of the blankness in the reader's eyes finally disappeared, revealing a hint of fear. Shenbai saw the clues from the reader's look of fear. After planting the acacia tree, you encountered some phenomena that could not be discerned by common sense? The reader quickly nodded his head and said, that night, I realized that something was wrong. I was having a very strange dream. I dreamt that a branch had taken root and sprouted inside the soil, and finally grew into a tree, and on the tree there was a beautiful woman dressed in red, swinging there. She called me Sagittarius, and I walked over to her, and every night we were swinging happily, and then we were married. My maiden's favorite food is meat and spirits, so I go every day to buy them for her. Speaking of which, a few moments of confusion showed in the reader's eyes. That's a great memory. Did I really become married? No, I'm not married. These are dreams. Shenbai's heart was already clear when he saw this situation. Creepy kills people not with some simple methods. There are some special creeps that will use special means when killing people. If this scholar were to go on for a while, I'm afraid that all of his body's chi and blood would have been sucked dry by that acacia tree. At that point, it would be a dead body, and Samuel would go on to his next target. After sorting things out, Shenbai asked the purpose of this time. What exact location was the encounter? Since there was a follow-up to this matter, Shenbai really wanted to go and take a look to see if he could salvage the extra bane. The reader thought carefully and pointed to a direction. It seems to be the location from the schoolhouse to my house, about 3 blocks away, and I'm not quite sure what the name of that street is. The county was still quite foreign to this group of readers at some point. After all, in order to take the examination for merit, most readers choose to live a 2-point life, and are not very worried about the outside world. But that description is detailed enough. Shenbai turned around and was ready to leave. The reader froze and subconsciously asked, "Who is your excellency?" But there was no response, and only Shenbai's back disappeared. Chapter 23, The Sun Family Mystery. Miss Sun in the Coffin. After leaving the house of the downtrodden reader, Shenbai followed the location that the reader had said and sped all the way there. His emotions were always in a state of euphoria on this journey. It was especially exciting to think that one could find the root cause of acquiring the fury. Within a short time, Shenbai arrived at the location of the schoolhouse. The schoolhouse in Shangyun County is not big, but there are enough readers here. Being in a poor place and wanting to change his destiny, studying is still the only option in this small remote county. At least there is that much fairness in an unfair world. Loud reading sounds came out from inside the academy. Shenbai just stood at the periphery and looked at it for a few moments, then left without interest and continued walking back towards the route the scholar had said. There was nothing unusual about walking down the first street. Then, Shenbai came to the second street. The second street was a bit livelier than the first, but still no movement. Shenbai thought about it and came to the third street. This was a downtown, and it was considered a lively enough place in Shangyun County. Shenbai stood in the middle of this street, feeling the shouts of the vendors on both sides of the street, and fell into deep thought. The reader said it was probably in this location, but when I came, I did not find anything. Shenbai just pondered for a moment and patiently searched in the middle of this street. In broad daylight, Shenbai felt that it shouldn't be easy for things like weirdness to occur. After all, if it really happened during the day, at this moment, this news would have spread throughout the entire Shangyun County. As a pawnshop owner, it was impossible for Shenbai not to know. After searching 3 whole times and finding no results, Shenbai planned to wait. Wait until the evening when there are fewer people, and see if you can wait for the strange man the reader spoke of. Since it was already noon, it was not much fun to wait dryly, so Shenbai casually found a lunch stall, ordered a bowl of beef noodles, and sat here to eat slowly. Although Shangyun County is located in a small county, but the sparrow is small and complete, Shenbai felt that this beef noodle, not to mention the flavor, but the portion alone was already enough. Shenbai ate while looking around. The people around them were also normal and a hive of activity, waiting for a bowl of noodles to go down. After eating and paying the money, Shenbai found a tea house, sitting on the second floor by the window position, able to carefully watch the whole street changes. While drinking tea, the store assistant carried a plate of melon seeds and walked to Shenbai. Guest, you take your time to eat? I'll go down on my side first. If there's something you greet, the store assistant bent down and said. Shenbai put down his teacup and suddenly remembered something and asked, has anything special happened on this street recently? The store assistant was all ready to leave, and when he heard Shenbai ask this, he hurriedly turned his head and shook his head after a little thought. This street has always been like this, and nothing bizarre or strange has happened. Customer, your accent doesn't sound like you're from out of town, so how come you don't know? To say that in this Jianghu to inquire about news, either to find the local well-informed beggars, or to find these stores of the second. These two sources are not saying whether they are true or false, but at least they can speak to you. Although Shenbai is a person from Shangyun County, he is crossing over not long ago, and he doesn't know a lot of places very well, and he is in his own pawnshop every day, so it is normal that he is not clear. Listening to this shopkeeper's statement, Shenbai smiled faintly, then took out 2 copper plates from the money pouch on his waist and placed them on the table. The store assistant looked around and immediately revealed a fawning smile, putting the 2 copper coins into his sleeve. Customer, what do you want to ask? As long as it's something I know, I will definitely tell you. Shenbai tapped his fingers on the desktop, still starting with that question. Has there been anything unusual appearing on this street recently? The store assistant thought carefully, put the rag on his shoulder position, and said, nothing unusual has happened, but a few days ago, this street of ours attracted a huge acacia tree, which was a novelty to many people. A giant acacia tree? Shenbai looked out the window. The street was in full view, and no acacia trees were to be seen standing anywhere, let alone the so-called giant acacia trees. Store assistant saw Shenbai this look, showing a mysterious smile. Customer, you think too much. The acacia tree to really stand here can be seen from a long way away. This is not by the rich merchants of our street to take away. Alas, it is annoying to say that this is still the county magistrate adults to get for our street. But that rich merchant did not know where to listen to the rumors of a Taoist priest, said that if you use the trunk of the acacia tree to make a coffin, you can be blessed with the shade of the children and grandchildren, to enjoy the glory of the rich and famous. It just took a lot of effort to buy the acacia tree, which has been made into a coffin. Made into a coffin. Hearing this, Shenbai had already roughly understood what had happened. If that's the case, it's true that you can't see the acacia trees either. He thought of the reader he had met today, and felt that this matter of the acacia tree had something to do with it. So, after finishing his meal, he asked the shopkeeper about it. Where is the rich merchant who bought the acacia tree? After leaving this tea house, walk east for an incense stick and you'll arrive at the Sun family's residence. The store assistant replied. Shenbai didn't stop for a second and went straight in the direction the shopkeeper said. Sun family in this street is also considered to be a famous and prestigious family. The business of the clan spreads over many places in Shangyun County. It can be said that in this remote small county, it is also a rich and noble family. At this time, the Sun family was shrouded in a silent cloud. The main house. Master Sun sat in his chair, his face full of emotion. Master, why don't we just move away? Mrs. Sun clutched her handkerchief tightly in her hands. Her face was pale, and her eyes were filled with a wave of fear. Go? How? Master Sun slapped the table. My Sun family's property is all here in Shangyun County. Do you want me to sell it cheaply and cheaply? Mrs. Sun smiled bitterly and said, but that coffin is really too evil. If it goes on like this, I'm afraid our daughter's life will not be guaranteed. At the mention of this, the anger on Master Sun's face became deeper. Still haven't found that Taoist yet? What are you all doing? The family man next to him hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to meet Master Sun's eyes. When Mrs. Sun saw this, she immediately cried. I told you at first how the acacia tree could be used to make a coffin. You just didn't believe me and believed that old Taoist priest. And now you've caused your daughter to act like she's been possessed by an evil spirit. What does a woman know? Master Sun stood up. Isn't that for the prosperity of the Sun family? You only have a daughter. Who should inherit the Sun family's property? When Mrs. Sun heard this, she didn't dare to say anything else, but just cried harder. Just then, a houseboy came running hurriedly through the door, shouting as he did so, Master, it's bad. Miss is sleeping in the coffin again. Chapter 24, Using Fury. How use body changes in quality. What? Master Sun immediately took a few steps forward and clenched his fists. Didn't you tie her up in the room? How could she break free of the rope and sleep in the coffin again? The housekeeper was frightened by these steps of Master Qian, shivering and bowing his head. We don't know. Obviously there are several maids watching Miss, but inexplicably, she disappeared during the day. We thought that Miss's disappearance must have something to do with the coffin, and when we rushed over, we saw Miss lying in the coffin, and we didn't dare to startle her, so we rushed to call Master. Master's son sighed, loosened his clenched fists and looked at Mrs. Sun next to him. Cry, cry, cry. You just know how to cry. Hurry and go over with me. At this time, Mrs. Sun also stopped crying and hurriedly followed behind Master Sun. The people were out of the main house, and there was the courtyard. There is a spacious shed next to the yard. At the moment, the door to the room was locked. Master Sun came to the door, looked at the lock hanging on the door, and pointed at the lock. The lock was not even broken. How did you find out that Miss was in the coffin? The housekeeper hurriedly said. When we came, the lock had already fallen on the ground, and we were afraid that the young lady would have another problem, so we locked it by hand when we came out. Open up. Master's son waved his hand. The houseboy rushed forward and, after unlocking the lock, carefully pushed open the door to the room. Master's son hurriedly walked in. Inside the room, a coffin rested in the very center, the lid on it having fallen to the floor. The coffin was built of fine wood and well painted with vermilion paint, and around the coffin, there was a circle of candles. The glow of the candles flickered around the room and it looked extremely strange. Master Sun took a few steps forward and looked at the situation in the coffin. The powerlessness in his eyes was gradually becoming more and more. Inside the coffin lay a showy woman. The woman's hands folded in the position of her belly, her eyes closed as if she was sleeping. But if one were to look closely, one would realize that the woman's face was as pale as paper, and a wisp of black gas was coiling above her forehead. Xin, wake up, elder Sun called out softly. The sleeping Ms. Sun frowned and did not wake up. Next to her, Mrs. Sun walked over to the coffin and after looking at the sleeping Miss Sun, she could no longer control her emotions and bawled her eyes out. My girl, why so miserable? It is all because of your father, biased to believe the words of that scruffy Taoist priest, and now made this look like a person who was not a ghost. The sound of crying passed through this room, and all the surrounding housemaids did not dare to look this way, for fear that if they looked one more time, they would bring this sin upon themselves. Miss Sun finally awoke and opened her eyes amidst the bawling. Those eyes bore the color of exhaustion, as if they hadn't closed their eyes for days and nights. Miss Sun opened her mouth in a weak and incomparable manner. Father, mother, I'm in the coffin again. The tone of his voice was, on the contrary, quite calm, proving that this situation had already happened many times a long time ago. Master Sun smiled bitterly. You come out first. Miss Sun nodded and weakly rose from the coffin. With the help of a couple of maids, he landed on the flat ground. As soon as she landed, Miss Sun's legs went weak. Luckily, he was supported by a few maids and did not fall to the ground. Master, why don't we just get help from the government office? Mrs. Sun pulled on Master Sun's sleeve with a choked voice. After Master Sun heard the word yaman, a tangled look appeared on his face, and after a moment, he waved Mrs. Sun's hand away. You can't go to the courthouse. Why Mrs. Sun shouted. Your girl is in this state. Why don't you find someone in the yaman? If your girl dies, how can I live after so many years of affection? Master Sun's face became extremely serious. Come on people, take Madam down. And, by the way, take Miss down as well. Let's leave this matter at that. Lock the door, and add a few more people to watch Miss. Yes. The houseboys and maids hurriedly answered yes and led Mrs. Sun and Miss Sun out of the room. In the blink of an eye, only Master Sun was left in the room with the coffin. Master Sun paced and walked in this room, circling the coffin several times, placing his hand on the edge of the coffin, and not knowing what he was thinking. After about half a pillar of incense, Master Sun left this room and returned to the main house. Shinbai hid on top of the wall, and the entire scene was clearly seen by him. There's something wrong with this Master Sunday. Not to mention, when something weird and strange like this happens, the first thing a normal person would do is go to the yamen for help. What's more, the Sun family is also a wealthy merchant family in Shangyun County, and the taxes paid to the yamen can be quite a lot, and the yamen will be happy to go and help. But now Master Sun is keeping this matter to himself. It would be strange if Shinbai still couldn't see that something was wrong. Of course, these are not the most critical. The most crucial thing was that Shinbai could see some abnormalities from that coffin. Inside the coffin, there was a hint of an eerie aura emanating from it. An ordinary person entering the house would feel a bit chilly at best. However, Shinbai had air in his body and could feel that apart from the coldness, he was emitting a heavenly resentment. Creepy. These two words surfaced in Shinbai's mind. Shinbai pondered slightly and then had a plan. Now that the day is just right, it's not suitable to make a move. Wait until the evening time. Master Sun has something in his mind. And by the way, he can see what exactly is going on. And who is that old Taoist priest to probe as well? This fury he was going to have. Cutting out the weirdness was the duty of cultivators. so it made sense for Shinbai to fish for the baneful energy in passing. As for that old Taoist priest and this master son, Shinbai also wanted to see the follow-up again. It would be a blood moneymaker in case you could still salvage the fury. After having a plan, Shinbai did not think anymore, rolled over and got down from the wall, found a place to sit around the Sun family, and ate something while drinking tea. From this orientation, he was able to observe most of the Sun family's situation, which Shinbai found convenient. However, in the meantime, Shinbai intended to first use the strand of baleful chi that he had just obtained. What is before me today is either to qualitatively change the hoary jade body or to authenticate the ancient and true scriptures. Shinbai tapped his fingers on the desktop and had an answer after taking a sip of tea. After the appraisal of the ancient and true scriptures, one would have to continue to liver proficiency, which seems to be uneconomical for now. Howdy jade body mass change, on the other hand, doubles the attributes and gets new ones, making it even more cost-effective. Thinking of this, Shinbai did not hesitate, and between the movements of his heart, he consumed the baleful energy at a rapid pace. Before his eyes, after the wisp of baleful energy disappeared, Howdy Doody's body began to produce a qualitative change. Smoke floated in front of his eyes, and in the blink of an eye it coalesced into brand new words floating in midair. Chapter 25, The Dark Shadow in the Room. How you evil body LV3, hardness +4, toughness +4, counterattack +40/500. After this line of text surfaced in front of Shinbai, a shadow appeared in Shinbai's mind. The silhouette was sitting on top of the cliff as before, in a mysterious and unpredictable manner. The emerald green light on his body began to appear to transform, turning from emerald green to a white color like sheep's fat. After the white light covered his entire body, countless figures flashed below the cliff. These figures condensed their attacks and all of them bombarded the white light. And this seated silhouette, as if it was cloudy and had experienced the vicissitudes of the world, did not move at all. Countless attacks landed on top of the white light, and the white light began to tremble violently. After a breath's time, these attacks unexpectedly returned the way they came and landed on top of those attacking figures. In the next moment, the surroundings shattered. A terrifying wave of sound rose above the cliff, and everything disappeared. The virtual shadow that was in the white light stood up, his hands behind his back, as if he was looking down on the world as a god. Gradually, the sights disappeared. Shinbai opened his eyes, and the air in his body had all been concentrated within his dantian. A gentleman is as gentle as jade. Only these 8 words surfaced in Shinbai's mind. He was eager to run the air in his body and try out the power of the howling jade evil body. But at this time on this street, Shinbai felt that if the white light like jade rose from his body, it would probably immediately trigger a huge turmoil. This attribute added by the howling jade evil body was particularly interesting. As long as it was within this range, Shinbai could return all attacks back through the howling jade evil body. Not only weapons, but even those unarmed moves were able to bounce back one by one. Something's not right. I don't seem right. After Shinbai had absorbed all the information, he felt more and more that something was wrong. The place of the dantian was already filled with air, and he felt that there was something, as if it was going to keep growing out of the dantian. In the next moment, the air in the dantian overflowed a tiny bit. Immediately afterward, the overflowing air flowed towards the location of the 2 kidneys. After both kidneys were filled with this air, Shinbai felt that he had a trace of unusual realization about the use of air. It's as if it's your own arm that can be rounded and natural no matter how you drive it. The air that transitioned to the 2 kidneys seemed to have become a part of Shinbai's body. Is this the 3 treasures realm? Shinbai thought in his heart. In the 3 treasures realm, there are 3 levels of essence and spirit. Today, he is practicing his own essence, which is the location of both kidneys. After reaching this level, the more air that is transitioned into the kidneys, the stronger the control over the air can be. No wonder a realm is a mountain. For this kind of control, isn't it just hanging on to those experts in the Daozan realm? Shinbai thought in his heart. Having gained a new divine ability and elevated to the 3 treasures realm, Shinbai's heart was incomparably happy, and his need for black baneful chi was even more urgent. Tonight, it may be possible to have the ancient and true scriptures quickly identified. After Shinbai drank up the tea in his cup, he secretly pondered in his heart. He sat down in his seat and waited patiently. While waiting, he was also silently observing the various movements of the Sun family. People come and go. The people are in an endless stream. The noise and footsteps, in this lively street gradually away. As if he were an uninvolved bystander, Shinbai witnessed the rowdy street and felt that there was an atmosphere that soothed him. He didn't like clean and lofty environments, but instead preferred downtowns filled with vulgarity and the ever-present smell of smoke and fire. It was getting late, and a sliver of sunset was falling through the clouds. The people around them closed up their stalls and went home, starting a family reunion after the end of the day. Shinbai had long since left the stall and leaned against the corner position, looking at the entire Sun family. From the morning until now, the Sun family hadn't moved at all. Shinbai was waiting for an appropriate time to go back in and take a look. Gradually, the sunset was finally far away, and a sliver of moonlight poured down from the black clouds. The moon looked like a jade disk, hanging high in the sky. The bright moonlight was like putting a gorgeous veil over this jade disk. It's about time. Shinbai stretched and moved his arms and legs before arriving outside the Sun family's fence. He familiarly climbed over the wall, using the darkness to hide his figure, and surveyed the movements of the Sun family. The light had gone out everywhere except the main house, where there was still an oil lamp on. In the Great Zhou Kingdom, where there were no entertainment facilities, everyone would choose to go to bed early at night except for that hookah place. Of course, if you want to have a baby making session or two, you will all sleep relatively late. Looking at the darkness around him, Shinbai's gaze fell on the room where the coffin was locked, rolled over, and stood steadily in the courtyard. With no one around, Shinbai rubbed his hands together excitedly. Money, beauty, power, none of these were enough to excite Shinbai enough in front of him. The only thing that excites him is this fury. There's another harvest today, Shinbai thought in his heart, and walked towards this room. There was a lock on the outside of the room, but it wasn't a problem for Shinbai. After Shinbai approached, he was ready to lift his left hand to open the lock. But before he could make a move, he suddenly heard a footstep from the side. Shinbai narrowed his eyes. Then his body flashed and hid in a corner position. Taking advantage of the cover of darkness, Shinbai carefully observed. The footsteps were light, but very scattered, and walked as if they were powerless, dragging their shoes along. On the right side of the room, a young woman in damask walked slowly. This is the Sun family's young lady? Shinbai frowned after seeing the woman's appearance. Miss Sun's face was pale and her eyes were dull, as if she was a log. As she walked towards this room, when Miss Sun came to the front of the room, she raised her index finger and gently wiped it on the lock, and for some reason, the lock opened automatically. After unlocking it, Miss Sun pushed open the door of the room and headed inside. Snap! With a muffled sound, the door to the room was completely shut by Miss Sun. When Shinbai saw this scene, his heart moved, and then he quietly came to the door of this room. He reached out with his index finger and poked a hole in the window pane, leaning in again and peering toward it. The fury is important, but the follow-through is equally important. This acacia tree seemed to be more than one, and Shinbai thought about whether he could salvage a few more strands of fury. The room was dim, and there was nothing out of the ordinary except the flickering light of the candles that surrounded the coffin. Shinbai suddenly stopped as his gaze turned. He noticed a black figure standing in the corner of the room. Chapter 26, The Sun Family's Sordid Affairs. As the dark figure appeared in the corner, the candles surrounding the coffin suddenly flickered with firelight. Shinbai saw the true face of this dark silhouette through this sparkling flicker, amidst the mottled light and shadow. This was an old man who was only 1 meter 6 tall, with silver white hair on top of his head, and a chest-length beard, with a fairy-like appearance, especially the Taoist robes, which set off the aura somewhat metaphysically. The old Taoist priest's right hand held a pole of floating dust, and between the swings of the floating dust, there were gusts of cold air that kept passing and reverberating from the floating dust, causing the temperature of the entire room to drop by several points. Get in. The old Taoist priest only said 3 words. Under Shinbai's gaze, Miss Sun crawled into the coffin with her hands and feet and closed her eyes. Around them, the swaying candle flames returned to normal. The old Taoist slowly paced and came to this coffin, then put the floating dust in his hand on the coffin. The floating dust began to surge wildly, piercing into Miss Sun's head one by one through the gap above the coffin. In the next moment, this cold air kept pouring in towards the top of Miss Sun's head, and the temperature of the entire room dropped once again. Seeing this, Shinbai stroked his chin and thought in his heart. The store assistant said that Master Sun believed the words of a Taoist priest and bought that huge acacia tree at a heavy price and made it into a coffin. And now this old Taoist priest has appeared. So it seems that this person's identity should be the same as the Taoist priest that Master Sun encountered. This speculation caused doubts to flood Subai's mind. He knew that this old Taoist priest didn't have good intentions. After all, the state of affairs in the house at this moment was just too sinister. But again, Shinbai couldn't figure it out. Although Miss Sun is the daughter of a rich merchant, but how can I say that she is just an ordinary person? The old Taoist priest is a cultivator at first glance. Why did he do this to Miss Sun? With such strange and doubtful thoughts, Shinbai then intended to continue reading, but before he could get to the window, once again he heard a footstep. Looks like it's quite a night. Shinbai turned around and once again hid in his previous position, continuing to observe the owner of the footsteps. As the footsteps approached, a person that even Shinbai had not expected appeared outside the room, wearing the clothes he wore before going to bed and holding his round belly. Master Sun looked around from side to side, as if he was a thief, and came to the door of this room. The lock on the doorway had been opened. If it was during the daytime, Master Sun would inevitably be furious, angrily scolding the household servants as to why they didn't lock this door. But in the evening, although the door was open, Master Sun seemed to have become accustomed to it and did not show any expression at all. Accompanied by 3 dull thuds, Master Sun gently knocked on the door. Not long after, the old Taoist priest's pale voice came from inside the door. "Come in." From Shenbai's angle, he could see a hint of excitement and thrill on Master Sun's face as he directly pushed the closed door in front of him open. After the house was pushed open, the cold air inside bubbled up and a fine layer of frost appeared on the floor. Master Sun touched his bladder and felt a chill, but still gritted his teeth and walked in, closing the door behind him. The moment the door closed, silence fell around them once again, and no one ever came near the room again. Shenbai walked out of the darkness, the curiosity in his heart growing, and quietly came to the doorway, once again looking towards the house. After Master Sun went in, he approached the coffin with an eager face and surveyed his daughter. However, the eyes did not have the pain and anger that they had during the daytime. Instead they were filled with an unknown color of excitement. "Taoist, how is the situation?" Elder Sun asked anxiously. The old Taoist swept a glance at Master Sun, and said indifferently, "The method of borrowing life from the acacia tree has already been performed, and your daughter will automatically come to lie in this coffin every day. So don't worry, the poor Taoist will come over every couple of days and suck the lifespan from your daughter, which is naturally divided among you as well." "Many thanks, Taoist Master." "Many thanks." Elder Sun hurriedly thanked him. "Taoist Master, why don't you give me some longevity first? Recently I was tortured by that disease. My body is already incapable of fighting it. That's a terminal disease you have. And even though the poor Taoist is a cultivator, it's not good enough to help you remove it." The Taoist priest pinched the end of the floating dust. "That's fine. I'll give you some of my lifespan today. With this lifespan, I'll at least be alive despite the terminal illness." After the old Taoist said this, he raised his hand and pointed at Master Sun's brow. In the next moment, the same cold aura emerged from Master Sun's body, even colder than the surrounding cold. After witnessing all of this scene and linking the causes and consequences together, Shenbai finally understood what had happened. The story of the locust tree borrowing its life. He had once heard it in the mouths of some of the people in Qian County. In the old days, though, he'd listened to it as a story. The so-called acacia tree borrowing life is to utilize the property of the acacia tree to attract Yin, and to use the lifespan of the acacia tree itself to achieve the effect of prolonging life. But now, looking at the situation, Master Sun did not draw his lifespan from the acacia tree, but used it to take his daughter's lifespan. What an evil means, Shenbai thought in his heart. There is no one in the world who is not afraid of death. Even Shenbai himself is afraid of death. The desire to live a long life is one that no one can deny. But Shenbai did not expect that this Master Sun would be so heartless as to lay hands on his own daughter. At the same time that Shenbai was thinking this, there was movement on Master Qian's side. The old Taoist priest took back the floating dust in his hand and put it on his wrist. "How is it? Do you feel better?" Master Sun nodded his head hurriedly. "Much better. Thank you, Taoist Master. How many more times can this daughter of mine borrow her lifespan?" The old Taoist priest looked at Master Sun, then revealed an icy smile. "You can borrow it as many times as you want. The acacia tree borrows the life of your loved ones, and as long as they still have longevity, it can be obtained sheepishly." Master Sun hurriedly nodded his head and said, "Then please ask the Taoist Master to extract more of my daughter's lifespan. As long as it's enough. I still have some siblings that can be sent into the coffin then." The old Taoist monk held his head high and gave a faint hum. "The poor Taoist will leave first, and come back every few days to extract the longevity and put it into your body." Master Sun had a fawning look on his face. "Thank you, Taoist. Take your time." The old Taoist waved his sleeve and turned his body towards the door. For his part, Elder Sun continued to maintain a doggy look and silently followed behind. Just then, Master Sun's footsteps suddenly stopped, and his body trembled violently, as if he was suffering from some kind of pain, and his sight went down. The floating and sinking in the old Taoist priest's hand penetrated Master Sun's chest. "What is this? This?" Master Sun raised his head violently, his face full of disbelief. "What's the situation? You are also just an altar for the poor Taoist to store his lifespan." Chapter 27, Another Fury. In the darkened room, there was a coldness and evil in the old Taoist priest's words. Master Sun was stabbed by this floating dust and felt that the anger in his body was fading away. With the feeling that his life was being drawn out of him, he reached out his left hand and pointed at the old Taoist priest with a trembling hand. "Evil Taoist, you are evil. You evil Taoist." "Evil?" The old Taoist monk laughed loudly. "Compared to your heartless father, this is not considered evil. You can be more evil than even me. In order to survive, sucking the lifespan of your own daughter to be a stepping stone for you. Look again at who is the evil way." The floating dust in the old Taoist priest's hand was slowly drawn out. With each pump, Master Sun shook a little. Why did I listen to you then, you evil Taoist? Master Sun's eyes began to gradually become cloudy, turning his head to look at his daughter in the coffin, suddenly as if he had awakened at the moment of death. You've never thought of helping me. All you've ever wanted is to borrow my hand to obtain the longevity you want. As soon as the old Taoist monk pulled out the floating dust, he looked at the lifeless Master Sun who had fallen to the ground, and said indifferently, people, there are too many things to covet in this life, and when you get greedy, that's when you're being used by me, so there's no one to blame. Speaking of this, the old Taoist slowly came to the coffin and looked at the sleeping Miss Sun, his eyes flashing with greed. What a beautiful woman. It's a shame to meet the father who stinks like sewage. I'm going to kill you anyway, so let's use your last good deed again. While saying that, the old Taoist priest was actually ready to go and undo Miss Sun's outside clothes. Poor Tao has also not touched a woman for a long time. The means of picking yin and replenishing yang is slightly rusty. Now I will let you familiarize yourself with it for poor Tao. A lecherous smile surfaced on the old Taoist priest's face. Just at this moment, the old Taoist priest who was about to reach out suddenly felt sweaty. The temperature in the middle of the room had dropped so much that ordinary people would have had to put on a few coats when they came in. But it was in this environment where the temperature plummeted that the old Taoist priest could feel his sweat standing up. He found the scene too bizarre. A cracking sound came from the air. The sound of the breaking sound was followed by the sound of the door being opened. At the critical moment, the old Taoist priest threw out his floating dust, and in an instant, he realized that the floating dust was wrapped around a long sword. Looking along the long sword, he saw a man with a black cloth covering his face, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. The old Taoist could see through the man's eyes and realized that there was a hint of excitement in the man's eyes, and the excitement actually came from the coffin next to him. I can't imagine that the poor Taoist has been walking the rivers and lakes for many years, but he would be spied on in secret, so you should leave your life behind. The old Taoist laughed coldly. The floating dust in his hand exerted force, and the huge force wrapped around the long sword, wanting to pull Shun Bai closer. Just then, the old Taoist saw a fist wrapped in golden light gradually enlarge. Bang! Accompanied by a heavy sound. The old Taoist priest felt a sharp pain in his face under his dizziness. The left cheek was deformed by a punch from Shun Bai. The crumbs of broken bones bled through his face. The old Taoist priest fell to the ground and looked at Shun Bai with horrified eyes. Shun Bai said indifferently, I thought it was so powerful that it could only carry one punch. The old Taoist priest's face was deformed at the moment, but after hearing Shun Bai's words, his eyes widened. Just who are you? In Ascending Cloud County, I recognize all those experts, only I don't know you. I've never seen this sword and fist technique before. Where exactly are you from? Shun Bai smiled. What is it about you? Don't move first, or I can only reluctantly kill you. Speaking here, Shun Bai rested his eyes on top of the coffin. The chill of the coffin had grown heavier. When the cold air emerged, Shun Bai could see that Miss Sun's face in the coffin was already bloodless. The way this acacia tree harms people seems to be through some illusions. Shun Bai stroked his chin and said. When the old Taoist saw this, an idea was suddenly born in his mind. You want to destroy this coffin? He tried to get up on his hands and knees, but the next moment, there was a scream. The old Taoist priest's hands were slashed by the long sword, and his arms fell to the ground between spurts of blood. Shun Bai turned back and glanced lightly. I said, let you be honest. Forget it this time. Cut your 2 hands. Next time, it's 2 legs, and next time, it's your head. The old Taoist priest's face was covered in sweat as he kept rolling on the ground, looking at Su Bai with eyes filled with resentment. You're done. You're dead, Shun Bai slowly said. Based on the fact that you have no hands, I'm dead? Lose my suppression and this coffin will kill you. The color of resentment in the old Taoist's eyes increased. Just at this time, Shun Bai realized that everything around him had suddenly changed. He. A creepy laugh passed through the room. Immediately afterward, Shun Bai saw a figure turn from blurry to clear. The woman in the red dress had a red cover over her head and was walking towards Shun Bai. The woman's hands, exposed outside her sleeves, were as pale as paper, and her black fingernails were gradually getting longer. The old Taoist priest laughed loudly. The blood in his mouth spewed out for no money. You're done. You're done. This is made from a strand of that 1,000-year-old acacia tree. Resentment festers. Even a strand of a tree branch is spooky. You won't be able to carry it. The sword light flashed, and brilliant righteousness rose above the long sword. This red-clothed bride in front of him turned into black gas and disappeared in the sword light. A strand of baleful chi floated before Shun Bai's eyes and was pocketed by him. The scenery around them was gone, and the coffins appeared cracked and shattered. The coldness gradually disappeared, and in an instant, the temperature in the room changed to normal. The old Taoist priest's words came to an abrupt end. Looking at Shun Bai with a face full of shock. How is this possible? Even an expert of the Daozan realm can't do this to this extent. Are you in the Three Treasures realm? Impossible. I know all of the Three Treasures realm experts in Shangyin County, and no new experts have appeared recently. How is that possible? Shenbai smiled faintly. It's impossible. Let's talk about it later. I'm particularly interested in another matter right now, so you'll have to commiserate for a while. Commiserate? The old Taoist was puzzled. 2 more sword lights flashed. Immediately afterward, the old Taoist felt a pain in his legs, and when he looked down, his legs automatically separated from his torso. Ah! The old Taoist once again let out a miserable scream. Shenbai lifted the collar of the old Taoist priest and slowly walked out of the room while walking. There's no choice but to cut off your legs in order to be more careful. 2 legs in the district. Is it necessary to scream so miserably? Old Taoist? Chapter 28 The Mystery of the Sephora Tree. The Weird Kinds. In this dark room, the old Taoist monk could not even utter a miserable scream now, because he was completely confused by Shenbai's words. You cut off both my hands and legs, and you're telling me that it's just a district? He didn't think a normal person could say something so chilling. Even if the 2 sides are enemies, they cannot be so humiliated. As the saying goes, a man can be killed but not dishonored. If you have the guts, you can kill me with a sword. The old Taoist gnashed his teeth. Shenbai's gaze was indifferent as he lifted his right foot and stepped on the old Taoist priest's face, crushing it hard. The old Taoist's teeth were shattered by this foot, and his speech became gulped and inaudible. Shenbai loosened his feet and said with a calm gaze, "You're the fish and meat. I'm the knife and chopper. Want to talk? Did I agree?" The old Taoist priest opened his leaky mouth. "What do you care about me? I'm going to talk, and I'm going to let out a shout, and I'm going to alert all the constables, and even if I die, I'm going to drag you along with me." Shenbai did not speak, and the long sword in his hand turned back. A cold light flashed. In the next moment, the old Taoist only felt a gust of wind slashing across both sides of his cheeks. When he came back to his senses, a sharp pain came and he realized that his ears were detached from his cheeks and fell to the ground, bleeding profusely. These days, living is easy. Dying, a luxury. Shenbai's voice came like a devil, causing the old Taoist priest to be chilled all over his body, as if he was suddenly thrown into an icy place during the scorching summer. If you cooperate, die painfully. If you don't, after you've been tortured, I'll find a place to bury you, pour honey on you, and let the snakes, bugs, rats and ants lick you clean. You can think about that kind of taste. I'll give you 3 breaths. The old Taoist priest only felt his sweaty hairs stand on end and his pores shrunk. 1. Shenbai's voice came leisurely, calm as water. 2. At this moment, the old Taoist felt Shenbai's gaze, and fear grew in his heart. Before Shenbai could say the 3rd word, the last line of defense in the old Taoist priest's heart was completely breached. I was wrong. Master, give me a hard time later. I'll cooperate with whatever you want. The corners of Shenbai's mouth rose slightly as he lifted the collar of the old Taoist priest and had disappeared into the courtyard of the Qian family in a few steps. It had been a great day on this journey. What happened subsequently to the Qian family? Shenbai did not want to bother. Nor could he, because Shenbai now had a newer goal. The old Taoist monk only had his torso and head left, and when he was dragged by Shenbai by his collar, he looked like a slightly larger bundle. Throughout the night, the old Taoist priest did not dare to say a word and kept his mouth tightly shut. The reason for this was that Shenbai had said before that as long as he dared to say a word nonsense, what awaited him was horrible torture. A sharp pain came from the wound, and the old Taoist still gritted his teeth to endure it. Shenbai just dragged his way along, and then came to a more remote street. After dragging the old Taoist's remnants into this alleyway, he found a quiet, dark corner before letting go. The old Taoist grunted and rolled a few times on the ground under the effect of inertia, unable to move with his face to the ground. All right, now you can talk about it. What is the meaning of Samuel's borrowed life? Shenbai's voice came from behind the old Taoist priest. The old Taoist had just opened his mouth when he felt a handful of yellow soil pour into it. He struggled to roll over, but there was nothing he could do at all. Immediately afterward, the old Taoist felt a pain in the location of his lower abdomen. He was flipped over by Shenbai's kick and looked at Shenbai with a pitiful look. Due to the old Taoist's old age, combined with this miserable look, there was really some pathetic weak-old look. But once Shenbai remembered that the old Taoist priest had just unzipped his Taoist robe and tried to flirt with Miss Sun who was sleeping in the coffin, he felt a pang of straight nausea. If you don't say, then cut your nose again. Shenbai carried his long sword with a cold light and gradually approached. The old Taoist priest winced and hurriedly said, Master, it is a guile. It is a guile. The acacia tree is a guile. It is a heavenly acacia tree that has become bizarre. But the situation was so special that it could not be moved, and I seized the branch with greed in my heart. While the weird tree branch is weak, it is utilized to maim others and gain longevity. Creepy, can't move? Shinbai stroked his chin and became curious. Why is it weird that it can't move? The old Taoist priest felt slightly strange. He didn't know why an expert of the three treasures realm like this one didn't know such simple knowledge. But at this time, his life was at stake. So he still hurried to answer. The weird one. Not a single person. Everything in the world can be transformed into weirdness. And certain special weirdness, such as mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, grasses and trees, etc. After they have been transformed into weirdness, they will only affect one orientation. Let's say an acacia tree. Only in the range around the acacia tree. But after intercepting the branches, it can be carried to a great distance. The acacia tree is Yin, and can be used to kill people with Yin visions. And I'm just utilizing the Yin attribute of the acacia tree to obtain mortal Qi and blood for cultivation. This world is in turmoil nowadays, and everyone wants to have a better life, and I can't help it. Shinbai laughed coldly. I've said don't pretend to be pitiful to me. The longsword saber light flashed, and the old Taoist felt pain coming from his nose. The nose was cut into a bloody mess by the long sword as blood flew. Ah! The old Taoist couldn't take it anymore and struggled and screamed. But the screaming stopped abruptly. Shinbai raised his foot and stepped heavily on the old Taoist priest's face one by one. The sound of bones breaking became denser and denser, and the old Taoist priest's entire face was stepped on by Shinbai until it was broken to the point of fracture. Master! I won't scream. I won't scream. The old Taoist hurriedly begged for mercy. Where is that acacia tree now? Shinbai continued to ask. Just now, listening to this old Taoist priest, Shinbai suddenly had a very good idea as to whether it was feasible. He intended to follow up and try it out. After experiencing the pain just now, the old Taoist monk no longer dared to have the slightest hesitation at this moment. Without even waiting for Shinbai's gaze to sweep over, he answered quickly. There is an island in the center of Willow Run Lake, west of Shangyun County, where the acacia tree stands. Shinbai nodded, quite satisfied. Not bad. I just like answering straight people. You are very good. The old Taoist priest smiled and nodded his head with a companionable smile. At this point, combined with that miserable look, it was creepy to look at, especially without a nose and only 2 holes. It looks even more horrible. Shinbai stroked his chin. I'll ask you one last question. The old Taoist priest hurriedly asked. Master, what other questions do you have? I absolutely know everything. Shinbai laughed and said, if we keep the acacia tree and take the acacia tree branches daily, won't we be able to produce a constant stream of weirdness? Chapter 29, Appraisal of an Ancient and True Scripture. Source of the Fury, Request for Catch-up Reading. After Shinbai asked these words, the entire room fell into a bizarre silence. The old Taoist priest's eyes became extremely fearful as he looked at Shinbai. A thought suddenly came into his mind. After this thought surfaced, it quickly changed into a picture. In the picture, Shinbai used the branches of the acacia tree to create countless bizarre things, and then used these bizarre things to jeopardize the entire Shangyun County, causing the people of Shangyun County to be devastated. Somehow, the old Taoist was getting the feeling that this was likely to happen. Master, it turns out that you are a fellow Taoist. If so, the little Taoist is willing to take you to the bottom of that acacia tree to help you think of a way, but the chances are not high. The old Taoist had a fawning face. Why not higher? Shinbai didn't bother to deny any fellow travelers and continued to ask. This was his plan. If that acacia tree branch could continuously produce shenanigans, then wouldn't his own fury be a constant source? The old Taoist priest laughed bitterly. That acacia tree, even if it is a terrifyingly bizarre one, it has an end. There is nothing in this world that can be produced for no reason, and there is a limit to the number of this bizarre one. So it is. Shinbai nodded, slightly disappointed in his heart. He felt that as good as his plan was, Samuel was not giving it a go. Luckily, though, being able to generate more fury would be more rewarding on its own. At least according to the current progress of the gold finger. Every qualitative transformation requires breaking chi, and I don't know how much will be needed for the next qualitative transformation. So storing it beforehand will be a good way to prepare for a rainy day. When the old Taoist saw that Shinbai did not speak anymore, the hope of survival in his eyes increased. Master, you let me live. Although I don't have arms and legs now, but there are many different kinds of people who cultivate in this world. They can always find out the ones who repair their limbs. At that time I'm bound to be one of Master's pawns. And wherever Master lets showdown go, showdown will go. By this time, the old Taoist had already thought that Shinbai really wanted to jeopardize the entire Shangyun County. But before he could finish his sentence, a long sword with a chilling light had already approached. In the old Taoist's disbelieving eyes, the long sword wiped across the front of his neck. The old Taoist priest's head flew up and rolled several times on the ground, and finally gazed at Shinbai with wide eyes, as if he couldn't figure out which sentence he had said wrong even before he died. Begging for mercy with me? Are you worthy? Shinbai looked at the headless corpse and shook his head. then the long sword in his hand flew one after another, cutting the old Taoist priest's corpse into pieces continuously. Only after determining that he could not be revived did Shenbai quietly leave the street. Leaving that street, Shenbai did not hurry to the location of the acacia tree. At this point, it was dark, but not too far from daylight to move around too easily. Shenbai returned to the middle of the pawnshop, and he was still the only one in the pawnshop. When the light of the oil lamp was lit by Shenbai, between the interplay of light and shadow, Shenbai poured himself a cup of tea, sat on the chair and took a sip lightly. But in his heart, he was thinking about the things he encountered this evening. Although that acacia tree can't produce a constant stream of baneful qi, according to what that old Taoist priest said, there are still a few baneful qi estimated to be lurking inside the acacia tree, and the baneful qi is absolutely beneficial to me, so I'm bound to go. But not now. In a time of chaos, when dynasties are in turmoil, lives are like grass. Before this, Shenbai did not feel it, but after stepping into this circle, the successive encounter of these things, let Shenbai know that in this chaotic world want to be based on, first of all, their own conditions should be too hard. He didn't want to be that 5-year-old girl who didn't even have the ability to fight back. So before going to the acacia tree, Shenbai planned to use this last bane first. In front of Shenbai's eyes, a line of smoke appeared and eventually coalesced into words. Ancient scripture. Identification progress, 0%. A single fury can be quickly identified. There are a total of 3 divine abilities I've extracted right now, which are the blood sword dance, the Vajra vorpal fist, and the howling jade evil body. These 3 are all tertiary, so if you want a qualitative change, I guess you'll need to wait a while. For now, the ancient and true scriptures are the best value for money. Shenbai tapped his fingers on the desktop, thinking in his heart, one more ability was one more means of self-protection, and now using the baneful qi on the ancient true scriptures was naturally one of the most reliable things for Shenbai. After making up his mind, Shenbai no longer stayed, and between the movements of his heart, the fury in front of him disappeared rapidly. Along with the disappearance of the fury, in the twinkling of an eye, brand new words appeared in front of Shenbai. Clear Mind Mantra LV1, Clear Mind plus 10 out of 100. When the words in front of him surfaced, a mysterious and unpredictable shadow appeared in Shenbai's mind. The silhouette was sitting on an ancient futon, was facing Shenbai with his back, and could not see his face clearly. Shenbai only felt that there was an ancient and stale aura that kept passing through the silhouette. The next moment, the sound of knocking on a wooden fish echoed in his head. A section of scripture continued to emanate along with this virtual shadow. The sound of chanting through the sky, like the holy sound from the sky, is refreshing. It took several breaths of time before the shadows and voices faded away. Fresh and widowed, all things are not to be disturbed. Shenbai opened his eyes and felt that there was some more air in both kidneys. On top of that, he had also mastered the divine ability of the clear heart mantra as quickly as he could. Shenbai secretly said in his heart, good thing, it makes up for another one of my weaknesses. The so-called clear heart mantra, one of the attributes attached to this divine ability was called clear heart. As the literal meaning of the word suggests, after cultivating this divine ability, one could be exempted from some special injuries, let's say those that disrupt the consciousness of the divine soul. This was a passive divine ability for Shenbai himself, but he was also able to use it out actively. When Shenbai recited the mind-clearing mantra, he was able to attach a mind-clearing effect to others. Of course, it will be weaker than when you use it yourself. Shenbai himself had the howling jade evil body as a defense, but the defense in terms of the divine soul was weak, and now it was equivalent to letting him have the defense ability in terms of the divine soul. Still need new shenanigans and fury. Shenbai withdrew his mind, feeling that he had suddenly returned to the pre-liberation era in one go. The idea is just a thought though, because as a livered man, there's something to be livered again. Shenbai rubbed his hands together, intending to liver the clear mind mantra to the second level of perfection tonight, and then search for that giant acacia tree to make the clear mind mantra reach the third level. Thinking of this, Shenbai's mouth began to read the scriptures in detail. Willow Run Lake. Under the moonlight, the lake was as clear as a mirror. On the island in the center of the lake, a sky-high acacia tree is floating in the wind. On the shore, one by one, the people lined up, holding 3 sticks of incense in their hands. Looking solemn, a raft floats in from the island and gradually reaches the shore. The boatman in a straw coat braced his bamboo pole and raised his scarlet eyes. Those who offer incense, cast tribute. Chapter 30, Traveling to Willow Run Lake. White-clothed monk. The lake shimmered at night, glistening with a warm sheen under the moonlight. When the boatman had said this, the foremost of the people made a movement. The people were seen holding the incense with their left hand, while their right hand was slowly raised and extended to the position of the boatman. Hundred's right wrist is densely scarred. The scars were in the form of long strips, which at a glance showed that they had been cut by a sharp instrument. and several of them were still fresh, proving that they had been cut not long ago. The boatman stretched out his left hand and took this people's right hand, while with his other hand he plunged his bamboo pole into the river. The boatman's index fingernail grew steeply long and flicked across the people's wrists. Blood spurted from his wrist and dripped down the back of his hand to the lake. At that moment, the boatman somehow conjured up a large altar and caught it under the bleeding wrist. The people's faces became extremely pale as blood continued to drip. It wasn't long before the boatman finally set the altar aside and gently wiped it across the people's wrists. The wound gradually healed, leaving only a brown scar. "Get in the boat." The boatman with bloodshot eyes said only two simple words before turning his gaze to another of the people. The people were pale and tottering, but still they took the incense in their left hand and walked tremblingly to the boat. Next, the process was repeated for each of the people. When the raft was full, the boatman held the bamboo pole and rowed towards the island in the center of the lake. Drifting away, this part of the lake became silent, and not a single person lingered here any longer. The next day, when the next day came, Chen yawned, looked at the smoke in front of him, and waited patiently. Not long after, the smoke gradually converged and turned into a brand new line of text that appeared in front of Shinbai's eyes. Clear mind mantra LV2, clear mind +2, equanimity +2 100. When the smoke dissipated, Shinbai took a long breath. His mouth was a little dry, so he took a sip of the tea next to him. For the whole night, Shinbai did not do anything, just reciting the clear mind mantra in his room. Honestly, chanting the clear mind mantra at night still sounds pretty scary. It's a good thing there's no one inside this room, and this night has been quite rewarding. Now, the clear heart mantra had also reached the point of qualitative change, and only needed to harvest one more strand of fury chi to reach the third level. The clear mind mantra after reaching the second level had an additional attribute of flatness. This attribute was somewhat interesting in Shinbai's view. The so-called flatness, the function of this attribute was to enable Shinbai to become more calm in critical situations. It seemed to be a rare and ordinary attribute, but Shinbai knew that this attribute was capable of producing a great effect under some special occasions. Let's say that in times of extreme danger, people would have panic. Even Shinbai was no exception. However, after possessing the attribute of flatness, in occasions of extreme crisis, Shinbai was able to make himself calmer and calmer. And another thing about this attribute is that it can be very useful when facing some special abilities. Let's say that there were abilities that could make people feel negative emotions such as fear. The flatness would allow Shinbai to achieve a kind of absolute calmness within that range. So I really should think about checking out Samuel now. Shinbai put down his teacup and gently swirled it. Fury was an important component of the golden finger, and Shinbai, after a night of wild liver, had decided to take a look at the huge acacia tree that the old Taoist priest had mentioned. As for whether there was any danger, in Shinbai's opinion danger was definitely there. Just whether the danger and the gain could be proportional. That was what Shinbai had to be concerned about. When the reward far outweighs the risk, then you can put up a fight. Of course, Shinbai was not a brainless person. He planned to watch from afar first, carefully approaching to see the specific situation of that acacia tree. If I can make a move, I'll make a move. Thinking of this, Shinbai fried himself another serving of Qian blood medicine and took it, and waited until his Qian blood were slightly replenished, and only then did he pack up and walk out the door. Outside the house, the street vendors have started a brand new day. The world is a mess, but one must always live. Even in the remote county of Xianyun County, the people are living tenaciously. Shinbai found a stall for breakfast, and after eating and resting a little, he planned to head to Willow Run Lake. But before going, Shinbai went back to the pawnshop. Zhang Qiaofeng has gone home. That daughter-in-law of his is a tigress. Shinbai estimated that Zhang Qiaofeng had sent his daughter-in-law back to her mother's home early at this time. The whole pawnshop is only Shinbai alone. Shinbai in the pawnshop simply cleaned up, then brought a set of black clothes as well as a black face scarf, as well as an oil paper umbrella. Pawnshops have all sorts of weird and wonderful things, and it's not surprising that there's this set of night clothes. Shinbai still remembered that this thing was pawned at him by a fallen chivalrous man with a broken arm. It also gave 2 cents at the time. The reason he brought this was also simple. In these chaotic times, he could not reveal his identity without revealing it. After all, there are things that are always better in the dark than in the light. After making all the preparations, Shinbai closed the door to his room and rushed in the direction of Willow Run Lake. There is a village around Willow Run Lake, which is considered to be quite far away from the villages around Ascension Cloud. Shinbai had seldom traveled far from this world since he came to it, and this time out, Shinbai was slightly leisurely. Although he is going to see the huge acacia tree, but the principle of tension and relaxation Shinbai still knows. To get to Willow Run Lake you need to take the official road. Although the Great Zhou Kingdom was in dynastic turmoil nowadays, the official road was still too much safer than other small roads. Shinbai didn't want to create any loose ends in the middle of the road, so he didn't take a shortcut. Above the official road, carriages passed by from time to time. These carriages were not the ordinary people of Shangyan County, but various chambers of commerce. Shenbai was alone on this official road on foot, but it seemed a bit alien. There was no way around it, and it would have been a long wait if I had taken a carriage. Shenbai's walking speed wasn't slow, and with the air in his body, he estimated that he would be able to arrive by mid-afternoon. In this way, after roughly half an hour's work of walking again, the sky turned from sunny to cloudy. The season itself in Assumption County today is rainy, and every now and then there will be a shower. The people are used to it. Shenbai had prepared in advance and took out an oil paper umbrella from his baggage and waited until it rained to hold it open. After walking forward for about another column of incense, Shenbai, however, suddenly stopped and frowned, not far from the official road. At this moment, there was a white-robed monk sitting on the edge of the official road with his hands folded. The young monk in white was handsome, with 9-ring scars on his head, and his white clothes set off a rather dusty air. At this moment, the white-robed monk saw Shenbai, got up and walked towards Shenbai, and his gaze stayed on Shenbai. Chapter 31, Walking with a Monk. Creepy Village. Above this official road, Shenbai didn't want to cause trouble. He only wanted to reach the location of the huge acacia tree smoothly, and then go to find the breaking energy for a rainy day. But in this current situation, it seemed that the white monk was coming towards him. Thinking about this, Shenbai placed his hand on his waist and gripped the long sword at his waist, his eyes gradually becoming sharp. At this time, the white-robed monk had already walked to Shenbai, folded his hands, and slightly performed a Buddhist salute to Shenbai. Junior Monk Flowerless, meet the scholar. Shenbai raised an eyebrow. His grip on the long sword did not loosen. Master, you and I have never met. Why are you suddenly talking to me? The official road was remote, but the situation was such that even a normal person would be very wary of suddenly coming over to talk. Wuhua revealed a gentle smile, still maintaining the motion of folding his hands. There is a blood qi entwined in the body of the monk, and there is plenty of qi in blood, so he must be a person of the same path. The young monk would like to ask the monk, which way is the Willow Luck Lake heading? Shenbai sniffed, no expression on his face. Master went to Willow Run Lake. What is there to do? He understood why this white-robed monk had come to find himself. Due to the cultivation of the divine ability of the blood sword dance, one's own qi in blood had become exceptionally strong after constant depletion and compensation, and it could be said that it was too much stronger than those who cultivated. When a person's qi and blood are strong, there is a big difference in both appearance and temperament. It was normal for the white monk to be able to see that. Wuhua slowly said, monks don't lie. Willow Run Lake is involved in a bizarre matter. The young monk was ordered to go to Willow Run Lake to solve the bazaar. Oh, Shenbai instantly came to be interested. I don't know Master Flowerless. What is his division? Is it possible that this weirdness has something to do with the division where Master Flowerless is from? Inexplicably there is a monk to come to solve the bazaar. And look at this situation has been known beforehand. Shenbai guessed that this huge acacia tree is related to the Flowerless. Wuhua nodded and said, I am a disciple of the Xuanqing Temple in Maple Forest State. And I am a disciple of the Xuanqing Temple. And truth be told, there is a huge acacia tree at the Willow Run Lake in Shangyan County, and that acacia tree is related to the Xuanqing Temple. Shenbai did not speak, but listened patiently. He knew that Flameless wasn't finished and that there was a follow-up. As expected, after Flowerless finished his sentence, there was only a slight pause before he continued to explain. In the unknown ages of the past, a certain abbot of the Xuanqing Temple planted an acacia tree within the temple, which grew taller and taller with each passing day. Influenced by the Buddhist teachings in the temple, the whole acacia tree has turned from yin to yang and has become a landscape in the temple. But it was not long ago that the acacia tree was tainted and dug up by thugs from the upper evil sect. According to the Xuanqing Temple's secret report, the acacia tree fell in Willow Run Lake and has taken root and transformed into a weirdness. Shenbai stroked his chin after hearing what happened. He didn't bother to ask the Xuanqing Temple exactly how they got the information. In fact, for a power in a state-level city, it would be normal to have its own intelligence network. Don't look at this as a temple, but this is all a temple for cultivators. Who doesn't put intelligence first these days? It was just that what made Shenbai a bit puzzled was another question. Xuanqing Temple is a power in Maple Forest State, but why did it send only Master Wuhua? Shenbai asked. According to what Flowerless said, the acacia tree itself was owned by the Xuanqing Temple, only to be taken away by that upper evil sect's people and transformed into a weirdness. The upper evil sect Shenbai was aware of it. After all, he had resolved the enemies related to the upper evil sect not long ago. This power was able to survive in the seams of the Maple Forest State, so it was bound to be not weak. Xuanqing Temple only sent Wuhua alone. Shenbai felt that it seemed a bit lacking. Wuhua nodded and said, what the monk said is very true, but Xuanqing Temple has Xuanqing Temple's hardships, so it's not good for the young monk to say more. Chen Bai hummed. If you want to go to Willow Run Lake, the master went the opposite way. Follow this official road all the way down. Then get off the official road at the 8th intersection and go straight. After figuring out the causes and consequences of the matter, Chen Bai didn't want to say much. After all, the two of them were only one-sided friends, and talking too much would be a bad thing in turn. Of course, Chen Bai felt that this trip to Willow Run Lake seemed to have some changes. After all, his destination was also Willow Run Lake. In that case, the young monk will take his leave. Flowerless once again performed a Buddhist salute and turned around, ready to leave. Chen Bai looked at the back of Flowerless' departure and fell into deep thought. A moment later, before Flowerless could completely walk away, Chen Bai opened his mouth to speak. Master Flowerless, stay for now. Flowerless stopped and turned his head to give Chen Bai a strange look, his eyes showing doubt. I'm also going to make a trip to Willow Run Lake on this trip, so why don't I travel with Master Flowerless? Chen Bai said. The doubt in Flowerless' eyes deepened, but after a few moments, the doubt was fading. Is it hard to believe that the cultivator is also there for that giant acacia tree? Chen Bai nodded. That's right. This trip is also for the sake of that acacia tree weirdness, and lately this trouble has kind of come to me. Just a moment ago, Chen Bai made this decision. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although he and Flowerless were strangers, since they both shared a common goal, they might as well figure it out together. This trip is dangerous, especially the giant acacia tree. Without knowing the enemy, Chen Bai also does not want to take risks alone. That's the difference between imagination and reality. If the protagonist was written as in the talkies, he would probably just go and kill the wearer alone. But reality is always reality. And Chen Bai is just asking for a sure thing. Excitement bubbled up in Wowa's eyes. If sure master accompanies me there, it will definitely be a good thing. And this trip will definitely be foolproof. These words came from the mouth of Flowerless, yet he did not exaggerate in the slightest. When he first saw Chen Bai, Wowa felt that Chen Bai's Qian blood were as vigorous as the sun, which made him feel a sense of retreat. Definitely an expert hidden in Ascending Cloud County. Now that he had Chen Bai to help him, he would certainly be able to build on the foundation of this trip even more securely. Chen Bai nodded and said, in that case, let's set sail and depart. He was never one to dilly-dally, and after making his decision, he walked side by side with Flowerless, towards Willow Run Lake. The sky was gradually turning dark, and the figures of the two men gradually disappeared above the official road. Huaishi Village, a small village next to Luyu Lake. Most of the people in the village make their living by gathering fish catches. At this moment, two strangers came from outside the village. Chen Bai and Wowa stood outside the village, surveying the deadly village and frowning in unison. It was thoroughly late, with only the setting sun echoing in the west. Chen Bai turned his head and said, cooking smoke should rise in this kind of day, but the village is dead. There must be something wrong. Flowerless nodded and said, sure Master Shen, the two of you and I will go in and take a look up. Chen Bai gripped the long sword at his waist and stepped into the village with Wowa. Just entering the village, Chen Bai frowned when he saw a corner of the village. Chapter 32 Staying in the Village. Night Exploration. The village was gray, and seemed to be cloaked in silver under the moonlight, but the deadly atmosphere, even the moonlight still could not completely dispel it. Even an ordinary person entering the village could feel the atmosphere as if the old man was late. And not far from this village, as Chen Bai's line of sight looked over, he saw a middle-aged man in rags sitting squatting on the side of the road, looking at the moon and the sky with lifeless eyes. The man's clothes were not worn out, just slightly outdated, but due to the messy draping, it in turn showed a sense of decadence and despondency. Especially those eyes were dull and lightless, as if they had lost their vigor. Chen Bai's eyes twisted and rested on top of the man's wrist. The dirt-covered wrist was being crisscrossed with scars that looked hideous and horrible. Every now and then, a villager passed by the man. A few of the villagers even spat a few bubbles of saliva towards the men. There were also some children who were playing, and when they passed by the middle-aged man, they grabbed a handful of dirt on the ground and sprinkled it on the middle-aged man's head. Under Chen Bai's careful observation, he found that both the middle-aged man and those villagers, even the small children, had dense scars on their wrists. Scholar Shun, the scars on their hands are injuries from sharp weapons, and with their weak feet and poor chi and blood, they should have been bled recently. Flowerless whispered. Chen Bai nodded and said, that should be the case. During this recent period of time, Chen Bai had been replenishing his chi and blood, plus his own chi and blood were sufficient, and he had more perception of chi and blood, so he could tell at a glance. Go over and take a look. The anomaly that appeared just after entering the village, coupled with the fact that this downtrodden middle-aged man behaved very differently from the villagers, Chen Bai evoked interest. The two of them looked at each other, and without further ado, they walked towards this downtrodden middle-aged man. But before the duo could approach, the anomaly appeared. Two outsiders, right? A voice rang out behind Shenbai and Wuhua. Shenbai turned his head and saw an old man with white hair, walking slowly with a cane in his hand. Yes, we are outsiders, passing through here. It's getting late. We want to borrow a night. I don't know what the old man's name is. The old man gently leaned on his crutches. The old man is the village chief of Huishi village, surnamed Yang. You guys just call me village chief Yang. Two of you. Huishi village originally does not receive foreign guests, but today the locust spirit is on the offerings. But it is a great joy. Two of you. If you want to borrow a room, you can rest for a night in Huishi village before leaving. Soprano spirits offering? Shenbai stroked his chin and asked. Village chief Yang, what is the acacia spirit offering? Mayor Yang laughed and said, there is a huge acacia tree in Huishi village, and after being nourished by the Willow Luck Lake in Huishi village, it was born with spirituality, which can ensure that the winds and rains in Huishi village are favorable. Every so often, the villagers will go to make offerings, so 3 times, nourishing the spirit of the acacia tree, which can make Huishi village more prosperous. Gentlemen, please look around. In the old days, these were dilapidated houses, but because of the acacia spirits, it has changed the whole village drastically. Shenbai looked around and realized that this village was indeed affluent. Those buildings alone were much more prosperous than other villages. Wuhua took 2 steps forward and asked, then why is this your master so downcast? The old village chief swept a glance at the downtrodden middle-aged man and laughed coldly. This man was originally a villager of my Huishi village, but he offended the locust spirit and ended up like this. He really deserved it. How is it an offense? Shenbai became even more curious. Yang village had heard this, as if opening the box, explained, acacia spirit itself will protect the village wind and rain, but this guy said that we give the acacia spirit offerings is to deplete themselves. Said what acacia spirit is evil, there is this result is his own fault. While saying that, village chief Yang even spat at the middle-aged man. After saying this, as if he had thought of something, village chief Yang raised his hand and guided it. 2 guests, let's not talk about this, come with me, I'll arrange accommodation for you. Seeing this meaning, Shenbai knew that village chief Yang did not want to say anymore. He didn't continue to ask, and followed along with Flowerless. Village chief Yang took Shenbai and the 2 of them and found a house in the village. This is an empty house, village chief Yang said. It was originally lived in by a villager, but that villager raised his family and traveled to the Maple Forest State, so it was left vacant. No one was supposed to clean it, but today a tribute was paid to Samuel Spirit, so the whole village was cleaned. Village chief Yang stood at the door and said, you too, although you can stay temporarily because of the locust spirit, you always have to hand over some silver money. Shenbai nodded, then took out some silver money from the money pouch on his waist and placed it in the hands of village chief Yang. There is no drama in this world like that in the talking books, where you can eat and stay in a place for free, and it is normal to charge a little money. After collecting the money, village chief Yang said to take an early rest and turned to leave. Wuhua closed the door behind him and turned his head. Master Shen, going out for a look at night? Shenbai sat on the chair and tapped his fingers on the desktop. Master Flowerless also found out? Flowerless nodded. The acacia tree is supposed to be weird, but they treat it as an acacia spirit. That's the obvious problem. Shenbai stopped tapping on the desktop, withdrew his hand, and said, there's another thing, this young village chief is talking to us too much. Oh, Flowerless said with interest, there's a problem with talking a lot? Shenbai nodded his head and said, he was eager to talk about the acacia tree, and he was eager to talk about what caused that middle-aged man, just to make us feel that everything in here was that man's fault and had nothing to do with him. There are times when explaining more is counterproductive. He was perfectly capable of not accepting our stay, but because we looked at the middle-aged man, he needed to keep us for the night, and by the way, explain the cause and allay our concerns. Hearing this, Wuhua's eyes lit up. Not only is Scholar Shen's strength high, this mind is even more flexible. The young monk didn't think of this. Shenbai shook his hand. No more superfluous words. Go out at night and take a look. The 2 of them did not rush to find the giant acacia tree, because if they wanted to go to Willow Run Lake, they had to pass through this village first. And now this village anomaly must be resolved first. Otherwise, if there was a change at the giant acacia tree and it was still because of the village, the ones who would suffer then would be themselves. Time gradually passed, and in the twinkling of an eye, the night grew deeper and deeper. There were a few oil lamps lit in the village, but as time passed, they went out. The door of the house opened from the inside, and Shenbai and Wuhua stepped out. Outside the village, the moonlight was hidden in the clouds at this time of day, and only sporadic glimmers could be seen. Shenbai discerned the direction and walked towards the middle-aged man's location. When I got closer, I could vaguely see the middle-aged man's downtrodden figure. As Shenbai and Flowerless approached, the middle-aged man, as if he had heard the footsteps, stiffly turned his head, looked in Shinbai's direction, and opened his mouth in a dull and numb manner. Asterisk asterisk. All. Chapter 33, The Evil of Man. In the darkness of the night, only the middle-aged man's voice echoed. The numb voice carried a deep despair, and together with the middle-aged man's forlorn and stagnant expression, it appeared incomparably bleak. Shinbai frowned and came to the front of the middle-aged man. Things were not simple, especially after the middle-aged man abruptly said those words. Shinbai felt that this village had a big secret. Can you communicate? Flawless took 2 steps forward, extended his right hand, and took the middle-aged man's wrist. The middle-aged man didn't resist. He just stared at Flowerless in a daze, his mouth whispering to himself. Asterisk asterisk, not a single good person. They're all. Flowerless' right hand glowed with a burst of light, as if it was cloaked in a layer of golden sunlight, especially brilliant in the darkness. Shenbai had rarely seen the circle of cultivators, and the last time was when he met Cheng Shuang, so he was extremely interested in everything. He felt this golden light, and surprisingly, he had an inexplicable illusion of familiarity. After thinking carefully, Shenbai thought of the divine power of the Vajra Vorpal Fist, Buddha's light. The Vajra Vorpal Fist itself was a Buddhist divine ability, and Wufa was also a Buddhist, so the two naturally had similarities. It was just that Shinbai felt that Flowerless Buddha's light was not as pure as his own. If Flowerless Buddha's light is a layer of gold paint, his own Buddha's light is golden from the inside out. After a moment, Flowerless put his hand down and sighed. Scholar Shun, this person has suffered a great stimulus. His divine soul is damaged, and he is no longer able to return to heaven. Shinbai nodded and said to the middle-aged man, when you said just now, did you mean here? This middle-aged man is crazy and looks like it's been a long time, so it's normal for him to be powerless. When Shinbai said this, it was just a subconscious try. He didn't hold much expectation. Who knew that when Shinbai finished his sentence, especially when he said the word, there was suddenly a few glimmers of light in the eyes of the middle-aged man who had been stagnant. Shrine. Shrine. It's all S asterisk asterisk T, and fixing the shrine won't change it. It's just a figure of speech. You can't have peace of mind with a bad conscience. Ha ha, he, it's all evil. Evil villages, disgusting. Confused words came out of the middle-aged man's mouth, and in the darkness of the night, there was something creepy about it. Imagine the eeriness multiplied by crazy men, demented words at night time. After the middle-aged man finished saying these words, it seemed as if he had used up all his strength, and his whole body was powerless as he lay on the ground, staring stupidly at the black clouds in the sky. Shenbai stood up and turned his head. It seems that the problem with everything comes from the shrine. The only useful information in what this middle-aged man had just said was the shrine. Shenbai thought that perhaps the shrine was the breakthrough, since he was going to address the giant acacia tree to obtain the bane. This village near Willow Run Lake needed to be addressed beforehand to avoid any uncontrollable effects. Flowerless nodded and said, you and I, go take a look up. Without saying much, the two of them took advantage of the dark night to walk around the village in small voices looking for them. The village of Huaishi is not large, and the style of construction of the ancestral hall is naturally very different. Shinbai did not spend much time and had already found the location of the shrine. When he saw the shrine, an idea rose in his mind. This shrine, it tops the shrines of everyone's big families. Not far away in the darkness, a magnificent shrine stood. The entire body of the shrine was cast in fine bricks and tiles, and was even covered with various wooden ornaments using valuable vermilion lacquer. The wood trim is also meticulously carved, and those relief carvings at first glance tell you that the cost was significant. Although the village is rich, the expense of such a shrine is not something a village can afford. Flowerless whispered, ancestral halls can be used to worship ancestors and also keep the descendants safe. The people of this village may have done something evil and cast the ancestral halls heavily to pray for peace. Combined with what the middle-aged man had said, this answer wasn't hard to guess. Shinbai said, there seems to be someone in the shrine. The environment was dark, but through the darkness one could see dense figures swaying in the shrine. Without even needing to communicate too much, the two of them quietly approached the shrine in unison and found a place of seclusion. Spacing out closer, Shinbai also saw the situation inside the shrine. In the ancestral hall, village chief Yang was surrounded by many villagers. The sound of thin conversation came out of the shrine. Village chief, those two outsiders, you really want to keep them? Yeah. If they find out what's going on in the village, we could all get our heads killed. Might as well slaughter them both while it's still night. When Shenbai and Flawless heard this, they looked at each other in unison. If the two of them hadn't guessed wrong, what these villagers were discussing now was how to deal with them. Keep looking, Shenbai said. Village chief Yang was surrounded in the center and leaned hard on his crutches. The surrounding villagers immediately stopped their murmuring. Nonsense! Village chief Yang bellowed. If I could slaughter it, would I need to go through all this trouble? If these two people have family and friends outside, under a sudden disappearance. I'm afraid the village will be more likely to be unable to keep them, a villager bravely said. But even if we dispel their concerns, we can't guarantee that we'll dispel them completely. There's still a risk. Village Chief Yang laughed and said, how could I not know this? Today's weather has turned to rain. Tomorrow there is a torrential downpour approaching. It is not advisable to travel. Today I intentionally spoke out about the acacia spirit, and they are already interested. So tomorrow it's just the right time to bring them there. And I'm sure Lord Receiver will definitely have a solution. If we can get them to believe in the acacia spirit, everything is trouble-free. At the mention of the word locust spirit, the villagers present all closed their mouths, as if these two words had an irreplaceable weight. More than that lunatic Lu Feng will have to deal with it earlier. Village Chief Yang gripped his walking stick tightly and said, if Lord Receiver hadn't said that the subsequent acacia spirits needed a living blood meal, I would have buried him long ago. At the bottom, a villager spoke out angrily. He just can't see the village as good. To turn against us for an outsider woman, and to say that the acacia spirit is evil. I think he's just compelled by that woman. Should have been killed a long time ago. Village Chief Yang nodded. After a while, when he needs a blood meal, it will naturally be his time to die. And no word about that woman. After all, she was a disciple of the 100 Healers Valley in the Maple Forest State, and we coaxed her by curing her and hiding her body in parts to nourish the acacia spirit, which was not supposed to be known. What's more, you guys, you defiled her while she was being backstabbed by us, and word got out that Huaishi village was going to be lost. The villagers nodded in unison, not daring to say more. Village Chief Yon licked his lips, but that big power woman is good. Her skin is watery enough. One can only say that it was too naive. What a bull ***** healer. Hearing that we were sick and enthusiastically came to heal us. Naivety harmed her. Chapter 34, The Way to Treat. In the darkness, Shinbai listened to the conversation of these people, and a picture appeared in his mind. In the scene, the young woman dressed in plain clothes steps into the village with a medicine chest, full of anxiety and ready to treat the villagers. But she was greeted by the disgusted faces of the villagers. The veiled woman collapsed as one lean man after another rose and fell from her body. The dirt-covered, plain-clothed woman had a face of despair, her eyes as dull as wood. Afterwards, the elderly young village chief lifted up his pants and waved his hand for the villagers to carry the plain-clothed woman to the acacia tree, where she was brutally split into pieces and hidden in the acacia tree. The huge acacia tree swung its branches and absorbed the horrible grievances. Shenbai raised an eyebrow. Things are clear. At some point, he subconsciously touched the long sword at his waist. To be honest, Shenbai had come to this world for so long, and had thought that his heart quality was already very strong. But after hearing today's words, he suddenly felt that the evil in this world was far from what he had thought. Next to him, Wuhua folded his hands, the 9-ring scars on top of his head unusually conspicuous. Scholar Shun, the little monk's Buddhist heart has been contaminated. Shenbai frowned, not understanding what it meant. The Xuanqing temple cultivates Buddhism to cultivate the heart. If there is dust in the heart, it needs to be wiped away as early as possible. Flowerless slowly said, I know that Scholar Shen wants to make a move, but can you give the little monk a chance? This time, let's say that the little monk owes it to the scholar. Saying that, Flowerless eyes fell on Shenbai's long sword. Shenbai's long sword was already half-sheathed. Although there was the calming ability of the clear heart mantra, Shenbai still moved to kill. Calm is calm and killing is killing. There is no conflict. Shenbai thought for a moment and said, what does master intend to do? Wuhua uttered a Buddha's cry. Perform the deeds of the furious eye. As the words fell, Flowerless figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already present in the shrine. When the many villagers saw this, they immediately looked at Flawless in shock. Village Chief Yang's reaction was the fastest and he shouted, they've been discovered. It's too late. Kill them first. Originally, Village Chief Yon wanted to utilize Samuel's spirit, but now that the east window was out, he can only do it first. With these words from Village Chief Yang, many villagers rushed towards Flowerless and Shenbai. Flowerless rolled up his sleeves, and a golden Buddhist light surged from his body as if he was an angry Vajra, rushing into the crowd. With each punch, a villager's tendons were broken. In just a few breaths of time, these dozens of villagers were all lying on the ground wailing continuously. Their limbs were broken and twisted as they crawled on the ground. There was a murderous aura that coursed through Flowerless' body. Yang Village Chief was filled with stupefaction and suddenly dropped his walking stick, turning around and trying to escape. But the next moment, a fist all but smashed his face into a twisted shape. Ah! A miserable scream came out of Yang Village Chief's mouth. Shenbai retracted his fist and said with interest, I thought you would be like some stinking monks and use some kind of Buddhist probation. Wuhua was full of solemnity. The abbot once said that in the midst of the chaos, Xuanqing Temple Buddhism only dispenses good people. What if it's evil? Shenbai asked. Wulhua folded his hands and said, evil people are not worthy of the Buddha's dharma to transform them. If they are evil, the people of the Xuanqing temple should transform into furious Vajra and cut down the demons and eliminate the devils. Shenbai nodded. Master, you are very much to my liking. Today, if Flowerless says anything about the degree of enlightenment, Shenbai high and low have to let Flowerless taste the taste of the blood sword dance. But what Flowerless did today, Shenbai was very satisfied. The anger in Wulhua's eyes has not subsided. Moreover, this power, the 100 Medicine Valley, has never fought or robbed, and only wants to hang on to save the world in the midst of the chaos. So how can this group of be capable of such evil deeds? The evil of man is infinite. Shenbai shook his head. Without further ado, he lifted his foot and stomped on Village Chief Yang's face. Ah! Village Chief Yang was still screaming miserably, but Shenbai's feet continued to exert force. Shut up! When the voice came, Village Chief Yang subconsciously closed his mouth in fear. He's scared, taking care of all the villagers in a few breaths. These two were definitely not ordinary people. Village Chief Yang recalled the sight when he and many villagers defiled the woman. And the woman raised her hand then and sent several villagers flying. Master, spare your life, Shenbai said indifferently. What is the receiver? Tell everything you know, including the woman from the 100 Medicine Valley. Since things had come to this, Shenbai just happened to take this opportunity to find out useful information. Village Chief Yang swallowed his saliva and hurriedly replied. The thing is like this, our village is perennially poor. And just a few months ago, a strange man suddenly came and planted an acacia tree at the island in the center of the lake in Willow Run Lake. The man told us that as long as there is sincerity in our hearts and we feed the acacia tree with blood, we can give birth to the acacia spirit and make the winds and rains flow in Huaishi village. At first we didn't believe it, but we didn't realize that it was true. And since then, visions have gradually appeared in Huaishi village. If you go into the mountains, you're bound to make a big catch. So, we started the days of making offerings to the acacia spirits. Every villager had injuries on their hands, and combined with what Village Chief Yang had just said, Shenbai knew that all of these injuries came from the offerings. Why did you kill and injure the 100 Medicine Valley disciples again? Flowerless clenched his fists. Yang Village Chief coyly said, the receiving guest said, that if there is a cultivator as a blood meal, the acacia spirit can grant us more benefits. So we borrowed a branch of the acacia tree and assassinated her. At that time, we saw that she looked beautiful. Never tasted such a woman. Anyway, it is also dying. On. For the rest of the words, Village Chief Yang couldn't say any more because Shenbai was stepping on Village Chief Yang's face one after another. Each stomp caused Yang Village Chief's flesh and blood to fly up. In just a few moments, Village Chief Yang was already a blur of whiskers and flesh. Flowerless kept his eyes on it and didn't stop it. By the time Shenbai retrieved his foot, Shenbai's face was much more relaxed. You just vented. Mind if I vent? Flowerless was caught off guard by this question and subconsciously replied. Of course. Shenbai carried his long sword and walked past every villager. Every time he walked past a person, the long sword in his hand stabbed into their neck veins. Each sword, lightly. When Shenbai swung the last sword, the villagers tumbled on the ground, feeling the fear and pain of losing a little bit of blood. Shenbai carried a long sword, and in the eyes of Wu Hua, it was like a creepy crawling out of hell. It's more like a reaper who ignores life and coldly watches the villagers gradually die. After a long time, there was only a field of corpses left on the ground. None of them died peacefully. All of them died in agony and begging for mercy. Shenbai turned around and faintly said, how does it feel? Wu Hua clasped his hands together. Xuanqing Temple is not a pedantic monk. These people have long since fallen into the path of evil. What the monk did was the right thing to do. Shenbai laughed. Let's go. Flowerless froze slightly. Shenbai returned his long sword to its sheath. The matter of the acacia tree. It's time to end. Chapter 35, War Envoy. Willow Run Lake. With its clear, rippling water. After leaving Huaishi village, Shenbai and Wuhua traveled all the way straight towards Willow Run Lake. Things in the village have come to an end. Only the matter of the acacia tree remains. And Shenbai's mind is on Lu Yunhu. Midway through, nothing unusual happened. When Shenbai and Flawless arrived, they stood at the edge of the lake and looked out into the center of the lake. In the center of the lake, there's a tiny island. On top of the island was an immense acacia tree. The acacia tree was thickly branched, its leaves swaying in the wind and startling a rustling sound. Such a beautiful view. Yet it harbors nasty things. The abbot said that the world today is in turmoil. And it is really so. Flowerless stood at the edge of the lake and lamented. Shenbai narrowed his eyes and said, at this point in time, you still won't tell me the true purpose of this trip? Previously, Shenbai had asked Wuhua why Xuanqing Temple had sent only Wuhua to come, and Wuhua had said that it was inconvenient to tell him. Now, Shenbai once again asked a question. Wolwa clasped his hands together and after thinking for a moment, he said, all the way on this trip, the little monk knows that even though you are ruthless, you are ultimately a good person, so there is no harm in telling you, good people? It was the first time Shenbai had heard someone say this about him, but he did not refute it. Instead he made the gesture of please speak and continued to hold the long sword at his waist. Wolwa organized his words and said, the matter of the acacia tree is a stigma for the Xuanqing temple. The Xuanqing temple doesn't want the extra people to know. If it is a large-scale outing, when the world knows that the Xuanqing temple has raised a bizarre one, the result of which you, sure master, should know. When Shenbai heard this, he suddenly realized, even if it was a temple that honored the subjugation of demons, it was ultimately a Jianghu power. If other people knew that the acacia tree of the Xuanqing temple had become bizarre, not only was it a disgrace, but it was also a huge blow to the reputation of a power. However, what Shenbai did not understand was that even though it was a matter of reputation, it was still a bit lacking to send only Flowerless over. Flowerless seemed to have seen Shenbai's thoughts and fished out a round bead from his bosom. The moment Shenbai saw the bead, his eyes lit up. It's tricky stuff. In front of Shenbai's eyes, a line of text composed of smoke appeared. Glowing beads. Identification progress, 0%. A ray of fury can be quickly identified. Being able to be triggered by the golden finger and forming words. It was obvious that this was the weird thing that Shenbai had in mind. Flawless nodded his head and said, this tricky thing is a treasure of the Xuanqing temple. And when fully energized, it can emit Buddhist light equivalent to twice my strength. So this is the little monk's bottom card. Speaking of this place, Shenbai roughly figured out the reason. No wonder Flowerless dared to come alone. So he had brought the trickster with him. The bizarre object is so cherished that the Xuanqing temple is willing to give it up. And it seems that it really wants to cover up the matter of this acacia tree. Shenbai nodded and said, in that case, let's settle it quickly. Although it is a tricky thing, it is also something of Xuanqing temple. And it is in the hands of Wu Hua. Shenbai did not go to get up his mind. For now, his focus was still on the giant acacia tree. The two had said all they needed to say, and without going on to the next point, they came to the lake in unison. The lake was so translucent and clear that the reflected light could be seen through the moonlight. Shenbai stood on the shore and looked towards the lake, feeling a cold wind rising up on his body. As the cold wind passed, Shenbai saw the scene inside the lake. The surface of the lake, a beautiful sight, but that's just the surface. In the middle of the lake, there was a dark shadow that was slowly flowing along with the water. The dark shadow gradually revealed its original appearance under Shenbai's gaze. It was a body, probably a dozen in number. The body was in the middle of the lake water with eyes tightly closed. Due to the lake water, the skin was swollen and white, and the real appearance could not be seen clearly. And each corpse had a black branch attached to its heart area. If you look closely, you will see the end of the black branches, coming from the island in the center of the lake. Above the island in the center of the lake, an acacia tree stood, and it didn't take much thought to figure out exactly what the branch was. Feeding on human blood. This weirdness is becoming stronger and stronger. When Flowerless saw this scene, a grave expression appeared on his face. Using humans as a blood meal. People are born with resentment after they die. Then the bodies of the people will be soaked in the lake and inserted into the roots of the acacia tree. And the grievances will be sucked in by the acacia tree in a continuous stream. And the strength of the acacia tree will be even more terrifying. Shenbai stroked his chin and said, a quick battle. Now that the situation is all understood and the enemy is known, it is the easiest and most effective way to tackle the enemy in a straightforward manner. Flowerless was about to speak, but just at this time, an abnormality suddenly appeared at the lake. The calm lake began to churn, and there was a mist of water across the middle of the lake, and inside the water spray, a raft was changing from blur to clarity. On the bamboo raft, a boatman in a straw raincoat held up a bamboo pole and slowly approached towards the shore. Those eyes were red as if they were blood, and they were staring at the two of them. Shenbai, in death. This is what village chief Yang called the receiver. Shenbai drew the long sword at his waist. A grim voice came out from the raft, as if winter was approaching. The entire village was my heart and soul, and it's amazing that it's all gone. In that case, I'll take down the two of you so that I can deal with my superiors. Along with this voice, the surface of the lake bubbled up with cold air and formed a thin layer of ice. Shenbai didn't know how the other party knew about it, but in this situation now, the battle could happen at any time. When the boatman finished saying this, the hand holding the bamboo pole violently exerted force. The 5 fingers contracted, and the bamboo pole shattered in an instant. A silver spear appeared in the boatman's hand, and at the same time, the straw raincoat on the boatman's body seemed like wriggling worms, and under the constant weaving, a soft armor was woven. Even more outrageous was the fact that the boatman's face had thick rouge on it, as if he were an opera singer on stage. Seeing this, Wowa's face was grave. Sure master, be careful. This person is one of the 12 venerable envoys of the upper evil sect, venerable envoy of theater, specializing in the use of a lance. It is said that not an inch of grass can grow where the lance passes through. The latter words, Manhwa didn't say anymore because he saw that the long sword in Shinbai's hand had already been sheathed. Above the long sword, brilliant righteousness flowed, and the surrounding cold air turned instantly as if swept by a strong wind. All stacked and swept away. Clank! Accompanied by a sound of gold and iron striking each other. The entire lake surface exploded with horrifying splashes of water. The Theater Zun used his lance to block Shinbai's long sword, and a trace of consternation flashed through his blood-red eyes. Sword Master! The Five Hearts Sect Master died from swordplay. Could it be that you did it? Shenbai said indifferently. After you go down, won't you know? Theater Zun envoy sneered. Do it! The words had just fallen, when an obese figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the water, holding up a pair of huge palms and attacking Shenbai's back. Chapter 36, Shenbai Strong. The lake around them kept stirring. Flowerless saw this scene and took it in stride. Palm Exalted Envoy. It turns out that there is another one. Your opponent is me. Don't find trouble with Scholar Shen. Golden Buddha light rose up on Wufa's body and collided with the huge palm of the Palm Sovereign Envoy against each other, emitting a violent roar. The surface of the lake began to shake, and between the several people exchanging hands, the lake was like boiling water. The obese Palm Zun envoy wiped a handful of water stains on his face and laughed fiercely. Xuanqin Temple's Great Compassion Poem. So it's the little doll from Xuanqin Temple. It seems that you guys really care about the acacia tree, but both of you will have to account for your lives here today. Flowerless folded his hands and showed a serious look. The two honorable envoys of the upper evil sect coming here has really given us enough face. The Palm Sovereign Envoy laughed coldly. The Sephora tree is a matter of great importance, and it's a good thing that two of you are here, or else you really wouldn't have been able to take you down. The look of gravity on Flowerless' face increased. Although the 12 venerable envoys of the upper evil sect were only at a mid-range level in the sect, they were also among the top in this Shangyun County, and now there are two of them in quick succession. Manhwa was worried that the situation was not good, and in his mind, he was already wondering if he should use the Buddha beads. Originally, the Buddha beads were meant to deal with the acacia trickery, but now it was too late, and it was only right to use them when your life depended on it. Thinking of this, Flowerless subconsciously put his hand into his bosom, ready to take out the Buddha beads, but at that moment, a voice rang out abruptly. Fatty, leave that monk alone and come help me. The two who were conversing froze in unison and turned their heads to see an extremely shocking scene. By the lake, Shenbai was holding a long sword in his hand, and the brilliant righteousness on the long sword was like a blazing sun, illuminating the night curtain that was like a black cloth. Each sword was righteous, each sword was incomparably powerful, and each sword was as terrifying as a devil. Under the blood sword dance's attack, it was as if he could pick the stars and take the moon between the powerful Qi and blood power drumming. The long spear in the hands of the Drama Zun envoy blocked one after another, and under the attack of Shinbai's long sword, he could only keep retreating. In particular, dense wounds had appeared on the body of the Drama Zun envoy. On the contrary, Shinbai seemed to be strolling idly with his sword. The Palm Sovereign envoy froze and hurriedly attacked towards Shinbai. The two of them knew each other well, and the Palm Dignitary envoy had never seen the Theater Dignitary envoy in such a predicament, and wanted to go to the rescue first. Flowerless reacted and stopped in front. Your Excellency's opponent is me. Don't bother, Sure Master Shen. Saying that, Manhwa even gave Shinbai a surprised look. In his thoughts, Shinbai was indeed an expert, but what he didn't expect was that he could fight against the Play Zun envoy without losing. No, it's more than not falling. It's teasing. On Shinbai's face, that laid-back energy was impossible to fake. I just wanted a helper. I didn't expect to find a master. How could Flowerless have never imagined that in the small ascending cloud county, he had hugged a big leg? Since this was the case, it was all the more important for him not to let the Palm Dignitary envoy go over and disturb him. The Palm Sovereign envoy was blocked and said angrily, the little monk is looking for death. It's just as well to slaughter you first. Red light surfaced above the giant palm, wrapping both palms of the Palm Sovereign envoy. The moment the red light surfaced, Flowerless felt an overwhelming pressure coming from the sky. He wanted to stop the Palm Exalted envoy and give Shinbai time to stall, but just as Flowerless was planning to fight for his life, a voice rang out abruptly. Put him over. Both Flawless Flower and Palm Exalted envoy turned their heads to look at Shinbai in shock. Shinbai's face was calm. Put it over. Why? Flowerless said in disbelief. Shinbai thought for a moment and said, not strong enough. Palm Zoner? Flowerless? Puzzled expressions were evident on both faces. Shinbai, however, expressed indifference. Since obtaining the golden finger, Shinbai needed someone to corroborate what he had learned. He desperately needed to know what his true battle prowess was. In front of him, The theater dignitary made the air in his body as if it were his arm, and he was obviously also in the realm of the three treasures. But for Shinbai, it was far from enough. He wanted to try and see if he could cope if he added another palm dignitary envoy of the three treasures realm. All of this is based on safety. If that didn't work, then he would let Flameless Flower hold back the palm sovereign envoy, and he himself could quickly behead the theater sovereign envoy. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to imprint. Shinbai did not want to let go. The palm dignitary envoy sneered. Kid, arrogance will get you killed. He held up his huge palm and raised his hand towards Shinbai. The red light above the giant palm flashed dangerously. Wu Hua wanted to block, but thinking of what Shinbai had just said, he still pressed his mind. However, Flowerless was still very vigilant, and as long as the situation was not right, then he would immediately step in to stop it. With the palm envoy participating in the battle, Shinbai's pressure was steeply elevated. The two experts of the three treasures realm were not fake, and they were furious at Shinbai's humiliating manner and attacked even more swiftly. In that case, take my sword first. Shinbai ran his air and struck out with a sword with all his strength. With this sword, Qi and blood were like dragons, and righteousness was like the sun. Boom! The roar went on and on. The palm sovereign envoy and the theater sovereign envoy joined hands and caught Shinbai's sword. The two of them were spitting out blood, and fear was already on their faces. Is this man a monster? This thought arose in unison in the minds of the two men, and they were already disenchanted. But Shinbai's words were as terrifying as if they were bizarre. It's a good thing I ended up putting my sword away or it wouldn't have been fun. So let's try boxing. Golden Buddha light covered both fists, and Shinbai made a strike of Vajra voodoo fist. The golden light was holy and carried a solemn killing intent, like a Buddha descending to the world to cut down demons and eliminate devils. Bang! The long spear of the Drama Zune envoy snapped with a sound, and the fist bombarded the body of the Drama Zune envoy, and a horrifying bloody hole appeared in the Drama Zune envoy's chest. The blow was deadly enough. With just one punch, the Play Zune envoy screamed miserably as his life force began to drop rapidly. That head exploded into a splash of blood under the effect of Shinbai's air, scattering on the clear lake surface. The body sank into the lake and quickly sank to the bottom. Ah! When the Palm Sovereign envoy saw this scene, he clenched his teeth under the coldness of his heart. So, he really is using us to test the means. I'm going to fight for my life. The red light of the Palm Sovereign envoy's palms became even more intense. The fat on his body contracted rapidly, and the might of those giant palms was constantly rising. Big move? Shinbai pondered. Dying under this palm. You should rest in peace. The Palm Sovereign envoy struck a palm at Shinbai. This time, the power was multiplied. But the Palm Venerable envoy suddenly realized that Shinbai, facing this palm, didn't seem to move at all. A white light, like hoary jade, illuminated the lake. The huge palm of the Palm Dignitary envoy imprinted on Shinbai's body, and his face froze. A feeling of the same root and origin came from the white light on Shinbai's body. Starting from the palm of the palm-honored ambassador's palms, inch by inch cracks covered his entire body. This is a method of defense that can still bounce back? Blood and water gushed out of the crack, and that was the last thought of the palmist ambassador. If this sun is not removed, the upper evil sect is in danger. Chapter 37 Sephora? I'll kill it. Along with the blood gushing out from the cracks, the eyes of the palm exalted envoy gradually lost their expression. His body, which had become depleted due to the use of the secret method, collapsed in the middle of the lake with a loud bang. Shinbai retracted his palms and looked back at Wu Hua, who was already dumbfounded, and said, "It feels average." He had expected more or less the same pressure when two people were fighting against him, but who knows? The pressure is not there at all, and a punch and a sword will take care of it. That is to say, at least the three treasures realm is not dangerous for me, Shinbai thought in his heart. Although he didn't know which of the three treasures realm those two Zune envoys were in, a 1-on-2 second kill would allow Shinbai to have a clear picture in his mind. Flowerless' entire body was in a state of blowing up. Especially Shinbai's sentence of feeling in general made Wu Hua feel shaken. Two Zune envoys, placed in Shangyun County were proper experts, but they were easily solved by Shinbai. And looking at Shinbai's appearance, it seemed like he still had some strength left. Flowerless suddenly felt that Shinbai had made him a great deal of money by traveling with him. Master Shen, what sect did you learn from? He was suddenly interested in Shinbai's division. Such a young expert was bound to be a disciple of a great power. Shinbai said, practicing indiscriminately. Practiced haphazardly? Wu Hua's eyes widened. Does Master Shen mean that there is no teacher? All practiced on your own? Shinbai nodded. Pretty much. I got guidance from a passing senior, so I practiced by myself until now. Flowerless' eyes widened as a sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. If the group of heavenly prides from the Maple Forest Prefecture knew about this, I'm afraid that there would be no face left. Not to mention anything else, Just this hand of fist and sword technique of Professor Shen's is enough to make people admire him. He didn't mean it half-heartedly when he said it, because the strength of Shinbai's was simply too terrifying. Shinbai waved his hand and said, "It's just that he knows some crude abilities." Wuhua laughed bitterly and said, "If this is considered crude by Master Shen, the young monk is just not initiated." Shinbai shook his head and said, "Master Flowerless, let's not talk about the superfluous. It's still important to deal with the acacia tree shenanigans." Now that the two venerable envoys of the upper evil sect had all been taken care of by Shinbai, that only left Samuel Tree creepy. At this point, the acacia tree still stands on the centermost island. This particular kind of weirdness needs to be at a specific range to be abnormal. Shinbai stood on the shore and was not affected, and he guessed that perhaps he needed to go up to the island to do so. Flowerless looked at the huge acacia tree and took out the Buddha beads from his arms, holding them in his left hand. The raft of the play-honored ambassador was still not far from the lake. Since they were going up to the island, the duo naturally went up on a bamboo raft. Flowerless stretched out a single palm in the shape of a gripping claw and pulled back against the raft in the air. The next moment, a gust of wind surged through, and the raft went down the lake, pulled to the shore by Flowerless. Seeing this scene, Shenbai asked, "What is this hand called?" Flowerless humbly said, "The unusual Jianghu people will be sucking things through the air, but it's just a figure of convenience." Shenbai sighed, "Alas, I really envy you guys for this hand. I wouldn't." Flowerless' forehead veins throbbed furiously. If he hadn't been unable to beat Shinbai, he would have been high and low to discuss Buddhism with Shinbai. "What do you mean by envy? I'm the one who's envious. You're so strong. Give me a line about sucking things through the air that all envious Jianghu people know how to do." "Brother, is it hard to believe that you said that on purpose?" What Flowerless didn't know was that Shinbai had really said that. "Let's go. Get it over with early." With envy still in his eyes, Shinbai stepped onto the raft. It's only when this fancy ability is taken out that it's pretentious enough. Unfortunately, I don't have one myself. One is just a better fighter. After getting onto the raft, Flameless launched a palm towards the side. In the next moment, the raft traveled towards the island in the center of the lake at an extremely fast speed. The edge of the island. The huge acacia trees were still swaying their branches in the wind, and the leaves were making a clattering sound in the night breeze that sounded a little sleepy. When Shinbai and Flawless got onto the island, the gentle night breeze immediately became a bit noisy. Shinbai could even feel a hint of coldness. It's already on the island, and this acacia tree still hasn't worked? Shinbai stroked his chin and said. Flowerless said, "The acacia tree's weird attack is a bit special. It is to make people have illusions and hurt them with illusions, and the illusions appear when people are at their weakest, so the monk must be careful." Shinbai recalled the visions he encountered in the Qian family and nodded. "Don't worry." The two continued to approach the giant acacia tree. Leaning closer, Shinbai realized that the acacia tree was really big, especially since the entire acacia tree had become pitch black for bizarre reasons. It was even more hair-raising. As the two of them got closer, Shinbai saw the back of the acacia tree and his pupils shrunk slightly. Flowerless similarly saw the back and clenched his fists. That group of letting them die easily is considered light. On the back, there are branches of acacia trees wrapped around the trunk. Inside the branch, a splintered remnant of a body was wrapped up, having become dry, but it could be seen from the form and the head that it was a female body. The female disciple of the 100 Medicine Valley was hidden in the acacia tree after her body was split by the villagers of Huaishi village, and this mutilated body in front of her would most likely be a woman from the 100 Medicine Valley. Shinbai saw that there was a medicine box under the acacia tree, which had long been worn out. The greatest evil on earth has not always been guile, but the human heart. The two continued to approach the acacia tree. Just then, the night wind became stronger. What had been a weak night breeze turned into a gale as the duo approached. If an ordinary person was here, it wouldn't even stand up. The branches of the acacia tree began to appear with a smear of ferocious aura, and along with the appearance of the ferocious aura, the front of the acacia tree unexpectedly continued to distort, and then a horrifying human face appeared. These human faces revealed painful expressions as they were continuously squeezed and fused by the acacia tree, eventually turning into a giant human face. Shinbai also looked surprised, and was about to turn back to talk when he suddenly realized that Wuhua was out of place. Flowerless sat on the ground with an extremely painful look, as if he was fighting against something invisible. Sweat surfaced from Flowerless' forehead and ran down his chin to the ground. Seeing this, Shinbai assisted Wuhua's arm and said, "What's going on?" Flowerless gritted his teeth. A hint of madness had begun to appear in his eyes, and that Buddha bead fell from his hand and rolled on the ground. Scholar Shun, careless, should have just used the Buddha beads. The young monk is going to fall into an illusion. We are in danger. Hallucinations? Shinbai said strangely. "I don't feel anything?" When these words were finished, Shinbai suddenly realized that something was wrong. Around him, one shadow after another appeared, marching towards him with a ferocious aura. The corners of Shinbai's mouth twitched slightly. This is really an illusion. Those shadows may have a lot of pressure on other people, but in Shinbai's view, it's fake. Chapter 38, The End of Borrowed Life. False. Fake to the extent that Shinbai felt speechless. It's like 50-cent special effects. But it seemed like a lot of pressure for Makuro. Strange. It's only right that such a fake illusion can't be affected at all. Shinbai stroked his chin and secretly thought. After thinking carefully for a moment, Shinbai knew the reason. Clear Mind Mantra. This avatar carries the attributes of both clarity of mind and equanimity, and Samuel's bizarre attack is an illusion. In other words, this divine ability of Shinbai made the Acacia trickery ineffective against him. Of course, there's still a bit of an impact, like this fake-looking stuff. While Shinbai was thinking this, those very fake shadows pounced towards Shinbai in unison. In other people's eyes, it might be terrifying, but between Shinbai's waves of his hand, the silhouette disappeared in an instant. Silence returned to the surroundings once again, leaving only the giant acacia tree fluttering about. Shinbai turned his head and frowned slightly. Flowerless still had the tangled look on his face, and he was still muttering under his breath. Asterisk asterisk. The young monk is transforming into a furious Vajra today to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils. Heaven does not give birth to me without flowers, and the Buddhist path is like a long night. Ha ha, overrated. The young monk is only studying Buddhism from time to time, and is not worthy of the word master. Shinbai, I seem to have discovered something remarkable. This young monk seems to be a bore. Sure enough, people in this world have two sides to their personality. Shinbai thought this way, always feeling that things were going to get big if Wuhua went on like this. At this moment, the breath on Flawless' body had become more and more unstable. Shinbai thought briefly and pressed on Flowerless' shoulder. In the next moment, an ancient incantation issued from Shinbai's mouth. When the ancient incantation appeared, a misty and dusty aura appeared on Shinbai's body, as if he were an immortal on earth. And along with the incantation, the originally somewhat insane Flowerless was actually gradually regaining her composure. The kink in those eyes was disappearing a little, replaced by a calm color. The young monk is caught in an illusion? It was Scholar Shin who pulled the young monk out? What kind of scripture is this that has such a miraculous effect? Wuhua sent out 3 questions from his soul, only feeling that Shinbai had become even more mysterious in his eyes. He can fight, has a good brain, and knows mystical scriptures. This kind of person placed in the Maple Forest Prefecture would be an existence that would make many forces grab their heads. After all, he was still so young. Shinbai laughed. Just a small means. The Clear Mind Mantra can be used not only by yourself, but also by giving it to others, only with a slightly reduced effect. Wuhua laughed bitterly. Scholar, the young monk is not as good as you. You are the young heavenly pride. The young monk is presumed to be the Xuanqing Temple's youngest generation of experts. Shinbai patted Flowerless on the shoulder and said, there are many masters in the world, so if you have this kind of idea when you meet one, it will be hard to make progress. Flowerless nodded and folded his hands. The young monk is caught in the act. Shinbai said no more and stood side by side with Wuhua, walking towards the acacia tree. The closer he got to the acacia tree, the more real the visions became. But to Shinbai, the illusion was still too fake. The Clear Heart Mantra was like a heavenly holy text that was continuously transmitted across this island. Flowerless followed behind Shinbai and unconsciously swallowed his saliva. He felt that the Shinbai in front of him was mysterious and terrifying, as if he was surrounded by thousands of immortals when he recited the incantation. What had been a tricky task seemed to become as simple as eating and drinking. A few breaths later, the two arrived in front of the acacia tree. The acacia tree stretched its branches feebly and did its best to unleash the ability of illusion, but it paled in the face of Shinbai. It's time to end it. Shinbai drew the long sword at his waist. The sword light flashed, and the brilliant righteousness was like a blazing sun. Shinbai chopped through with his sword, and an immense and incomparable wound surfaced on the acacia tree. The entire acacia tree trembled, shaking feebly under this sword. A touch of ash emerged from the top of the acacia tree, and gradually, the entire acacia tree turned into a sky full of embers under Shinbai's long sword. The 2 strands of baneful chi fluttered and then entered Shinbai's body. Shinbai had no expression on his face, but his heart was happy. He had thought that the trip would be at most 1 strand of fury, but he didn't realize that it would end up being 2 strands. Thinking about it, it was right. This acacia tree was from the Xuanqing Temple. It was considered extremely powerful and bizarre, and it was normal to obtain 2 strands of baneful energy. Let's just say that Shim can be a daytime acacia tree. On the ground, the mutilated corpse of the female disciple of the 100 Medicine Valley did not disappear. It was only when the acacia tree was destroyed that the stump's features changed from pain to calm. Wuhua stepped forward and inspected it, hands folded, no resentment breeding. Even after suffering such a thing, His heart is still as clear as a mirror after death, worthy of being 100 Medicine Valley disciple. Shen Bai eyed the mutilated corpse and said, "Bury it." Flowerless nodded his head and said, "Scholar, wait for the little monk to recite the sutra to transcend." A section of Buddhist scriptures, emanating from Flowerless' mouth, filled with a holy flavor. It took about an incense stick of time before Flowerless stopped moving. Together, the two men buried the body in the center of the island. Flowerless held out his hand, and the Buddha bead was handed to Shen Bai. Shen Bai asked, "What does this mean?" Hua laughed. If there was no Shurho on this trip, the little monk would be in great danger. The abbot once said that monks are also human beings, and when they remember favors, this Buddha bead will be gifted to the Shurho. Shen Bai raised an eyebrow. Not afraid of the temple's blame? This Buddha bead was given to you by the abbot. Flowerless shook his head. It was meant to be something to be used, and there's only one more chance to do so. With the acacia tree resolved, it's time for the Buddha beads to fulfill their mission. Shen Bai thought for a moment and received the Buddha beads into his hands. He needed trickster things, and since Flowerless was gifting them, there was no reason to push back. "Let's go. It's time to depart back," Shen Bai said. On this trip, not only had he harvested 2 strands of baneful qi, but he had also obtained a bizarre object, and for Shen Bai, it was a blood prophet. When you go back, you'll be able to fire up your strength, especially when he thought that he could immediately qualitatively change the clear heart mantra, and he could also appraise the Buddha beads with a strand of fury. Shen Bai couldn't wait to run back immediately. Flowerless nodded his head in agreement and suddenly remembered something and asked, "Sure, master, in the recent period of time, you should be more careful." Shen Bai was already preparing to leave, and after hearing these words from Hua, he strangely said, "There are still big events recently?" Flowerless nodded. "The supervisory heavenly division's inspection is imminent, so this is a big deal." Shen Bai was slightly puzzled. "The inspector is an official. What does it have to do with me?" The inspections of the supervisory heavenly division were indeed important, but the one who should be the most worried should instead be the county magistrate, who was just an ordinary citizen, just more capable of fighting, and it didn't have the slightest relationship with him. Hua sighed. Xuanqin Temple cooperated with the supervisory heavenly division to eliminate the weirdness, and had a good relationship with the supervisory heavenly division, and learned some information from the mouth of the supervisory heavenly division of Maple Forest State. This inspection trip is an inspection everywhere else, but the Maplewood State is different. One more thing besides inspections. Chapter 39, Substantial Change. Qian Xin Mantra. On the moonlit island, Flowerless' voice came out in a felicitous manner. The Maplewood Prefecture Supervisory Heavenly Division obtained an extremely important artifact not long ago. Creepy things? When these 2 words appeared, Shen Bai's eyes lit up slightly. He realized that he seemed to have contracted an occupational disease since he had the golden finger. Just hearing words like trickster fury creates a different feeling. Hua didn't notice Shen Bai's abnormality and thought that Shen Bai was surprised to hear this news. Nodding his head, "That's right. It is said that this trickster's ability is in the direction of body techniques, but not long ago, the trickster was stolen." Shen Bai stroked his chin and mused. To be able to steal a weird object from the supervisory heavenly division, the person who stole it has something on his body. The supervisory heavenly division is the violent institution of the entire Great Zhou Kingdom. Although the dynasty of the Great Zhou Kingdom is in turmoil nowadays, it has not fallen after all. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and it's not the average power that dares to touch the mold. Now that the trickster object had been stolen, it was even better that the supervisory heavenly division didn't have its entire army out. Anyone who can steal it must be extraordinary. Flowerless nodded. The only people who can steal from the supervisory heavenly division are the thief sect. What kind of force is the thief sect? Shen Bai asked. Flowerless explained. The thief sect, which is about stealing everything in the world, is a force that is extremely disliked by many forces. Quite a few ancestral tunes of forces have been stolen clean by this thief sect, and it's almost as if everyone is clamoring for it. After the supervisory heavenly division discovered the theft of the trickster objects, it blocked off the entire Maplewood prefecture and began searching for them one by one. Nowadays, all counties are being searched, and the little monk reckons that Shangyun County is the same. Shen Bai thought for a moment and said, "But what does this have to do with me?" "What the thief gate did, that's the thief gate's business. He is a pawnshop owner, and has nothing to do with the whole thing. Shen Bai feels that this thing cannot fall on his head." Flowerless folded his hands and said, "Monk, everything in this world is possible." The young monk is just mentioning this to the monk. If you really encounter it so coincidentally, you must be careful. Hearing this, Shen Bai also roughly understood. Flowerless has a good heart. After all, the theft of the artifacts was a big deal, and Wufa was worried that he would be affected in Ascending Cloud County because of this matter, and explained it in advance so that he could be prepared. "Don't worry, There's nothing wrong, Shenbai said. All he wanted to do now was to go back to his liver proficiency and qualitatively change the clear heart mantra before appraising the Buddha beads that Flowerless had given him. As for other things, Shenbai regarded it as a hilarious sight. The matter of the acacia tree had been resolved. Shenbai and Wohwa did not intend to stay and once again took the raft and left the island. On the way back, they went back to Huaishi village. When he went, Shenbai didn't care about the crazy middle-aged man. After all, he was going to fight. When he came back, Flowerless wanted to take the middle-aged man away and bring him to the county to find someone to settle him down. Shenbai didn't refuse either. But when the duo returned, the middle-aged man had already collapsed on the ground. The middle-aged man held a rock in his hand, and in front of him was the smashed and bloodied body. Flowerless went up to check the body inside. He died of exhaustion, but his face is peaceful. Perhaps he has avenged the 100 Medicine Valley disciples. Shenbai looked at the corpse on the ground that was smashed by the middle-aged man, nodded and said, "Living is a kind of pain. It is also good to be able to leave peacefully and get rid of the resentment in your heart." The two joined forces and buried the middle-aged man again. After the burial, the two of them were ready to leave only after the recitation of the True Sutra of Transcendence by Wohwa. As for the corpses of those villagers, they are not worthy and only deserve to be exposed in this wilderness. When we return, the young monk will report to the county office. Flowerless said, "Sure, Master is living in seclusion in Shangyun County. I suppose he doesn't want to expose his identity? What happened this time was a big deal. Xuanqing Temple was in good terms with the Great Zhou Kingdom, and Wohwa had to go through the procedures." Shenbai nodded. "If it's convenient, you can take it all by yourself." Wohwa laughed. "Sure, Master. If this great event is known to the outside world, it will certainly shake the entire Maple Forest state with fame. But sure, Master would rather remain anonymous. The young monk is not as good as that." Shenbai waved his hand. "Just don't want to. Being famous means coming to a lot of trouble." Shenbai still had so many things to liver. He didn't have the time. The two didn't stay any longer and left Huaishi village, Assumption County. It was the latter part of the night when we arrived at the county seat, and the sky in the east was flooded with a haze of light, not far from daylight. After the two entered the city, they went their separate ways. Wohwa went to the county court, and Shenbai returned to the pawnshop. Lighting the oil lamp, Shenbai poured himself a cup of tea and drank it, and a line of smoke appeared in front of his eyes. The smoke curled up and coalesced in the void, eventually coalescing into a line of text. Clear Mind Mantra LV2, Clear Mind +2, Equanimity +2 100 Glowing beads, Identification progress, 0%, Array of Fury can be quickly identified. Fury, 2 wists. This trip was very rewarding for Shenbai. A full 2 strands of baneful chi made Shenbai, who had already used up his baneful chi, rich once again. Shenbai's idea was also very simple, to raise the clear heart mantra to the 3rd level of qualitative change, and the remaining strand of Fury Chi was used to appraise the glowing Buddha beads. Thinking of this, Shenbai did not ink, and after a little thought, he put the bane into use. Before his eyes, the fury disappeared. The words of the clear heart mantra twisted for a moment, filling the room with a sense of antiquity and mystery. A few moments later, new words appeared in front of Shenbai's eyes. Arcane Heart Mantra LV3, Clear Heart +4, Flatness +4, Enhancement +40/500. Shenbai felt that a shadowy figure filled with mystery emerged in his mind. The silhouette was sitting in the clouds, and the endless white clouds surrounded and wrapped it, adding to the sense of being out of the world. A voice that appeared to be nothing was transmitted from around the silhouette. Invisible words tumbled and the clouds around them dissipated because of the words. Untold numbers of evil demons and filth retreated because of the words and turned into ashes amidst miserable howls. After a few moments, everything disappeared as if it had never been there. The Xuanqing is empowered, and the evil is exterminated and retreats. Shenbai opened his eyes with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Good stuff. Good stuff. Leaving aside the matter of doubling the original attributes after the quality change to the Qian Xin mantra, the new attribute that appeared was an extremely strong one. Enhancement, as the name implied, meant that the Xuanqing mantra could be added to the avatar. The magical powers that are ennobled possess a multiplicative increase, and the exact multiplier of growth is the +4 that follows. Shenbai took a deep breath and operated the air in his body. In the next moment, Shenbai's left hand Vajra voodoo fist, his right hand blood sword dance, and the white light of Howdy Doody evil body rose on his body. All sorts of divine abilities and light effects were eye-catching, making Shenbai look extremely terrifying. These are not the main thing. The main thing is, Shenbai slowly opened his mouth. Ancient words were spat out from his mouth, and in the next moment, changes began to appear in all the divine abilities. Chapter 40, Transforming Proficiency. Golden-colored words emerged from Shenbai's circumference. Words are like innate sacred texts, inscrutable in their form, and as the beings murmur, ancient and terrible. When the words appeared, the brilliant righteousness of Shinbai's right-hand long sword was like a great river rushing. The golden Buddha light in his left hand blazed steeply, as if it were the sun. The white light on his body became warm and pure as jade, so pure that it was mesmerizing. All abilities, all quadrupled. Yeah, Shinbai only felt that his body was filled with terrifying power, which was simply a qualitative change from before. It's just this consumption that's a little strong. In just a moment, the air in Shinbai's body had already disappeared by 1/10. The air can be restored. Shinbai estimated that this state of fire could only last for half an hour. The time is still too short, Shinbai thought in his heart. If someone knew Shinbai's thoughts, they would inevitably draw their weapons and have a fight to the death with Shinbai. A fourfold increase in all divine abilities and still being able to hold out for half an hour. Is that still considered short? In a battle of life and death, victory or defeat can be determined in a matter of moments, let alone as much as half an hour. Half an hour to take a nap. Shinbai put away all the divine abilities on his body and his gaze rested on the void not far away. This qualitative change, the air in Shinbai's body had another not insignificant increase. The air in the place of the 2 kidneys had been filled by 1/3, and Shinbai was not far from the first treasure consummation of the 3 treasures realm. Above the void, there was another line of text that was constantly changing. Glowing beads, identification progress, 0%. A ray of fury can be quickly identified. I still have a strand of fury. Use it. Shinbai did not hesitate and used the last strand of his fury chi. In the next moment, the fury disappeared into thin air, and under the constant distortion of the smoke, new words appeared. Identification successful. Acquired avatar, Great Compassion Palm. Great Mercy Palm LV1, Palm plus 1 out of 100. In Shinbai's mind, a figure suddenly appeared. This time, there was a change in the void. A wave of Buddha nature rose up from the virtual shadow. The shadow's palms swung continuously, and a subtle palm technique emerged from above the shadow's palms. Each palm was as if the Buddha had descended from the heavens and was compassionate. Each palm, again, was like the reincarnation of Vajra, subduing demons and subduing devils. A moment later, when the shadow disappeared, a line of text appeared before Shinbai's eyes. Same type of aptitude detected. Can be converted to proficiency? Whether or not to convert to Vajra Vorpal Fist proficiency, Shinbai? That's something he didn't expect. Great Compassion Palm, this divine ability Shinbai had seen. After all, Wu Hua had also used it. It was just that Shinbai didn't expect that the same aptitude could be converted into the experience value of another discipline. Shinbai stroked his chin and secretly said, greed is too much to chew. Since this is the case, why don't we just transform it? As a liver emperor, Shinbai was aware of how boring liver proficiency was. Now that he could take a shortcut, Shinbai was certainly willing. Thinking of this, Shinbai's heart moved. In the next moment, the text in front of Shinbai's eyes appeared to change. In conversion, Vajra Vorpal Fist plus 100. Shinbai sucked in a breath of cool air. Good, good. A divine ability of the same type directly added 1,000 points of proficiency to him. It couldn't be more refreshing. Only Shinbai knew just how difficult it was to achieve proficiency after reaching level 3. Both speed and efficiency are much reduced. Now there are shortcuts. If I have the same type of divine ability in the future, I can reduce a lot of trouble, Shinbai secretly said in his heart. Adding 1,000 to a divine principle would save too much time, and it was worth it. First, a meal, and after that, a liver and blood sword dance. Shinbai made up his mind. Among all the current level 3 divine abilities, the proficiency of the blood sword dance was the highest, and Shinbai wanted to liver the blood sword dance to level 4 first to obtain new attributes before saying anything. Thinking of this, after Shinbai simply washed up, he went out of the pawn shop and walked towards the street outside. The streets are bustling with people. The shouts of vendors, the sounds of haggling and occasional conversations make up a picture of an earthly marketplace. Shinbai came to the breakfast store that he often went to and simply ate some rice. Around them, there were quite a few people talking, and the voices intermittently reached Shinbai's ears. Have you heard? Huaishi village is gone. I heard about it a long time ago. The Yamen didn't seem to say anything, and I don't know what Huaishi village has committed. You guys are not as well informed as I am. I heard that it was a monk who went to the county court. Shinbai shook his head as he listened to the people's conversation. News always can't be wrapped up, especially when the entire Huaishi village was exterminated. This kind of news can't be wrapped up. From the sound of it, Flowerless is still all wrapped up. Shinbai paid the money, and with nothing to do, he headed to the medicine store. Originally wanting to go back to the liver and blood sword dance, Shinbai realized that there didn't seem to be enough chi and blood pills in the pawn shop. In order not to waste time, Shinbai decided to go buy some chi and blood medicines first. Of course, Shinbai had to ask in passing if there was a stronger chi and blood medicine. After all, Every divine ability would consume qi and blood to a greater or lesser extent, especially so with the blood sword dance. Pharmacy. The sitter yawned and sat bored. The medicine stores in Shangyin County are notorious for having few customers. After all, for the people, minor ailments almost pass on their own. Each day, the pharmacy is busy in the midst of touching fish. After Shenbai walked into the pharmacy, the yawning doctor reacted. Shopkeeper Shen, you've come to buy qi and blood pills again, and Zhang Chaofeng hasn't made up for it yet? Shenbai nodded and said, Old Zhang is not restrained. It can't be helped. You know, when you get older, you worry that you won't be happy for long, so you become more and more irrational. The doctor laughed. Zhang Chaofeng is really a fierce man. This age can still be old and strong. It is also powerful. Or is it the same old thing, Boss Shen? With that, the doctor was ready to prescribe medicine for Shenbai. Shenbai thought for a moment and asked, Is there anything fiercer? The doctor's hand carrying the brush gave a slight lurch. Boss Shen, don't joke. Medicine such things carry toxicity. Too strong qi and blood medicine. I'm afraid Zhang Chaofeng can't stand it. Shenbai waved his hand and said, There's no harm. Old Zhang can withstand it. Doc was supposed to be a beatnik, and he couldn't help it if the guests wanted to drive. After an incense sticking time, Shenbai carried the new qi and blood medicine, left the medicine store, and walked towards the pawn store. It didn't take much time in between to get from the pharmacy to the pawn store. Plus Shenbai went back to the liver and blood sword dance in a hurry and walked even faster. At this moment, when Shenbai was about to return to the pawnshop, his steps slowed down. At the entrance of the pawnshop, Zhou Qing was carrying a long knife on his waist and was looking around with an anxious look. Shenbai was puzzled in his mind, but he still walked up. Old Zhou, what's the matter with coming to me so early? When Zhou Qing saw Shenbai, his eyes immediately lit up. Come on, let's go in and talk. This is an order from the Yamen. It's not appropriate to let outsiders know. Chapter 41 Blood Sword Dance. Level 4. An order from the court? Shenbai felt a little strange. Normally, Zhou Qing came over to him, and the two of them mostly chatted about their parents. In this Shangyin County, Shenbai has only one good friend, Zhou Qing. But now Zhou Qing's rare appearance of gravity, Shenbai felt that this matter was not simple. Outside chatting is really easy to be spied on, Shenbai thought. With Zhou Chen walked into the pawnshop, and closed the door of the pawnshop. Shenbai poured a cup of tea and handed it to Zhou Qing. After Zhou Qing took it, he drank it all in one gulp. Before Shenbai could speak, Zhou Qing spoke. Old Shen, you must remember, during this recent period, if someone comes to you to pawn rare and strange things at this point, after stabilizing this person, immediately let Zhang Chaofeng inform the Yamen. Shenbai drank a mouthful of tea and said, What in the world is going on, making it so secretive? As a pawnshop shopkeeper, Shenbai is aware of the doorway of the pawnshop. Rare and strange, that is often received. Zhou Cheng looked around with a mysterious look. The Supervisory Heavenly Division has ordered that all stores in Shangyin County should pay attention to it. And if there are strange things appearing, report them immediately. And as long as they feel strange or counted, the Yamen will have a heavy reward. When Shenbai heard this, he suddenly realized, if it was any other time, Shenbai could not guess, but after the line of the acacia tree, especially the news told to him by Wu Hua, Shenbai knew the reason. This matter, perhaps it is related to the bizarre object lost by the Supervisory Heavenly Division, Shenbai thought in his heart. Doesn't weird and wacky mean weird things? It was presumably because the supervisors were afraid of causing turmoil, so they spoke rather cryptically. Shenbai nodded and said, Don't worry, after I come across it, I will tell the Yamen the first time. The thing is that it is such a thing. Of course Shenbai is fully cooperative. He needed the trickster, but not the trouble, so Shenbai would also weigh the priorities. Zhou Cheng nodded his head and said, That's good. The Yamen still has things to do. Old Zhou, I'll leave first. Recently, the official business has been busy, and the Ascension Cloud County Yamen is also rare and busy. Shenbai asked, Old Zhou, the Supervisory Heavenly Division's about to come. What exactly do you think? With these words, Zhou Qing's body came to a steep halt. After a long time, Zhou Qing smiled bitterly and said, I won't go this year. Shenbai was slightly surprised. Entering the Supervisory Heavenly Division has always been your dream. Why don't you want to go? Every year, the Supervisory Heavenly Division would raise manpower from various government offices and enter them through various examinations. Shenbai did understand Zhou Qing, whose dream was to enter the Supervisory Heavenly Division, but now he suddenly said he wouldn't go, making Shenbai very puzzled. During the first few years, Zhou Qing went to the examination almost every year, and the closest he came was last year. Just a little bit short of entering the Supervisory Heavenly Division. Zhou Qing sighed. I'm currently still in the Daozong realm, and each year's examination is gradually increasing in difficulty again. so there's no point in wasting this time. Shenbai frowned. Old Zhou, between you and me, there's no need to lie. Zhou Qing gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Give up a place. This year, the magistrate's nephew entered the county office. The magistrate wants us to give up our place. That nephew of his, who had been studying in other counties, wanted to take the examination, but failed every time. So he came to Shangyin County to remove some difficulties with the help of the county magistrate's name. We'll take it next year. Shenbai sniffed and finally understood what was going on. Can I help you? Zhou Qing was slightly stunned, then shook his head and said, Old Shen, don't mess around. You're just an ordinary person. You don't know the difficulties of this business. It's fine. I'll just wait for 1 more year. In Zhou Qing's thoughts, Shenbai had always been an ordinary person. He and Shenbai are good brothers and have never wanted Shenbai to get involved in the circle, so he rarely mentions it. After all, an ordinary person getting involved is kind of a bad thing in turn. This was Zhou Qing's protection for Shenbai. Even up to now, Zhou Qing was still considering Shenbai's safety. Old Shen, I have to go. I'm really busy. Speaking of which, Zhou Qing did have something to do and it was inconvenient to stay here for long. Turning around and leaving the pawnshop, Shenbai looked at Zhou Qing's back and stroked his chin in thought. It seems that Ascending Cloud County isn't too peaceful. We'll see when the supervisory heavenly division's people come. It's important for me to improve my strength first. But, this old weak thing, it's not completely out of the question. Look at the follow-up. Regarding the matter of Zhou Qing being asked by the county magistrate to give up his place, Shenbai felt equally upset. He does unto others as they do unto him. Zhou Qing treated him as a brother, and he certainly did. However, there is still a distance to the next examination of the supervisory heavenly division, and Shenbai will press on for the time being and see what is going on at that time. Thinking about this, Shenbai sat inside the pawnshop and started the day's business. Time passes in a regular routine. This recent period of time for Shenbai was considered calm and wave-free. No shenanigans, no enemies, no one coming for him, and none of that cockamamie stuff. Shenbai had plenty of time to get drunk on the liver and blood sword dance every day and fell into a state of obsession. Business during the day. Liver blood sword dance at night. In addition to eating and business, Shenbai almost all of his mind all over the blood sword dance. During this period, Zhang Xiaofeng entrusted someone to take a message, saying that on the way back encountered a mountain collapse. Need to come back at intervals. Recently, this is the rainy season. Coupled with the pawnshop recently did not have too much business. Shenbai agreed. This kind of regular life made Shenbai more and more intoxicated. He suddenly felt that if the golden finger did not require fury and appraisal, Shenbai could even find a nook and cranny and liver until the world was invincible before coming out of the mountain. It is worth mentioning that after Flowerless returned to the Xuanxin temple, he came to a correspondence with him. Zhuang Xinji is aware of the bottom line of Manhwa, so he asks Manhwa who exactly helped him. When Manhwa sought Shenbai's opinion in correspondence, Shenbai thought about it and agreed. He needs connections. Goldfinger wants breaks and weird things. Shenbai can't stay in Shangyin County all the time, so Maple Forest State is a very good choice. Xuanxin Temple is a famous sect. Shenbai felt that it was good to make friends. Subsequently, Wohua wrote once again, saying that if Shenbai went to Maplewood State, Xuanxin Temple would receive him for him. Shenbai was not in a hurry for a short period of time, and currently there was also proficiency for him to liver. In this way, this period of time passed easily for Shenbai, and during this period of time of wild liver, Shenbai had also gained a corresponding harvest. Finally, 4th grade. Shenbai looked at the smoke in front of him and sighed in relief. Before his eyes, the words made of smoke were becoming real. Blood sword dance. Level 4 now. Attributes about the blood sword dance gradually emerged. Shenbai's eyes lit up when he saw the line of text. That's an attribute that's kind of interesting. Chapter 42 Level 4 Blood sword dance. Swordsman's visit. In front of his eyes, the smoke continued to twist and coalesce, eventually transforming into a line of text that floated in midair. Blood sword dance LV4, sword art +8, demon breaker +8, shock +8, sword chi +80/100, level 4. When the blood sword dance reached level 4, in addition to doubling the original attributes, Shenbai also gained the attribute of sword chi. In Shenbai's mind, a virtual shadow that seemed to be real appeared. When the shadow appeared, a long sword was carried in the shadow's hand. The long sword was ordinary, but when it was carried in the shadow's hands, it was as if it was a divine weapon, capable of dispersing clouds and fog. Hazy blood light surfaced on top of the long sword, and along with the blood light surfacing, a sword aura surrounded the shadow. The silhouette began to dance with the sword, accompanying the movements of the shadowy figure's sword dance. Each sword strike was accompanied by a blood-colored sword chi surging out. The sword chi tore apart the heaven and earth, carrying brilliant righteousness, and as if it was the first sword in the beginning of the heaven and earth, stirring up the emptiness in front of him. After a few moments, everything returned to normal. Sword chi becomes a line, retracting and releasing. Shenbai drew the long sword at his waist and operated the air in his body. In the next moment, a blood-red sword chi surrounded the long sword. The sword chi led but did not emit, like a viper that was spitting out its mail, filled with a dangerous light. This is my remote ability now. Shenbai was overjoyed in his heart. From the time he obtained the golden finger until now, Shenbai was all about melee combat. But now after the blood sword dance quality change, it completely made up for Shenbai's shortcomings in long range. Each sword chi could carry the attributes of the blood sword dance, and could even be augmented with the Qian Xin mantra. What do you mean? It's called a hexagon. Shenbai put away his long sword and felt the air in his body. At this time, the 2 kidneys had been filled by more than half, and it was not far from the consummation of the first treasure in the 3 treasures realm. I only need 2 more grade 4 divine abilities, and I'll succeed in reaching the first treasure of essence perfection. By now, the sky was already cloudy. Shenbai felt his stomach empty. Although there were newly purchased chi and blood pills, practicing the blood sword dance all the time was ultimately a loss of chi and blood. Shenbai's idea was liver Vajra voodoo fist, but it was still early in the morning, so he turned around and went out the door towards the nearest breakfast store. Ascension Cloud County was as lively as ever. Even though there was a tragic case of extermination in Huaishi village, the people had already forgotten all about it after this period of time. Sometimes memories are the most stubborn, but more often than not, they are fleeting. The extermination can be an after-dinner conversation, but it can't affect your life. After eating breakfast, Shenbai burped and leisurely returned to the Shen family pawnshop. Zhang Chaofeng is away and he has to open for business. Gotta eat sometime. The pawn store had a very light day. At noon, Shenbai ran out to eat again, bought some oranges, and ate while going back to the pawnshop to continue to touch the fish. Shenbai had thought that the day was over. I didn't expect a man to come to the pawn store in the middle of the afternoon. Boss, how much is this? When Shenbai heard the voice, he turned his head to look and saw a middle-aged man in ordinary clothes, placing a long sword on the table. A jungle man? Although the middle-aged man's dress was ordinary, there was a sense of having lived in the red dust for a long time, and the sense of frost that came to his face made it impossible to take him lightly. Shenbai picked up the long sword and after carefully examining it for a moment, he said, 5 taels of silver. In the past, the pawnshop had also received Jianghu people, so Shenbai was used to it. None of these knife-edge guys are any good. This sword was indeed good, or at least much better than the sword in Shenbai's hand. But the pawnshop has to make money. Shenbai will not shout too high a price. The middle-aged man was silent for a long time, then raised his head and said, give me 5 taels, and when it's done, I'll pay you back 10 taels, if it doesn't work out. This sword will be sent to Shangyin County, along with my corpse. Shenbai sniffed and raised an eyebrow. Only a very small number of cultivators in the Jianghu would muddle through without strength. After all, they all have great skills in their bodies, and if they don't go to a big power as a guard, they can eat and drink without worrying. Although the middle-aged man in front of him looked down and out, he was an expert in Shenbai's eyes. It was a feeling, the feeling of being a master swordsman. The blood sword dance at the 4th level had allowed Shenbai to already excel in the Tao of swordsmanship, and he could feel it. If you don't want to, forget it. The middle-aged man thought that Shenbai did not agree and was ready to leave with his long sword. Shenbai asked, why are you sure that you can pay me back 10 taels? The middle-aged man shook his head and said, shopkeeper, there are some things you know that are not good. After saying that, the middle-aged man carried his long sword and left the pawnshop. Shenbai yawned and didn't bother with this. In fact, according to the development of the TV series, the protagonist will atmospherically give 5 taels of silver and then choose to believe it. But the reality is that 5 taels of silver is money. The whole day passed uneventfully, until the night came. Shenbai closed the pawnshop and began to liver up the proficiency of Vajra Voodoo Fist. All night, no words. When the next morning came, Shenbai let out a long breath. Vajra Vorpal Fist plus 300. After a sleepless night, Shenbai gained 300 points of proficiency, together with the 1,000 points that had been converted earlier. The Vajra Vorpal Fist now possessed 1,300 points of proficiency, a big breakthrough of sorts. Take a nap. Even with the assistance of the air, after a long period of sleepless liver, Shenbai felt physically and mentally exhausted. Lying on the bed, it didn't take long for Shenbai to fall into dreamland. Shenbai woke up when the sun was up. After resting, Shenbai felt a dragon's essence and his stomach was hungry again. After simply cleaning up, Shenbai sat on his long sword and went out to find a store and ordered a bunch of food. While eating, Shenbai thought about the subsequent developments. Vajra Vorpal Fist livered to level 4, and then Howling Jade Evil Body livered to level 4, and I'll be able to get to the realm of the second treasure. Follow up with another liver xuanqin mantra. Level 4 to level 5 requires more proficiency. Xinbai did not want to be partial and decided to develop in a balanced way. In the event that he encountered danger before he could liver the blood sword dance to level 5, and his other divine abilities didn't improve, it would be embarrassing. Having made up his mind, Xinbai ate the food in a few bites, got up and was ready to go back to the pawnshop. But just at this time, noisy voices suddenly rang out. Xinbai turned his head and looked along where the sound came from, and found that it was actually Zhou Qing with a bunch of constables, who were carrying a person and hurrying towards the county office. Due to the fact that they had to pass by this store, Zhou Chang and the others were getting closer and closer to Xinbai. When Xinbai saw the person Zhou Chang and the others were carrying, he froze slightly. The middle-aged man's eyes were closed and he was carrying the long sword in his hand. His body was covered with wounds and he was already dying. The scars all over his body were deep, as if he had been scratched by an animal. Xinbai felt from the wound that there was a different aura. Creepy. Chapter 43, The Pawnshop's Visitor, Request for Follow-Up Reading. Seeing this, Xinbai put down the cup in his hand and slightly rotated it. These wounds were accompanied by a bizarre aura, and Xinbai, who had dealt with the bizarre many times, could see it at a glance. So that's how it is. This person should be going to deal with creepy, Xinbai thought in his heart. At this time, Zhou Qing had already led the constables and was about to leave the location where Xinbai was. Due to the urgency of the matter, Zhou Qing had been busy with the matter of carrying people, and did not find Xinbai eating in the store. Xinbai thought for a moment and said, "Old Zhou Qing, who was commanding the constables to hurry, heard the voice and subconsciously turned his head to see Xinbai waving at him. Zhou Qing said to the rest of the constables, "You guys carry the person back to the county office first, I'll go talk to my brother." The entire county government office. The constable, this line in addition to Zhang Sheriff, is the biggest Zhou Qing. The rest of the constable also obeyed the go. Zhou Qing walked up and said, "Old Shen, hurry up and finish eating and go back. Don't stay on the streets at night." Xinbai pointed at the pile of constable figures and asked, "What's going on here?" Zhou Qing helplessly said, "A fox woman appeared. This person is a trickster hunter. Specifically took the mission of the supervisory heavenly division, almost lost his life, escaped alone to the city gates, and was saved by the patrolling constable." "Fox girl?" Xinbai stroked his chin and said, "What the hell is that?" Xinbai is aware of the trickster hunters, and there is no difference between them and bounty hunters in layman's terms. The Great Zhou Kingdom was so large that it would be difficult to rely on one supervisory heavenly division alone to govern all of it, and the trickster hunter was born. Receive a quest, complete it, and receive a supervisory division reward. Simple and straightforward, without too much hooking up of interests. The trickster hunter is there purely for the rewards. Just the word fox woman. Xinbai is the first time to hear. Zhou Qing looked around and saw that the people around him shied away from him and came close to Xinbai. "Fox girls are creepy." Say creepy in case you don't understand. Let's put it this way. Have you ever heard the story of the fox lady who repaid her debt? Xinbai pondered slightly and nodded his head. I've heard of the fox lady repaying her kindness. In addition, I know what weirdness is, and I've collected a lot of interesting news when I opened a pawnshop. The so-called fox female repayment of kindness is a fox female was saved by someone after the calamity, will often carry all kinds of things to the person who repaid the kindness. This story is widely circulated in the folklore, and it has even been adapted into a love story in which a fox girl becomes a woman and stays with her benefactor for the rest of her life. Zhou Qing was slightly surprised. "Old Shen, you even know about weirdness?" Xinbai nodded. After all, a pawnshop is also a place where there are many things to do. The two were good brothers, and Zhou Qing didn't have much doubt and began to explain. Animals can also turn spooky when they die and are affected by their grudges, and fox women are one of them. They hate the living just as much, but they kill differently. Fox girls bring back a lot of things from the outside, both good and bad. If you don't take it, the fox lady will riot and kill, and if you do, all your essence will be damaged by what you bring back. The better the stuff, the more damage it does, and over time, it's just as much of a death sentence. Speaking here, Zhou Qing paused slightly. Xinbai revealed a dazed look. Truly, this was the first time he had heard such a bizarre story, and it was quite a strange feeling. "Then what are you going to do?" Xinbai asked. Zhou Qing said, "The supervisory heavenly division's inspection is imminent, and there is the matter of the fox girl repaying her kindness. The government office must deal with it seriously, or else the county magistrate will have to take a big pot of water when the time comes." Xinbai stroked his chin and said, "That's true." Zhou Qing looked in the direction of the county courthouse and said, "Old Shen, without further ado, I have to hurry back." Something weird had happened, so of course Zhou Qing had to go back and deal with it first. Xinbai didn't stop. After all, people were on business. "By the way, Lao Zhou, there is important news to tell me." Zhou Qing said suspiciously. Old Shen, what do you need this information for? Shenbai spread his hands and said, the world is unstable. It's always good to get more news. I can keep my little life. Zhou Qing patted Shenbai's shoulder and said, Old Shen, don't worry, as long as I, Zhou Qing, am in Qian County for a day, unless I die in front of you, nothing will happen to you. Shenbai. He was tempted to say that at the moment. Zhou Qing was like a theater general with flags all over him. As for the message thing, that's bizarre. It would undoubtedly be a good thing for Shenbai if he could have a chance to get a strand of Fury Qi. Zhou Qing was very busy and didn't have time to say much, turned around and left. After Shenbai ate his meal, he had nothing else to do and turned toward the pawnshop. Night. Shenbai stood in the courtyard, practicing the Vajra Vorpal fist. Proficiency was steadily rising, and it was getting closer to level 4. While livering, Shenbai was still thinking about what happened during the day. Just because you don't need the fury now doesn't mean you don't want it later. Waiting for news from Lao Zhou's side. In case there's a chance, then I'll just start the whole thing. Shenbai made up his mind and continued to start his liver. The proficiency of the Vajra Vorpal fist continued to rise. Shenbai was immersed in the state of wild liver when suddenly the air in his body moved and he felt a trace of something unusual. There was a slight rattling from the door outside. Even Shenbai wouldn't have heard it if the night hadn't been quiet. The voice is too small to be a whole lot like an ordinary person. Shenbai frowned, drew the long sword at his waist, and quietly felt his way towards the front room of the pawnshop. The house was dark and there were no lights. A figure was rummaging through the house. Surprisingly, even though the figure was rummaging around, there was not a single sound coming out, as if it had been turned on silent mode. The various boxes in the pawn store were rummaged through in an extremely disorganized manner, and those pawned items were thrown around. It shouldn't be. This man had an exchange with the constable this morning. He should be a bit of a bottom feeder. Why are they all sparse? Am I blind? The voice was clear and crisp. A woman. Shenbai hid in the shadows, taking in the scene before him. After thinking for a moment, Shenbai lifted his foot and took a step toward the front. The foot had only just landed when the woman jerked around. Who? In the darkness, Shenbai saw a splash of white coming at him. Lime powder? So underhanded? The long sword was casually swung out by Shenbai as if it was as simple as fanning a mosquito. The lime powder is dispersed as much as possible. In the darkness, the woman sprinkled lime powder and then prepared to flee. Shenbai saw this and smiled slightly. Blood-red sword light shot out from the long sword, and the sword energy carried a brilliant and righteous aura as it plunged into the opposite wall, less than 3 inches away from the woman who was escaping. Phew! A gust of wind blew and the oil lamp was lit. Shenbai looked at the woman in front of him, his tone as calm as water, carrying a lamp in his left hand and a sword in his right, slowly approaching. Run again and the next sword will be your neck. Chapter 44, The Great Tomb of Qian County, the third shift seeks catch-up readings. As Shenbai finished his sentence, the woman in front of him stiffened. Shenbai saw the woman's face clearly and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The woman looked about 20 years old and was wearing a black dress and pants. Face like peach blossoms, eyebrows and eyes. Looks compared to Cheng Shuang is even better 1 point. Even the black dress and pants could not hide the woman's proud figure. The woman in black had a look of horror on her face, in her eyes. At this moment, Shenbai carried a lamp in one hand and a sword in the other, and his body was covered with a ferocious aura, as if he was a creep in the darkness. Especially those eyes, calm with a faint murderous aura. The black-clothed woman was truly not expecting to encounter something so outrageous. A small pawn store would have such masters. Just now, there was even sword energy. Off the charts. Don't kill me. Out of Shenbai's expectation, the black-clothed woman was very abashed and held her head, shivering with a look of fear. Among the Jianghu people that Shenbai had encountered, this was the most egregious one. Shenbai said with interest, Name, origin. Don't be afraid. I'm not a man-eating creep either. The woman in black carefully raised her head and put it back at her arm to bury it again. Qian Frost? My name is Qian Frost. I'm a disciple of the thief sect. I haven't dug up your family's ancestral grave. Don't kill me, Shenbai. Why are we talking about ancestral graves? Are all of you thief sect people so direct? And so on. Theft of doors. Shenbai smiled and said, So it's the thief sect disciple who stole the supervisory heavenly division's trickster object. It seems that you guys are really ready to mess up, all the way to me. As soon as those words left his mouth, Qian Shuang jerked his head up. Although he was scared of Shenbai, he stubbornly held his head high. The thief sect didn't steal the trickster. The thief sect wouldn't steal the supervisory heavenly division's trickster. Shenbai laughed. Yo, quite imposing. If it's not the thief gate, who can take away the supervisory heavenly division's things? If I hand you over to the supervisory heavenly division, there will be a lot of rewards, right? As soon as these words came out, Qian Shuang, who was still very imposing just a moment ago, immediately wilted and looked downcast. It really wasn't the thief gate. Don't hand me over to the supervisors. It was the fox lady. The fox lady took me. I came over here because I heard about a fox girl, so I came to find out why and to clear the reputation of the thief sect. Shenbai frowned. Fox girl? Wait, the thieves' gate still has a reputation? This kind of power that dug people's ancestral graves. Shenbai really couldn't think of any reputation to speak of. Qin Shuang said seriously, the thief sect has always been bold and courageous in their actions. We dug the grave. We have never denied it. But this time it was planted. Shenbai stroked his chin and said, how do you prove that this thing was done by a fox girl? A trickster. Who can take the initiative to steal a trickster? And say that no one is afraid to believe it? Qin Frost shrunk his neck and whispered, fox girls don't take the initiative to steal. But what if someone uses a fox girl to harm themselves to steal? Harm yourself? Shenbai said. Speak clearly. Qin Frost gestured. If you are targeted by the fox lady, and you use the fox lady's characteristics to make the fox lady bring you good things, you only need to be able to bear the cost of the fox lady on the line. When Shenbai heard this, he suddenly felt a bright light cross his mind. If we really follow what Qin Shuang said, isn't this just finding a porter? The difference is being able to afford the cost that comes with a porter. Qin Shuang continued. That person who drove the fox girl is actually considered a disciple of the thief sect, but this fellow is a traitor and joined the upper evil sect. I'm here this time to investigate the whereabouts and evidence. He knows most of the people in the sect. I haven't been a member of the thief sect long enough to recognize me without spooking them. Shenbai walked back and forth and said, are there any clues? Qin Frost shook his head and said, there are no clues. I saw that someone was injured by the fox woman, and you talked with the constable for a couple of minutes, so I came over to explore under curiosity, to see if I could probe into useful news, and I didn't expect to. Didn't expect what? I didn't expect to be caught by you. Qin Frost was bereft. Shenbai fell into deep thought. The room was quiet, leaving only the sound of Shenbai pacing back and forth. It's the upper evil sect again. This power is really like a Tarsus. If it's really like what Qin Shuang said, the fox lady came to Shangyun County, and the person who harnessed the fox lady has a bizarre object in his possession. Coupled with the imminent arrival of the supervisory heavenly division, the entire Shangyun County will be in chaos. I need to be careful how I deal with this. Don't put the fire on me. No. Zhou Qing's side is difficult. Shenbai's mind was flooded with all sorts of thoughts, and what he was most worried about instead was Zhou Qing's situation. As a constable of the government office, Zhou Qing was bound to cross paths with these matters. The Shangyun County, which is in chaos, is only the first fire to burn to Zhou Qing. The fox girl has a fury, and it's related to the upper evil sect. For the sake of the fury, I guess I'll even have to take part in it. Let's see the news from Zhou Qing's side first. After a moment, Shenbai made a decision. Qin Frost carefully glanced at Shenbai and rolled his eyes. That, high person, can I go now? She knew that she had, for once, lifted a stone. The small ascending cloud county, ordinary pawnshops even have high people here. Qin Shuang is helpless. Shenbai came back to his senses and laughed. It can't go. Ha! Qin Shuang's face was dumbfounded. Why? Shenbai said. Because I didn't get the news I wanted. Qin Shuang directly froze. Shenbai said indifferently. I'm not stupid. If the people from the thief sect don't have the slightest clue, a power that isn't good at fighting would send its disciples? It's like the blind leading the blind. Tell us what you're really up to. And don't act all goofy. No one will believe you. No clues. Not good at combat. Sent in just to clean up their reputation? This thing's spread out. But anyone who believes it. Shenbai estimates that the head is more or less a little bit wrong. Qin Frost gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. Shenbai shook his head. Too much bloodshed is something I was not willing to do. But you had to force me to do it. So there's nothing I can do about it. With that, he carried his long sword and approached towards Qin Shuang. Qin Frost covered his collar and said, what do you want? Shenbai laughed. You've misunderstood. The body I'm not interested in. No, to be precise. It's also very interested. Such a beautiful body. If it's split into many parts, I'm sure it won't be beautiful anymore. Split it into multiple parts? Qin Frost's eyes widened. Then a bloody, horrible image came to her mind. Qin Shuang clenched his teeth. She knew that Shenbai wasn't lying because she felt the faint killing aura. Seeing that Shenbai was about to approach, Qin Shuang could no longer hold back. That foolishness disappeared, and in its place, the eyes were filled with the aura of intelligent elves. Everything just now was a pretense. Great tomb. There is a great tomb in Shangyun County. The upper evil sect wants to steal it through the fox lady. And that weird thing is also a key thing. Chapter 45, News leaks out. All the masters gather together. The firelight illuminated the room. Qin Shuang opened his mouth and revealed the last big secret. When the words great tomb came out, Shenbai came to be interested. Fine. Thinking about it carefully, the fox lady's weirdness could harm people by stealing things, and that thief sex trader, if he utilized the fox lady, coupled with the fact that the great tomb was now open, he only needed to bear the cost of stealing the things in the great tomb. The whole process in turn is simplified too much. Qin Shuang shrunk his neck and said, "It is said that the great tomb is where a Taoist man was feathered, and that Taoist man left numerous treasures on his body, in the tomb, and the trick item is a pair of boots, which is the key to opening the great tomb." A Taoist? Shenbai stroked his chin. That is to say, you are planning to take advantage of the opening of the tomb to go in and make a profit? What, washing away the reputation of the thief gate? This thing is more like lying to ghosts. Shenbai was more inclined to think that Qin Shuang was trying to make a fortune in the great tomb. Qin Shuang raised his head. By the way, it cleanses the reputation of the thief sect. The body has been honest, but the mouth is still hard. Shenbai said. Various in the tomb. Are you proficient? Qin Shuang nodded. I am a disciple of the thief sect, so of course I am well versed in all kinds of means of descending into tombs. Shenbai asked again. Are there any weird things in the tomb? Qin Shuang thought for a moment and said, that Taoist master was also scenic when he was alive, and there were a lot of weird things. She was a bit puzzled because Shenbai's questions at this time had gradually deviated. Shenbai put down his hand and said, you can't leave the pawnshop for the time being. When the great tomb opens, I will go with you. Qin Frost's eyes widened. Nice guy. It turned out that this expert, who was hidden in Ascending Cloud County, was also going to go down to the tomb. You're purely shooting yourself in the foot. Shenbai didn't care what Qin Shuang's expression was, pondering the feasibility of this matter in his mind. First of all, there were weird things in the tomb, and this thing was the thing that Shenbai needed the most. Secondly, Zhou Cheng will probably be involved in this matter. The matter is complicated, and Shenbai cannot let Zhou Qing lose his life for nothing. Finally, the creepy thing that the upper evil sect took away. Shenbai was very interested. It was said that the trick item was of the speed type, which was Shenbai's current shortcoming, and would be a great enhancement to Shenbai. These few things added up. Shenbai felt that this trip seemed to be the way to go. Qin Frost shrunk his head and said, why Don? I go first and wait until the big tomb opens. Then I will come back to you? Do you think I'm stupid? Shenbai laughed. If you want to blame, just blame you for coming over to provoke me. Don't worry. This trip to the tomb, and won't let you go down for nothing. The things we obtained inside, we'll add 2 and 1 for 5. Really? A luster flowed in Qin Shuang's eyes. You're not lying to me? Don't play dumb. Shenbai snapped and slapped on Qin Frost's head. You are only thinking of escaping now. If I concentrate on you, you can't run away. But I don't have this mind. I'll talk to you about important things. Analyze it yourself. Qin Shuang didn't say anything and looked straight at Shenbai. Shenbai pondered for a moment and said, you also know that I have connections in the Yamen, and I am bound to be aware of the opening of the great tomb, so I can find it at any time. But you're different. You're alone. No help. It's not even known if you'll be able to get down to the tomb, let alone with a traitor. You will have more certainty of going down to the tomb if you are with me. Qin Shuang said, but I don't know whether you are sincere or not. Shenbai pointed to the door. You don't have a choice. You have 2 choices now. Trust me and get rich together. If you don't believe me, you can leave any time. Qin Shuang followed Shenbai's hand and looked toward the doorway, carefully moving half a step. Shenbai's hand returned to the long sword at his waist and watched with interest. Although the words were said, Qin Shuang actually had only one choice. If Qin Shuang planned to walk out of this door, his head was going to hit the ground. This is not to blame. Shenbai's heart is ruthless. The Jianghu is so. Since you throw yourself into the net, the strength is not strong, only to be slaughtered. If Shenbai's strength is weak this night, what will happen to Qin Shuang? Who can say? Qin Shuang didn't see Shenbai's movements, and after taking a few more steps, he turned his head and said, cooperate. I hope you can keep your word. During those few steps just now, Qin Shuang was also making a choice. After choosing, she went with the first method. Like Shenbai said, she's all alone. It's a big gamble. Shenbai smiled. In that case, stay at the pawnshop. Qin Shuang nodded and didn't say anything more. It was getting late, so Shenbai arranged for Qin Shuang to stay at his own place. Sharing a room makes it easier to keep an eye on things. As for such things as men and women are different, the daughter of the Jianghu does not care about these details. Shenbai also does not have its male and female affairs of the mind. The night was long, and Shenbai began practicing the Vajra Vorpal fist again. The next day, when the early morning light shone in, Shenbai put away his fists, let out a long breath, and took the Qi and blood medicine. Vajra Vorpal fist plus 300, 1,600 points now, not far from level 4. After Shenbai took the Qi and blood medicine, his eyes lingered on the doorway of the room. outside the door, Qin Shuang was standing there, looking at Shen Bai with a surprised gaze. Last night, Shen Bai had practiced boxing all night, and Qin Shuang was aware of it. In Qin Shuang's thought, the other party's strength and high, and also worked so hard, but only in a small county. She was a little confused as to why exactly. Go out to dinner, Shen Bai said. Daily is a regular life. Shen Bai is used to it. Qin Shuang softly hummed and didn't say much. The two of them simply cleaned up and headed out the door to the breakfast place. There seems to be more people in Ascending Cloud County lately. Breakfast shop service. Shen Bai frowned as he looked around at the unfamiliar faces that passed by from time to time. These people were all dressed as Jianghu people, and the usual Xiangyun County did not have so many Jianghu people staying. Things aren't quite right. Qin Shuang took a small sip of porridge, came close to Shen Bai, and said, a small county town shouldn't have so many people lingering around. Shen Bai smelled an aroma and retreated a little, falling into contemplation. This was the moment when that great Taoist tomb was opening, and with so many Jianghu people appearing, it was hard not to associate them together. While the two were communicating in whispers, there were a couple of junglers sitting in the seats next to the two. The sound of sporadic conversation came in gradually. There are quite a lot of people here. It seems that the matter of the Great Tomb has been spread far and wide. The Great Tomb of the Taoist Master is about to appear, and I've heard that quite a few forces from Maplewood Prefecture have already secretly traveled there. And there's even someone from Maplewood Prefecture's Qing Yunguan who's coming. Qing Yunguan? Really? That's the biggest Taoist temple in Maplewood Prefecture. Still can't lie to you. It is said that the one who came is an expert of the younger generation of the Taoist temple, already located at the peak level of the Three Treasures realm. This time I'm afraid it's going to be lively. Shen Bai listened to the conversations and already understood the cause of the incident. The news was released. It's most likely related to the one from the upper evil sect who harnessed the Fox Lady. What kind of stuff is he trying to get up to? Qin Shuang asked. Shen Bai put down his chopsticks and faintly said, the muddier the water, the better he can feel the fish. Chapter 46 News from the Cadre. Going to the Cadre. Qin Shuang listened with a slightly confused look on his face. Shen Bai slowly said, the matter of the loss of the artifact is already known to the Supervisory Heavenly Division, and the specific role of the artifact is equally known to the Supervisory Heavenly Division. What do you think he can make out of this situation? Qin Shuang pondered. It can't be fished out. The Supervisory Heavenly Division is not a vegetarian. Shen Bai laughed. In that case, let's muddy the water. More and more people join in. The Supervisory Heavenly Division's line of sight is bound to be obstructed, and the more muddy the water, the more the line of sight will be spread out, and the more he'll be able to find the goodies in the Great Tomb. I have to say, this traitor of your thief sect has brains. Qin Shuang nodded. By doing so, things are becoming more and more complicated. Human energy is limited. Shen Bai got up to settle the bill. With more people, the energies of the Supervisory Heavenly Division are dispersed, so they can't take care of too much. Qin Shuang followed. So what do we do? Wait and see. Shen Bai walked towards the pawn store. Our goal is the tomb. As for this guy from the upper evil sect, there's the Supervisory Heavenly Division for the headache. Of course, if I can find this guy, I don't mind killing him with a sword. Qin Shuang looked at Shen Bai's back, especially when he heard Shen Bai's words with a fury, and after shivering, he quickly followed. Back at the pawn shop, Shen Bai continued business as usual. Qin Shuang just sat on the side, curiously surveying Shen Bai's daily routine. You're such a pawn store owner. Or what? How come you're willing to be a pawn shop owner with your strength? I need to eat too. You can eat better in the Maplewood state. You can eat better here too. Shen Bai chatted with Qin Shuang while counting the accounts. Qin Shuang also became more and more curious, because in her opinion, Shen Bai pawn store owner, this identity does not look like pretending, because Shen Bai's various operations are really too skillful, as if he had really been a pawn store owner for a long time. After Shen Bai had finished counting the accounts, he went to look at the various pawned objects again, and only then did he begin to lie down in a salty manner. Is this old Zhang's joy after returning home? Zhang Chaobang still did not come. Shen Bai added to his vacation only a few days left, and did not have a reply. Shen Bai still missed the days when Zhang Chaofeng was around. At least Zhang Chaofeng was here and he could go to the backyard to liver proficiency. The two just had a conversation. After chatting for a while, a man suddenly walked in the door. Old Shen, don't go out lately. I'm going to make a trip to Shengyin County soon. As soon as Zhou Qing entered the door, he let go of his voice and roared. Only halfway through his words, Zhou Cheng saw that Qin Shuang was sitting beside Shen Bai in a well-behaved manner and immediately froze. What is your situation? Zhou Qing said curiously. Shen Bai pointed at Qin Shuang and said, distant relative, came over to escape. Qin Frost nodded vigorously with a cooperative look. Fleeing, Zhou Qing said strangely. Your parents died early, And a distant relative suddenly came at this time? Shenbai spread his hands. I don't know why. Take it in first. The simpler the explanation, the better, and besides, the relationship between the two was hard enough that Shenbai didn't need to say too much. Zhou Qing came back to his senses and didn't ask more questions on this matter, returning to the topic and saying the reason for his visit again. Since yesterday, the number of Jianghu people coming to the county has become more frequent, and it's rumored to be related to a large Taoist tomb. These things, Shenbai was aware of, but he did not interrupt and waited for Zhou Qing to continue on. After a slight pause, Zhou Qing continued. Wasn't there a trickster hunter who was injured not long ago? Shenbai sniffed and thought of the middle-aged swordsman who had come to the pawnshop to pawn his sword. We healed him, and he informed us how to find the fox lady, and we are ready to rise at once, which is why I am grasping at straws to talk to you about it. Zhou Qing said. These days, Shengyun County is very chaotic, so don't open your store too late. Shenbai asked. Old Zhou, there is still a way to find the fox lady? Zhou Qing nodded his head and said, that guile hunter has a guile object on him that can find the fox lady's trail, but the guile object can only be used 3 times, and there are currently 2 left. Shenbai understood. If it's a trickster, then it all makes sense. It was normal for something like a trickster to have a variety of abilities, and it was normal to have a trickster that could search for the fox girl. Gone. Zhou Qing stood up. Old Shen, you must pay attention. Busy with official business. Zhou Qing did not continue to stay, turned around and left directly. Shenbai looked at Zhou Qing's back as he left and got up to grip the long sword at his waist. Qin Shuang had been eating melon on the side, and when he saw Shenbai standing up, he said strangely, what are you doing? Shenbai turned his head and said, track over and see what follows. Since there were clues, Shenbai planned to take a look. If the fox woman could be resolved in advance, then for Shenbai, he could reduce one opponent when the subsequent great tomb was opened, and it's still a rival of the upper evil sect. Qin Shuang pondered slightly, then took out a fragrant bag and threw it to Shenbai. Shenbai took a look at it, and the scent seemed to be from Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang explained, this is made by the thief sect. It can mask one's own scent, and the scent will be gone when it dissipates. And the fact that there was very little movement when I searched for the pawnshop before was also because of this scented bag. In this world, there are too many strange and weird abilities, and Shenbai didn't bother to ask what the principle was. But with this flurry of action by Qin Shuang, Shenbai had an idea. I still seem to be lacking in concealment aptitudes, so I can try to find them when I have the chance. Though the idea is there, Shenbai did not think too much about it, and after taking the incense bag with him, he left the pawnshop together with Qin Shuang. From the pawnshop to the court, Shenbai found that the fragrant bag was really exactly as described by Qin Shuang. They were obviously walking down the street, but none of the people around them came over to look at them. The two of them just followed the streets, and after walking for quite some time, they arrived at the location of the courthouse. At this time, the constables of the Yamen had already gathered and headed outside under the leadership of Constable Zhang. Zhou Chang and the middle-aged trick hunter were clearly among them. Shenbai and Qin Shuang glanced at each other and crashed far behind, silently exiting Shengyun County, a wilderness. After leaving Shengyun County, the middle-aged trickster hunter held a compass-like object in his hand, guiding the constables along the way. After about half an hour of trekking, he eventually came to a clear river. Shenbai and Qin Shuang looked up and realized that around this river, there was a wooden stake standing. These are people. Shenbai frowned when he saw this. More than a dozen corpses were tied to stakes. Their guts had been emptied and they were empty inside. On top of that, not far from the river, a fox was lying on one of the corpses, huffing and puffing and gnawing. Chapter 47, Fox Demon Mutation. Fierce Sword Chi. The body's chest cavity had been gutted cleanly, the internal organs long gone. The fox's fur was snow-white and looked quite agile, but those eyes had a seeping green light. An eerie aura of cold terror constantly emanated from the fox, with an innate rejection of living beings. Spooky out and about. The living retreat. Shenbai, who was hiding in the dark, frowned slightly when he saw this creepy fox demon appearing so simply. A strange thought crossed his mind, that the people of the upper evil sect were meticulous in their thinking, and even knew to muddy the waters and make a profit out of it. So why would they let the fox demon be besieged so simply? That's what he thought. But things were different on Zhou Qing's side. This trip was meant to be a search for shenanigans, and now that he had found it, it was only natural that he would do something about it. Sheriff Zhang was the first to draw his longsword and bellowed, surround it and eliminate it. More than a dozen bodies, representing more than a dozen lives. This is already a big case. With Zhang speaking, the rest of the constables drew their weapons and surrounded the fox demon. The fox demon exuded an eerie aura and flicked its front paws, poking a mound of dirt from the ground. The next moment, the battle began. the fox demon transformed into a residual shadow and attacked towards the nearest constable. The speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, it had arrived close. The constables of Shangyan County were all in the Daozang realm, and when the fox demon approached, they reacted extremely fast, quickly blocking their long swords in the center. Clank! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the long sword in the constable's hand cracked, and his person fell back several steps. The rest of the constables stepped forward and took this opportunity to chop the long knives in their hands towards the fox demon. But the fox demon, with its weird instincts, dodged all these attacks with a single movement of its body, and bypassed a few long knives to attack another constable. Sharp claws, eyes glowing green, filled with a ferocious aura, combine. At that moment, Sheriff Zhang shouted loudly. After these words were uttered, a dozen or so constables set their long knives against each other, crisscrossing to form a dense net of knives. The web of knives was sharp and stopped in front of the fox demon. The fox demon was in midair and couldn't retreat as well, and was immediately brought out a horrifying wound by the long blade. Miserable green blood bubbled up from the fox demon's wound, and the ferocity in the fox demon's eyes increased. This fox demon, not so good. Shinbai hid in the shadows and observed carefully. The situation is now simple. If 3 or 2 constables were here, they might really have to be broken at the hands of the fox demon. But more than 20 constables together, coupled with the kind of knife net just now, with the cooperation of the fox demon, is simply defenseless. Qin Shuang also frowned tightly at her willow brows, feeling as if things were too simple. After all, looking at the situation, it seemed that the fox demon was about to be accounted for here. The two men looked at each other, gave each other a wink, and decided to wait and see what happened. On the field, the fox demon did not voluntarily retreat after being injured. The bizarre instinct was to kill the living. Even if they were not defeated, there would not be a situation where they would run away when driven by their instincts. Roar! A low growl emanated from the fox demon's mouth. Suddenly, the flesh and blood on the fox demon's body began to expand rapidly. The original 1-meter-long body suddenly grew to about 3 meters. Not only that, the fur on the fox demon's body began to recede at a rapid pace. A naked woman's body appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Fox head with sharp fangs and a human body with boundless seduction. With the two extreme contrasts, Shenbai felt that some kind of group called Fury Control might be unusually excited. Of course, if you ignore the 3-meter-tall frame, it's perfect. The 3-meter-tall fox demon stood up with a terrifying sense of oppression. The wounds on his body had recovered as much as they could, and in a flash of his figure, he had disappeared from his original spot. Upon reappearing, a constable spat blood from his mouth and suddenly flew out backwards, falling to the ground and falling into a coma. There was a bone-deep scratch on the catcher's chest. What the hell? Sheriff Shang's eyes widened at the sight. Although the fox demon creepy has fighting power, it has never been so powerful, and more often than not, it relies on that particular method to harm people, but now it suddenly turned into the present appearance, making Zhang Sheriff are a bit unable to hold. The middle-aged swordsman held his long sword and said gruffly, "This fox demon's ability is much stronger. That's what I suffered from back then." The two were talking, but the fox demon was not going to give them a chance to talk. A residual shadow flashed. The fox demon came to the other constable. The nails on her white fingers skyrocketed, and she grabbed down at the constable's head. "If this one takes a hit, there are bound to be 5 bloody holes in your head." Clank! A crisp sound rang out as Sheriff Zhang blocked the fox demon's claws. "Pull back," Sheriff Zhang whispered. The caution constable hurriedly backed away without half a moment's hesitation. At that moment, Sheriff Zhang swung the long knife in his hand. The swings were not fast, but each move was powerful. The fox demon's white and polished body had a horrifying wound appear under Sheriff Zhang's attack. Not far away, Shinbai saw the scene and narrowed his eyes. 3 Treasures Realm. Sheriff Zhang is also an expert. The air body is rounded, like an arm. These are the characteristics of the 3 Treasures Realm. Shinbai can see it. It seems that this battle is nearing its end. With the Triple Treasure Realm's Sheriff Zhang joining the fight, the fox demon had already appeared to be declining, and death was just a matter of a split second. On the field, Sheriff Zhang's sword technique became more and more violent, each blade carrying a terrifyingly strong wind. To be able to become a constable, it is not possible without a little bit of real talent. Plus Zhang constable's age has reached the age of the sword is also more old and spicy. The constables present weren't idle either, assisting Sheriff Zhang's attack from the side. The wounds on the fox demon's body began to increase, and it looked like it was about to become a soul under Sheriff Zhang's sword. But just at this time, a wind sound suddenly rang out. After the sharp sound of wind appeared, the crowd saw a white shadow flash by. The next moment, the second fox demon stormed up from the bottom of the river and came straight at the trapper. It happened so fast that the crowd didn't react. The constable closest to the river was the first to be attacked, and in a moment of crisis, he could only hold his long sword across his chest. Clank! The long blade shattered in response, and the fox demon's claws were still approaching. Zhou Qing! Arresting officer Zhang's eyes were wide with rage. The constable who was attacked was none other than Zhou Qing. The rest of the constables wanted to rescue, but it was already too late. Zhou Qing looked at the sharp claws that were about to approach and only felt cold all over. The feeling of death was spreading throughout his body. If this claw went down, it was bound to be a broken heart and death on the spot. I never thought I would perish today. At the time of life and death, Zhou Qing felt like everything had slowed down. Numerous thoughts echoed through his mind. I have yet to enter the supervisory heavenly division and fulfill my lifelong dream. I'm not convinced. And, if I die, how can old Chen, an ordinary person, live in peace? I also plan to take old Chen to Maplewood State to live a good life if I get into the supervisory heavenly division. After numerous thoughts were born, Zhou Qing closed his eyes. There's no solution. There's no way to save it. A sense of powerlessness came over the hearts of the many constables. The two fox demons. If Zhou Qing died, then Zhang Sheriff must have a sudden increase in pressure, and they might also die. Thinking this way, despair was rapidly gripping. Just then, a cracking sound suddenly rang out. The crowd subconsciously looked away. A blood-red sword light chopped through the void and came, brilliant righteousness like a blazing sun, making the crowd unable to open their eyes. Chapter 48, 2 wisps of fatal chi in your hands. The terrifying sword chi seemed to be able to cut through everything, spanning an extremely long distance and swiftly arriving. There was a sound of entering flesh. The fox demon was pierced through by the sword chi, and the powerful and terrifying force nailed the fox demon to the ground along with it. A man dressed in black, with a black cloth over his face, marched from the shadows. The man carried a long sword in his hand, and carried an anger that was visible to the naked eye, as if it was a volcano that was about to erupt. Qin Shuang hid in the shadows, looking at Shen Bai, who rushed out. His entire body froze. She had never felt anger in this mysterious man before. Even that night she had felt only a wave of calm. But now, she felt it, and the anger seemed to be overwhelming and terrifying. That constable, he should be someone he highly values. Qin Shuang thought in his heart, quietly fished out a book from his chest and recorded it in detail. The scene turned. Shen Bai had already carried his long sword and arrived at the river. Though masked in black cloth, the anger in his eyes almost flourished. Zhou Qing opened his eyes and directly froze when he saw the figure in black clothes in front of him. Even though they were masked in black cloth, the two of them were so familiar that with just a glance, Zhou Chang recognized Shen Bai's identity. There were countless doubts that were taking root in his mind. Isn't old Shen an ordinary man? What's going on? What's with the pressure? Also, what about the fox demon struggling on the ground? Zhou Qing suddenly felt as if this brother of his family had become fierce overnight. Of course, Zhou Qing didn't shout out because he saw that Shen Bai was masked. Everyone is smart. Shen Bai masked naturally to hide his identity. Since this was the case, Zhou Qing simply went along with the act. When this is over, I'll go to the pawnshop to find old Shen, Zhou Qing thought in his heart. He did, and the others were even more confused, especially Sheriff Young. At this time, Sheriff Zhang was battling the fox demon while watching towards Shen Bai's side. He couldn't figure out the identity of the other party, but the other party had severely injured the fox demon after appearing, so it didn't seem to be an enemy at the moment. The people in here each had their own guesses, except for Shen Bai, who was different. Shen Bai's gaze was cold as he slowly approached the fox demon with his long sword. The fox demon that had been hit hard by the sword chi struggled to get up, but just before he climbed up, a blood-red sword chi chopped through the void and arrived. Snort! The dull sound was like cutting through rags. As soon as Shen Bai struck, several sword chi shot out. Brilliantly righteous chi coupled with the blood sword dance's own devil-breaking attribute. These several sword chi intertwined with each other to form a sword net. The sword net approached, instantly dividing the fox demon. The fox demon didn't even have a single ounce of resistance, turning into a ground of broken corpses that fluttered on the ground for a few moments before turning into foul-smelling smoke. A strand of baleful energy emerged and was pocketed by Shen Bai. This scene caused all the people present to be frozen as if they were logs. The terrifying fox demon made their hands busy, but under Shen Bai's sword chi, just 2 swords, the fox demon was gone. The first sword, heavy damage. The second sword, destroying the fox demon. A few of the constables swallowed, only to feel their mouths dry. Rising Cloud County. When did such a character come out? Sheriff Zhang said in a loud voice. Scholar, please help me. Since there was someone to help, it was natural for Sheriff Zhang to speak up. Although the identity of the other party was unclear, it was enough that the other party could deal with guile. Shen Bai didn't say anything. In fact, he did want to make a move. This fox demon was bizarre, and for Shen Bai, it was the source of the fury. Shen Bai's long sword shook, and the blood-red sword chi reappeared. The fox demon that was fighting with Sheriff Zhang was pierced through his head by the sword Qi, fell to the ground and convulsed for a few moments, and turned into black smoke and disappeared. Another sword, and the fox demon died instantly. There was a hint of astonishment in Sheriff Zhang's gaze. The first one can be described as luck. The second one is strength. Constable Zhang arched his hand and said, "Thank you for your help. I don't know the name of the warrior. I will return with a generous gift after I go back." Xinbai didn't say anything and looked around. He couldn't speak. Sheriff Zhang did recognize him, just not as familiar as Zhou Qing. As for speaking in a sandy voice like in the talkies, "Sorry, that's the talkies." The voice could be heard even if it pretended to be hoarse. Since Xinbai didn't speak, the scene was a bit quiet for a while. Feeling embarrassed, Sheriff Zhang withdrew his hand and said, "That's right, since the warrior is hiding his identity, he wouldn't have reported his name. Is the warrior here for the Great Tomb?" The news of the Great Tomb had leaked out, so Sheriff Zhang had this speculation. The other party might have come for the Great Tomb, and by chance met the fox demon, and just helped him out in passing. Xinbai stroked his chin and did not bother with Sheriff Zhang's words, but fell into deep thought. At first, Xinbai felt that the people of the upper evil sect were a bit foolish, exposing the fox demon so easily. But now, Xinbai didn't think so. Instead, he thought that the people of the upper evil sect were very smart. The other side is trying to make the commotion bigger and the water more and more muddy. This trip, 2 fox demons, if Xinbai is not here, this group of constables is afraid that they will be killed or injured. Xinbai's gaze went to the middle-aged man. This guy, he didn't survive by a fluke. He was put back on purpose, and the person who harnessed the fox demon knew that he had the ability to find it. So with the help of his hands, he set up a trap here, wanting to make a bigger mess out of the whole thing. The only variable today is Xinbai. Don't look at Xinbai's 2 swords to solve the fox demon. It was because Xinbai was strong enough. Variables are just that. After Xinbai figured it out, he turned around and prepared to leave. With the 2 strands of baneful Qi in hand and the matter settled, he still had to go back and wait for the opening of the Great Tomb. Zhang Sheriff looked at Xinbai's back as he left, wanting to open his mouth to say a few words, but the words came to a living stop. "Clean up the mess and go back to the courthouse," Sheriff Zhang said, and then the constables all started to pack up. But they all couldn't forget that scene just now, especially Xinbai's bizarre style with 1 sword. Zhou Qing was even thinking that this time, he must go back and catch Xinbai and interrogate him properly. Shangyun County, Shen Family Pawnshop. After Xinbai and Qin Frost returned to the pawnshop, Qin Frost's eyes took on a curious look. "That constable, he's someone important to you, isn't he?" Qin Shuang asked. Xinbai nodded. "In the entire Shangyun County, the person who treats me the best, is also my only close friend here." Qin Frost let out an oh-so-quiet sound. "No wonder, but this time, the man behind the curtain's plan was destroyed, so I guess there will be a follow-up." Xinbai laughed. "I'm afraid he won't follow through." Qin Shuang was slightly stunned. Xinbai raised a finger and slowly said, "Remember one thing, there is no perfect person in the world. It's just the amount of brokenness. The more he strikes, the more broken he becomes, and if it's before the Great Tomb opens, and there's enough brokenness, perhaps he won't survive past the opening." Qin Shuang nodded with seeming understanding and asked again, "You're not practicing boxing tonight?" Xinbai shook his head. "I'm waiting for someone." Qin Frost was just about to ask who he was waiting for when there was a knock on the door of the pawnshop. Chapter 49 Zheng Chaofeng's Return. It was already dusk. A sudden knock on the door of the room startled Qin Shuang. When Qin Shuang looked up, he saw Xinbai open the door quite naturally. Due to the perspective, Qin Shuang could only see a hand reaching in and deadening Xinbai's neck. Qin Shuang directly froze. This guy was not a good character to get along with at first glance, and there was even someone who dared to take him by the scruff of the neck. Isn't this a death wish? Thinking this way, Qin Shuang could already think of the scene where Xinbai would raise his sword and slash in a rage. But then a voice came. "Old Shen, you lied to me so bitterly. You say, give me what compensation to be able to do. Bacon can't compensate me." As soon as Zhou Qing came in, he began to stagger and shout. Qin Frost was relieved to see this. If it's Zhou Qing, then everything makes sense. Xinbai was wrapped around Zhou Qing's neck and helplessly said, "Old Zhou, I'm not intentionally hiding this from you. It's really because there's a reason for what happened." Zhou Qing let go of his hand, sat aside, took a sip of tea, and stared straight at Xinbai. After a few moments, Zhou Qing sighed. "I am happy that my brother is as strong as he is today." This statement comes from the heart. Originally, Zhou Qing had also thought that if he took Xinbai along with him after traveling to the Maple Forest State, he could also take care of Xinbai. Now it seemed that Xinbai didn't need his care and could even take care of him in turn. As for why Xinbai had suddenly become so strong, Zhou Qing did not ask. The two are good brothers. Zhou Qing will not ask too much. Asking too much is not beautiful. All he needed to know was that old Chen was strong enough to survive in this world. Shenbai smiled and refilled Zhou Qing's cup of tea before asking, "How about the follow-up on the fox demon matter?" Zhou Qing thought for a moment and said, "After going back, nothing unusual happened." "Old Shen, you want to get involved in the matter of the Great Tomb?" Shenbai nodded his head and said, "Since there is a big tomb, then I definitely want to try it." Zhou Qing said, "Okay, if there's any news, I'll come over and tell you." The two chatted a bit more. The purpose of Zhou Qing coming over was to have a chat with Shenbai, and incidentally verify Shenbai's identity. The government office had just finished solving the fox demon, so Zhou Qing didn't stay too long and left the pawnshop. There's still a follow-up to the fox demon matter. We have to be careful. Qin Shuang waited until Zhou Qing had left and reminded. Subsequently, she knew that her reminder was of no use, because with a strength like Shenbai's, it was pretty much the same whether she reminded or not. Shenbai pondered slightly. Now it is better to wait and see what happens. And the most important thing is to improve his own strength first. Thinking about this, Shenbai went to the courtyard and began to liver up the Vajra voodoo fist. Qin Shuang moved a small bench and sat in the courtyard, staring at Shenbai's figure practicing boxing with wide eyes. The night passed quickly. When Shenbai recovered from his state of liver proficiency, he let out a long breath. Vajra Vorpal fist plus 300. Another 300 points of proficiency. And now, the Vajra Vorpal fist's proficiency was nearing the 200-point mark, and it was much faster to level 4. Shenbai stretched his back, moved his body, and took a little more qi and blood medicine. Qin Shuang just happened to have finished resting and walked out the door when he saw Shenbai drinking medicine. This kind of ordinary qi and blood medicine. It's better not to take more of it. There is a lot of drug residue. It's not good for the body. Shenbai put the medicine jar aside. That's true. The more common the drug, the more residue there will be. That is, Shenbai's qi and blood were like dragons, and he was able to forcibly exclude the side effects of the drug. However, what Shenbai could find at the moment was this ordinary medicine. Although there was no more liver blood sword dance, the other divine abilities would lose qi and blood as usual, and corresponding replenishment was needed. Qin Shuang thought for a moment and threw over a porcelain bottle. "Eat this. It's an elixir to replenish qi and blood, refined by the 100 Medicine Valley." Shenbai received it in his hand and did not take it, but put it in his bag. Qin Shuang helplessly said, "I know you're wary, but I really didn't harm you." Shenbai laughed. "Entrance things, be careful. I'm curious. You have quite a lot of treasures, unlike the thief sect disciples. From the scented bag to this elixir, if they were all true." Shenbai felt that Qin Shuang's identity was yet to be verified. Qin Shuang coughed and said, "Thief sect, it's normal to have more stuff." "Really?" Shenbai raised an eyebrow. Qin Shuang said gravely, "Really?" Shenbai reminded, "I don't care if you're real or not. I only need what's in the big tomb. If you don't make a mess, it's still 2 in 1. If you make a mess, I'll take this beautiful head of yours off." Qin Frost stretched his neck and said, "Humph, I'm serious about cooperation." Shenbai got up and said, "Let's eat." Qin Shuang asked, "How do you eat on time every day?" "Self-discipline." Shenbai said this and walked towards the outside of the pawnshop. Qin Shuang had no choice but to follow behind. The two of them ate on the street. Shenbai touched his stomach. Elimination of food generally returned to the pawnshop. Today's pawnshop is open as usual, but there are not many people coming over, so Shenbai is taking a nap on the recliner. Qin Shuang, on the other hand, was looking through the pawnshop stuff in boredom, sort of the only thing to pass the time. "How many goodies do you think we'll get this time?" Qin Shuang asked after being bored for a while, resting his hands on his chin position. Shenbai didn't even lift his eyelids. "How much can be salvaged is how much. Wouldn't it be hairy if we fished them all?" Qin Shuang added. Shenbai laughed. "You do know how to dream." Qin Shuang continued, "Let's go in. Are we killing indiscriminately?" "It should be gaga messy killing," Shenbai said. Qin Shuang curiously said, "What does gaga messy kill mean?" Shenbai opened his eyes. "I'll be responsible for killing indiscriminately, and you'll be responsible for gaga." Qin Shuang. She suddenly realized that it was hard to communicate with Shenbai because Shenbai spoke in such a hurtful way. The two just had a conversation. The hours ticked by and we went out for another meal halfway through. It wasn't until night was approaching that a man came to the pawn store. "It's closed. Come back tomorrow." Shenbai had rested for quite a while and was ready to go back to his liver proficiency, and didn't have time to stay open. But the man didn't seem to listen and walked into the pawn store alone. Shenbai looked up and saw the appearance of the visitor. "Zhang Chaofeng?" Shenbai did not expect that Zhang Chaofeng had returned when it was already approaching nightfall. However, at this time, Zhang Chaofeng was not in very good shape. Only Zhang Chaofeng's entire body was covered in filth, and those eyes were even more confused. Upon seeing Shenbai, Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes eased slightly and he fell to the ground in a flash. Boss, it's over. It's all over. My mother-in-law is dead, and everyone in the village is dead. Fox demon. There's a fox demon haunting the place. It's all gone. In the pawn shop, Zhang Xiaofeng's cries were especially obvious. Chapter 50th, The Village Tragedy. Fox demon? Shen Bai frowned when he saw Zhang Xiaofeng crying with a snotty nose and tears. Having just solved a wave of fox demons, now they've appeared again. The person behind the scenes is a bit interesting. Old Zhang. You stabilize your emotions first. Sit down and speak slowly. Shen Bai pacified. Zhang Xiaofeng, comforted by Shen Bai, found a seat and told him what happened. I returned to my mother's home with my daughter-in-law and had just spent a few days in peace when a fox suddenly appeared in the village. This fox brings good things to the village every day. And the villagers say that's the fox girl coming to repay her kindness. A precious beast. As a result, after a few days, the villagers began to die one after another. And each one died with a withered body. My daughter-in-law, and my children, didn't escape, and only I, not being from the village, survived. The further he spoke, the sadder Zhang Xiaofeng became. And he couldn't help but cry out again as tears continued to flow down his face. Shen Bai stroked his chin and said, after coming back, have you reported to the officials? Zhang Xiaofeng shook his head. Not yet. I have only one deceased person in this county, the shopkeeper, so I came over first. Shen Bai thought for a moment and said, follow me to report to the officials first. He was well aware of the village where Zhang Xiaofeng was located, which was far away from Shangyun County, and a round trip would take several hours of effort. Now that there is a murder, Shen Bai feels that it should be reported to the court first. There seems to be more than one fox demon on the other side, Qin Shuang said. Zhang Xiaofeng seemed to have just realized that Qin Shuang was in the house, and when he reacted, his cries were much smaller. This girl is, Shen Bai said. Let's talk about it later. It's important to report to the officials first. Just like what Qin Shuang said, when the other party was at the river, they were able to take out 2 fox demons, and it was normal for another fox demon to appear now. If we talk about information, the government office has too much information than Shen Bai. First report to the officials to see the situation. Thinking about this, Shen Bai took Zhang Xiaofeng and Qin Shuang and rushed towards the location of the yamen. County Hall. What? A village is dead? Sheriff Shang's eyes widened with disbelief. Having just solved the fox demon by the river, and now a village dead. The hits are getting bigger and bigger. Now it is also in the middle of the supervisory heavenly division inspection. Zhang Sheriff R for the county magistrate pinched a sweat. He always felt that this wave of magistrates is really no hope of promotion. Can keep the original position even if it is very good. Of course, it's one thing to sweat it out. Things come up and they have to be fixed. Zhou Qing, gather the men and set off. Next to him, Zhou Cheng nodded his head and immediately went to summon the constables to come. It wasn't long before the constables arrived at the front yard of the county courthouse. Shen Bai had brought Zhang Xiaofeng over, so he also stayed in the front yard. At this moment, Shen Bai's brows furrowed as he realized that something was wrong. A great event like this happened and the magistrate didn't even show up? According to reason, this level of murder, the county magistrate should step in, but at this time, it is left to Zhang Sheriff to set up. It is a little inappropriate. Constable Zhang sniffed and explained. Nowadays, it's the big event that the supervisory heavenly division is visiting, and the county magistrate is still preparing all sorts of information for review, so it's inconvenient to come out. Actually, when this happened, even if it came out, it was arranged for us to go over and explore. Shen Bai nodded his head and said, I heard that the magistrate has a nephew who works at the yamen. How come I haven't seen him either? When Sheriff Shang heard this, there was a hint of contempt in his tone. He's grasping for time to improve his strength. How would he have the time to do these drudgery? People are waiting to be admitted to the supervisory heavenly division. If you want to talk about this yamen, only Sheriff Shang dares to say so. There is no other reason. Zhang Sheriff himself is from the Jianghu people, coupled with Zhang Sheriff's strength of Sanbao realm. He also dares to say so in the county office. Let's go. Boss Shen wants to go together? Sheriff Shang asked. Shen Bai nodded his head and said, something happened to my family's pawnshop's courtier, so naturally I have to go there. The fox demon was bizarre, and although Shen Bai now had 2 strands of baleful qi, but for him, something like baleful qi, that really wasn't too much. Identification is needed, as is qualitative change, and collecting as much as you can. It wouldn't hurt to have another strand of fury if you had the chance. Zhang Sheriff listening to this meaning, also feel that is so reasonable, and will cast his eyes to the side of the Qin Frost, this girl, a distant relative. Qin Shuang was sure. I'm going along. Zhang Sheriff did not suspect anything. After all, Shen Bai and Zhou Qing have a great relationship, and did not say anything more. When the constables arrived, The crowd rushed towards the village where Zhang Chaofeng's daughter-in-law was. Huayun Village, even in Shangyun County, belonged to an extremely remote village. When the crowd arrived, it was late into the night. Shenbai stood at the entrance of the village and smelled a faint odor of blood. Especially in the dead of night, the smell of blood becomes even more sickening. Constable Zhang was a man who had been in the jungle for a long time and immediately waved his hand and said, "Go in and take a look." Without hesitation, the crowd lifted their feet and walked into the middle of the village. In the village, it was dark. There was a haunting sense of dead silence in the dead of night. After Shenbai stepped into it with one foot, he saw the tragic situation in the village. As far as the eye could see, there were all corpses. Each corpse was as dry as firewood, as if their essence had been sucked out. There are two ways in which a fox demon can be spooky and harmful. One of them is to victimize people by repaying them with favors and gradually wearing down their essence. Now this is clearly one of those situations. When Zhang Chaofeng saw this tragic situation, it was as if he had evoked the pain in his memory. Clenching his fists with a sadness in his eyes, Sheriff Zhang pulled the long knife from his waist and said slowly, "Search the entire village." Zhou Qing and the other constables nodded, then began to collect the entire village in twos and threes. Shenbai thought about it and followed beside Zhou Qing, and the few people walked in pairs. In a short time, the village was searched cleanly by many constables. Shenbai and Zhou Qing didn't have any luck, but one of the constables rushed to Sheriff Zhang in a hurry with a letter. "My subordinate found this letter in this village shrine," the constable said. Shenbai surveyed Two Eyes from afar and found that the ink on the letter was still new, and there was no trace of someone opening it. Sheriff Zhang opened the letter and read it carefully for a moment, then clenched his fists, along with the letter in his hand. He gripped it into a creased shape. The knuckles of his fists were white, as if an anger was gradually rising. Asterisk asterisk. What a? Shenbai heard this and came forward and said, "This matter is related to my family's courtier. Can Sheriff Zhang show me the letter?" Sheriff Zhang slowed his breath and handed the letter paper in his hand to Shenbai. After Shenbai received it, he opened the letter that was pinched into folds and read it from beginning to end, then narrowed his eyes. "This guy, he's actually from Shangyun County?" Chapter 51, 10 Terrifying Fox Demons. The very first line of this letter is filled with an air of resentment and anger. "Everyone of Ascending Cloud County, I'm back again. From today onwards, I will definitely plunge Ascending Cloud County into a situation of no return. What you gave me in the first place, I will return it to you one by one, until you completely perish." It was this simple sentence, and Shenbai could feel how deep the resentment in it was. The follow-up is the mention of what has been going on lately to do all of this. Mostly the fact that the fox demon was driven to try and kill the group of constables, and the village, the price they paid for killing the fox demon. There was another sentence that made Shenbai feel like there was something in it. "I have a fine gift for you in this village that you will love." A gift? What kind of gift? Shenbai touched his chin. "Sheriff Zhang, was there such a person in Shangyun County before?" Sheriff Zhang shook his head and said, "I haven't found anyone who would hold such a grudge against Shangyun County. I've never had this happen in all the years I've served in Shangyun County." Shenbai nodded. To say that Zhang Sheriff in Shangyun County is also considered an old man. Even Zhang Sheriff do not know things. It is estimated that one to trace up is also extremely difficult. But what Shenbai paid more attention to was the last sentence. The man said he had left a gift in this village, but what the gift actually was has not yet appeared. While Shenbai was thinking this, a sparse sound suddenly came from the surroundings. When the voice rang out, a cold wind echoed through the village. The cold wind was small at first and began to grow in size in a matter of moments. Along with the appearance of the cold wind, Shenbai heard a burst of whimpering sounds, one after another, from around the small village. Not only did Shenbai feel it, but the other constables were also aware of it and cast their eyes everywhere. At the end of the line of sight, a pair of miserable green eyes appeared around the village. When Shenbai turned his head to look, he saw 10 snow-white foxes, pacing in the darkness. These foxes had a gusty, cold aura about them, as if they were surrounded by a ghastly wind. Those miserable green eyes had a seeping glow that gave the living the creeps. Creepy. Fox demon creepy. There were 10 of them. Shenbai narrowed his eyes and secretly said, "This trip seems to have made a fortune." But then a doubt came into his mind. Every fox demon that wants to be harnessed needs to pay a heavy price. The other party can even withstand so many fox demons. What kind of skill is it? Together with the 2 that they had encountered before, there were 12 fox demons. Even if they were more powerful, they would still be under great pressure. But now these fox demons had actually appeared, proving that the person behind the curtain was able to withstand it. Shenbai couldn't think of a clear reason, and the situation was now becoming extremely dangerous. A look of gravity appeared on Sheriff Zhang's face as he gripped the long knife in his hand. The last time, the 2 fox demons had already almost cost them a lot of money, and if it wasn't for the mysterious man's hand, they would probably have already planted their heads. Now that a full 10 fox demons had appeared, Sheriff Zhang felt that this night today could be a battle of life and death. Zhou Qing, seize the time and have Boss Shen evacuate them. Sheriff Zhang commanded. To say that in this whole yamen, Sheriff Zhang is not a bad person. At least he does work for the people when he's this constable. Even at this critical juncture, Sheriff Zhang's thought was always to save Shenbai and the others first. Zhou Chang nodded but did not speak, subconsciously betting his eyes on Shenbai. Protecting Shenbai? That's the wrong phrase. It should have been Shenbai who had stepped in to help them. Among this group of people, only he knew how strong a person Shenbai was. But now Shenbai didn't say anything again. As Shenbai's good brother, Zhou Chang naturally didn't say a word. While the people were deliberating, the fox demon had gotten more and more vicious. Immediately after that, each fox demon produced a mutation. The group of fox demons turned into fox heads and bodies. The head is a horrifying fox head and the body is a naked woman's body that looks demonic. This very different sense of contrast makes for an extremely odd picture. But no one paid attention to the weirdness, because the fox demon had already struck. Terrifyingly strong winds resounded through this village. The 10 fox demons came close in a flash. Each one meets the battle. Be careful, Sheriff Zhang shouted, and between the vibrations of the long knives in his hands, he attacked towards the 2 nearest fox demons. He intended to take some of the pressure off by fighting 1 against 2, at least allowing the constable to circle the fox demon for a few moments. 2 of the fox demons were split up, and the remaining 8 tangled with each other with the constable. The constables were separately engaged in a tussle with the fox demon, and Zhou Qing was also involved. However, Zhou Qing was not far from Shenbai and pretended to want to escort Shenbai out of the village. Shenbai did not walk around, looking at these fox demons. His eyes had light constantly flowing. After a long time, Shenbai placed his hand on top of the hilt of the long sword at his waist. He's going to make a move. There are 3 reasons for this. For one thing, these fox demons were all weird. They were all baneful to him, and there were 10 of them, capable of providing 10 strands of baneful energy. This is an extremely important source. Secondly, the current situation was critical. The constables were losing ground, and Zhou Qing was still a constable. If he didn't make a move, he might die on the spot as his only close friend in Xiangyan County. Thirdly, the guy from the upper evil door is secretive and unpredictable, and his hands are vicious and venomous, and the tomb is about to open. So how can Shenbai not be hidden? So it is decisive. And by the way, can use the Yamen intelligence news? There is no need to hide. 3 reasons, each of which is important. For Shenbai to choose between benefits and risks. The benefits far exceed the risks. When Shenbai's long sword was slowly drawn, it carried a steady yet chilling friction sound in this dark night. After Sheriff Zhang, who was fighting, glimpsed it with his afterglow, he saw that Shenbai had already drawn the long sword on his waist and shouted, "Boss Shen, hurry up and leave this village. Ordinary people can't hurt these weird ones even if they use their swords." He was kindly reminded. After all, in his view with the other constables, Shenbai is really an ordinary person. And there is also Zhou Qing, that layer of relations. Zheng Sheriff does not want Shenbai here accident. Shenbai sighed. I don't want to make a move either. But isn't there no way out of this situation? When these words appeared, the blood-red sword light flashed with terrifying righteousness, shining steeply in this dark night. The darkness retreated because of the sword's aura. Countless sword chi raced towards the nearest fox demon. Just a few sounds of entering flesh rang out, and the 3 fox demons were pierced through by the sword chi and nailed to the ground, struggling in pain. There was silence all around, and the people present were all stunned. Chapter 52: Identity of the man behind the curtain. Especially Sheriff Zhang. Because of the appearance of this sword chi, the movements of his hands slowed down for a few moments, and he was almost pounced on by the 2 fox demons. Luckily, Sheriff Zhang was experienced and turned the situation around, taking a few steps back to make a defensive stance. But the look of shock in his eyes didn't change at all, but instead grew. At this moment, Shenbai's figure and the mysterious person who appeared by the river that day overlapped each other, becoming more and more similar. Boss Shen, are you the expert from the river that day? Sheriff Zhang couldn't help but shout out, quickly separating the fox demon's attack again. He felt as if his brain wasn't enough. Originally, in his eyes, Shenbai was an ordinary person who was only on good terms with the court constable. But since when did Shenbai even have this kind of strength? The fox demon bizarre that he himself had to spend a lot of effort to deal with. Shenbai had directly exterminated a few under a few swords. It's unbelievable, and by the looks of it, it seems as if he had no choice but to step in and expose his identity. Sheriff Zhang couldn't figure it out. If he had this kind of strength, he probably would have let everyone know about it long ago. How did Shenbai endure all these years down the line? Of course, do not understand to not understand. Now the situation is critical. Zhang Sheriff did not say more. just the afterglow from time to time to measure the movements of Shinbai. Not only was it Constable Zhang, but even the other constables, they all looked like this, especially when he saw the sword chi in Shinbai's hand. He had a heart-stopping expression. They could feel that at this moment, a murderous aura flowed out of Shinbai's body, and this murderous aura was not feigned, but actually had blood on its hands before it surfaced. He's better than Sheriff Shang. An idea surfaced in the minds of the many constables. Shinbai seemed to be used to this for a long time, and the long sword in his hand was swung out one after another, bringing up an endless amount of sword chi in an instant. The sword chi becoming silk, retracting and releasing freely, was precisely the special effect of the blood sword dance after it reached level 4. The swordsmanship surged with the sword chi, and the darkness of the night lost that terrifying feeling under this sword chi. Between the flashes of light, a fox demon was bizarrely pierced by the sword chi, lying on the ground unable to move, losing its breath and turning into sickening black smoke. Shinbai seemed like a merciless killer, his face calmly out of the sword. Especially Shinbai did not move half a step at the moment, just waving the blood-red sword chi. He was able to bizarrely cut down the fox demon. This scene made those constables even more frightened. A few of the constables even floated special thoughts. Luckily, he and Zhou Qing are on good terms, and we treat each other with courtesy on a regular basis. Or else I'm afraid I'd have to suffer today. Zhou Qing has this kind of best friend, yet this kid has never said anything about it. He's really quite capable of hiding it. I told you that Zhou Qing is a constable of the Yamen, and the most capable of us all. How could he befriend ordinary people with no strength? Now it seems that this boss Chen is the real expert. All sorts of thoughts grew in the minds of the constables, and they looked at Shinbai with a hint of awe. At this moment, only the two fox demon shenanigans that Sheriff Shang had fought against remained undestroyed. Sheriff Shang himself was an expert of the Three Treasures realm, and due to Shinbai's appearance, he was free of worries, and his sword technique became more and more powerful. Knife wounds also surfaced on the two fox demon shenanigans. Seeing this, Shinbai took 2 steps forward, followed by 2 sword thrusts. Under the burst of blood-red sword chi, the 2 fox demons were bizarrely pierced into hedgehogs. In the blink of an eye, the 10 fox demons bizarrely died as much as they could. The 10 deadly chi drilled into Shinbai's body and disappeared. Together with the 2 strands from before, I now have a full 12 strands of fury chi, which is more than enough. The corners of Shinbai's mouth rose slightly, and the joy in his heart was hard to suppress. He now had enough baneful chi. He was just lacking the artifacts of trickster objects and qualitative changes, and so on. He had already prepared enough food and fodder for his back. The battlefield had completely reversed the situation because of Shinbai's addition. Sheriff Zhang wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead and looked at Shinbai, looking at each other without words. He didn't know how to open his mouth because there seemed to be some constraints in talking to Shinbai now. Previously a mortal, now a cultivator, and an extremely powerful one at that. It would be difficult for Sheriff Zhang not to be restrained. Shinbai was indifferent and said, "It's pretty much the same as what you guys think. I'm also a cultivator. I don't want to talk about superfluous explanations, but now that the situation is critical, why don't we go back and find out the clues behind it?" Sheriff Zhang nodded. It's a truly unique situation right now, and there's no time for much chit-chat. The people began to continue searching in the village, and without searching for anything extra, they had to rush back to Shengyun County with this letter. Along the way, nothing was encountered, but only Zhang Chaofeng was in a low mood. After all, the entire village had been stolen. Plus his daughter-in-law had died in the village, so Zhang Chaofeng's situation was normal. Seeing this, Shinbai could only pat Zhang Mocking's shoulder and comfort him slightly. It's a tough world. I know that. The shopkeeper doesn't need to comfort me. All we can do is adapt. Zhang Chaofeng smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that the shopkeeper would be so powerful as well. I was really blind before. Shinbai shook his head and didn't say anything. Assumption County. Nothing happened along the way. After returning, Shinbai planned to go back to the pawnshop. Of course, the necessary words are still spoken. Shinbai thought for a moment and said, "The situation of the other party is very mysterious. The only clue is that the person behind the curtain is someone from Shengyun County, and there are no other clues." Sheriff Shang said, "I'm going to check the county history to see the past history of Shengyun County, so there might be something to be gained." Shinbai nodded. Nowadays, it's the only way to go. He thought for a moment and continued, "If there is any news, please ask Zhou Qing to come over and find me, so that I can have a response on my side." Sheriff Zhang agreed and wanted to say something, but he saw that Shinbai already had the intention of leaving. This world's masters, there are too many people with eccentric personalities. Zhang Sheriff walking the Jianghu for many years has also seen, so did not stop Shinbai. After Shinbai turned around and left, he took Zhang Chaofeng and Qin Shuang and walked towards the pawnshop. Nothing happened midway through. After returning to the pawnshop, Shenbai closed the door behind him and said to Qin Shuang, "Go and rest in the house. You're all tired today too." Qin Shuang looked around, nodded obediently, and returned to Shenbai's room. At this moment, the room was gray and dark, and only Shenbai and Zhang Qiaofeng were staring at each other in the middle of this room. Zhang Qiaofeng said, "Boss, I'm a bit tired today and want to rest early." Now that Zhang Qiaofeng has suffered a great disaster and his daughter-in-law has died, it is right that he wants to rest under the physical and mental exhaustion. Shenbai, however, did not speak, but rested his gaze on Zhang Qiaofeng's left hand. On the middle finger of Zhang Qiaofeng's left hand, there was a bronze-colored ring. Seemingly sensing Shenbai's gaze, Zhang Qiaofeng subconsciously looked at the ring and said strangely, "Boss, what do you think this ring means?" Shenbai raised his head and laughed. "Can a trickster object also mask its own aura?" Zhang Qiaofeng was slightly stunned, then laughed and applauded. "How did you find out?" Chapter 53, The Truth. After saying this, Zhang Qiaofeng slightly rubbed the ring on his hand with a teasing and indifferent tone. "I think I hid it well enough. This trickster ring is able to conceal its own breath, along with the trickster, so that no one else can find it, and even people who cultivate can't find out that the ring is a trickster. But how did you find it? It's hard to believe that you still have the ability to probe others. Shopkeeper, you really make me feel a bit surprised. What made you go from an ordinary person to a cultivator, and it only took such a short time?" Speaking of this, Zhang Qiaofeng tapped the handle of his chair with his fingers, and the teasing color in his eyes became even more intense. Shenbai gazed at the ring on top of Zhang Qiaofeng's middle finger and faintly said, "People in this world always have a break, and when there is a break, it will be discovered. Is it strange that you were discovered by me?" To tell the truth, from beginning to end, Zhang Qiaofeng was well hidden. If a different person was here, I'm afraid that he really couldn't hold Zhang Qiaofeng's identity. But Shenbai is different. In front of Shenbai's eyes, there was smoke turned into words floating in the void. Antique ring, identification progress, 0%. A ray of fury can be quickly identified. That's right, the trickster has the ability to hide its scent, and can even hide the scent of the trickster itself without being detected. But all this was useless in front of Shenbai. The reason was simple. Shenbai's gold finger specialized in viewing creepy things, and even if it could be hidden, the information would still be seen by the gold finger. Shenbai had always found it curious as to why Zhang Qiaofeng, who was harboring a weird object, was unaware of it. Linking the causes and consequences, Shenbai suddenly realized a problem. During the time Zhang Qiaofeng had disappeared, that person behind the upper evil sect had begun to stir up trouble. And when Zhang Qiaofeng shows up to say that the village has been massacred and rushes to the village, he encounters a fox demon Spooky, coupled with the ring that Zhang Qiaofeng was now wearing. It was hard for Shenbai not to associate them together. The interest in Zhang Qiaofeng's eyes was gradually increasing after he heard what Shenbai said. "Boss, you still haven't answered me. What exactly made you change from an ordinary person to such a degree? Is it that lady's drawing?" It's not true that that lady's drawing is a trickster item, but it's impossible to make you step into the threshold just by virtue of the lady's drawing. Shenbai smiled and said, "This issue is important?" "Not important." Zhang Qiaofeng shook his head. "It's just a bit of curiosity on my part. What's important is what the shopkeeper intends to do, and you and I have been getting along with each other for so many years. In fact, I've always been very emotionally attached to the shopkeeper. If you don't poke holes in it today, let's just get this over with, and when that great tomb opens, maybe I'll even you up with some good stuff." Shenbai laughed. "Do you think I believe you when you say that? You've been pawning me here, and with this outburst today, I guess it's all about getting yourself successfully picked off. What does this mean?" Zhang Qiaofeng said with interest. "It seems that the shopkeeper seems to have guessed something." Shenbai slowly said, "Whether it's you going back to the pawn shop, or your village being slaughtered by you, as well as your personal involvement in the matter of traveling to the village, it will make people think that you are an innocent victim. After the great tomb opens, you will definitely mess things up. At that time, you will be pursued by the supervisory heavenly division, and the safest one will be you instead. Am I right?" "Ha ha." Zhang Qiaofeng laughed loudly. "Boss, I found that I had underestimated you before. Besides having this strength, your brain is also good. You guessed right. The first one to take off is definitely me. But you shouldn't have said it today. It seems that between you and me, it seems as if you're going to die a man. Do you think it's you who will die? Or me?" Shenbai snapped his fingers, and the long sword at his waist was held in his hand, the blood-red sword chi hidden. Zhang Qiaofeng raised his hand and said, "Today is not the time to make a move, and you won't be able to kill me." Speaking of this, Zhang Qiaofeng suddenly made a strange gesture. Only Zhang Qiaofeng reached out his hand and ripped the clothes at his chest. There was no flesh or blood inside the dress, but instead a pair of straws. "See? I am not me, and what you see is nothing more than a scarecrow in disguise. Boss, I wouldn't be so stupid as to come to meet you in my real body. With the kind of speed you used to decapitate the fox demon, killing me would be as easy as a slap in the face. Then what is the point of you? Shenbai narrowed his eyes. The role of hiding your identity is gone, and there is no way for you to take yourself out. The result is that in the end, you will still be hunted everywhere by the supervisory heavenly division, and there is no benefit for you. Yeah, there's no benefit, but being able to take revenge will do. Zhang Chaofeng sighed. Everyone in this Shangyun County has to die. After taking revenge, it doesn't matter to me if I live or not anymore. It's good to be alive, and it's okay not to be. Shenbai stroked his chin and said, it seems that you left that letter half true and half false, and Shangyun County seems to be really ashamed of you. At the mention of this, the originally calm Zhang Chaofeng began to change. His face became bloodshot beyond recognition, and there was anger about to spew out of his eyes. More than 10 years ago, my family, orphans and widows were all killed by the bazaar. That whole village was slaughtered by the bazaar, but the Yamen couldn't find out any news and clues, and even the bazaar wasn't caught. When the people from the supervisory heavenly division inspected this place, I wanted to report it to the supervisory heavenly division, but I was stopped by the county magistrate at the time, who threatened me and told me not to report it. Do you think it's necessary to live in such a rotten county? Shenbai sniffed and fell into silence. Zhang Chaofeng was still talking. At that time, the magistrate of the county office said that if I reported it, he would surely make me disappear from the earth. And I didn't even have the qualifications to report it. They stopped me and pressed me alive, not letting me go out, and didn't let me out until they had inspected it. Who can solve my grievances? More than 10 years ago, it does not seem to be today's county magistrate, and the constables do not seem to be this group. Shenbai said. Zhang Chaofeng's eyes had more of a grim look in them. All dead. They were killed by Creepy. Do you think it's funny? Not being able to find out about Creepy and suppressing things, only to end up dying in Creepy's hands. That time, 30% of the people in the entire Shangyun County died, and the people in the government offices, including that magistrate, all died at the hands of the bazaar. In the end, the people from the supervisory heavenly division stepped in and exterminated Creepy, a history that is not yet allowed to be recorded in the county history, and is only known to the people who survived in the first place. Since they are all dead, your revenge has been avenged, Shenbai said. Why do you still want to implicate the innocent? Zhang Chaofeng stood up fiercely. This rotten world should be killed to death. Since then, I have been living in the world, and I have also come into contact with the threshold of cultivation, and even joined the thief sect, and then the upper evil sect, and I realized that only by dying to death will everything start from the beginning. Chapter 54 New Avatar. Arrival. Zhang Chaofeng's tone at this moment, apart from that disconcerting fervor, carried a deep loathing for the world as well as revenge. On top of that, there's the desperate insanity. When Shenbai saw the crazy Zhang Chaofeng at the moment, he was about to say a few words when a sound of footsteps came to his ears. Qin Xuan lightly moved his lotus steps and walked into this room, saying seriously, I have also heard that part of history mentioned. The supervisory heavenly division did make a mistake and paid a heavy price, but in the end, the weirdness was wiped out. And not only that, but the county magistrates and constables co-conspirators have all been brought to justice as well. Shenbai looked at Qin Xuan, pondering. Zhang Chaofeng's frenzy disappeared a bit, but he still couldn't hide the insanity in his eyes. What's the use? The people are dead. The supervisory heavenly division has only come over to clean up the mess, and the people can be resurrected to come over again? Qin Xuan sighed. I'm sorry for your loss, but how is what you're doing now any different from that shenanigans? Zhang Chaofeng shook his head and said, you guys don't understand, this is a great cause. Only killing can wake up the rottenness of this world. Only then can they know that this world has turned out to be so dirty and sinister. Qin Xuan opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Shun by raising his hand. What's the use of saying more? He's long since come to a paranoid end, and paranoia can't be brought back by 2 words alone. Qin Xuan lowered his head and sighed, also knowing that it was useless for him to say any more. Shenbai cast his eyes towards Zhang Chaofeng again and said indifferently, so now everything is clear. You're planning to make something happen after the Great Tomb opens, right? Zhang Chaofeng shrugged. So what if it is? You guys can't stop me either. Boss, you and I didn't have any grudges against each other, but you are indeed an obstacle. So I'll give you a choice. Leave Shangyun County and I won't pursue the matter. If you want to get involved in it, you will surely die. Shenbai snorted, coaxing a 3-year-old child. If I really leave, you really won't pursue the matter. Even if there is a 1 in a million chance of pursuing the matter, I can't leave. My person's temper is like this. There is a threat. The same death. Zhang Chaofeng laughed icily. Then let's see who dies and who lives. Today I will also make things clear, and we will meet again afterwards. When those words were finished, a ray of firelight rose up on Zhang Chaofeng's body. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chaofeng, who was filled with straw stuffing, turned into a field of ashes. Dang! A crisp sound rang out, and the ancient ring fell to the ground. Shenbai walked forward, picked it up, weighed it in his hand and then put it in his arms. Another trickster object arrived, and Shenbai felt that he had a use for this baneful energy. Seeing this, Qin Shuang asked, "What are you going to do?" Shenbai turned his head and said, "Inform the Yamen tomorrow, and wait for the great tomb to open for the rest." Since Zhang Chaofeng had already been exposed, he would inevitably have a method to continue hiding as well. Not to mention, it's just too hard to find if you really want to hide. The great tomb was Zhang Chaofeng's purpose, as well as Shenbai's. In that case, let's touch base in the middle of the great tomb. There is still a period of time before the opening of the great tomb, and instead of worrying about this, Shenbai should seize the time to deliver all the divine abilities. Qin Shuang nodded and didn't say anything else. When the time comes, we still have to rely on you. After all, you are a disciple of the thief sect and are more proficient in this area, Shenbai said. Don't worry, this matter concerns both the great tomb and the reputation of the thief sect. I naturally want to contribute, Qin Shuang replied. At this time, the sky had already come to the latter part of the night. Shenbai no longer talked much with Qin Frost, but practiced the Vajra Vorpal fist on his own. Qin Shuang didn't say much and returned to his room for an early rest. At this moment, Qin Shuang went to rest, but Shenbai stopped the movements of the liver Vajra Vorpal fist and instead took out the ancient ring. Just now, Qin Shuang was present. He was not good to check it on the spot, and now that Qin Shuang is gone, Shenbai naturally wants to appraise this ring. In front of his eyes, a line of smoke appeared, gradually coalescing into words. Antique ring, identification progress, 0%. A ray of fury can be quickly identified. Shenbai looked at the line of text. His heart moved, and then one of the 12 strands of baleful qi disappeared. Along with the disappearance of a strand of fury, it was replaced by brand new words that appeared in front of Shenbai. Concealment LV1, hide +11/100. When this line of text surfaced, a shadow immediately appeared in Shenbai's mind. The silhouette was standing on top of a busy street. The surrounding streets were filled with an endless stream of pedestrians, and the virtual shadow walked on top of this street without attracting anyone's attention, as if it had blended into this street. Only Shenbai could see that the shadow did exist. Every step blended into the environment, and every movement matched the environment. When the shadow gradually dispersed, Shenbai finished absorbing all the information and opened his eyes. Hidden in heaven and earth, unseen by all beings. Shenbai said that this was really a sleepy pillow. The so-called concealment technique was to conceal one's own aura from others, even to the extent of making people think that he was just an ordinary person. This was an extremely important divine ability for Shenbai. In the future, if there's a job like tracking or something like that, or if you want to hide your strength, this divine ability will be completely sufficient. Thinking of this, Shenbai rubbed his hands, temporarily did not liver adamant enchanted fist, chose the concealment technique, and began to liver. After the air in his body was running, Shenbai was clearly standing in place, but it was as if he was cut off from the world. The crowd could not perceive his movements, as if he were standing here as a mere log, and every time Shenbai moved, he stepped in a metaphysical pace, blending into the surroundings. The whole night, Shenbai passed in this crazy liver degree. When the next day came and the early morning sunlight shone in, Shenbai took a long breath. Before his eyes, the smoke once again coalesced into words that floated in midair. Concealment LV2, hide +2, hide and seek +2 100. Due to the reason that the skills were relatively low, the proficiency was also livered fast. And this night, Shenbai had already livered to the point where he was about to qualitatively change. The concealment technique that had reached level 2 perfection had an additional attribute of hiding tracks in addition to hiding. And this attribute was quite interesting. In the future, if Shenbai did something, he could utilize this attribute to erase his own trail so that others could not look for it. The higher the attribute, the more traces are erased. Shenbai stroked his chin and thought in his heart, this thing, it's more suitable for doing bad things. Whether it was to hide or hide the trail, Shenbai felt that it was a bit of pushing himself towards evil. Of course, that's just how he felt. Although this divine ability did not enhance combat power, it was unique in terms of assistance. After Shenbai pondered a little, he intended to qualitatively change the concealment technique. A wisp of fury surfaced and quickly disappeared. The smoke in front of his eyes gradually coalesced, and eventually changed into a message that emerged in midair after a qualitative change. Chapter 55, New Avatar Quality Change. Shadowwalk LV3, hide +4, hide and seek +4, repel shadow +40/500. After the words in front of him surfaced, the familiar shadow appeared again in Shenbai's mind. This time, the void appeared in an extremely dark environment. There was no light around, only sporadic moonlight spilling down. Under the moonlight, the shadowy figure stood with his arms folded, looking up at the starry sky in the sky. An overwhelming aura was born in the silhouette. Immediately after that, the silhouette slowly raised his right hand. Black shadows intertwined with each other as the void raised its hand. The countless darkness, as if manipulated by the void, changed shape as it pleased. At this moment, even the moonlight was shrouded in darkness. The silhouette flexed its middle finger, and all the darkness coalesced above it. After the middle finger flicked, the darkness seemed to be a sharp blade slicing through the light, cutting through an endless amount of emptiness. Everything terminates and goes up in smoke. Shinbai opened his eyes and finished absorbing all the information. Drive the shadows from the enemy. The shadows walk alone. Shinbai's eyes radiated a glimmer of light. Having already mastered this divine ability in its entirety, this divine ability called Shadow Walk had an additional attribute of repelling shadows at this moment. And this driven shadow was particularly interesting for Shinbai. The so-called driven shadow was to use darkness to condense on top of the divine ability, using darkness to break the enemy. This was considered an enchantment, and in addition to the attributes of the arcane heart mantra, repelling shadow could also be added to all divine abilities. Another passive attribute, also by multiplication, which means I can now add up to 8 times the effect. The arcane heart mantra has quadruple, and the shadow walk has the same quadruple. It's just that the difference is that shadow walk would be useless in a shadowless environment. But where in this world is there a dark place? For Shinbai, there was no effect. At this moment, Shinbai felt the air in his body. Of the 2 kidneys, 4/5 had been filled. Shinbai roughly estimated that he was not far from the next level. Z, accompanied by a hoarse and unpleasant voice. The wooden door was pushed open by Qin Shuang. Yawning, Qin Shuang walked out of the house and saw Shinbai, who was standing in the courtyard. Although sleeping is just a formality for us cultivators, it still hurts your spirit if you don't sleep for a long time. Shinbai shook his head and said, I have my own measure. He usually still had to supplement his sleep during the day, and with the air in his body, it didn't really affect him. Qin Shuang didn't bother with Shinbai's answer and asked again, Are you going on a trip to the court? Shinbai nodded and said, Sooner or later, this news will have to be notified to them, so just wait for me here. Qin Shuang nodded and did not say more, and after having a meal together with Shinbai, he returned to the pawnshop. Shinbai, on the other hand, had traveled to the courthouse of Shangyun County, county office. At this moment, the magistrate constables were busy checking the history of Shangyun County, trying to find news related to the clues they had found out in the village that day. But unfortunately, that part of history has long been erased, and they haven't been able to find out any clues. When Shinbai stepped into the county office, he immediately attracted the attention of 2 constables. Originally, when Shinbai came to the county office, the constables greeted him with smiles, but all of them were looking at Zhou Qing's relationship. It was different now, and the eyes of the constables looked at Shinbai with a hint of awe, and this awe all came from Shinbai himself. Zhou Qing was the most natural, stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Shinbai's neck and asked, Old Shen, why are you free to come to the county office today? We haven't found out the news yet. Shinbai laughed. I've found out the news. Zhou Qing was slightly stunned and asked, What news? Shinbai told a general story about the things there were about Zhang Xiaofeng, causing Zhou Qing to be surprised again and again. When all was said and done, Zhou Qing immediately said, Wait for me for a moment. I'll go find Sheriff Zhang. Shinbai agreed and watched Zhou Chang leave. Within a short time, Sheriff Zhang arrived in the courtyard with a long sword on his side. Shopkeeper Shen, your information is very useful. Thanks a lot. Zhang Sheriff is not a nagging person, but also with a few points of the recklessness of the Jiang Hu. The time to say thank you will say thank you. With this information, when the Great Tomb opened, they were targeted. Even if they didn't find any traces of Zhang Xiaofeng, when the Supervisory Heavenly Division arrived, they would be able to report all the information to the Supervisory Heavenly Division, allowing the Supervisory Heavenly Division to have a lot less trouble. Shenbai asked, Have the people from the Supervisory Heavenly Division not arrived yet? It was reasonable to say that the loss of a weird object, coupled with the fact that the Great Tomb was about to be opened, the news had been released, and the people from the Supervisory Heavenly Division should have already arrived. Sheriff Shang shook his head and said, I don't know why they haven't arrived, but the current situation is that there is really no news. Shenbai stroked his chin. Do you have any news on where the Great Tomb is and when it will be opened? Sheriff Zhang replied, When the Great Tomb opens, there will be visions produced, and all will know by then. Boss Shen, will you be traveling with us? Shenbai thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, I will go alone. Let's talk about it then. He didn't want to go with the magistrate. It would be too big a target. After all, there are still quite a lot of weird things inside. Shenbai thought about how much he could get as he could get. and by the way, he would solve this Zhang Chaofeng guy again. Sheriff Zhang sniffed and felt quite regretful, but didn't say much. After all, today's Shenbai, his identity is different, and many of his behaviors are normal. Shenbai got some news and didn't want to stay longer, and after saying goodbye to Zhou Cheng, he left the yamen and returned to the pawnshop. In the middle of the pawnshop, Shenbai placed the casually packed lo mein on the table. Yummy, eat. Qin Xuan was bored sitting on the chair, and after seeing Shenbai with the marinated meat, he unwrapped the marinated meat and happily ate it. Not bad, not bad. I'm surprised you remembered to bring me food. While eating, Qin Shuang also chattered. Shenbai patted Qin Shuang's shoulder. Qin Frost was dumbfounded, not knowing what Shenbai meant, and his cheeks were still chewing the marinated meat in his mouth with a drum. Shenbai laughed. If you eat my food, you have to help me look after the store. Qin Frost froze, wanting to spit the stuff out, but feeling unable to do so. It's not like I know how to, and I don't know any of this stuff about your pawn store. Shenbai pointed at the counter. Just stand there. Call me when you have guests. There aren't many guests anyway, so what are you doing while I'm standing here? Qin Shuang asked. Shenbai knocked Qin Shuang's head and didn't say anything, but the meaning was obvious. That is, I don't need you to care what I do. Qin Frost covered his head and nodded in resignation, agreeing. Only then did Shenbai leave the place and came into the courtyard. Now that the great tomb was about to open, Shenbai wanted to seize the time to liver up more divine abilities. Looking at the various divine abilities in front of him, Shenbai pondered and then continued to liver up the Vajra Vorpal Fist. Perhaps when the great tomb begins, the Vajra Vorpal Fist can reach level 4 and bring me more surprises, Shenbai thought in his heart. Chapter 56, King Kong's Demon Fist, Level 4. The remote Shangyun County is now becoming more and more lively. Even the people who were buying and selling things on the streets could see the difference in Shangyun County. Quite a number of people dressed as Jianghu people were lingering and stopping at various corners of Shangyun County, and everyone's face carried the kind of pugnaciousness belonging to Jianghu people. Many of the people, upon seeing it, all retreated, not daring to look directly at it. During this recent period of time, Shangyun County had become more and more crowded, and the people from the government offices had begun to patrol more frequently to make sure that there would be no anomalies when the Great Tomb was opened. And after that village, there were no more fox demons coming out to make things happen, making Sheriff Shang and the others more cautious and careful while breathing a sigh of relief. For no other reason than the fact that the less likely something is to go wrong, the more likely it is that something big will go wrong. It's like how the weather is always calm as if it's ripple-free water before a storm. The entire Ascending Cloud County, to say that currently the most idle, on the contrary, is Shenbai. Every day, Shenbai repeated a regular life. Eat, open a store, and get proficiency in the liver avatar. Self-discipline is scary, and since letting Qin Frost watch the store for the first time, Shenbai was happy to liver even during the day. Qin Shuang also seemed as if she had resigned herself to her fate, and willingly watched the store for Shenbai every day. But after a long time, Qin Shuang suddenly felt that the mysterious and powerful man in front of her was actually quite ordinary at certain moments. If it were any other man with such a powerful strength, I am afraid that he would have already broken into the rivers and lakes. But the man in front of him had been happily practicing all his abilities. In Qin Xuan's opinion, especially the figure of Shenbai practicing boxing in the courtyard, filled with a mysterious and unpredictable attraction, so that people cannot help but want to move a small bench there to watch Shenbai practicing boxing. Qin Shuang also suddenly felt that in fact, this kind of daily general life seemed to be quite good. Unfortunately, she was also smart enough to know that this was merely a false serenity when the Great Tomb opened. When the Great Tomb opens, the blood and rain will also come crashing down. Here's today's breakfast. Shenbai placed the oil paper wrapped buns on the counter. Qin Shuang immediately trotted over, opened the greaseproof paper, and with a face full of happiness, she stuffed a bun into her mouth and chewed it carefully. This was a small request made by Qin Frost. That is, she was too lazy to go out to eat at breakfast and asked Shenbai to bring it to her. And the price was that Qin Frost would continue to help Shenbai look after the store. In fact, even if Shenbai didn't do this, Qin Shuang would still look at the store, but that kind of damned dignity made her stubbornly mention this request. Shenbai thought it was just a matter of passing by, so he helped Qin Shuang bring a breakfast. Cheer up, work hard, and call me when the guests come. After patting Qin Shuang's shoulder, Shenbai rushed towards the courtyard. Qin Frost nodded his head vigorously as he ate his bun, with an I'm serious look. Begin. Coming into the courtyard, Shenbai took a deep breath, revolved the air in his body, and his fists began to swing out continuously. With each punch, there was a biting and eye-catching golden light that shone around the courtyard. Gusts of Buddhist sounds resounded, and the small courtyard made people want to instantly become Buddhas when they heard it. However, the sound of the Buddha was accompanied by an aura of solemnity and murder. as if a furious Vajra had descended into the world. The proficiency of the Vajra Vorpal fist rose rapidly amidst Shenbai's continuous swinging. After this period of time with a wild liver, Shenbai's Vajra Vorpal fist finally ushered in the fourth level of the hierarchy. Shenbai was expressionless, allowing the qi and blood in his body to boil, as well as the consumption of air. Even he felt depleted a bit fast, but he didn't stop, and he fought like this for almost an hour before he put away his fists and let out a long breath. A flash of white gas erupted from Shenbai's mouth with a burning breath. This was the qi that coalesced out of the power of qi and blood that had been accumulated from practicing kung fu nonstop and flourished. After Shenbai spewed out this breath, a familiar smoke appeared before his eyes. The smoke was few and far between, gradually coalescing into words that appeared in front of Shenbai. Vajra Voodoo Fist LV4, Fist Technique +8, Buddha's Light +8, Force +8, Fist Deity +80/100. Finally level 4. Excitement flowed from Shenbai's eyes. After a long period of furiously livering down, he finally livered this divine ability to level 4. When Shenbai thought so, the words in front of him turned into smoke and disappeared, then turned into lines of information that drilled into Shenbai's mind. Shenbai closed his eyes and carefully felt it. In the middle of his mind, a shadow emerged. The silhouette was clad in a robe, its face not clearly visible, and stood in the middle of a bamboo forest. The bamboo forest moves with the wind, as if it were a musical instrument, making a pleasant rustling sound. At this time, the robe-clad silhouette finally moved. Each punch carried a sense of compassion for the people, and it was as if an angry Vajra had descended to the world. Subsequently, golden Buddha light spread all over the hands of the silhouette. This time there was a change in the golden Buddha light. A fist mark shot out through the double fists, each one carrying an incomparably heavy feeling, piercing through the bamboo forest in front of him. With just one punch, the fist print composed of golden Buddha light destroyed the bamboo forest in front of them. After a few moments, the shadow put away both fists and stood in place. Behind the silhouette, gusts of Buddhist sounds seemed to be ferrying the world. Gradually, the vapors in front of him disappeared. Shenbai opened his eyes. It's only that close to reaching the level of the second treasure. Now, the heir of the two kidneys was nearly complete, and it was only so close to a critical step that it would be able to make a successful breakthrough. In addition to this, after the Vajra Vorpal fist reached level 4, it brought Shenbai even more powerful effects. Double the first 3 attributes for now. The boxing technique allowed Shenbai to obtain stronger punches, and the Buddha's light also brought higher attacks. As for the force, when Shenbai performed the Vajra attachment fist, one punch was enough to open mountains and crack rocks. The most noteworthy is the last fist of the gang attribute. The so-called fist dipper was similar to the blood sword dance's sword chi, which was also a long-range attack. With each punch, he was able to bring up the full power of the Vajra Vorpal fist. I now not only have long range on weapons, but also long range on punches. Shenbai stroked his chin and pondered in his mind. For the next divine ability, it's time for the liver howl jade evil body. Now that the 2 divine abilities had reached the 4th level, only one more divine ability was needed to reach the 4th level, and Shenbai would be able to cross over to the level of the second treasure. After a little thought, Shenbai prepared to practice the howling jade evil body, but just at this time, a burst of hurried footsteps interrupted Shenbai's next plan. Shenbai cast his eyes to the door of the courtyard not far away, and saw Qin Xuan walk in hurriedly. Didn't I ask you to watch the store? Is it hard to believe that a guest has arrived? Shenbai asked. Qin Frost looked around and came forward to say, some Jianghu people have arrived at the pawnshop. Naming you. Chapter 57, Xian Chengzi sends someone. Gangster? Shenbai frowned slightly after hearing these 3 words. Normally, to a Jianghu people he thought nothing, but now is a special time. Suddenly come to a Jianghu people to the pawnshop, which has a lot of curves, and looking at Qin Xuan's expression, it didn't seem too normal. Thinking about this, Shenbai temporarily stopped the idea of liver hori jade evil body. Led by Qin Xuan, he walked towards the inside of the pawnshop. At this moment, the pawnshop was empty, and only a man dressed in ordinary clothes, very much in line with the Jianghu people's dress, was standing in front of the counter of the pawnshop, looking around. The man was ordinary looking, with a long knife at his waist, and held his hand on the hilt without letting go for a moment. Upon seeing Shenbai arrive, the eyes of this Jianghu man immediately changed, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Shenbai looked at the eyes and felt that something wasn't quite right. Even if you come to pawn something, you shouldn't be looking at it like that. Are you the owner of this pawnshop? The Jianghu man's tone was very condescending, raising his head and sizing up Shenbai with a slanted gaze. Shenbai frowned and nodded. That's right, it's me. Do you want to pawn something? Or is there something else going on? The Jianghu man laughed, then took out a jade stone as big as a pigeon's egg from his bosom and placed it on the counter. Help me see how much this thing can be pawned? Shenbai came forward and took this jade stone in his hands to examine it carefully, then said, 5 taels of silver. The jade is good jade, not a trickster, but it is translucent all over, without many impurities, and 5 taels of silver is a reasonable price. After the Jianghu man heard this, he laughed. When 10 taels of silver, can you pawn it? Shenbai shook his head. Can't be. He pushed the jade along this counter, to the edge. Take it somewhere else. I can't do it here. Although this jade is good, but it is really not worth 10 taels of silver. There is no reason to open a store here to lose money. After hearing this, the Jianghu man raised his hand to take the jade in his hand. It all would have been normal. Let him take what he can't pawn and look elsewhere. Although this is the only pawnshop in this Shangyun county, but doing business is supposed to be you and me. However, after the Jianghu man took the jade into his hands, suddenly his hands loosened, and the pigeon egg-sized jade fell to the ground with a thud, directly falling into pieces. The sound of falling was especially harsh in the middle of this pawnshop. When the jade fell to the ground, the Jianghu man suddenly drew the long knife at his waist. Good you pawn store owner, how dare you break my jade? If you don't come up with a reason today, you won't be able to leave. Shenbai narrowed his eyes. 10 taels of silver, right? Take these 10 taels of silver away. With that, he took out 10 taels of silver from the drawer next to him and placed it on the counter. The Jianghu people were slightly stunned at the sight, obviously not expecting Shenbai to be so painstaking. Looking at the 10 taels of silver on this counter, the Jianghu subconsciously picked it up. After reacting, as if remembering something, he threw the 10 taels of silver back onto the counter, before breaking his 10 taels. After breaking his not 10 taels, this is my family heirloom. I'll also have to compensate 180 taels. Beside him, Qin Shuang saw this and came forward. Why are you blaming us pawnbrokers when you obviously broke this yourself? The Jianghu man laughed. Both of you said I broke it myself. But what I saw, you broke it. What? You want to bully the few with the many? Saying that, the Jianghu drew the long knife at his waist. Shenbai sighed and turned his head. Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang responded. Shenbai pointed at the door. Close the door behind you. Qin Shuang nodded and came to the door, closing the door of the pawnshop behind him, and slipping the plug in. The Jianghu man was baffled by this scene, but still held his long sword and sneered. What? Say you can't come and close the door behind you, wanting the scandal of the pawnshop not to get out? Shenbai raised his eyebrows and said, I gave you a chance. The jungle man was slightly stunned. Shenbai walked out from the counter with a long sword on his waist. I don't know who instructed you to come over and pick a fight, but I don't like to make a big deal out of things. If you take the 10 taels of silver and leave, I'll treat it as if I haven't seen it before, and it's considered that I've given you face. But if you don't, you're not giving me face. What kind of person ordered this? I can't understand. The Jianghu man lifted his long knife up. You don't want to compensate, then you have to pay something. I want one of your hands. Well, I'm kind of reasonable. Shenbai shook his head and said, those who don't give face are basically dead, but I'm going to give you a special treatment. The jungle man's brow furrowed, and he was about to continue returning the favor when he realized something was wrong, only to see Shenbai's hands glowing with golden light. He pressed towards his arm. The Jianghu man's reaction was also quick, sneering and slashing his long knife towards Shenbai's left hand. The long knife flashed with a cold light, and when it was about to split into Shenbai's left hand, Shenbai did not dodge and backhandedly grabbed the long knife. Between the flashes of Buddha's light, this long sword was reduced to pieces in an instant. With a horrified expression on his face, the Jianghu man was about to turn around when he realized that the door behind him had already been closed long ago. Cold sweat flowed down from his forehead. Intense pain came from his shoulder, and an arm was torn off alive by Shenbai and casually thrown aside. Blood spilled over the pawnshop, and the jungle man rolled on the floor screaming in agony. Shenbai took out a rag from the side and gently wiped his right hand. You just said that you want one of my hands. Now I've satisfied you. So next, let's see if you're honest. Inexplicably come to the pawnshop to pick things, and Shenbai does not know him. This person to not have a mastermind. Shenbai how not to believe. As for whether it was Zhang Chaofeng, Shenbai felt that it should be impossible. Zhang Chaobong has been hibernating in Shangyin County for so many years, and he has a head and a brain, so it is unlikely that he would do such a stupid thing. While Shenbai was talking, the Jianghu man was still screaming something. Shenbai frowned and said, forget it, cut off the tongue. It can write anyway, so there will be no screaming. These words were said calmly, but in the ears of the Jianghu man, they were like the devil's whispers, causing him to break out in a cold sweat and harden his screams. Shenbai squatted down and said indifferently, say it, who is it? And I can consider giving you a pain in the ass, or else I will, bit by bit, pulverize the bones of your entire body into powder. The Jianghu man trembled. Master, let me go. It's Swang Kingzi from Qingyun Guan. He asked me to come and see what you're all about. Xian Qingzi, I don't know him. Shenbai stroked his chin. He remembered hearing news not too long ago that Qin Yingguan had sent someone over who seemed to be an expert of the younger generation, which was called Xian Qingzi, but he didn't seem to have crossed paths with Xian Qingzi. The Jianghu man hurriedly said, "It seems like he has seen your strength in a village, so he asked me to come over again to confirm it." Chapter 58, How You Evil Body Level 4. The village? When Shinbai heard these two words, he stroked his chin and finally understood what had happened. If we're talking about the village, he did go to the village not too long ago. Zhang Chaofeng counted once, and he'd been to Huaishi village before that, but specifically to say which village, Shinbai is not clear. But that wasn't the most important thing. The important thing was that perhaps it was in the village that the so-called Genkeiko happened to see it. As for the purpose of Swang Kingzi sending this Jianghu to come, Shenbai also touched a clear. Perhaps he had seen him make a move, plus the tomb was about to open, so he sent a jungle man over to try to find out what was going on. But probably even this Jianghu man did not expect Shenbai to strike so decisively and instantly waste him. Qin Frost came forward, as if he had long been accustomed to the bloody scene in front of him, and said, "What should we do?" Shenbai pointed to the door. "Go to the yamen, find Zhou Qing, talk to him about the matter, and then ask him to bring the constables over." Qin Shuang said, "Without evidence, just based on this Jianghu person's one-sided words, the yamen can't move Xian Qingzi. After all, there is a Qing Yunguan behind him. And in the Maple Forest state, the Qing Yunguan is also a big power." Shenbai pondered slightly and said, "If the people of the Supervisory Heavenly Division know about it, how should they deal with it?" Qin Shuang shook his head and said, "Without conclusive evidence, it's not good for the Supervisory Heavenly Division to take action." "So it is." Shenbai stood up. "Then this Jianghu people come over to pick a fight. Let's deal with it according to this picking a fight. You just go directly to the yamen." Qin Shuang promised and did not stay any longer, turning around and leaving the pawnshop. Soon, only Shenbai and Jiang Hu were left in this pawnshop. The gazes of the Jianghu people as they looked at Shenbai were permeated with a sense of fear and dread. He is considered to be ruined. The hand holding the knife has been completely separated by Shenbai. Want to walk the Jianghu is much more difficult. Shenbai was indifferent, looking at this bloody scene, and instead poured himself a cup of tea and drank it shallowly. In his opinion, this jungle man was just a minor character, so there was no need to be concerned. It didn't take long for Zhou Qing to come in with the constable. Upon seeing the scene in front of them, two constables covered their noses. The smell of blood was too strong to make that move. On the way here, Zhou Qing had already understood the specific situation with Qin Frost, so he didn't ask too many questions and commanded these several constables to take the Jianghu people away from the pawnshop. And there were also two constables who cleaned up the pawnshop by hand. Zhou Qing didn't leave, but stayed behind, a look of gravity on his face. Old Shen. Qing Yunguan itself is a Taoist power, plus this time, it's a Taoist tomb that's being opened, so it seems like they've already got their eyes on you. Shenbai shrugged his shoulders. "It can't be helped. Exposing my identity, I should have known this would happen. I've already prepared for it." When Shenbai decided to make a move in that village, he already knew about these follow-ups. In response, he had only one thing to do. Whoever blocked him from taking the trickster, whoever blocked him from acquiring the fury, was his enemy and would die. There is no second choice. Zhou Qing nodded. He was aware of Shenbai's temper, but still said, "This time when the Great Tomb opens, be sure to be careful of that Xian Qingzi. He is a first-class young expert in Qing Yunguan, and is said to be at the peak level in the Three Treasures realm, so don't underestimate him." Shenbai said, "Don't worry old Zhou. By the way, how soon will the Great Tomb open? Is there a specific time?" Although last time, Sheriff Shang said that there were visions before the opening of the Great Tomb, but Shenbai still asked so in passing. During this time Shenbai also asked Qin Shuang, as a disciple of the thief sect, all said that Shenbai should continue to wait, so Shenbai did not have any hope for the intelligence of the yamen. Who knew that when Shenbai said these words, Zhou Qing gave an unexpected answer. Within a dozen days at most, the Great Tomb is bound to open. Shenbai asked, "Where did you get this information?" Zhou Qing replied, "In Shangyin County, there are still some forces that are proficient in measuring and calculating, so they are able to calculate a specific situation. So it is." Shenbai took a sip of tea and said, "When the time comes, you should also be careful. Lao Zhou, if you encounter danger, you can always come over to me." Zhou Qing agreed. "Alright, old Shen, I'll leave first." With the opening of the Great Tomb, Shangyin County will inevitably be more complicated than before, and I'll have to study the specific plan recently, and Sheriff Shang's side is in a hurry as well. Shenbai didn't stay and let Zhou Qing leave. When Zhou Qing left, Shenbai's gaze lingered on Qin Shuang, not speaking, but his eyes were obvious. Qin Shuang coughed softly and said, I haven't joined the thief sect for a long time, so it's normal that I don't know much about it. After all, I'm just a new entrant. Shen Bai laughed. I don't want to explore your identity now. This trip to the Great Tomb. I hope you'll be a little helpful to me. Qin Shuang's eyes rolled. Don't worry, I will definitely be helpful. Shen Bai didn't want to say anymore, pointed to the counter, meaning to let Qin Shuang watch the store by himself, and ran back to the courtyard, continuing to liver the proficiency of Howdy Jade Evil Body. As for this matter that happened today, Shen Bai did not put it on his mind. The reason was also very simple. He couldn't find exactly where Xin Qingzi was right now. Otherwise, he was bound to come to the door in person with a long sword. Not long after returning to the courtyard, Shen Bai ran the air in his body and began to liver. Time continued to pass, and in the blink of an eye, many more days passed. During this period of time down, no more trouble appeared on Shen Bai's side, and Xian Qingzi's side suddenly stopped moving. But Shen Bai didn't have any stops either. Each day was still a regular liver of proficiency. Howdy Doody's evil body's proficiency was also steadily rising upwards. The situation in Ascending Cloud County was becoming more and more complicated. As long as there were neighboring cities, there were Jianghu people arriving one after another. The entire Ascension County, in addition to the complexity of the situation, has in turn pulled the economy of Ascension County up a notch. The people didn't know the situation, but the daily income made them smile. Especially those restaurants and inns are earning a lot of money. And during this period of time down the road, Shen Bai's harvest was also increasing. Today, again, it's early morning hours. Qin Frost had gotten used to the routine and went to open the store door early, standing at the counter like a skilled beater without a smile. Shen Bai, on the other hand, continued to liver up the Howdy Doody evil body after taking a breath of blood medicine. Right now, Howling Jade evil body's proficiency was gradually increasing. In the blink of an eye, the smoke suddenly dissipated, and in its place, a brand new line of smoke coalesced into words that floated in the void. Shen Bai's gaze was fixed on this brand new line of text, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. So many days of furious livering finally got you to level 4. The text gradually became clearer and clearer, eventually settling on the void. Chapter 59 Realm Enhancement. Opening of the Great Tomb. How you evil body LV4, hardness +8, toughness +8, anti-injury +8, anti-sealing +80/100. After the text surfaced in front of Shen Bai closed his eyes and a large amount of information entered his mind. A virtual shadow appeared in Shen Bai's mind. The silhouette was blurry and it was impossible to see the real face clearly, but a layer of white light shrouded his entire body. This white light was as pure as jade, without the slightest impurity, and it looked as if it was an extremely precious treasure. And when this white light surfaced, the surroundings immediately flashed with one figure after another. A powerful and suffocating force emanated from each figure. When the figure emerged, a shackle appeared on the figure. The white light on the silhouette flickered steeply and was shackled, but the silhouette shrouded in white light did not seem to put it in his eyes. Walking idly, the shackles on his body as if they were paper burned up and turned into nothingness. The silhouette raised his hand and waved it, and moments later, the shackles, along with those figures, burned up. Everything dissipates and ends up in nothing. Shen Bai opened his eyes and had absorbed all the information into his mind. The front attributes had doubled. Both hardness and toughness, or counter damage, had reached the +8 level, and had been qualitatively improved. Putting these aside for the moment, the thing that made Shen Bai feel most surprised was the attribute of anti-sealing. The so-called counter-sealing is to prevent being sealed by the enemy. The enemy could not break his defense. But nowadays in the Jianghu, the cultivators have as many means as they can. Some cultivators are good at the art of sealing, and if they can't break the defense, they will seal the enemy in place, and let the time to baptize everything. As for Shen Bai's Howling Jade evil body, now with the anti-sealing attribute, as long as it was within the range of the attribute of +8, the ability to seal would be ineffective against him, and he would be like nobody's business. It's good that there's been a strengthening in the defense. Shen Bai revealed a smile and thought in his heart, don't underestimate this attribute. This attribute can make Shen Bai's ability more comprehensive. Shen Bai did not try the Howdy Jade evil body, but observed the rest of the changes in himself. This time, in addition to the enhancement of attributes, the air in Shen Bai's body had finally reached the level of perfection. The air in the 2 kidneys was filled to the extreme, and a stream of air flowed down the 2 kidneys towards the chest. The next moment, there was a flash of warmth right in the center of his chest. Shen Bai was able to feel that there was an extra trace of airflow there. The realm of the 3 treasures is divided into 3 kinds of essence and spirit, where the essence is in the kidneys, the chi is in the chest, and the god is in the middle of the head. At this time, Shen Bai had already arrived at the 2nd level. After reaching this level, the use of air will be more flexible and the quality and quantity of air will double. After Shunbai sensed it, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now, maybe I can go over the top. It was his idea. Of course, this idea couldn't be put into practice because he couldn't find an expert higher than the three treasures realm. It's time for a moment's rest. Shunbai moved his body. These days, all I do is liver and eat. And after I eat I continue to liver again and take a nap when I feel tired. Shunbai's nerves had been in a tight state. Now that he had stepped into the second level of the three treasures realm, coupled with the fact that he already had 3 skills that had reached level 4, Shunbai was much more relaxed. In front of Shunbai's eyes, a line of smoke appeared and eventually coalesced into words, forming the latest attribute. Blood Sword Dance LV4, Sword Art +8, Demon Breaker +8, Shock +8, Sword Chi +80/100, Vajra Voodoo Fist LV4, Fist Technique +8, Buddha's Light +8, Force +8, Fist Deity +80/100, Howdy Jade Evil Body LV4, Hardness +8, Toughness +8, Anti-Injury +8, Anti-Blocking +80/100, Arcane Heart Mantra LV3, Clear Heart +4, Flatness +4, Enhancement +40/500, Shadow Walk LV3, Hide +4, Hide and Seek +4, Repel Shadow +40/500. This was currently Shunbai's entire divine ability. Shunbai decided that it was better to follow up with the Liver Xuanxin Mantra and Shadow Walk first, and all the strengths were raised evenly. This is because it requires relatively little proficiency and also improves one's strength. When you want to use it, it doesn't make the avatar level too low. It's good for him. After thinking about it, Shunbai stretched his back, walked out the door, and found Qin Shuang. Still the same? Shunbai asked. Qin Shuang boarded a face, stood on the counter, began the daily business. After hearing Shunbai speak, nodded, expressionless. As usual, a little sugar in the porridge. No, you're just camping. Why are you putting your face on? Shunbai asked. Qin Shuang's eyes rolled slightly. Pawnshop fellows, it's to make others look bad, or else they'll be happy when they come across something good, and others won't be able to act as if it's something. Shunbai's mouth twitched. You really did this, pawnshop fellow. I just let you temporarily top it. Qin Frost said very seriously. You said do a line of work, love a line of work. Shunbai held his forehead with his hand. During this recent period of time, he had instilled a lot of knowledge into Qin Frost, and he always felt as if Qin Frost had become a bit crooked. He didn't think about it, and walked out the door to bring breakfast to Qin Shuang. The breakfast store was much more crowded than before, and in addition to the locals of Shangyun County, there were also quite a few Jianghu people lingering here. Shunbai didn't waste any time and returned to the pawnshop with his breakfast, finishing it with Qin Shuang. After finishing his breakfast, Shunbai took another sip of tea and looked at the endless crowd outside. It should be almost time for this great tomb to open. Qin Shuang nodded. I guess it should be almost here. Shunbai put the teacup down and looked at Qin Shuang as he skillfully poured himself a cup of tea and said, It's been so many days, and you didn't tell me your true identity. Qin Frost took a sip of the hot tea with a blissful face, and her eyes gurgled. I'm from the thief sect. Ah, it's all been made very clear to you. Ha, Shunbai laughed coldly. If I want to believe that you're from the thief sect, I'm just having my head squeezed by the door. You can't even calculate the time of this great tomb. I still say that you better be of some use when you enter the great tomb this time. Qin Shuang patted his chest and assured. Don't worry, I'm very useful. Shunbai raised his hand and knocked Qin Shuang's head. Alright, I know you're useful. Pack up your things. On the table, was the garbage from when the two had finished eating? Qin Shuang was also very skillful and began to clean up on the table. Looking at this skillful movement, it was clear that Shunbai hadn't taught her much about these things during this period of time. After everything was cleaned up, Qin Shuang returned to the counter and continued to be a qualified fellow. Shunbai yawned and prepared to continue to go to the liver Hori Jade Evil Body. But just at this time, the ground began to shake slightly. Qin Shuang, who was working as a fellow, raised his head, took a few steps to come in front of Shunbai, and grabbed Shunbai's hand. The great tomb is open. Go! Chapter 60 Qian Qingzi appears. Shunbai had only just felt the shock when he was immediately grabbed by Qin Shuang and hurriedly tried to leave the pawnshop. Wait, you said the great tomb opened? Qin Shuang said without looking back. The ground shaking is a sign of the opening of the great tomb. It was once recorded in the canonical books of the supervisory heavenly division that whenever the great tomb is opened, the first step is the ground shaking. Do you know the exact location? Shunbai said. Qin Shuang nodded. At this time, just after leading Shunbai out of the pawnshop, Qin Shuang pointed in a direction. Look over there. Shunbai looked over in the direction Qin Shuang was pointing, and saw a gorgeous light shining in the distant sky. But this flashy light didn't give people a sense of pleasure. Instead it was permeated with a gloomy and cold atmosphere. Qin Shuang explained. This is a light that only cultivators can see. and the great tomb would be an extremely keen object, so even the flashy light makes people feel cold. This direction is definitely the location where the great tomb is opened. Shinbai compared the surrounding area and found that there was indeed only that direction that had this gorgeous light. He locked the door with his backhand, and in turn pulled Qin Shuang, rushing towards that location. Qin Frost was confused, feeling as if the roles had been switched, and opened his mouth to speak, but he had a strange illusion. Looking from her angle, she realized that Shinbai's figure was gradually changing, obviously pulling her, standing right next to her, but she subconsciously wanted to ignore Shinbai, as if Shinbai didn't exist. Qin Shuang immediately reacted. The law of concealment? You even know the law of concealment? Then why did you pick up that incense packet of mine at that time? Shinbai did not look back and said, there are simple things. I don't want to be complicated. If not for the coincidence of time right now, I would have to ask you for a scented bag. Qin Shuang only felt his head filled with black lines. She suddenly felt as if she had been tricked by Shinbai, and also subconsciously noticed that Shinbai had become more and more mysterious. Not only can he fight, but he is also smart, and he knows the art of concealment. Just how much is this man capable of? Something I don't know? Qin Frost wasn't sure, but in this situation now, there was no more room for her to think about it more. The speed at which the two were rushing began to increase. Shinbai used the shadow walk to conceal his aura, while Qin Shuang used the incense packet to hide it. The two men had their own means, and the people around them didn't even glance this way as if they hadn't seen them. Within a short time, the two of them left Ascending Cloud County and rushed towards that direction. After leaving Shangyun County, Shinbai felt that the originally bleak and cold wilderness was also full of people at this time. All sorts of Jianghu people were rushing in the direction of the opening of the Great Tomb. Shinbai even saw Sheriff Zhang leading the constables of the government office, also traveling in a hurry. He had Shadow Walker on him, and even though the Jianghu people were not far away, they did not glance this way. Shinbai didn't bother to unlock the Shadow Walk, so he just hid his figure and continued to rush. There was still a Xian Changzi spying in the dark, and not long ago, when he came into contact with that Jianghu man, Shinbai knew that Xian Changzi didn't have good intentions towards him, and he didn't intend to expose himself. Along the way, nothing unusual had happened, and Shinbai had smoothly arrived at the source of the flashy light source. Ahead, there was a wilderness that could not be seen at a glance, but it was this wilderness that was surrounded by all sorts of Jianghu people. The tomb was about to be opened, but it was not completely opened yet, and these Jianghu people were sitting together in twos and threes, wary of each other. The magistrate's constables had also arrived and gathered in a pile, surveying the surroundings warily. Shinbai pulled Qin Shuang. The two of them had the method of concealment, so they stood under a tree, and no one around them noticed them. Qin Shuang looked around curiously and looked back to find Shinbai also looking around and asked, Zhou Cheng and the others are right over there. Didn't you notice? Shinbai shook his head and said, I didn't look at Zhou Cheng, so you're looking at Zhang Qiaofeng? Qin Shuang asked again. Shinbai continued to shake his head. That guy must be hiding. It's useless to look. Hearing this reply, Qin Shuang became even more curious. Then what exactly are you looking at? Shinbai turned his head, patted Qin Shuang's head, and said, I'm looking at who Xian Qingzi really is. These words were exited in an extremely flat tone, but Qin Shuang could feel a hint of ice coldness audible within the flat tone. She then remembered that the man in front of her was ruthless enough. No one who offends him ends up well. Qin Frost couldn't help but sweat for Xian Qingzi. Shinbai, don't be impulsive first. Before the Great Tomb opens, it's better for us not to be exposed, and that Xian Qingzi's back is against Qing Yinguan, so it's not good to do it in public. Shinbai nodded. I naturally know that. I will wait for an appropriate time. Qin Shuang said curiously, how appropriate does it have to be before it's the right time? Shinbai pointed to the wilderness. In the tomb, all crises will exist, and no one knows what will happen next, and in case you die inside, it has nothing to do with me. Qin Shuang couldn't help but shiver when he heard this. She also knew that Shinbai had his own thoughts in his heart, and it was not good to dissuade him at this time. Just at this time, a sudden stir arose among the crowd. Shinbai looked along with the sensation and heard a burst of murmurs coming leisurely. Is this man Xian Qingzi? I've heard that it's the strongest among the younger generation of Qing Yinguan, reaching the peak of the Three Treasures realm. That's right, it's him. This time it's the Taoist Grand Tomb. Qing Yinguan is bound to want to get involved. Ugh, this guy comes over, and we don't know if we can get a little bit out of it. So if we can get a little bit out of it, we can get a little bit out of it. He can't leave us without a mouthful of soup, can he? There was surprise and awe and even a bit of scorn in these conversations. This group of jungle people automatically separated a path. At the end of the road, a young man in a Taoist robe walked slowly. This person had sword brows and starry eyes, handsome looks, and a metaphysical-colored Taoist robe was worn on his body, carrying a sense of out-of-this-world handsomeness, especially the floating dust on his hands, which kept floating as he walked around, created this sense of being out of the dust even deeper. However, Xian Changzi's gaze was always slightly raised, as if it was filled with a sense of disdain, a deep disdain for the surrounding Jianghu people. This demeanor of Xian Changzi was extremely belittling, but the surrounding Jianghu people did not dare to say anything, and just stood in their original positions cowering. Right at this moment, Xian Changzi's footsteps suddenly stopped and looked around as if he was searching for something. The crowd was puzzled, not understanding who Xian Changzi was looking for, but they were all waiting for the following. Xian Changzi slowly opened his mouth, calm as water in his tone. Shen Bai, I know you are here. I don't know where you are hiding. Later in the Great Tomb, I hope that you will be able to recognize the truth, and I can forget about what happened before. Chapter 61 Cave in the Ground. Dummy. In addition to a kind of disdain, Xian Changzi's tone carried a kind of provocation. After the two words Shen Bai surfaced, the Jianghu people present looked at each other in dismay, all of them unable to figure out who this person the other party was talking about was. Murmurs rose and fell among the group of junglers. Who is Shen Bai? Why haven't I heard of it? Is it the pride of any great power? I have not heard of it either. But looking at Swang Kingzi's meaning, he seems to be taking it very seriously. So I guess I have offended him. Listening to this, it seems like they didn't see Shen Bai here, and most likely didn't dare to come over. Every voice, with surprise and skepticism, but without exception, the first time they heard Shen Bai's name, it had already taken root in their hearts. Qin Shuang also heard it in his ears and felt a chill around his body, and the source of this coldness was Shen Bai next to him. At this moment, there was a faint murderous aura on Shen Bai's body, which was continuously diffusing, and his eyes were slightly narrowed, and there were gusts of ferocious light, which continuously emanated from between his eyebrows. Qin Shuang knew that Xian Changzi had made a death wish with this wave. In this rising cloud county, Shen Bai had been incognito, unwilling to reveal his strength and identity, and it was obvious that Shen Bai was such a character. But Swang Kingzi made such a mess, and from now on, I'm afraid that the word Shen Bai will be spread all over this Shenyun County and even Maple Forest State. Shen Bai's murderous aura at the moment seemed normal to Qin Shuang. Qin Frost thought about it, holding Shen Bai's hand, slightly tightened, said, this time must not do it, too many people watching. He sent Jianghu people to probe your bottom of the matter. There is no evidence. Out of the mouth will fall into a loss. Shen Bai collected the murderous aura on his body and nodded his head. I am aware of it. Let's talk about it after entering the Great Tomb. Qin Shuang nodded, and the look in his eyes towards Xian Changzi had taken on a few moments of pity. With Shen Bai's temper, this Xian Changzi would probably have a hard time surviving this Great Tomb. Such a mess. In addition to the word Shen Bai in the hearts of people in the Jianghu left a small weight, did not provoke other ripples. Xian Changzi found a seat alone and sat down, his legs coiled together as if he was improving his strength. The surrounding junglers were farther away, giving way to a large open space. On the constable's side, Zhou Qing looked at the arrogant Xian Changzi and gripped the long knife at his waist. Seeing this, Sheriff Zhang patted Zhou Qing's shoulder. Don't worry, it's not your turn to do anything about this. Shen Bai probably won't let him go. Zhou Cheng nodded and loosened his hand. My brother doesn't know where he offended him. As soon as he came, he revealed my brother's bottom line, and for the things that follow, I hope that we can all turn a blind eye. The many constables didn't answer, but they obviously acquiesced. Sheriff Zhang continued to tell Zhou Qing to be at ease and was also looking around, searching for signs of Shen Bai, but to his surprise, he couldn't find it, no matter how hard he looked. Now the situation is special. Zhang Sheriff did not find. Hart said a sentence maybe Shen Bai has other plans, and did not look again. Time then gradually passed as the crowd waited. In the blink of an eye, it came to mid-afternoon. The setting sun was already spreading across the western sky, and the fiery red sunlight gave the night a little more color, like an oil painting with splashed ink. During this time, everyone was alert to those around them, and none of them dared to relax. Gradually, the sun set more and more. It was at this time that the anomaly finally came to the fore again. A vibration, even greater than before, echoed continuously in the middle of this wilderness. With the vibrations iterating, an immense and incomparable hole suddenly appeared in this ground. The dirt above the hole collapsed, stirring up a cloud of smoke. The crowd immediately stood up and looked at the location of the smoke with wary eyes. The smoke and dust gradually cleared and a passageway emerged in front of the crowd. It was a staircase leading to the ground, and even though the surroundings were dim, they were all cultivators and could see clearly. When the stairs surfaced, the gloomy and cold aura became even more prevalent, encircling the surroundings and causing some with slightly lower strengths to stifle a shiver. Seeing this, Shen Bai stroked his chin and looked at Qin Shuang, who was on the side, and said, You, a disciple of the thief sect, should be useful now. Should you enter directly or what? Qin Shuang's eyes turned slightly and said, you can't be the head of the pack in everything. Let's wait for them to go first. The corner of Shinbai's mouth twitched slightly. You are not going to. How is it possible? Qin Shuang raised his head. I really would. But there's no need to stand out now. Shinbai thought about it and felt that this argument would work, so he stood in the shadows and watched. That's what he thinks. And that's what smart people think. Quite a few Jianghu people looked at each other, but none of them took that step, obviously waiting for the birth of the head to come out. Of course, there are smart people and dumb people in this world. A few of the junglers couldn't hold back and headed towards the passage in front of them. The closer he got to the inside, the gloomy aura became thicker, and as these few junglers approached, a sudden burst of footsteps emerged from the depths of the dark staircase. The footsteps came extremely abruptly, as if they had arisen steeply from nothingness, and echoed in the middle of this wilderness. Shinbai narrowed his eyes and pressed his hand on top of the hilt of the long sword. There was more icy breath. Just then, a fine line appeared on the ground of the wilderness. The lines were made up of gold, spreading from the location of the passageway, and in an instant they had spread across the entire wilderness. It's dawn, Qin Shuang said in a low voice. This is the most skillful Taoist text of the Taoist masters. It can be used for offense or defense, and is extremely terrifying. Shenbai frowned. But why is this Daowen pervading this wilderness? Qin Shuang scratched his head. According to this rhythm, it should be trying to attack this wilderness. Wait, attack the wilderness? When those words were uttered, the anomaly finally appeared. Cracks in the floor. Shenbai only felt a rumbling sound emerge, and immediately afterward, he realized that the ground began to rapidly collapse. Everyone in this wilderness began to plummet downward. Sure enough, that staircase was just a front. Shenbai was in midair, grabbing Qin Shuang as a white glow rose from his body. Qingfeng's reaction was also very fast. Surprisingly, with the help of Shinbai's hand, he stabilized himself in midair and pulled out a fine needle from his bosom. When the fine needles surfaced, they unexpectedly kept splicing together in midair, and under the interconnection, a pair of soft armor woven from fine needles was formed around Qin Shuang's body. Shinbai looked around as he descended. The sound of the bitter wind came, and his pupils shrunk slightly as he saw the scene below. Below this deep, dark, incredibly dark hole in the ground, there were dummies with yellow talismans attached to them, standing as if they were logs. When you look up, there are thousands of them. Chapter 62 Runic Man Soldier, Wild Taoist Laws. The mannequins floated in the darkness with a seeping sheen as the moonlight poured down from the sky. There were no features on the face. It was smooth, and because of that smoothness, it made the mannequin look even more terrifying. When Shenbai was in midair, he looked at the mannequins below and a sense of ill will surfaced in his heart. These dolls were not spooky, all dead things, but the sense of ill will in Shenbai's heart grew. The crowd, still descending, landed firmly on the ground with a rumble. Shenbai had the glow of haughty jade evil body on his body, and he was unharmed after landing on the ground. What surprised him was Qin Shuang. The soft armor compiled from fine needles surprisingly had amazing defensive power. Does the thief sect still have this kind of tactic? Shenbai narrowed his eyes. After Qin Shuang landed on the ground, he casually waved his hand, and after the fine needles were gathered, they were included in his sleeve. She was just about to speak when she heard Shenbai's voice and awkwardly scratched her head, pretending to be cute and staring at Shenbai with her big eyes, indicating that she was playing dumb. Shenbai waved his hand and said, forget it, it's all gone down to the Great Tomb, there's no point in looking deeper. As the two spoke, the group of Jianghu people similarly projected their sights over. Shenbai and Qin Shuang did both have concealment methods, but all of them went out during the descent for safety, striking at such a close distance, especially with this iconic white light of Shenbai. Even if there was a concealment method, it had no effect. Doubts flooded the minds of many Jianghu people. When did these two show up? They were all confused because Shenbai and Qin Shuang appeared too abruptly. When Zhou Qing saw Shenbai, he was about to go forward, but he was pulled back by Sheriff Zhang. Sheriff Zhang shook his head and said, the situation is unknown now, so don't cause trouble for Shenbai. Zhou Chang stopped and thought to himself, not only Xin Changzi, but there was also a Zhang Chaofeng spying in the dark, especially now that he was still in the Taoist tomb. It was better to communicate less. Xian Qingzi eyed Shenbai and sneered. The method of concealment. So this is the case. Shenbai, it seems that you have a lot of means. Shenbai? When these two exited, the crowd finally understood Shenbai's identity and all looked over with curious gazes. To be thought of so much by Xin Changzi of the Maple Forest State, they all wanted to know what was so special about Shenbai. But unfortunately, the crowd couldn't see it, because in their eyes, Shenbai didn't stand out other than his looks, especially the long sword at his waist. It was just a very ordinary sword. Shenbai eyed Xian Qingzi and said, Don't mess around. For the last time, if you say it again, it will be meaningless. Xian Changzi looked around, especially after his gaze landed on Sheriff Shang's side. He let out a cold smile and didn't say anything else. Even the Qing Yunguan of the Maple Forest State couldn't kill someone in front of the constable. That would be sweeping the face of the Great Zhou State. A thin camel is bigger than a horse. And although the Great Zhou dynasty is in turmoil, who can say what the current situation is like? In case there was a sudden lack of unrest one day, everyone would still have to make a living in the Great Zhou Kingdom, not to mention a supervisor of heaven. Xian Qingzi didn't answer anymore, so the crowd couldn't continue to watch the show. They could only look around. Shenbai was also looking at the dummies. Qin Shuang whispered, "It's a Taoist rune soldier." Rune soldier? Shenbai stroked his chin and said, "What is that thing?" Qin Shuang explained, "Using the talisman as the root and sticking it on top of the dummy is infinitely powerful and unpredictable. This Taoist master has learned a lot. If you want to talk about the more numerous and varied of the cultivators, it is not the Taoists. Talisman paper, Taoist techniques, weapons, Dan Dao, and so on. Taoism encompasses all of them. Every Taoist disciple can choose one of them to practice." The reason why Qin Shuang felt this way was because after coming in, he had already seen two abilities, the Dao pattern and the rune soldier. Shenbai didn't understand this, but still drew the long sword at his waist. There was no other reason for this. These rune soldiers gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. At that moment, Xian Qingzi suddenly took 2 steps forward, his tone carrying a sense of disdain. "This is my Taoist rune soldier, and it's exquisitely crafted, so you've all been able to see it, and you've had your fill of it. You won't be able to break it with your strength. See what this Taoist master can do." Crowd. Shenbai turned his head and said, "Are all those power disciples in Maple Forest State so virtuous? Not afraid to go out and get beaten up?" His voice was loud enough that the group of Jianghu people could hear him, and all of them showed expressions of deep concern. "You," Xian Changzi said angrily, "don't think I don't dare to make a move." Shenbai carried his long sword and said indifferently, "Come." Xian Changzi dropped his eyes on the constable again and suppressed his anger. Shenbai regretfully said, "It's a pity." Qin Shuang asked, "What's the pity?" "No chance to slaughter him," Shenbai sighed. Qin Shuang. She always felt that this mysterious means and especially capable of fighting man in front of her. The picture was not quite right. Either they're ripping people off or they're on their way to doing so. It's outrageous. This conversation eventually came to a halt with Xian Qingzi shutting up. Xian Qingzi raised his right hand and a talisman paper appeared between his fingers. As the talisman paper appeared, the fire rose without wind and burned the paper to ashes. A sliver of golden light emerged from the talisman paper, transforming into silk threads before connecting to each talisman soldier. Xian Qingzi slowly said, "Using talisman paper as a guide to control so many talisman soldiers, this trip's harvest has been worth it." The creation of talisman soldiers was extremely difficult, and with these things alone, Xian Qingzi felt that this trip to the Great Tomb had not been in vain, not to mention the shenanigans waiting for him. As he thought so, Jen Keiko raised her finger. Up, the golden threads became taut, and the rune soldiers began to tremble slightly. Seeing this scene, the Jianghu people took out their respective weapons and watched vigilantly. "What need for vigilance?" Xian Qingzi sneered. "Now, these talisman soldiers are already in my possession and will not hurt anyone." Saying that, his eyes fell on Shenbai, and in his heart, he was already thinking about how to make use of this great tomb to get Shenbai killed here. Just then, the anomaly came out of nowhere. A crack appeared in the furthest golden thread, and as it widened, it made a crisp snapping sound. After this golden silk thread broke, it was as if a chain reaction had started, and one silk thread after another broke as much as it could. In just a moment's time, all the threads all turned into light and disappeared cleanly. Xian Qingzi's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. "No, this is not a rune soldier. This is a rune human soldier. This isn't the great tomb of the righteous way. It's the wild way. The wild way." As the words fell, the group of dummies suddenly moved. A blood-red glow surfaced in the dummies' eyes, permeating the sight. Qin Shuang turned his head and said, "Bad. It's the wild Dao method. The rune human soldier is soaked in human heartblood. Shenbai, be careful." As the words fell, the nearest dummy lunged towards Xian Qingzi. Chapter 63, The Passage. Disappearing Qin Shuang. From the time the silk thread snapped, to the time after the dummy's eyes sprouted a red light, the period of time was actually extremely short. And the moment the rune human soldier lunged towards Xian Changzi's reaction was also extremely fast, his right hand shaking the floating dust in his hand. The floating dust steeply hardened and lengthened like a lance, piercing through the rune man soldier. The rune man soldier clicked a few times and was reduced to pieces on the ground. The other rune human soldiers also moved. There were thousands of them, and when they moved, It gave one an immediate feeling of facing a torrent. Do it! It was not known which Jianghu man shouted, and numerous Jianghu men raised their weapons in their hands. In just a split second, it collided with these rune human soldiers. Although the number of rune soldiers was large, their individual strength was far inferior to this group of Jianghuans. One journeyman can fight several. There were a few rune soldiers rushing towards Shenbai. Qin Shuang's eyes rolled as he prepared to hide behind Shenbai, but he felt the back of his neck collar being lifted. Turning her head to look, she saw Shenbai lifting her collar with a hint of laughter in his eyes. Don't hide. Show me what you can do. I can't fight. Qin Frost had a sad look on his face. Shenbai, however, didn't care about her and threw her towards the nearest runeman soldier. Qin Frost was in midair, squealing and dancing around. When she saw Shenbai's calm demeanor, she silently sighed and curled her middle finger to flick. A smattering of fine needles shot out with this action of Qin Shuang. After the fine needles appeared, they transformed into thousands, as if a torrential downpour of pear blossoms, piercing the runeman soldiers in front of them into a hornet's nest. Qin Shuang landed steadily and said helplessly, "You're really ruthless. Well, at least I've helped you look after the store for so long." Shenbai paced forward. "If you really can't deal with it, I won't let you die." As the words fell, the long sword shook, and the blood-red sword chi detached from the longsword and transformed into an endless number of blood-red sword chi that shot out as Shenbai swung the longsword, with Shenbai as the center. Within 10 meters around, any runeman soldier that came close would be annihilated by the blood-red sword chi. Here, Shenbai's painting style is very different from the others. Only Shenbai easily eliminated the rune soldiers. Shenbai's actions immediately caused many Jianghu people to gather around. Before this, quite a few Jianghu people still felt that Xianqingzi was making a bit of a fuss by attaching such importance to Shenbai. But at this moment, they felt their faces being slapped. This terrifying sword chi made the hearts of this group of Jianghu people hairy, while looking at Shenbai's eyes became somewhat fearful. They suddenly felt that Xianqingzi was not valuing Shenbai, but was jealous. A few Jianghu people silently retreated a few steps back and pulled away, not wanting to get too close, lest they be injured by the blood-red sword chi. Shenbai, however, didn't care what these people thought, but kept an eye on Zhou Qin's side. It was true that there were many strong rune soldiers, but the constables had all experienced a lot of killing, and were all at the Daozong realm themselves, and with the cooperation between them, they were completely unhindered. Shenbai turned his gaze to Xianqingzi again, and it happened to confront Xianqingzi's gaze. At this moment, around Xianqingzi, there was a piece of talisman paper floating around. Every talismanic human soldier that came near him was churned to pieces by the talismanic paper. The two men's eyes locked for a moment before they moved away at the same time. Shenbai stroked his chin and said in his heart, "It's not the time to make a move yet. There are too many people." It was very inappropriate for him to do it now. At this point, the battle was still happening, and although the rune soldiers were in the thousands, none of the people here were vegetarians either. Half an hour later, the rune man soldier in front of him turned into a field of debris. Of course, there were some low-strength jugglers who still wiped the cold sweat from their heads and appeared to be stretched to the limit. Xianqingzi clenched his fists. He felt as if he had disgraced himself. "I thought I was winning, but I didn't expect to run into the wild Dawnguard." At this moment, Xianqingzi blushed and felt groundless. Shenbai didn't realize this and was still there asking loudly, "What exactly is the situation with wild Daofa?" Just now the situation was urgent. Shenbai did not pursue the question meticulously, and this time it happened to be asked. Qin Shuang thought for a moment and explained, "In this world, some people cultivate in a disciplined manner, and some people take shortcuts. The wild Taoist laws are stripped of the Taoist laws, but they are practicing evil, and have taken shortcuts with some special means. Let's say the rune human soldier. Ordinary rune soldiers are extremely difficult to refine, but the rune human soldier only needs to take a mortal's heart's blood, and it can be quickly refined. And in any place, the wild Taoist laws are scorned by the Jianghu people, much the same as the upper evil sect of the Maple Forest State, but the wild way is broader and stronger, and the upper evil sect is far inferior." When Shenbai heard this, he sort of understood. It's like the path of righteousness and the path of evil. Xianqingzi listened to the conversation between the two and felt as if Shenbai was targeting him. His side had just lost face, and Shenbai started to ask about the wild Taoist laws, causing the anger in his heart to rub up even more. Just as Xianqingzi was about to say something, intending to get back some face, the anomaly suddenly occurred. A flash of light suddenly appeared in this pitch-black hole in the ground, illuminating it as if it were a radiant white sun. Shenbai raised his head and looked upwards, noticing that there was a huge and incomparable night pearl above the wall, flickering with luster, and as the nightshade shone, the hole in the ground became clearer. Not far ahead, a dark passage appeared. The passage was not illuminated by a night pearl, so it was not clear what was going on. Although this hole in the ground was incredibly spacious, there was only this one passageway, which told the crowd that this was the only way out. Chen Qingzi suppressed the anger in his heart and waved his sleeves, then walked towards this passageway as if he didn't want to stay here for one more minute. However, before leaving, his gaze lingered on Shen Bai for a moment longer. Carrying a hint of hidden killing intent, Chen Qingzi led the way beside him, and the crowd silently followed behind. This trip was supposed to be about finding the trickster, so in this dangerous situation, everyone had a good idea in their hearts. If you want something good, you have to face danger. Shen Bai also stood side by side with Qin Shuang and walked towards the passageway, meeting up with Zhou Qing and the others in passing. The dirt is moist. This place is humid, Shen Bai thought in his heart as his feet stepped on the soft dirt. The passage was dark, but to the cultivator, this darkness was nothing. The further inside, the more the gloomy aura grew stronger. After walking for roughly half a column of incense, Shen Bai, however, found something wrong. The sound of footsteps up ahead was diminishing, as if someone had suddenly disappeared. Shen Bai stopped and turned his head to the side, and was about to say a few words to Qin Shuang when he realized that Qin Shuang's appearance was gradually becoming blurred. Chapter 64. Here's your chance to make a move. What's the situation? Shen Bai felt particularly peculiar when he saw this scene. Qin Shuang was gradually disappearing, but Shen Bai knew very well that this was not an illusion because he had the Qian Xin mantra, which was able to resist the effects that illusions brought to him. The Qin Shuang in front of him was literally disappearing. Qin Shuang also seemed to sense that something was wrong and raised his hand to grab Shen Bai, but it passed through Shen Bai's body. Shen Bai, be careful. This is a formation. The formation has isolated us all. Be careful. This is the great tomb of the wild Dao Law. They are all impersonal. He wanted to continue, but he couldn't say the rest of the words because he had completely disappeared. Formation? Shen Bai stroked his chin. This was the first time he had encountered this thing. In other words, he is now separated from the crowd. Not only him, but others presumably as well. Kind of interesting. Looks like it's going to be a solo fight. When Shen Bai thought this in his heart, the scenery around him finally appeared to change completely. The dark passageway became a blur, as if someone had thrown a bucket of ink over it. What had been a clear picture disappeared completely. After what was probably close to a few breaths, the blurred image returned to normal. Shen Bai realized that he no longer appeared in a black passageway, but came to a wide room. The room was surrounded by snow white. Not only the floor, but even the walls were white. After Shen Bai looked around, he realized that there was no passageway to get out, and he seemed to be locked inside this square-shaped room. It's a bit of an interesting situation, and without putting me in some danger, it's just going to keep me locked up. Shen Bai walked back and forth for a while, then came to the nearest side of the wall, and his hands were flooded with golden Buddhist light. After the light of the Vajra vorpal fist spread over his hands, the light of the howling jade evil body simultaneously rose on Shen Bai's body. Under the white and gold color intertwined, Shen Bai tried to press his hand on the wall. No anomalies appeared, as if it was just an ordinary wall. There's no exit, so if I can't think of a way out, does that mean I have to be stuck here? Shen Bai pondered slightly, raised his hand, and blasted his fist on top of this wall. The loud sound echoed in this square space, and Shen Bai realized that the wall in front of him was surprisingly hard, and only a small depression appeared under the blast of the Vajra vorpal fist. If it were anyone else, they would certainly think of other ways to get out at this moment. After all, it was too hard. But Shen Bai was not an ordinary person. Shen Bai looked at the dent that appeared in front of him, but his eyes gradually brightened up. To be able to be dented, that proves to be able to be damaged. The difference is just a matter of one punch and a few punches. He doesn't know any other abilities. He just can fight. Now that he was trapped here, he couldn't really think of anything if he let his brain do the thinking. After all, he doesn't even know a lot of the basics. But now that he could powerfully destroy it, Shen Bai was certainly willing. Thinking of this, Shen Bai revolved the air in his body, and his double fists were like the wind, cutting out residual shadows in mid-air. The force attribute that came with the Vajra vorpal fist allowed Shen Bai's fists to open mountains and crack rocks. The dent in front of them was gradually deepening, and endless debris was splashing in all directions. Shen Bai's figure gradually blended into the dent. At this moment, not only Shen Bai, others were also in a similar predicament. Qin Shuang was in a huge cavern, while in front of him, there were strands of firelight rushing up from the ground, gradually filling up the cavern. Searing air currents accompanied the flames, creating intense heat. When Qin Shuang saw the scene, her willow eyebrows slightly frowned and she raised her index finger. The fine needles reappeared, transforming into an inexhaustible number, continuously intertwining to form a large net, separating the flames in front of them. However, the flames continued to pounce towards Qin Shuang along the holes of the fine needles. The Nodo method is indeed strong. Just this set of isolation formations alone has taken the cake. Qin Shuang sprinted backward, feeling the heat wave pounding on his face, but in his heart, he was in no hurry and once again pulled out another item from his sleeve. It was a tiny fan, and when the fan appeared, it quickly changed from palm size to arm length. Qin Shuang waved the fan in his hand, setting off a huge wind. When the hurricane appeared, the surrounding temperature suddenly turned cooler, and that flame was quickly extinguished under the hurricane. Not only that, but the stones of the cave had been cleansed by the hurricane and turned into powder. Qin Shuang beckoned, and the silver needles were withdrawn into her sleeves as if at her command. A dark door appeared on one of the far walls. My side of the formation has already passed. I don't know how the situation is on Shen Bai's side. He doesn't seem to have fancy abilities. I don't know if he can break the formation. Qin Shuang secretly said in his heart. I have to hurry to find him. Don't let anything happen. She was worried about Shen Bai in her heart, so she quickly walked towards that door. But before she could get close to the door, she suddenly felt a strong vibration coming from it. Qin Frost subconsciously turned his head and looked at the wall next to him. Immediately afterward, cracks appeared in the walls. The cracks gradually increased and covered the entire wall. A hint of vigilance appeared in Qin Shuang's eyes as the fine needles surrounded her body. In the next moment, a fist with a golden color stuck out from the crack, and the crack's debris fell as far as it could go. Shen Bai, who was wrapped in white light, walked out from the crack. Qin Frost froze on the spot, dumbfounded, shook his head and said subconsciously, it's only a few hundred punches and it shattered. It's no big deal. Shen Bai saw Qin Shuang, who was holding a fan in his hand and encircling a fine needle, and laughed. Yo, I ran into you. Look at this fighting strength. Is he really a thief sect disciple? The corners of Qin Shuang's mouth twitched slightly, although she knew that it was not appropriate for a big girl to make this expression, but she just couldn't help it. Shen Bai, don't tell me you came here by brute force. Shen Bai nodded his head and said, yes, I blasted this wall all the way over. I don't know how much I blasted it. It's really hard. It took a lot of time. Look, my hands are a bit numb. After hearing this, Qin Shuang almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood. So you're going to rely on your strength to do what others rely on their skills? Qin Shuang felt that he really couldn't spit it out now. Shen Bai patted Qin Shuang's shoulder. Calm down. It's just a routine operation. By the way, have you found the exit? If not, let's continue to blast towards a place. Qin Shuang hastily raised his hand to stop it. Don't. The formation isn't broken like this. There's a door over there. Let's go that way. Shen Bai's eyes showed excitement. Qin Shuang didn't understand what it meant, but she saw in Shen Bai's eyes that besides excitement, there was also a touch of murderous aura. Hiss. Qin Shuang suddenly thought of Shen Qingzi. With the array separating them, it seems like the best time for Shen Bai to strike. Chapter 65, Swan Qingzi's Route. In front of an immense and incomparable stone bridge. At this moment, Zhou Qing was leaning on the ground with his long sword, running the air in his body to resist the gusts of wind blowing from all directions. Beneath the stone bridge was an endless sea of fire. Between the howling winds, each strand of wind carried a powerful blowing force. Zhou Qing was in the midst of the gale at the moment, as if he was a small boat that could capsize at any moment. Ever since the crowd had been separated not long ago, Zhou Qing had appeared on top of this stone bridge. The gale had been blowing for half a column of incense since it started, and Zhou Qing struggled to move forward, but with only the air in his body, he had been resisting with difficulty and tenacity. At the end of the bridge, there was a dark door where the exit was, and Zhou Qing had already gone 4/5 of the way to the exit. I'm the one who's going to join the supervisory division. How can I fall down here? Zhou Qing stabilized his stance, drew his long sword, and plunged forward some distance further. As the road ahead got closer, the gravity in Zhou Qing's eyes grew. The closer you get to that door, the harder it gets. Just at this time, a vibrating sound suddenly rang out. Zhou Qing subconsciously looked back, and behind him, at the end of the stone bridge, an immense and incomparable black hole suddenly appeared. Two figures jumped out of the black hole. Old Shen? Zhou Qing froze on the spot. He was able to see Shen Bai wrapped in white light, as well as the helplessness in the eyes of Qin Shuang who was being pulled by Shen Bai. Qin Frost was truly helpless. She had only just stepped out of the black door when she encountered another space that had been partitioned off. Qin Shuang was about to use his ingenuity to break open, when Shen Bai pulled him in and slammed his fist directly into him. Then, in this very fierce form, they broke through the formations one after another until they came to this place. Qin Shuang had never thought in his life that formations could be opened in such a way, and his entire outlook on the world was about to shatter. Old Zhou, let me help you. Shen Bai didn't care what Qin Shuang thought. He saw Zhou Qing's difficult appearance and took a big step towards the stone bridge. Zhou Qing's face changed drastically, and he was about to say that the wind was a bit intense when he saw Shen Bai steadily stepping in, grabbing his other hand, and coming directly to that door. The gale seemed to be like a breeze, and it couldn't work on Shenbai at all. It's okay, old Zhou. Shenbai patted Zhou Qing's shoulder. Zhou Qing's entire body was as if it was wood. Old Shen, I realized that I really can't see through you a bit. This biting gale made it difficult for him to move an inch, but for Shenbai, it was like an ordinary wind, which was outrageous. It's okay, Lao Zhou, let's move on. Shenbai rubbed his hands together and stepped into another door. This was a wonderful opportunity. He absolutely had to find Qian Qingzi and chop the other party's head off. One less thing to worry about. Soon, Shenbai took Zhou Chang and Qin Shuang and disappeared into this space. In a frosty environment, Qian Qingzi was sitting on the ground, the runes surrounding his entire body bringing an amazing amount of heat, with Qian Qingzi as the center. That wind, frost, rain, and snow did not manage to erode half of it, and was disappearing at a terrifying speed. It only took about half a pillar of incense, and this world of rain, snow, and frost was repelled cleanly by the power of the rune paper in a matter of moments. When the snow melted, a dark door was revealed in the wall ahead. Qian Qingzi opened his eyes and stood up, laughing coldly. How can a mere formation stop me? But this is good. If there's a chance to find Shenbai, it's a perfect time to kill him. Just like Shenbai was not good at making a move, Qian Qingzi was not good at making a move either. He remembered the constables. Now that the crowd was separated by the formation, what Qian Qingzi had in mind was that as long as he found Shenbai, if there was no one around, he would directly strike to exterminate him. This was a superior opportunity that Qian Qingzi didn't want to give up. Thinking about this, Qian Qingzi raised his feet and walked towards the black door. The closer they got to that black door, the faster the talisman paper around Qian Qingzi spun. He raised his hand and a piece of talisman paper was stuck on the door, which immediately opened quietly. Behind this door is another dimension. Qian Qingzi thought about it and lifted his foot to step into it. However, just as he half stepped into this space, a violent vibrating sound suddenly rang out. Qian Qingzi frowned and retracted his feet, following the voice. Where the sound came from, a crack surfaced. In Qian Qingzi's shocked eyes, Shenbai led Qin Shuang and Zhou Qing, breaking through this hard and incomparable wall and stepping into this space. The scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. For a moment, Qian Qingzi was dumbfounded. The moment Shenbai saw Qian Qingzi, the excitement in his eyes became even more intense. 20. I have searched 20 spaces and finally found you. Qian Qingzi heard a different message from Shenbai's words. So you were looking for me too. That's for sure. Shenbai let go of Qin Shuang and Zhou Chang and transformed into a residual shadow, pouncing towards Qian Qingzi. Cut the crap and give up your life. Throughout the entire process, Shenbai did not talk nonsense as described in the talking book, and he directly chose to attack. The fight happened particularly suddenly, but Qian Qingzi himself was an expert of the younger generation of Qin Yimguan, and his reaction was extremely fast. The moment Shenbai lunged towards him, the floating dust in Qian Qingzi's hand transformed into 10,000 strands of silk threads, which even gradually became longer and wrapped towards Shenbai. Seeing this, Shenbai blasted his fist on top of this floating dust. The golden fist dangled out through his body, and the dang carried an incomparably powerful deterrent, transforming into a sky full of residual shadows and blasting away the floating dust. Qian Qingzi revealed a surprised look. Good. No wonder he dared to kill my people. As the words fell, a sheet of talisman paper burned violently under Qian Qingzi's effect. All sorts of attacks surrounded towards Shenbai from all directions. Shenbai stopped abruptly, but did not make any counterattacks. Instead, he operated the air in his body. The light of Howdy Doody's evil body absorbed all of these attacks. Immediately after that, Shenbai flexed his fingers. All the attacks rebounded towards Qian Qingzi at a faster speed. Qian Qingzi's eyes snapped up as he felt a life and death crisis. He then waved his Dao robe. The wide sleeves suddenly lengthened, taking in all the attacks. In the next moment, this sleeve exploded, and Qian Qingzi fell back a few steps. The got a shock in his eyes even greater. How? He didn't dare to imagine that the man in front of him called Shenbai had broken 3 of his attacks in a few moves. Is this still the kind of person a small county should have? Even that constable doesn't have this kind of strength. Qian Qingzi swallowed his saliva as he saw that Shenbai had already drawn the long sword at his waist. The blood-red sword Qi, with its brilliant righteousness, locked him in a death grip. At the moment of crisis, Qian Qingzi threw the floating dust out of his hand and turned to run. I can't fight. After returning to Maple Forest State, enlighten the teacher and let him clean up this guy. Chapter 66, The Great Tomb Talisman. There are things that you only know how it will end and how strong the other side really is when you actually fight. For example, that was how Qian Qingzi felt right now. He ran like a madman toward the only open door. The floating dust in his hand suddenly became longer after being thrown out, and the white roots kept twisting and entangling in the void, forming a dense net, wanting to block Shenbai's attack. The long sword in Shenbai's hand was sheathed, and the blood-red sword chi split from it with brilliant righteousness. The large net woven by the floating dust couldn't even block it for a second before it was pierced through by the sword energy. Shenbai raised his sword, and in a few steps, he had arrived behind Qian. Qian shivered, feeling a pressure of death come over him. He didn't dare to turn his head because he knew that what he would face after turning his head would be Shenbai's sharp sword blade. At this time, an emotion called regret blossomed in Qian's heart like a blooming flower of death. What am I messing with him for? Qian Changzi kept questioning herself. Had I known that when I went back, wouldn't it be fine to let the teacher deal with him? Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to that door, Qian could already hear the sound of harsh sword chi behind him. He couldn't help but clench his teeth, and then untied the Dao robe on his body. After the Dao robe was unraveled, inside was the white underwear, and the pattern on top of the Dao robe lit up, and the bright and dazzling light was like a blazing sun, shrouding towards Shenbai. Shenbai eyed the Dao robe and sneered, worthy of being a young generation expert of Qin Yunguan. There are indeed many things in his hands. The long sword traced a trajectory in mid-air. The blood-red sword aura caused the light that glowed from the Dao robe to dim. Thumbs up, with the sound of rags being torn. The robe split in two. Qian had already stepped through this door and closed it with his backhand, but a big foot stepped out and kicked the door alive. And Shenbai followed and rushed into the world behind the door. Qin Frost and Zhou Qing were not slow and kept following behind. Qin Frost had already floated the thin needle in his hand, while Zhou Qing had already pulled the long knife from his waist long ago. They were on Shenbai's side, and since Shenbai wanted to kill Junzi Xian, they certainly had to help out. The crowd stepped into the space behind the door together, then came to a violent stop. Behind the door, there was a wide open space. The place was dark and black, with only a scattering of gems on the walls that shimmered as if they were fireflies. With the help of this light, Shenbai saw clearly what was abnormal here. In the middle of this dark space, in the center, there was a jade talisman that was currently on the shelf. The talisman was glowing green, and the light emitted under the surrounding light was like the pupil of a beast in the dead of night, making people's hearts tremble. An eerie aura filled the space. This space was not only filled with Qian, but there were also quite a few Jianghu people who stayed here. The jungle people carried a variety of injuries, apparently fleeing from the various divided spaces. Shenbai narrowed his eyes, pondering in his mind what would happen next. Qin Shuang said carefully, Shenbai, the effect of the formation seems to have disappeared, and this is the end point. Oh, Shenbai stroked his chin and said, has it disappeared so quickly? Qin Shuang nodded and said, there is a formation in the Great Tomb which is limited to a certain number of people, and after a certain number of people die, the formation will allow the remaining people to reach their destination. Shenbai came to a realization. That is to say, so many Jianghu people came in, and now the number has been sharply reduced enough that the rest died in the formation? The Great Tomb is dangerous. This is something everyone knows. There are deaths and injuries as normal. But at this moment Shenbai feels slightly regretful, because at present it is not very good to kill Qian. Those surrounding Jianghu people, including Sheriff Shang and the others, rested their eyes on Qian. Qian sighed in relief and just sat down on the ground in his white underwear with a gray look on his face, pointing at Shenbai and said loudly, attention everyone! This man is a murderous executioner. He just tried to kill me. If I go out, please be sure to report to Qin Yunguan and let my teacher make a decision for me. At this time, Qian couldn't care less about his gray face, and only wanted Shenbai's killing of him to be known by the crowd. The Jianghu people all shifted their eyes to Shenbai's body, with expressions of astonishment on their faces. They all could see the current situation, and Shenbai's calmness contrasted sharply with Qian's wretchedness. A thought rose in the minds of this group of jungle people. The most outstanding expert of the young generation of Qin Yunguan is being chased by an unknown person in the county, and in such a sorry state? After this thought appeared, the feeling of awe in the eyes of the crowd looking at Shenbai grew deeper and deeper. Shenbai raised his eyebrows and laughed. I only know that a certain high disciple of Qin Yunguan wanted to make a move on me at the drop of a hat. All sorts of rare contraptions were used, but I was more fortunate and cracked all of them, and I didn't chase after them. After all, I still have to give Qin Yunguan a few points of face, but I didn't expect you to invert the Big Dipper here. Qian's eyes widened and he was so angry by Shenbai's words that his body trembled. Do you have any evidence for saying so? Shenbai pointed to Zhou Chang and Qin Shuang and said, this is a constable in the government office, while this is a passerby I met. They can both testify for me. Qin Shuang and Zhou Chang nodded their heads repeatedly, indicating that Shenbai was right and scoffed at Qian's approach. Qian became even angrier, with a sense of aggression of being wronged. They are all your people. They must be helping you. Shenbai stroked his chin. You are questioning the constable of the Great Zhou Kingdom for helping others to bend the law. Constable Zheng. It seems that the official power of Xiangyan County is being suspected. Beside, Zheng Sheriff actually knew, but Shanbai all said so. He also went along and said seriously, Taoist Master Swan Kingzi, even if you are a high disciple of Qin Yunguan, you can't insult the officials. I'll ask the Lord of Fenglin Prefecture to do it for us. A bunch of raccoons. You're all a bunch of raccoons. Xian Qingzi stood up, so angry that he stomped his feet. You all have to believe me. Not him, I'm the victim. However, Xian Qingzi's words did not work at all in the ears of the Jianghu people. After all, now that the constable has come out to testify, how can people trust the official forces? At this moment, Xian Qingzi was struck by blow after blow. His hair was disheveled, coupled with the fact that he was only wearing white underwear. The resentment in his chest became deeper and deeper, and a mouthful of blood was spat out. Shenbai laughed. Look, you failed to slander me and spit blood from your mouth. A few Jianghu people even nodded along, feeling that Shenbai was right. After all, the people present were not people of any great power, and were more willing to believe what Shenbai said. Thief! Xian Qingzi clenched his fists, wiped off the blood, and never spoke another word. Chapter 67, The Trickster Objects. Xian Qingzi knew that no one would believe him anymore at this time. Shenbai himself is the rise of grassroots. Around the Jianghu people are also the same, plus Shenbai around the constable corroboration. This time the group of Jianghu people is even more turned to Shenbai. Xian Qingzi was even able to see a hint of contempt in the gazes of a few of the Jianghu people, as if they were saying that a disciple of the hallowed Qin Yunguan was even falsely accusing others or something like that. At this moment, Xian Qingzi's hatred for Shenbai reached its peak. However, he was at least an expert among the younger generation of Qin Yunguan, a person at the peak of the Three Treasures realm, and he stiffly suppressed the idea of wanting to make a move. Of course, the truth is that he couldn't beat it out of the gate. This is something that he is well aware of. After returning to the division, I will certainly report to my teacher, and at that time will be the day your Shenbai's soul returns to the heavens. The color of resentment in Xian Qingzi's eyes increased, and his heart was secretly vicious. Shenbai looked at Xian Qingzi's gaze, felt the resentment in his gaze, and instead looked at Xian Qingzi like he was looking at a dead person. It doesn't matter if the opportunity is gone. The tomb is still there and there are plenty of opportunities. Taking a step back, even if the great tomb disappeared, Xian Qingzi would always have to return to Qin Yunguan. If something happens on the way, it's out of the control of others. Those who blocked his way became his enemies and made him unable to live in peace. Shenbai was going to exterminate them all, without any room for maneuver. Swan Kingzi must die. Shenbai retracted his gaze and looked at Sheriff Shang next to him, asking, Sheriff Shang, you should have been here for a long time. What's the situation here? While speaking, Shenbai again cast his eyes to the glowing green talisman. Before his eyes, a line of smoke emerged, coalescing into brand new words in a few moments. Glowing talisman, identification progress, 0%. A ray of fury can be quickly identified. This is the new shenanigans. There was no expression on Shenbai's face. There were too many people now, and he couldn't be bothered to step in and take them down. The bizarre objects in the great tomb were themselves the purpose of his visit. Shenbai decided to look for a moment to get his hands on it. When Sheriff Shang heard Shenbai's words, he said, We've been here for nearly half an hour, but we couldn't get close to this talisman. With that, Sheriff Shang picked up a stone from the ground and threw it towards the location of the talisman. When he approached the distance of 3 feet from the talisman, the stone seemed to be squeezed by an invisible force and turned into powder. What is this? Seeing this, Shenbai frowned. What a strong destructive force. Being able to crush a stone into powder invisibly. The destructive power was strong enough. Qin Shuang said, There are things around the creepy things to protect them. This is a tactic of the Great Tomb. Even those who cultivate the Wild Dao method will use these to protect their things. Not willing to hand over the thing even after death? Shenbai stroked his chin and said, Then there is no way to get this talisman into your hands? We're all waiting, Sheriff Shang said. Shenbai asked, Wait for what? Sheriff Shang explained, There is something special around the talisman that is protecting it, but it is gradually weakening, and when the weakening reaches its limit, that will be the day of exposure. Weak? Shenbai looked around and realized that the invisible protection was distorting the air, and the distortion was gradually becoming weaker. So it is. Shenbai didn't ask anything more, but found a spot and waited patiently. Qin Shuang and Zhou Cheng also followed Shenbai. At this moment, the space fell into a kind of silence. Everyone was thinking about how to get this weird thing in front of them, although many people knew in their hearts that the trickster might not be relevant to them. But come what may, in case you get the chance to make a fortune, the clock is ticking. The protection of the trickster was also weakening. The gloom in Xian Qingzi's eyes gradually increased. He glanced around, silently approaching the edge of the talisman. In the Great Tomb, all chances depend on their own means, and there are things to snatch. Xian Qingzi knew that there was currently a Shenbai above him. He intended to snatch this trick item as fast as he could. As for how to prevent Shenbai from striking out after snatching it, he had his own method. When the artifact is in your hands, you can unleash the power of the artifact. The bizarre objects left behind by the wild Taoist Dharma people fit the Taoist Dharma, and Xian Qingzi was certain that he could use them to maximum effect. At that time, it might be able to exterminate Shenbai. As for how to explain to those constables after the extermination, Xian Qingzi had also thought about it. In the Great Tomb, looting is originally based on each person's ability, and it is normal to accidentally miss. The big deal is to bring some people with you to make amends and apologize to the Yamen. With Qing Yunguan's background, the people from the government office would have to give some face anyways. After all, Shenbai was a no background, so what if he was strong? These days, when you come out to play, you just have to have a background. After figuring it out, Xian Qingzi continued to wait. After gazing at the trickster for a moment, Qin Shuang turned his head and asked, "Don't you want the trickster very much? Why don't you come closer?" At this time, Shenbai and the others were not close to the location of the trickster. Shenbai put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Aren't you not in a hurry either? I'm curious. The disciples of the thief sect don't like creepy things. How can this matter be said anymore?" Qin Shuang sensed the color of interest in Shenbai's eyes and snorted. "Doesn't everything depend on you? You're our backbone." Shenbai laughed and suddenly took 2 steps forward, approaching Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang was startled and subconsciously shrunk her neck as she heard Shenbai's voice in her ears. "After this is over, tell me who you really are, if you don't mind." Qin Frost stared with wide, ebony eyes, her eyes darting around. "Let's talk about it later." Shenbai retracted his gaze and patted Qin Shuang's shoulder. "Not continuing on this topic and riffing back on it. That needle of yours and that fan aren't creepy things, yet they're capable of great power. So what are they?" Qin Shuang coughed, feeling that if he didn't say something at this time, Shenbai's curiosity would explode. "That's the way of the weapon. The Tao of weapons?" Shenbai became even more curious. "What kind of cultivation direction is this?" Qin Frost opened her showy little mouth and was about to explain a couple of things, but it was at this time that the anomaly appeared. Ahead, the invisible protection suddenly declined to an extreme. Soon, it disappeared from sight. Immediately afterward, a gloomy and cold aura continuously flowed through this space. The light on the talisman became even more blazing. The protection disappeared, and numerous junglers stepped in. They knew that their own strength might not be the strongest, but something like chance had to be fought for. If you don't fight, then you will always be doing nothing. If you fight, then you have the hope of rising, even if it comes at a cost. Xian Chengzi's speed was also extremely fast, and he was the first to arrive at the talisman by sticking 2 pieces of talisman paper on his legs, reaching out and grasping it in his palm. Then, Xian Chengzi's eyes carried a hint of excitement. "I'm a senior disciple of Qing Yunguan. If I get something first, which one of you dares to come over and snatch it?" Xian Qingzi turned around and shouted at the Jianghu. Chapter 68, Killing Xian Chengzi in Chaos. The Jianghu people who were about to go forward all froze and subconsciously stopped in their tracks. Xian Qingzi held the glowing talisman aloft, transitioning the air in his body into it, ready to stimulate the talisman's power at any time. These words caused everyone to stop their movements, and Xian Qingzi inwardly breathed a slight sigh of relief. Qing Yunguan's top name still works. I'm kind of close this time. Thinking of this, Xian Qingzi's gaze fell on Shenbai, and a few hints of vengeful smugness appeared in his eyes. "Shenbai, I'll take the stuff. You can't get your hands on it anyway. Look at the way you chased me before. Why don't you do it now?" In public, he had calculated that Shenbai would not make a move, so at this moment, Xian Qingzi was not only complacent, but also with a few hints of mockery. Qin Shuang subconsciously turned his head to look at Shenbai and opened his mouth to speak, but it still didn't come out. Now this situation is very clear. Xian Qingzi relied on the identity of Qing Yunguan to keep the crowd from moving, and Shenbai is not in a good position to make a move. She felt that Shenbai might have to suffer a dark loss this time. Zhou Cheng stood next to him and gripped the handle of his long sword. If Shenbai made a move, Zhou Cheng would inevitably have to make a move. Even if Zhou Cheng was only at the Daozang realm, he still didn't have the slightest fear. He is Shenbai's good brother. Is clear about Shenbai's personality. Shenbai at this time is absolutely cannot eat losses. The difference is only when to strike. Sheriff Shang frowned, extremely dissatisfied with Xian Qingzi's approach. To come to this great tomb itself is by virtue of strength to speak, but now Xian Qingzi took out his so-called Qing Yunguan background, is simply shameless. The point is that it seems to work just fine, and all those jugglers are turned off. Sheriff Shang felt as if this situation was now being held by Xian Qingzi. Thinking of this, Sheriff Zhang subconsciously looked at Shenbai, also thinking about how exactly Shenbai should act. In his thoughts, he always felt that Shenbai should hold back for the time being. Just as the gazes of the crowd looked at Shenbai let out a light laugh. At this moment, this space was incredibly quiet, and Shenbai's soft laughter immediately attracted the attention of everyone, and everyone cast their eyes over. Qian laughed coldly. What? Shenbai, do you still want to make a move? Yes, you make a move. I want to see how you are going to make a move on me in full view of everyone here. Shenbai shook his head and said, it's always been you who have been chasing me, so why should I kill you? Qian said angrily, up to now, you are still inverting the Big Dipper. In that case, you don't want this shenanigans either. It doesn't matter if the trick object is given to me or not, Shenbai slowly said, but I feel that you may not live through today. Qian froze slightly. He was a little confused. Not only him, but even the others didn't understand. If Shenbai really wanted to kill Qian, it was simply not a good time to make a move. But why did Shenbai say that Qian would not survive today? Shenbai took 2 steps forward, immediately causing Qian's vigilance. Shenbai stood in place, and after looking around the circle, he faintly said, gentlemen, are you convinced? The Jianghu people present were dumbfounded, not understanding why Shenbai suddenly said this sentence. Shenbai put his hands behind his back. Everyone is a cultivator from the bottom, experiencing bitter cold and heat, experiencing the rotation of the sun and moon, and countless hardships. Now, it's the time for us to seek our chance, but now it's being taken by a trash who relies on his birth to suppress us. Are you guys convinced? As Shenbai said such words, the Jianghu people present clenched their fists with anger in their eyes. They don't realize how much they suffer. People who cultivated seem to have an unparalleled scenery, but the hardships that they, the bottom of the Jianghu, went through were unimaginable to ordinary people. Every moment of practice, heart-stopping human experiences, grueling battles for survival. What do they do it for? For that little slim dream. And now someone is killing their dreams with their own hands. The gazes of the people looking at Qian already carried a murderous aura. Shenbai continued, on what grounds? This great tomb is meant to be honored by strength. On what grounds can he just rely on Qingyuan to take the weird things? If that's the case, all those creepy things in the back were seized by him, and we can't even have a mouthful of soup on this trip to the great tomb. I'm just asking you guys if you're convinced. One of the junglers just couldn't help himself and yelled. No. No one in the room refuted him, for they were indeed unconvinced. Qian's eyes widened, a hint of panic in his tone. Don't listen to him. Are you willing to offend Qingyuan for a trickster item? Let me tell you guys, offending Qingyuan is going to cost you dearly. Don't even think about hanging around in Maple Forest State. Shenbai laughed. In the great tomb, everyone made a move to take you down. So wouldn't everyone be involved? In that case, everyone won't name each other, right? As soon as these words appeared, many of the Jianghu people's eyes lit up. To be honest, by now, there were quite a few Jianghu people who no longer felt that the trickster was unimportant, and they now just wanted to give out this breath. Why do you get to do whatever you want just because you're in a position to do so? Today's breath must be taken. Sheriff Sheng slowly said, strength is supposed to be honored in the great tomb, and we from the Yamen are just here to maintain order and solve a big case that happened recently. It has nothing to do with our Yamen. With that, he took a silent step back with the constable. Shenbai continued, if you don't do it yet, when will you wait? When those words were spoken, a few Jianghu people finally couldn't help themselves and drew their weapons. More and more Jianghu people had their weapons drawn and surrounded Qianxingzi. It wasn't known which of the jungle people moved first, and the fight unfolded in an instant. Qianxingzi had a few treasures on his body, but at this time he had no body, because it had all been used to deal with Shenbai. Facing the crowd's attacks, Qianxingzi raised his index finger. A portion of the talisman suspended around his body, and all sorts of attacks clashed with each other against the Jianghu people. The scene became a bit chaotic. As for Qianxingzi's left hand, he was holding the glowing talisman tightly, and was considering whether to utilize the power of the trickster to kill first. Just at this time, Qin Shuang, who had been watching the show from the side, realized that something was wrong. There was someone missing from her side, and when she turned her head to look, she saw that Shenbai had blended into the crowd at some point, only to see Shenbai hiding in the crowd, provoking a few words from time to time. Under Qin Shuang's sight, Shenbai quietly stretched out his fist. A splash of golden fist deity emerged from the fist with unrivaled might, bypassing a group of Jiangshi and blasting at the back of Qianxingzi's heart at an angle that could not be seen by the crowd. The scene was already chaotic. Qianxingzi didn't notice and immediately spat out blood and looked in Shenbai's direction. Halfway through his words, more and more weapons stabbed into Qianxingzi's body. Chapter 69, the third passage of the Great Tomb, harvesting the tricky objects. A whimpering sound came out of Qianxingzi's mouth as he looked at the weapon that was stabbed into his body, and his body began to tremble violently. The weapons all came at the vitals, and one even pierced through his throat. Blood flowed down the weapon and onto the ground. Xian Qingzi felt a coldness in his body, which was caused by the loss of blood. But Xian Qingzi's gaze always coalesced on Shen Bai, and the color of resentment in his gaze grew stronger and stronger. It's you! It's you! Xian Qingzi let out a whimpering sound and trembled as he pointed at Shen Bai. But no one was paying attention to his words right now, because the Jianghu people had long been exasperated to the point of redness in their eyes by his arrogant attitude. Qin Shuang looked at Xian Qingzi's miserable appearance, and then looked at Shen Bai, who was in the middle of the crowd. With a shocked look in his eyes, she suddenly realized that the man in front of her was surprising her more and more. This play of killing with a borrowed knife was too much to play today. First, he utilized the resentment of the people at the bottom of the cultivation layer, and then utilized Xian Qingzi's condescension to stimulate this resentment to a certain level, and then stirred up the anger of the crowd, causing them to strike, and then blend into the crowd to make a killer. The whole thing is so seamless that it's almost mesmerizing. And the best thing about this move was that even if he killed Xin Changzi, no one in this great tomb would say anything about it, and the most that could be said was that Xian Changzi died in the organs of the great tomb. As for the head constables, they were even less likely to talk about it because Xian Qingzi's death involved too many things. So many Jianghu people suddenly made a scene. The constables thought of the opposite is to put things to rest, and more importantly, Shinbai's connections in the Shangyan County Yamen were not small. If I can put Shinbai, forget it, and follow up. A thought popped up in Qin Frost's mind, but it was quickly covered up by her. At this time, Xian Qingzi finally swallowed his last breath and looked at Shenbai with a face full of unwillingness, as if he wanted to remember Shenbai fiercely in his heart. With Xian Qingzi's death, the many Jianghu people then reacted, the anger in their eyes quickly dissipating, replaced by a wave of fear. They teamed up and killed the senior disciple of Qin Yunguan. If Cheng Yunguan knew about it, there would only be endless consequences. The people looked at each other and could see the worry in each other's eyes. Shenbai slowly paced, becoming the only person in this space who was moving. Everyone shifted their gazes to Shenbai. Shenbai bent down, picked up the glowing talisman and laughed. What is there to worry about? Xian Changzi encountered a crisis in the Great Tomb, and then was injured by the organs and died. This is something that we all see in our eyes. After these words were uttered, the people in the room finally reacted. A Jianghu man hurriedly responded. That's right, the Tao of Xianqing was at the forefront of this Great Tomb, but unfortunately suffered a calamity and died in the Great Tomb. It's really sad and pathetic. With this Jianghu man exiting, the other Jianghu men all responded in unison. The pressure was completely dismantled. As they watched Shenbai put the glowing talisman into his arms, a few of them wanted to open their mouths but subconsciously closed them. When they were provoked into anger by Shenbai, they could strike out without mercy, but now after that anger had receded, they had in turn become abashed. How strong Shenbai's strength was, everyone present knew, especially after Xian Changzi was chased by Shenbai into that space. Xian Changzi's woeful condition they all saw in their eyes. Shenbai did not make a sound and silently walked to Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang asked, "You just took the trickster thing? Otherwise?" Shenbai turned his head and said, "We all came here. It is supposed to be based on strength. If I am not strong, I can only see others take it away with their eyes. I'm not a nice person. There's something I'm bound to get my hands on." Qin Shuang thought about it and felt as if it was the same. This is how the world is. The weak are the strong. And Shenbai has no relationship with this group of Jianghu people here. Being able to provoke their anger actually partly stemmed from their greed for the trickster. If they didn't covet this weird thing, they wouldn't have made a move. This tomb is whoever is strong takes things. If Shenbai is the weakest here today, I am afraid that he has already died. This is reality, not Shenbai being unreasonable. With such an outburst, the many Jianghu people were also in a state of shock, especially when they thought of the madness before. They all fell into an eerie silence and quiet. Sheriff Sheng coughed and walked over to Shenbai. The biggest problem was Zheng Chaofeng, and Swang Qingzi was a variable. Now that Swang Qingzi was dead, Sheriff Zheng thought that it would be better to get on the same side as Shenbai, or to deal with the next risks. What should we do next? Shenbai asked. Sheriff Zheng pointed to the shelf in the center where the talismans were placed and said, "There will always be new entrances. Shopkeeper Shen, do you see clearly the role of the protection around this talisman?" Shenbai laughed. That wild Daofa, not only is it proficient in all sorts of marvelous abilities, but it also knows how to speculate on people's hearts. The guards around the area fade away to give more people time to get together. And when the guards disappear and scramble, casualties result. Sheriff Zhang nodded and said, "That's right, it's indeed as Boss Shen said. This is considered the second level of the Great Tomb, and there might be a third level next." Shinbai did not say any more and began to wait patiently. This trip into the secret realm was quite rewarding. Not only had Xin Changzi, a great danger to his heart, been solved, but he had also obtained a weird object. He was now looking forward to the harvest behind him. Time is gradually passing. The atmosphere of the crowd became even more bizarre in this silence. It was at this time that the anomaly finally became apparent. The shelf that held the talisman suddenly collapsed, settling along with the ground at an extremely swift speed. This time, it was a real staircase to the ground. The staircase was wide enough to allow 3 people to walk side by side, and instead of being dimly lit, the staircase shimmered with all sorts of precious gems set in it. A new exit has appeared. Chen raised an eyebrow. The crowd's eyes were stuck on the passage, but no one took a step forward. The bigger the tomb, the more dangerous it gets, and now that the number of people has been cut in half, who knows what will appear down there. But just as the crowd was stumbling, the anomaly appeared precipitously. A dark silhouette appeared in the glowing passage. After the silhouette surfaced, a gloomy and cold aura quickly filled the entire space. Before the crowd could react, a huge suction force emerged from the middle of the passage. The nearest Jianghu man didn't react and was sucked into the passage by this terrifying suction. Miserable screams spread throughout the entire space. A splash of blood flew out, and broken limbs were thrown out by the figures in the passageway. Shenbai narrowed his eyes, and he seemed to see a hint of an outline. Not a person,